Knock, knock, knock. The rapid knock on the door broke the man's sleep. He walked to the door in a daze. As soon as he opened the door, a bag of garbage hit his face. Who told you to put the garbage in the corridor? Do you know that it will affect the air in our home? Believe it or not, I will report you. The arrogant wife glanced at the man coldly and scolded him in an arrogant tone. After a few seconds of silence, the man gritted his teeth and lowered his head. I'm sorry. Seeing the man give in, the wife's neighbor snorted triumphantly and turned away. The man closed the door, took a few deep breaths, calmed his anger, quickly took a shower, and lay back on the bed to rest. After an unknown amount of time, Qin woke up in a daze. Seeing that it was only 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he realized that he had not overslept. Qin walked to the balcony while complaining, and happened to witness an astonishing scene. A brilliant light suddenly burst out from the dark sky, colorful and dazzling like a rainbow. At the same time, it began to drizzle. The green belts in the community grew wildly. The height of the trees increased rapidly, and they blocked out the sun. Qin watched all this in a daze, a sausage in his mouth. Suddenly, people cried out for help from downstairs. A swarm of ants swarmed over an elderly man with limited mobility, knocking him down and instantly reducing him to bones. A giant bat descended from the sky, snatched up a child, and flew into the air. The beautiful woman walking her dog had no time to react before her pet gobbled the child up in one gulp. At this moment, an electronic sound without any emotion sounded in Qin's mind. Ding! The apocalypse has arrived. Congratulations on receiving a Doomsday gift pack. Passive skill, unlimited supplies. Active skill, weapons and ammunition. Note, gaining experience points can increase skill levels or awaken new skills. What? Doomsday gift package. Qin's heart was shocked, and then a translucent screen appeared in his mind, showing various types of weapons. He reached out to touch it, and instantly a Glock pistol appeared in his hand. Qin excitedly turned the gun in his hand, feeling the cold metal texture, and his mood became more and more excited. Fuck the apocalypse. I want to be the best of the best. I want to defy fate and change my destiny. 3 minutes ago, he was still a loser who could be manipulated by anyone. Now, with the apocalypse gift pack, he finally had the confidence to stand firm. Chapter 2. Qin sat in his rented room, opened the roommate group with mixed feelings, and quickly sent a message. Are you guys back? How is the situation? Not long after, a voice reply came from the group. The voice coming from the voice was full of fear, obviously frightened by the situation. Damn, I was delivering food in an office building just now and got trapped inside. Just now, someone wanted to go out, but was eaten by a tree. I'm going crazy. Qin listened and thought seriously. His mood grew heavier. Others in the group began to speak out, saying they were also taking shelter in different places and the situation was not optimistic. One person even mentioned taking shelter in a nightclub and watching a rat as big as a car eat people who try to go out in the rain. My brothers and I are hiding in the corridor of a residential building. No one is willing to open the door to welcome us. What kind of monster is outside? A voice sounded in panic. The police call can't be reached at all. What's going on? It's chaos now, another person continued. Qin knew clearly that the changes happening outside had put all of them in trouble. He did not expect them to provide help. After all, life and death were at stake, and anyone who could save themselves was lucky. He simply reminded everyone in the group. Everyone, find a way to get some food and drinks. The more the better. Money is no longer useful. After saying that, Qin sat on the bed and sighed. The 12 people who shared the apartment were basically all delivery drivers. When the incident occurred, most of them were delivering food outside. Even if only half of them survived, Qin felt that he was lucky. Not long after, Qin's phone began to vibrate frequently. He quickly opened a group chat. This group belonged to the residential property management group. Usually, there were very few messages, but now it was almost filled with messages. Supermarket owner Peng Yu, don't just patronize your own home. Can the goods in the supermarket be used to save people? Someone in the group asked angrily. After seeing some information, Qin realized that after the mutation broke out, Peng Yu, the owner of the only large supermarket in the community, directly closed the supermarket and stated that all supplies would no longer be sold and only barter would be accepted. This aroused the anger of the owners, and many people began to argue with him in the group, and some even suggested robbing his supermarket. Can your wife also be exchanged for a bottle of water? It's up to you, Peng Yu responded in the group. Obviously, this statement caused an uproar and quarrel in the group. Qin watched these arguments and sneered in his heart. He was already accustomed to this kind of dark side of human nature being exposed. Whether they are wealthy or working at the bottom of society, they all have to face the harsh reality. In this apocalypse, the most basic survival resources are the key to determining their fate. Qin stopped paying attention to the messages in the group and instead began to think about how to gain a foothold in this chaotic world. Thinking of the proud wife next door, Lu Qing, he couldn't help but smile. As time went by, Qin lay at home for 3 days. The arrival of the apocalypse gave him plenty of space to relax. After all, he had been working for more than 80 days without a chance to rest. Now, he had plenty of time to enjoy these materials that were considered luxuries. Qin's infinite materials skill allowed him to quickly obtain a large amount of resources. He even got 2 Hasten's mattresses worth 180,000 yuan and put one on the bed. He would occasionally lie down and feel the taste of money. The other was hung on the wall, used to practice aiming with a crossbow. Qin tried all the luxurious foods, such as seafood hot pot and Buddha jumps over the wall. He could not afford them in the past, but now he could enjoy them to the fullest. During these 3 days, his life became extremely comfortable, occasionally browsing the group chat to get news from the outside world. But gradually, he found that the messages in the property management group began to become less and less. The next day, the surviving owners exchanged supplies in the underground parking lot. As a place isolated from the outside world, the underground parking lot became the most ideal trading market. On the 4th day, Qin decided to go to the underground parking lot. For safety reasons, he hid a crossbow in his sleeve and a Glock pistol on his waist. After being armed to the teeth, he carefully opened the door and ran into the arrogant wife Lu Qing and her husband, He Jian, from next door. He Jian had just arrived at the gate of the community when the incident occurred. He risked his life by rushing into the underground parking lot and was able to return home in time. After several days of consumption, their family's food was almost gone, and now they had to go to the underground market to see if they could exchange some food. What are you looking at? Get out of here. Lu Qing frowned impatiently at Qin. She always felt that the way he looked at her was not right, as if he was plotting something. This time, Qin didn't back down. Instead, he looked at her figure wantonly. While chewing a piece of beef jerky, he said, "It's the end of the world now. The brand name bags and watches in your hands are worthless, but you are worth a piece of beef jerky." Hearing Qin's disdainful comments, He Jian was furious and immediately rolled up his sleeves and walked towards Qin. Lu Qing sneered and hugged her chest, her face full of disdain. As a person who exercises regularly, He Jian thought that dealing with Qin was a piece of cake. When he was about to take action, Qin directly took out the crossbow on his arm and coldly aimed it at He Jian's head. Want to take action? Qin's eyes were cold, and the arrow of his crossbow was already pointing at He Jian's head. Chapter 3. He Jian's face turned pale under Qin's cold gaze, and cold sweat immediately flowed down his forehead. At this distance, the power of the crossbow could definitely take his life in an instant. "Brother, let's talk it over nicely. There's no need to do this." He raised his hand and slowly stepped back, trying to calm the crisis. Qin showed a playful smile and said coldly, "I thought you were so hard, but you softened so quickly?" He Jian's heart almost jumped into his throat. Facing the cold crossbow, he knew that he had no room to resist, and he didn't even have the courage to resist. He could only admit defeat and whispered, "Brother, I was impulsive just now. I apologize to you." However, Qin obviously did not intend to let him go easily. "Your apology is so insincere? Let's dance and see." Qin waved his crossbow, glanced at He Jian, and gave a frivolous command. He Jian looked embarrassed, raised his hands and twisted silently, not daring to resist at all. "Stop, stop, stop. Who told you to jump like a maggot? You made your wife jump." Qin interrupted him impatiently, turning his gaze to Lu Qing and sneering, "Madam, you don't want your husband to die here, do you?" Lu Qing was stunned for a moment, unable to react. Then, He Jian, furious, yelled at her, "What are you standing there for? Jump. You're quite good at dancing at home, aren't you? Are you trying to kill me?" Lu Qing's face instantly became a little embarrassed. She twisted reluctantly, trying to meet Qin's request. Qin showed a hint of ridicule at the corner of his mouth. Tsk. This figure and this little expression, what a perfect match. He admired her and shook his head. "Okay, no need to be a thief today, get lost." He Jian felt like he was pardoned and hurriedly pulled Lu Qing away. But before he took 2 steps, Qin suddenly released his bow, and an arrow flew past He Jian's ear and hit the wall of the corridor with a bang. He Jian's whole body trembled with fear, his face turned pale, his lips trembling, and he couldn't even speak. "Brother, you..." Qin sneered. "Oh, don't be afraid. I'm just trying out the crossbow. It's quite powerful." He then said playfully, "By the way, what I said just now still counts. If you're really too hungry, Come and exchange it with me for beef jerky. As much as you can get. A few pieces of beef jerky appeared out of thin air in Qin Shen's hand, as if he was deliberately luring He Jian. He Jian swallowed subconsciously, his eyes fixed on the beef jerky, but he couldn't help but react when Lu Qing pulled his sleeve. He pulled Lu Qing away without saying a word. In the elevator, Lu Qing looked at He Jian worriedly and asked in a low voice, "Husband, that loser has a crossbow. He won't rob us after we exchange it for food, right?" He Jian sneered. "Humph, who's going to rob whom? It's still unclear. I just didn't have the advantage with my bare hands. I'll find a chance to switch to a more suitable weapon later. I can't kill him." As he spoke, he frowned. It's been 3 days. How come he still has food, even beef jerky? Lu Qing's heart moved, and her eyes lit up. I know. They have so many people sharing the apartment. It's not convenient to cook, so they must have stockpiled a lot of food. If I can snatch him away. Speaking of beef jerky, Lu Qing couldn't help but swallow. It's the end of the world anyway, so surviving is the most important thing. He Jian touched his scratched ear and said through gritted teeth, "Okay, but this guy has a crossbow. We need to plan carefully. When the time comes, tie him up and throw him downstairs to feed the wild cats." Qin Shun was completely unaware of this and was busy wandering the stalls in the underground market, enjoying the special treatment brought by the end of the world. He had seen similar plots in novels before, and he didn't expect that now he also felt a bit like the protagonist of a super-rich novel. A brand-name bag worth 40 or 50,000 yuan can only be exchanged for a bottle of mineral water. A watch worth hundreds of thousands of yuan can only be exchanged for a pound of rice. A sports car worth hundreds of thousands of yuan can only be exchanged for a box of instant noodles. Qin Shen couldn't help but smile proudly. This ability of unlimited supplies made him experience a different kind of refreshing feeling. Just as he was immersed in this sense of satisfaction, he suddenly heard laughter coming from not far away. "Dude, your wife is pretty awesome. How about a bottle of mineral water to accompany me for the whole night?" The voice was obviously frivolous and provocative. Qin Shen looked in the direction of the voice and saw He Jian and Lu Qing standing in front of a stall, with a large man in a flowered shirt standing beside them. The man's eyes were clearly filled with desire as he stared at Lu Qing openly, his words filled with malice. "Are you fucking deaf? Our brother Peng is asking you a question." Before He Jian could react, a young man in a green vest suddenly rushed out and kicked He Jian in the chest, making him stagger. Ouch! He Jian nearly fell, but luckily Lu Qing caught him. Then, several young men in green vests surrounded him, their momentum very arrogant. "Our brother Peng has taken a fancy to your wife. You're lucky. Why don't you just agree?" One of the young men behind the vest said coldly. "That's right. In 2 days, your wife won't even be worth a bottle of water," another mocked. Qin Shen's eyes flashed as he recognized these people as employees of the Anyu Fresh supermarket. Peng Yu, the supermarket's owner, had apparently taken advantage of the situation to start a business, becoming even more shameless. Brother Peng, please be kind and sell me a can of milk powder. My child is so hungry that he can't stand it anymore." A mother holding a baby knelt in front of Peng Yu, her face full of pleading. However, Peng Yu seemed unmoved. He smiled coldly and waved his hand. "Get away from me. Anyone who comes close will be hit on the leg." Several of his employees immediately took out baseball bats and threatened everyone. Then, Peng Yu picked up a can of milk powder and acted condescending. "You want milk powder? Let me play with it here once, and this can of milk powder is yours." He sniffed the aroma of the milk powder provocatively and said playfully, "This can of milk powder can at least keep an adult alive for a week. It's a bargain for you." Seeing the determination in his mother's eyes, Peng Yu couldn't help but flip the can over, spilling some of the powder onto the floor. His mother didn't dare to stop him, her eyes filled with helplessness. "Don't." His mother reached out painfully to stop him, but Peng Yu didn't care. He continued with a sneer, "If you don't agree, throw away the milk powder." Immediately, Peng Yu gave an order, and several employees forcibly took the mother and baby away. Peng Yu glanced at the crowd and sneered. "If a man wants to eat, he should work for me. If a woman wants to eat, she should be obedient." Chapter 4. After Peng Yu and his men left, the atmosphere around them grew increasingly heavy. The crowd murmured, anger and helplessness filling everyone's heart. "This is not a solution. The food stored at home won't last for a few days. After we eat it all, we will still die," said a man gritting his teeth. "I think we should unite and rob the supermarket. The supplies inside can at least last us a few months." The man spoke in a firm tone, with a cruel light flashing in his eyes. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings fell silent. Everyone knew that the supplies in the supermarket were crucial to their current situation, but they were also well aware of Peng Yu's brutality. The supermarket owner in front of me doesn't treat people as human beings at all. If you want to challenge him, you will definitely pay a heavy price. At this moment, a burly middle-aged man jumped onto the roof of the SUV parked nearby, supported the front of the car with one hand, and stood firm. He said loudly, "Everyone, my name is Liong Yian. I am a fan of Western weapons. I have a collection of unsharpened swords at home. Now is the end of the world, and everyone must learn to save themselves. If you want to follow me, come to me, and I will give everyone a weapon." His words attracted people's attention, and everyone's eyes lit up. The power of swords was huge, especially in the end times, where having weapons in hand was the key to life and death. Everyone began to hesitate and consider whether to join Liong Yian. "Sorry. Hello everyone. My name is Zhou Feng. I'm a chemistry teacher. I have some materials at home that can be used to make explosives. If you want to save your life, you can come here." A tall and thin middle-aged man pushed his glasses and said concisely. At this time, another man in a suit stepped forward and introduced himself with a smile. "Hello everyone. I'm Chao Long, the manager of Xianan Property Management. Although I don't have any special skills, I now control the community's electricity, water supply, and surveillance. If anyone is interested in joining, please contact me." These people all put forward their own advantages and ideas, hoping to attract others to join and quickly build their own forces. Qinshan looked at them and sneered in his heart. He was not interested in this kind of open and secret struggle and decided to go back home directly. Qinshan knew in his heart that he had the skill of unlimited supplies, which was undoubtedly a huge advantage in the end times. However, he also knew that he couldn't easily expose this skill. As the saying goes, don't worry about thieves stealing, worry about thieves thinking about it. Once others knew about the resources in his hands, he would become everyone's target. It's best to let Peng Yu attract the firepower at the moment. Qinshan thought to himself. He decided not to get involved in those disputes, but to choose to wait and see. As for upgrading his skills, he planned to use this time to study it. After all, the system had reminded him that as long as he gained experience, he could improve his existing skills and even acquire new skills. For the past few days, Qinshan had been following the dynamics of the property management group. Although there wasn't much information in the group, some details showed that several emerging forces had gradually formed. Liong Yan's team relied on their individual strength, possessing a significant advantage in both weapons and numbers. Zhou Feng's team, on the other hand, relied on explosives for deterrence, but their effectiveness was still unknown. Chao Long, the property manager, is quietly accumulating strength and preparing to challenge Peng Yu by controlling the community's electricity, water supply, and surveillance. At that moment, a new message suddenly rang out in the property management group. A person named Wei Wei sent a message. "Can anyone give us some food? We can exchange valuables for it." Qinshan thought about it for a moment and felt that he had some impression of her. She seemed to be a resident of Building 3. He had seen her in the elevator before. The woman was beautiful, tall, with fair skin and slender legs. She completely met the modern standard of beauty. "Beauty, I have instant noodles here. How about you come and stay with me for one night, and I'll give you a pack for free." A teasing message followed. Then, several more unbearable messages appeared. "Luxury goods are worthless now. Food and water are hard currency. Come and stay with me for a week, and I will provide you with food and drink." Haha, this is a well-known model. Her legs are amazing. I'm afraid you won't be able to get out of bed in a week. The apocalypse has been going on for several days, and everyone has gradually become unscrupulous, and their words have become more and more bad. Qinshan looked at these dirty words helplessly. He knew that the end of the world had changed everyone's appearance and gradually made people's moral bottom line disappear. On the other side, Su Weiwei sat on the bed, looking at the embarrassing messages on her phone. She angrily threw the phone aside and cursed, "These bastards." Lu Yu, lying on the bed, looked weak. Hearing her scolding, he whispered, "Weiwei, what's wrong? Is there no one willing to exchange food?" Su Weiwei sighed. "There is a shortage of supplies now. No one is willing to exchange water and food for our bags." "Oh, I've been hungry all day and I can't stand it anymore," Lu Yu said in a low voice with a tired look. Su Weiwei comforted her. "Don't worry, Xiaoyu. My boyfriend said that as long as we hold on for a few more days, he will come and pick us up to a safe place." Her voice was full of hope, although she was not completely sure in her heart. Meanwhile, Lu Qing and He Jian returned home, too weak to move. The food had already been eaten, even the flour had been fried and eaten. Even the soup they made with the dragon fish worth tens of thousands of yuan and the water from the fish tank had already been eaten. "Hubby, I'm so hungry I can't stand it anymore," Lu Qing pleaded, her eyes full of helplessness. He Jian yelled angrily, "Why are you crying? I'm just trying to find a solution." He had been humiliated by Qin Chen and beaten up by Peng Yu's men. He was filled with rage and had no place to vent. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. I got it. I have a foundation in Sonda. If I join a faction, maybe I can get some food. Lu Qing's heart tightened. Hubby, you're not going to contact Peng Yu, are you? The way he looks at me is so disgusting. He Jian snorted coldly. My woman, only I can play with her. No one else can touch her. He paused. Besides, Peng Yu has offended too many people. He definitely won't survive. The person I contacted is Chao Long from the Property Management Department. Lu Qing was a little confused. Property? They have no weapons or supplies. They can't be very strong, right? He Jian glanced at her with disdain. What do you know? Haven't you heard the saying, if my neighbors stockpile food, I stockpile guns? The property management has surveillance cameras for the entire complex, and they might even be able to get a spare key. What supplies are we lacking? Lu Qing's eyes suddenly lit up, and she said excitedly, Honey, let's kill that delivery guy next door first. He must have a lot of food at home. Thinking of how Qin Shen forced her to dance before, Lu Qing felt a surge of nausea in her heart. Chapter 5. Half a day later, He Jian joined Chao Long's team. Looking at the mountains of supplies in the property center, he was extremely excited. Sure enough, joining Chao Long was the right decision. He Jian's heart was filled with excitement, and he felt that he had finally found a chance to survive. Seeing He Jian's excited expression, Chao Long patted his shoulder cheerfully, put his arm around He Jian's neck, and said with a chuckle, Brother, now that you've joined us, you're one of us. But I have to remind you, don't just take the supplies without doing any work, or do something two-faced. If that happens, don't blame me for being ruthless. As he spoke, Chao Long shook the Nepalese machete in his hand. The blade flashed coldly under the light, which was chilling. He Jian's body trembled subconsciously, and his heart was filled with uneasiness, but he still hurriedly said, Brother Long, I understand, I will never cause you any trouble. A cunning light flashed in Chao Long's eyes, and he whispered, I heard that your wife is very beautiful. Is that true? This made He Jian angry, but he still smiled. Brother Long, my wife is already 30 years old. She is old and ugly. There is nothing good about her. Chao Long smiled, not caring at all, and continued, I heard there's a model in Building 3 named Su Weiwei. If you're interested, I'll take a few brothers over there and bring her back. He Jian felt nauseous. The end of the world made those people even more greedy. Chao Long's words almost made him explode. However, Chao Long did not stop. Instead, he took He Jian into a conference room and pointed to a simple map of Tangyuan community drawn on the wall with a marker and said, This is what I prepared. He Jian's eyes widened when he saw the drawings on the wall. He saw the information of the residents of each building, and even everyone's photos were posted on it. This information was obviously prepared by Chao long ago. He had already begun to accumulate strength at the beginning of the apocalypse. He Jian was even more apprehensive because of his deep scheming. Chao Long found He Jian's location on the map, took down Lu Qing's photo, and smiled playfully. 30 is the most charming age. I really envy your nightlife arrangements. As he spoke, he patted He Jian's shoulder and said, How about this? As long as your wife comes to accompany me twice a week, I will arrange for you to be a team leader, in charge of 5 people, and you can eat as much food as you want. How about it? He Jian was torn. The offer was indeed tempting, and he was already starving. Chao Long's words made it hard for him to refuse. Seeing that he was a little shaken, Chao Long smiled smugly and continued, I see you are shaken. Okay, then let's see how our service is. After saying that, Chao Long patted the table, the door opened, and a woman wearing a light gray suit and black high heels walked in. She lowered her head and walked slowly and reluctantly. This is... He Jian was a little stunned. Chao Long smiled and said proudly, This woman is the financial officer of the property. She is of no use after the apocalypse, so I will let her use her special skills. Before he finished speaking, he grabbed the woman's hair and sneered, Serve my brother he well. If he is not satisfied, you will have no food to eat tomorrow. The woman did not speak, but lowered her head silently, as if accepting her fate and waiting for her destiny. He Jian's heart was filled with shock and anger, but Chao Long's words calmed him down. Hey, brother, it's the end of the world now. Don't talk about those rules. Just enjoy what you want. Chao Long's eyes revealed an unbridled arrogance. After patting He Jian on the shoulder, he walked out, and before leaving, he did not forget to lock the door of the conference room. Outside, several of Chao Long's men were waiting. Seeing the movement of the door lock, the younger brother asked, Brother Long, will this man be obedient? Chao Long smiled smugly. Everyone has desires, and with desires come weaknesses. When he gets out, I'll make him the team leader, giving him free food. Within 3 days, he'll take the initiative to send his wife to my bed. Haha. Brother Long, there are so many of us. We can just go up and rob it. Why go through so much trouble? Asked the younger brother. Chao Long smiled smugly. You don't understand. It's the women who are offered up by their husbands who feel the best. He pointed at his younger brother and said, Go check if there's anyone home who's not home. We have to move all the supplies quickly so no one else finds out about our plan. The younger brother flipped open his notebook and took a quick look. The first 4 buildings have almost been cleaned up. The last 4 should be finished in 2 days. He looked at the crowd in the hall again and frowned. Brother Long, recruiting so many people is not a solution. If we continue like this, can the supplies last for a month? Chao Long snorted coldly, a cold look flashing in his eyes. After looting the empty houses, start to rob the occupied houses. Whoever can survive to the end will win. At the same time, Qin Shun was quietly enjoying his food at home. While eating abalone, he shook his head. Who said this thing is delicious? This thing is far worse than beans. He threw it aside in disgust and picked up a bowl of bird's nest porridge. Suddenly, the sound of his phone's notification interrupted his thoughts. He opened it and found that he had been pulled into a new group chat called Auction Group. Auction Group? What is this? Qin Shin thought as he saw a message from the group owner. Welcome everyone to join the auction group. We will be auctioning a special item tonight. Please don't rush to leave the group. After the group owner sent the message, new members continued to join. Everyone was muted, and even the group owner's avatar looked familiar to Qin Shin. After a moment's thought, he realized that the group leader should be the roommate of the model upstairs. Special item? Could it be the model's original scent? Qin Shin laughed in his heart, but he was also a little curious, so he put his phone down and continued practicing with his crossbow. The environment in the apocalypse made it difficult for Qin Shin to practice with a gun, so he could only practice with a crossbow to enhance his survival ability. That evening, Qin Shin's phone rang again, and this time, more than a dozen photos suddenly popped up. Qin Shin widened his eyes. Huh. Isn't this the model? He saw that the group owner had posted some photos, all of which were of Su Weiwei. Among the photos are her artistic photos, as well as secretly taken photos of her taking a bath and sleeping. Although there is no exposure, the implicit beauty is even more attractive. This photo, it's a very high artistic achievement. Qin Shin couldn't help but sigh. Obviously, the auction items were self-evident, and Qin Shin's interest was also piqued. Chapter 6. The auction begins. The group leader announces, Everyone, the auction begins now. The woman in the photo is the item for this auction. After the successful bid, the winner will hand over the money and the item to me. His tone was calm, seemingly oblivious to the complexity and absurdity behind the matter. Starting price, a box of instant noodles. Bidding begins now. As the group leader said the last sentence, the original ban was lifted, and the members of the group began to speak one after another, and the atmosphere instantly became heated. One user exclaimed in the group, What the hell? Isn't this the model? How did she get auctioned? She's really good at it. Another voice followed closely. Instant noodles are hard currency nowadays. Could the group owner have stolen 2 photos to deceive people? That's right. How can the group owner prove that you have the goods? A series of questions rang out, and it seemed that everyone in the group was suspicious of this inexplicable auction. However, the group owner did not panic, but calmly posted 2 new photos. In the photos, Su Weiwei was lying on the bed with her long legs raised high, with a happy smile on her face, as if she was talking to someone. The timestamps on the photos were clearly visible, and everyone quickly realized that these 2 photos had not been prepared long ago, but had just been taken. The person who took the photos must still be with Su Weiwei at this time. The group leader's identity was revealed at that moment. She was Su Weiwei's best friend, Lu Yu. Xiaoyu, did you just take a picture of me? Su Weiwei glanced at Lu Yu with curiosity. Lu Yu gently smoothed her hair and smiled faintly. You're so beautiful. Of course I can't help but take pictures anytime. Okay, go ahead and continue chatting with your boyfriend. Su Weiwei smiled shyly and continued to chat with her boyfriend on the phone. Honey, I've been hungry all day. When will you come to pick me up? The voice on the other end of the phone was gentle but firm. Don't worry, just hold on for 2 more days. I will definitely get through it. Seeing this scene, Lu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. She picked up her phone, a cold smile on her face, and quickly sent a message. Since I can organize this auction, I have the ability to hand over the goods. Instead of suspecting me of being a scammer, you might as well bid quickly. Slow down and you'll miss out. As soon as this was said, the atmosphere in the group instantly became tense. The price began to climb. A box of instant noodles, someone was the first to quote. A box of instant noodles and a bag of ham. Another person quickly followed. I'll add 2 bottles of mineral water, someone else added. As the auction progressed, the price gradually soared, and Lu Yu was filled with pride. As she watched the auction amount continue to rise, she recalled today's experience. Su Weiwei and Lu Yu had already spent a whole day hungry in this apocalyptic world, and the auction before them became their only hope. Lu Yu sneered and thought, this love-brained Su Weiwei is still waiting for her Prince Charming to save her. How naive. Now, the world has become unrecognizable. The green belt has turned into a primitive jungle, blocking out the sky and the sun, terrifying and gloomy. The former insects have become armored hunters, and the stray cats, mice, and sparrows on the streets have become monsters hiding in the shadows. Even if Su Weiwei's boyfriend were truly superhuman, he probably wouldn't be able to survive such a disaster and be with her. Lu Yu sneered inwardly. To survive, I had no choice but to sell you out. Don't blame me, blame the world. At this point, the price had risen to 3 boxes of instant noodles. No, buddy, 3 boxes of instant noodles can sleep with dozens of women. Are you crazy? Someone in the group laughed. Just listen to his bragging. How is it possible that someone would exchange 3 boxes of instant noodles for a woman? Brother, I'm willing to sleep with you for just a box of instant noodles. Please consider me. A guy began to flatter. During the auction, the person who made the highest bid said proudly, I just like women with long legs. I'm really envious of Su Weiwei's legs. But friends who didn't take the photo, don't worry. When I get tired of it, I will sell it to you at half price. His words made the group leader Lu Yu dissatisfied. If it were in the past, the price for one night could be worth at least 5 figures. If she was willing to try something exciting, 6 figures wouldn't be out of the question. But now, her modeling credentials were being traded for instant noodles, and their value was surprisingly only 3 boxes. Just as Lu Yu was about to agree to the deal, suddenly, a new message caught everyone's attention. 5 boxes of instant noodles. People in the group expressed shock. 5 boxes? How is that possible? Who would stockpile so much instant noodles? Someone must be deliberately causing trouble. No, 3 boxes of instant noodles are already painful for me. I don't believe 5 boxes of instant noodles. While everyone was still discussing, a photo was thrown out. In the photo, 5 boxes of instant noodles are neatly stacked. Even the heavy noodles, 1 bag of which is equivalent to 2 bags. I remember now, this guy seems to be the delivery guy from Building 3. He must have a lot of goods at home. An informed group member began to speculate. Damn, this delivery guy actually has so much instant noodles, he must be rich. Another person couldn't help cursing. This defense is broken. I'm leaving the group. Some people were so excited that they directly left the group chat. However, there were also a few people who secretly sent friend requests to Qin Shun, apparently hoping to exchange some supplies with him. Seeing this, Lu Yu immediately dismissed the group chat and then privately added Qin Shun as a friend. Handsome, is it convenient for you to come over tonight? Lu Yu asked anxiously. Qin Shun replied, of course it's convenient. I'll come over when you have the news ready. Su Weiwei had already fallen into Lu Yu's hands, and it would be a matter of time before she could escape this disaster. In that case, it would be better to give it to Qin Shun. As for whether to expose Lu Yu's conspiracy, Qin Shun never had such an intention. He was not a saint, so such matters should be left to the saints. He thought, at least today he had enough to eat and clothes to wear. The end of the world had changed everything. No one had the time or energy to cling to the morals and beliefs of the past. My lord, times have changed. After dinner, He Jian returned home with a backpack full of food and water. He threw the bag in front of Lu Qing and said in a complicated tone, eat. Lu Qing didn't care about the complicated emotions in He Jian's eyes. She grabbed the bread and mineral water and started eating them voraciously. After eating, she lay on the bed contentedly and breathed a sigh of relief. Husband, I haven't eaten so much in a long time. It turns out that being able to eat a full meal is so happy. She turned slightly and threw him a coquettish glance. Hubby. He Jian responded coldly. I'm a little tired from getting supplies today. Forget it, let's go to sleep. He turned his back to Lu Qing and slowly closed his eyes. Lu Qing was stunned for a moment, but then she didn't show any dissatisfaction. Instead, she quickly got up and massaged his shoulders. Thank you for your hard work, husband. He Jian didn't respond, having fallen into a deep sleep. Lu Qing looked at his back, biting her lip with a complicated look. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Qin Shen's phone rang with a notification tone. Lu Yu only sent a photo. In the photo, Su Weiwei was sleeping on the sofa in a red suspender pajamas. Come over now, Lu Yu said. Qin Shen gave him an okay expression, picked up 5 boxes of instant noodles, and walked out of the house. Chapter 7. At the door of Su Weiwei's house, Lu Yu carefully opened the door a crack, holding a kitchen knife tightly in his hand, and looked at Qin Shin vigilantly, fearing that he would take the opportunity to do something unfavorable. Qin Shin was carrying 5 boxes of instant noodles on his shoulders. Lu Yu's eyes lit up when he saw him, and then a hint of anticipation appeared on his face. Qin Shin smiled and put the noodles on the ground, saying casually, "I brought the things. Where are the people?" Lu Yu pointed to the sofa in the living room and said in a relaxed tone, "I'm too weak to move it. You do it yourself." Qin Shin walked into the house without hesitation, picked up Su Weiwei, and added as he walked out the door, "If you need such good things in the future, you can come to me. I can take out a few boxes of instant noodles." He originally wanted to end the deal immediately, kill Lu Yu and get rid of her. But he didn't do that. The reason was simple. A ruthless woman like Lu Yu was far more valuable to survive in the apocalypse than to die. Besides, many people knew about the deal between him and Lu Yu. If she died, all suspicion would point to him. Returning to the residence, Qin Shin rudely threw Su Weiwei onto the bed, and then she woke up in a daze. Where's my boyfriend?" she asked in a dazed tone, her eyes still not fully clear. Qin Shin didn't show any tenderness at all, and directly picked up a bottle of water and splashed it on her face. Su Weiwei was immediately awakened by the cold water and asked in horror, Who are you? Where's Xiaoyu? Stay away from me. I'm calling for help." She covered her chest, her eyes filled with panic, and her tone was threatening. Qin Shin didn't care and replied coldly, "Your best friend sold you to me for 5 boxes of instant noodles." Su Weiwei's eyes widened in shock. How is it possible? She knew very well that she had been set up. The glass of water Lu Yu handed her had sleeping pills in it. She fell into a coma as soon as she drank it. When she woke up, Qin Shin's face was in front of her. Qin Shin sat down lazily and said while eating, "Just follow me from now on. With your IQ, you won't survive 3 days outside." His tone was relaxed, as if everything was under control. Su Weiwei sat on the bed in confusion, feeling that she was in a very dangerous situation. Her stomach was rumbling from not eating for a long time. Finally, she couldn't help but climb out of bed, walk to the living room, and looked at Qin Shin eating barbecue with relish. She asked, Can I have some? Don't worry, when my boyfriend comes, I will definitely pay you back double." Qin Shin smiled and picked up a piece of meat, holding it in front of her. "Thank you," Su Weiwei said with a blushing face, reaching out to take the piece of meat. But Qin Shin suddenly let go of his chopsticks, and the piece of meat fell to the ground. Qin Shin said slowly, "Is this how pets eat? You should know what to do." Su Weiwei's eyes widened in disbelief. "Pet? I bought it with my own money. What else can it be but a pet?" Qin Shin responded coldly, then pointed at the window. "The window is not locked. If you don't want to be a pet, you can jump out from here. Don't worry, I won't stop you." Su Weiwei was enraged by these words and rushed to the window angrily. However, when she saw the ferocious beast outside the window, she stopped immediately. Qin Shin didn't care and continued, "Why don't you jump? I'm on the 18th floor here. I can fall to the ground in a few seconds, and it won't hurt at all. But your body may be eaten by wild beasts. As for whether it will be ants or rats, I'm not sure." Su Weiwei collapsed suddenly and took 2 steps back, trying to get away from the window. At this moment, Qin Shin sneered and pushed her back to the window. "You don't dare to jump, right? Come, I'll be a good person and help you." Qin Shin pushed open the window and pretended to push her out. Su Weiwei struggled desperately, crying, "No, don't." She used all her strength to push against the window frame, her eyes filled with fear. But Qin Shin just smiled and let her go. She fell to the ground, tears streaming down her face. "Woo, I don't want to die." Her voice was filled with despair, as if she had been forced into a corner. If she could live, who would choose death? Qin Shin's low voice echoed in her ears like a devil. "If you don't want to die, just listen to me obediently. I can guarantee that you will have enough food and drink, and you don't have to worry about being betrayed by your best friend." Qin Shin's tone did not allow for rejection, and his words were full of threats. Night fell quietly. Qin Shin was surprised to see Su Weiwei sitting on the bed sobbing softly. Her boyfriend and she hadn't had any relationship, which gave him an advantage. He said coldly, "Why are you crying? Go take a shower." Su Weiwei looked at him in surprise. The water was cut off on the first day of the apocalypse. "And you still have water to take a shower?" Qin Shin smiled slightly. "Taking a shower is nothing. The water here is enough for you to swim in the pool." Su Weiwei hurried into the bathroom. She felt extremely uncomfortable after not taking a shower for a few days. The water heater had been modified, and the warm, comfortable water washed away her fatigue and anxiety. She couldn't help but cry again, feeling a sense of long-lost comfort. After taking a shower, Su Weiwei came out wrapped in a bath towel. Qin Shin handed her a bottle of energy drink and said, "Come, drink some water to replenish yourself." She took the bottle and drank it in big gulps. She felt that her body gradually regained some strength. After eating and drinking, Qin Shun did not take her back to his bedroom, but arranged a separate room for her. He had recently cleaned up all the rooms, and the abandoned iron beds were replaced with large wooden beds. He told her in a cold tone, "This will be your bedroom from now on. Don't worry, I won't lock you up with chains. You can leave at any time." Qin Shun touched Su Weiwei's face and showed a meaningful smile. "However, you have to think clearly. This is the end of the world outside. If you meet a man, they will not be as gentle as me." Su Weiwei's body trembled violently when she heard this, and she nodded quickly to show that she understood. Qin Shun patted her head in satisfaction and turned back to his bedroom. As long as she wasn't stupid and knew how to choose, she would be able to live a stable life in the future. The next morning, when Qin Shun opened the bedroom door, he saw that the living room was tidy and the leftover garbage from last night had been cleaned up. Su Weiwei was obediently wiping the coffee table. She had a slender figure and looked exceptionally docile. Seeing Qin Shun, she greeted him with a bit of trepidation. "Good morning." Chapter 8. After Su Weiwei was dressed in a maid outfit, she immediately looked different. She wore a British-style black and white maid outfit, paired with black calf socks and thick-soled high heels. She looked both noble and charming. She was 1.78 meters tall, and in high heels, she was even as tall as Qin Shun. Her long legs, almost half her height, were slender and well-proportioned, and every step she took was filled with grace. At this moment, Su Weiwei was about to go out to throw away the trash and picked up the garbage bag. She followed Qin Shun out the door and happened to run into Lu Qing and his wife from next door. The couple was stunned by the scene before them. Lu Qing's eyes widened. She hadn't expected the model Su Weiwei from upstairs to show up in the house of a food delivery girl. Seeing the two of them, Su Weiwei's cheeks flushed slightly, and she unconsciously lowered her head, trying to avoid their gaze. However, Qin Shun didn't care at all. He directly embraced Su Weiwei in his arms and looked provocatively at Lu Qing and her husband He Jian. "What are you looking at? Have you never seen anyone with a pet?" Qin Shun's words stunned Lu Qing and the others. Lu Qing's eyes widened, and she couldn't help but say, "Pet, pet." Lu Qing's words were a little unclear, and there seemed to be a hint of humiliation in her words, but she didn't continue to dwell on it. Instead, she turned around to straighten He Jian's collar and said gently, "Dear, be careful on the road. I'll wait for you to come back." She glanced at Qin Shun and added provocatively, "By the way, don't forget what I told you yesterday." Su Weiwei was holding a garbage bag containing hot pot packaging, and she could smell the aroma of hot pot. Lu Qing's eyes instantly became complicated. She guessed that Qin Shun must have a lot of supplies at home, because hot pot, a luxury food, should not be a common ration. She had already begun planning to share this information with Qiao Long. In order to compete for supplies, this would undoubtedly be a significant achievement. He Jian glanced coldly at Qin Shun, then turned to Su Weiwei, his gaze lingering on her for a moment. Although Lu Qing's appearance and figure were no worse than Su Weiwei's, the sight of Su Weiwei in this maid outfit actually aroused He Jian's desire. "In a few days, this woman will be mine." He Jian sneered in his heart and left. Lu Qing then looked at Qin Shun with disdain and slammed the security door shut. Looking at Su Weiwei, Qin Shun smiled easily and prepared to continue their conversation. Su Weiwei lowered her head and said shyly, "Master, do you have a grudge against them?" Qin Shun chuckled and replied in a low voice, "It's more than just a grudge, they may be planning to kill me." Su Weiwei was shocked when she heard this. "I heard that He Jian joined the property management team. He won't bring people to cause trouble, right?" she asked worriedly. Qin Shun smiled, revealing the crossbow on his arm. "If they dare come, I'll have a good chance to test the results of my training these past few days." Su Weiwei saw the arrow on the crossbow and felt a chill run down her spine. She looked at the mattress in the living room, which had been shot through. She suddenly understood. In the apocalypse, medicine was in short supply, and doctors were hard to come by. If she were hit by this arrow, survival would be nearly impossible. Just wait. In a few days, that woman will be forced to beg for mercy. Qin Shun sneered, his eyes brimming with confidence. 2 days passed in a flash. Several major factions rose rapidly, each occupying different areas and growing in strength. Liong Yian from Building 4 recruited over 20 members, each armed with a sharp weapon. Liong Yian even personally led the team in sword training. Although Zhou Feng of Building 8 had a smaller team, they had developed explosives and had previously blown up a building. As for Qiao Long of the Property Management Department, he had over 50 elite members under his command. They were divided into large and small teams and quickly seized the monitoring room, water supply station, and power supply room, removing nearly all the supplies from the empty buildings. Only after the supplies were nearly gone did Qiao Long's actions spark widespread criticism. Qiao Long was sitting at a conference table with a dozen team leaders, discussing the next steps. During the meeting, Qiao Long sneered, "Brothers, my goal is to drink, eat, and have sex with women. Currently, the other factions pose no threat to us. We have only one goal: kill Peng Yu and seize control of the supermarket." Qiao Long's words sparked a strong reaction from the crowd, who were eager to get started. As Qiao Long had said, while these people had instant noodles and bread and plenty of women, their lives were still relatively poor. The supermarket supplies, pre-prepared meals, and especially the women there, were what they truly desired. Peng Yu has all sorts of pre-made dishes, and there are quite a few beautiful women there. Someone stood up excitedly, eager to take action. "Sit down first." Qiao Long calmly stopped them, glancing around. "Although we have a lot of manpower now, we're still a motley crew. If you want to raid the supermarket, I'll give you 3 days to practice." Chapter 9. Qiao Long stood up, pointed at the floor plan of the complex, and said, "For the next 3 days, you will work in groups to rob the rooms I designate." Everyone was stunned by his words. No one understood what Qiao Long meant, but he added expressionlessly, "That's right, it's robbery. If you want to fight Peng Yu and the others, you'll have to be more ruthless and adapt to the rules of this apocalypse." Qiao Long spoke in a cold tone, like a lecturer. He stood up and kicked over the chair next to him. During these 3 days, everyone must participate in the robbery and cultivate their bloodlust and wolfish nature. He spoke passionately, making people shudder. Finally, someone couldn't help but ask weakly, "Brother Long, what if they resist?" Qiao Long sneered, "Then kill them. The more ruthless and cruel the strike, the higher the position I'll give him. Once we take over the supermarket, there will be all sorts of beauties and food to choose from." Everyone was stunned when the word kill came out. Although they were used to robbing and playing with women, they had never been involved in murder. But when they saw the cold, ruthless, murderous intent in Qiao Long's eyes, their inner fear and impulsiveness intertwined, ultimately igniting a violent fire within them. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" With these cries, nearly everyone was swept up in the emotion. Each one gripped their weapon tightly, their hearts ablaze with a thirst for blood. Under Qiao Long's command, multiple targets were assigned, and each team was given a different target location. With a single order, everyone picked up kitchen knives, long sticks, and homemade weapons, rushed out of the door like locusts, and began their robbery journey. Qiao Long's trusted younger brother, Xiao Wei, asked worriedly, "Brother Long, nothing unexpected will happen, right?" Qiao Long smiled coldly. "Xiao Wei, remember, the moment a person sees blood, the killing gene in their body will be awakened. This group of people will never be able to return." He paused and continued, "Only those who are ruthless enough to kill their own kind will be qualified to stay in the team. After 3 days, those who are unqualified will be kicked out." Xiao Wei nodded, his expression serious. "Yes, Brother Long." Soon, the management's brutality spread throughout the Tangyuan residential complex, like a pebble dropped into stagnant water, causing widespread ripples. The first people to be targeted were elderly people, women, and children living alone. These people were already less defensive, and the management staff easily tricked them into opening their doors and gaining entry under the pretext of distributing food. What followed was a series of miserable wails. Many residents, trembling and clutching their blankets tightly, huddled in their beds. No one dared to speak. In Unit 5206, Building 5, the door was open, and inside, a woman huddled in a corner, appearing helpless and terrified. "Brother here's a carton of milk," a younger man shouted triumphantly. Then another voice rang out, "Here's a can of beef. Wow, we're in for a treat." Several men searched the house from top to bottom, finally finding a considerable supply. He Jian leaned back on the sofa, fiddling with a sharp steel dagger, a sneer on his face. He had just pressed this dagger against the woman's throat, forcing her to open the door before storming in with his men. As the team leader, He Jian was assigned several looting targets. Seeing the successful operation and the pile of supplies he brought back, He Jian said proudly, "Brother Long said you only need to hand in half of the loot, and the rest can be distributed freely. I don't want these anymore, so you guys can divide them up." Even as he said this, he already had a plan in mind. He Jian knew full well that these few people were merely stepping stones to his upward climb. As a squad leader, he could secure more supplies, and using these supplies to win over people was a viable investment. Using these men's loyalty could secure him a higher position, and perhaps even one day, Qiao Long could be replaced. "You guys stay here. I'm going to run something," He Jian said triumphantly as he left. Soon after, as more and more people were robbed, the atmosphere in the community grew increasingly tense. Groups began sending warnings and insulting each other, and some even began planning counterattacks. Peng Yu's forces, in particular, acted swiftly, blocking all access to the underground parking lot. To prevent the property management from obtaining keys, they even propped up the doors with heavy objects and posted guards. However, the other buildings lacked similar protection, and many residents without male residents became targets. In buildings 1, 4, and 8, Peng Yu and his team's base reacted quickly and mounted an effective defense. Those residents, unable to resist, became targets of robbery. He Jian and his men approached a home, pounding on the closed security door with baseball bats, bursting into laughter. "Open the door yourself, or we'll break it down and you're dead," he threatened, reveling in the process. Finally, the door was forced open, revealing a terrified young woman, pale with fear. She struggled for 3 minutes before finally opening the door, only to be met with endless humiliation and pain. Similar scenes played out repeatedly in every building and room of the complex. Countless women, elderly people, and children became ruthless victims of this apocalyptic devastation. Chapter 10. This frenzied day-long robbery and slaughter was abjectly brutal. The neighborhood was filled with endless wailing and the fading warmth of corpses. The looted supplies, along with the women forced into service, were continuously delivered to the Property Management Center for centralized sorting and processing. Humanity in the apocalypse had degenerated to its lowest point, with women becoming mere commodities to be traded. Qin Shun, who lived in Building 3, and Su Weiwei's household didn't organize any resistance. Because the property management had deeply infiltrated the building, and many people had even joined them, they were not spared the same fate. Su Weiwei listened to the women's cries for help from every floor, and her heart tightened, suddenly filled with immense fear. Her face was pale, and she almost subconsciously hugged Qin Shen's arm tightly, her voice trembling a little. They are coming. What should we do?" Qin Shen stroked Su Weiwei's hair and said calmly, "Don't worry. I am here. No one can touch you." Although his words were calm, there was a murderous look in his eyes. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door. Su Weiwei was startled and instantly threw herself into Qin Shen's arms. Qin Shen chuckled, stood up, and walked towards the door. "It seems that you have really become a frightened kitten." His tone was a little playful. Outside, a young man asked, "Brother does this kid really have a lot of supplies at home?" His eyes gleamed with greed. Originally, this household wasn't their target, but He Jian told them that Qin Shen's household was piled high with supplies, and robbing this one could yield more than robbing 30. He Jian nodded, his eyes flashing. "Don't worry, I saw it with my own eyes. It's still the same old rule, whoever rushes in first gets the biggest share of the supplies." Hearing this, several people were immediately excited, as if they had begun to fantasize about the abundance of supplies and the beauty of women. But He Jian secretly thought in his heart, the crossbow in Qin Shen's hand is extremely powerful, but so what? As long as they trick one person into blocking the gun, the remaining few people can kill him in one fell swoop. If they can easily deal with Su Weiwei, the supplies and women will fall into their hands. The door opened with a click. Everyone was delighted. Sure enough, this family was foolish enough to be easily tricked into opening the door. "Get him!" With a command, the young man in the lead kicked the door open, holding the kitchen knife high in his hand. However, just as they were about to rush in, Dawei suddenly froze and fell to the ground like a puppet without support. With a loud thud, everyone was startled. Someone pointed at the fallen Dawei and exclaimed in horror, "Arrow! Arrow!" Dawei's head was pierced by a sharp arrow, his eyes filled with disbelief. He Jian hadn't expected Qin Shen to be so decisive. He fired an arrow as soon as he opened the door. He roared, "Don't give him a chance to load a second arrow. Charge!" However, just as they were about to rush through the door, a huge explosion sounded. The leading man had just taken a step into the door when he was knocked over by the powerful impact. Blood exploded in the air and covered the ground. The few survivors were all terrified and pale, not daring to move. "A gun! He has a gun!" one of them whispered in a trembling voice. The rest of the group saw Qin Shen holding a Glock pistol and were immediately terrified. Although the crossbow was powerful, they knew they had almost no chance against a real gun. "Dude, don't be impulsive." Several people raised their hands in surrender. Qin Shen sneered and stared at them. "Hey, isn't this my good neighbor? What's wrong? Can't find the way home? Got to the wrong door." He Jian's face was extremely ugly. He never thought that a delivery man could actually have a gun. He had just witnessed the power of Qin Shen's crossbow, but the power of the gun made him even more afraid. "It's a misunderstanding, brother. It's a misunderstanding." Facing the black muzzle of the gun, He Jian instantly softened, his voice filled with a strong plea for mercy. Qin Shen chuckled and continued, I was hoping to see you fight each other, but you've messed with me. So, why don't you take me to see your boss? He waved the muzzle of the gun, and everyone immediately stopped resisting, silently leading the way towards the property management center. In the next room, Lu Qing had already seen the messages in the group chat and was filled with worry. She retreated to her bedroom, only to hear a commotion in the hallway, followed by gunfire, and was instantly shaken by fear. He Jian hadn't replied to her messages, and with so many dead in the community, Lu Qing couldn't help but worry that He Jian had also met with an unforeseen event. A bold idea suddenly emerged in her mind. Maybe I can seek refuge with the delivery man next door? She was almost frightened by the idea, but then she denied it. Isn't that the delivery man next door the guy who shot people with a crossbow? He's so arrogant, he'll die sooner or later. She prayed silently once more, hoping that He Jian would be safe and sound. Qin Shun had already brought He Jian to the property management center. Seeing the Glock in Qin Shen's hand, Qiao Long cursed inwardly. In this day and age, where did a delivery guy get a real gun? He asked in a deep voice. Brother, what do you mean? Qin Shen asked back. What do you mean? I also want to ask what your people mean. They came to my house with sharp weapons and wanted to rob my supplies and women. They are very brave. His words were full of provocation. Qiao Long frowned slightly. Although his first batch of targets didn't include any men, the situation before him seemed complicated. Looking at the flickering eyes of He Jian and his group, he quickly understood that this was clearly a personal vendetta between He Jian and Qin Shun. Thinking of this, Qiao Long cursed inwardly, feeling unlucky to be dragged into this mess by this delivery man. Brother, if I'm not mistaken, a gun like yours only has 17 rounds. We have so many people here, you can't kill them all. Come on, we can negotiate terms. Before Qiao Long finished speaking, Qin Shen sneered and suddenly pulled the trigger. Bang! A bullet quickly passed by Qiao Long's ear, and then he heard Qin Shen's faint voice. Kill you. One shot is enough. Chapter 11. Qin Shen's face remained calm, as if unaffected by anything, yet his heart was turbulent. He finally understood that the rumors online about the difficulty of aiming a pistol were not groundless. Just now, he had aimed at Qiao Long's arm, but the bullet narrowly missed Qiao Long's ear. To defeat an enemy with a single shot, further practice was indeed needed. But this mistake didn't affect Qin Shen's goal, to intimidate the enemy. Faced with this situation, how would an ordinary person react? Qiao Long's face turned pale at the sound of the gunfire. He quickly raised his hands. Brother, don't be so hasty. We can talk it over. There's no need to use a gun. He clearly realized he was in danger. Qin Shen coldly glanced at the dozens of figures around him with a solemn atmosphere, then pointed at them calmly. Let these people go away. I have something to talk to you about. Go away, everyone go away. Qiao Long obviously did not dare to disobey, and quickly shouted. It's just a small misunderstanding. I want to talk to this brother. He waved his hand to let everyone go. After the crowd dispersed, Qiao Long led Qin Shun and He Jian to the conference room. The moment they entered the meeting room, Qin Shun caught a glimpse of the residential complex plan on the wall, and his eyes lit up. The property management team truly deserved their knowledge of the complex's surveillance cameras and homeowner data, having been able to quickly create such a plan. Qin Shun nodded slightly, signaling Su Weiwei's attention. Su Weiwei understood his meaning and immediately took out her phone to take a few photos. Qiao Long's expression was complex. He had painstakingly compiled this information, and now Qin Shun had easily obtained it. He was filled with anger. However, the gun in Qin Shen's hand made him afraid to react, so he could only swallow his anger. Brother, we really did something wrong about this. I apologize to you. Qiao Long forced a smile. How about this? I'll ask my men to send you 10 boxes of instant noodles, 2 boxes of canned food, and 2 boxes of water as an apology. How about it? He tried to appease Qin Shun with supplies, because in the end times, food and water are the most scarce resources. Qin Shun chuckled and said calmly, I have no shortage of supplies. All I want is an apology. Qiao Long's face darkened. This kid has a really big appetite. He can't even satisfy with so many supplies. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of apology Qin Shun wanted. Brother Qin, what kind of apology do you want? How about I have He Jian bow and apologize to you? Qiao Long asked tentatively, trying to defuse the awkward situation. He Jian's expression immediately darkened at this suggestion. He actually had to apologize to a delivery boy. This was simply unacceptable to him. However, Qin Shun, armed, gave him no chance to refuse. Let him apologize and forget it, Qin Shun said calmly. He Jian breathed a sigh of relief, but then Qin Shen's request completely stunned him. Let his wife apologize on his behalf, Qin Shun said in a cold voice. This is impossible. He Jian was instantly enraged. He slammed the table and stood up suddenly. Although he had been enjoying a lot of life outside these days, he had never paid any attention to Lu Qing. But he knew very well that a woman was a man's face. If Lu Qing had to face this matter, would he still be able to hold his head up in front of others in the future? Once this green hat was put on, he would probably never be able to take it off. Huh. Chao Long slapped He Jian without mercy, stunning him. You still won't agree? Chao Long roared. If you hadn't offended this little brother, would I have to clean up your mess? He knew very well that if he couldn't meet Qin Chen's demands, Chao Long would probably be the first to die. After scolding He Jian, Chao Long turned around and said to Qin Shun with a smile, Brother, go back first. I'll try to persuade him. Don't worry, his wife will come to your house tonight to apologize. Qin Shun nodded with satisfaction and stood up with Su Weiwei in his arms. I won't be able to see anyone tonight. I'll come and talk to you in person tomorrow. He turned to leave, but suddenly stopped and turned to Chao Long. By the way, Brother Long, let me give you a math problem. There are 17 rounds in a magazine. How many rounds are there in 10 magazines? With that, he led Su Weiwei out of the meeting room. Chao Long stood there, his face grim and gloomy. 10 magazines. That was clearly a threat. Brother Long, don't believe what that guy said. He can't possibly have that many magazines. He Jian gritted his teeth and said, Tonight, I'll have my wife pretend to knock on the door. As soon as he opens the door, we'll rush in and kill him. Even if he has a gun, he can't threaten us. But before he could finish, Chao Long slapped him again. What's wrong with your fucking brain? How could they not be prepared for something you could think of? He sneered. Besides, whoever rushes in first will die. Are you willing to take the blame? He Jian looked aggrieved and whispered, Brother Long, you can't really let my wife go with him, right? Chao Long looked at him coldly, a sneer on his lips. Why not? Go back and talk to your wife and ask her to calm that guy down. Maybe you can even win him over to our side. But, He Jian said reluctantly. Chao Long smiled and patted He Jian on the shoulder. Brother He, I've long seen that you are not an ordinary person. You will definitely do great things in the future. Those who achieve great things do not care about trivial matters. Are you going to ruin your future for a woman? He paused briefly and continued. We'll prepare to attack the supermarket in a few days. Once we take it, we'll immediately reward everyone based on their merits. Everyone will get food, water, and even women. We absolutely cannot allow any unnecessary complications now. Brother He, listen to me. Let your wife hold that guy back first. Then I'll make you the captain. If you can get the gun from that guy, I'll make you the deputy leader. These words undoubtedly moved He Jian. As a former company boss, he saw through Chao Long's intentions, but Chao Long's last words piqued his interest. If he could get Qin Chen's gun, he would be the king of this community. Okay, Brother Long, I'll go back and talk to my wife right now. He Jian had already made up his mind. Chao Long smiled and said, Okay, that's what it means to be a great person. I'll wait for your good news. A few minutes later, He Jian returned home. As soon as he entered, he pretended to be distracted and stumbled onto the sofa. Seeing this, Lu Qing hurried forward and asked, Husband, what's wrong with you? Wife, it's over, everything is over. He Jian covered his face and said in pain. Lu Qing hurriedly comforted him. Husband, don't be anxious, tell me slowly. What happened? A complex expression flashed across He Jian's eyes, and he said sadly, Wife, do you still remember the insult from the delivery guy next door? I was planning to get revenge today, but I didn't expect that guy to have a gun. Not only did he kill my men, he also went to Chao Long and started a fight. He said, either let Chao Long kill me, or you go and apologize to him. Chapter 12, The Most Generous Man. He Jian quickly held Lu Qing's shoulders and shouted, Don't worry, honey. I will never let that bastard defile you. I will go find him and fight him to the death. Hearing this, Lu Qing's eyes turned red. Although He Jian usually has a bad temper, he seems to have no interest in her body these days and lets her take care of herself every day. But a friend in need is a friend indeed. Now that something has happened, we can see the true heart of this man. Hubby, you can't die. Lu Qing's eyes were red. Is there no other way? He Jian shook his head. Tonight is the deadline. If you don't apologize, I'm afraid. At this point, He Jian stood up abruptly, rushed to the kitchen, and took out a kitchen knife. I'm going to fight that scumbag to the death right now. Lu Qing desperately tried to stop He Jian and shouted, Husband, calm down, you must calm down. He Jian looked very sad. Wife, I would rather die than let you be insulted. Hearing this, Lu Qing was even more moved. She took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I'll go and apologize, so they won't embarrass you. Hearing this, He Jian was delighted, but his face was full of anger. No, I'm a man. I can't watch my wife being insulted by others. Lu Qing hugged He Jian tightly and said with a touching look on her face, Hubby, I know you are doing this for my own good, but if you die, I won't be able to live for a few days. Just think of it as enduring for me, okay? He Jian sighed and remained silent. Lu Qing continued to persuade. Husband, don't worry, my heart will always be with you. Lu Qing persuaded He Jian for a long time before he reluctantly nodded in agreement. Little did they know that all this was just He Jian's performance. He knew Lu Qing's character very well. Coercion and inducement might work, but it was impossible to convince her in just one night. Although I feel a little sorry for my wife, letting her come to my house and offer herself is the safest option. Night. Under He Jian's reluctant gaze, Lu Qing walked out of the door. Hubby, you go to sleep first, no need to wait for me. Lu Qing said sadly. If she falls into that bastard's hands, she might not be able to come back tonight. He Jian nodded without saying anything. The moment the door closed, He Jian's eyes suddenly became extremely cold. Qin Shun, I'll remember today's humiliation. Once I get your gun, I'll torture you to death bit by bit. He Jian said coldly. On the other side, after a knock on the door, Qin Shun opened it. The proud housewife Lu Qing appeared at the door with an embarrassed look on her face. She clutched the edge of her shirt with one hand and pressed the other hand against her chest uneasily, not daring to look Qin Shun in the eye. Coincidentally, the outfit she was wearing today was exactly the same outfit she wore when she came to scold Qin Shun on the day of the end of the world. She wore a white sports vest and sky blue tight jeans, short high heels, and her hair was pinned up with a sharp clip. However, after experiencing the apocalypse for a few days, she had no time to put on makeup and looked much more haggard. More importantly, her attitude was completely different from what it was a few days ago. Hey, isn't this Mrs. Liu? Why are you looking for a stinky delivery guy like me? Qin Shun held Su Weiwei in his arms and asked with a teasing look on his face. Lu Qing knew that Qin Shun was deliberately humiliating her, but at the moment, she could not resist. Scum! Lu Qing cursed angrily. He Jian was willing to send such a beautiful wife to me. I would like to call him the most generous man. Qin Shun laughed. Chapter 13, I'm a good judge of people. Looking at Lu Qing's tearful eyes, Qin Shun suddenly had an idea in his mind, and a wicked smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Mrs. Liu, I'm suddenly interested. Do you want to make a bet? Lu Qing looked at Qin Shun in confusion, not knowing how else he would torture her. She choked up and asked, What bet? Qin Shun said mysteriously, Let's bet that even if I don't touch you today, your husband will no longer trust you. When Lu Qing heard the first half of the sentence, don't touch her, she was afraid that Qin Shun had come up with some evil way to insult her. But after hearing the second half of the sentence, she suddenly became excited. He Jian had such a good relationship with her that he was even willing to die to protect her innocence. It was only after she persuaded him for a long time that He Jian reluctantly agreed to let her come. If Qin Shun didn't touch her, He Jian would be so happy that he wouldn't be able to change his mind. Are you sure? There was already a hint of contempt in Lu Qing's tone. This stinky delivery guy must have never been in love in his life and doesn't understand true love. What do you want to bet on? Lu Qing asked again. If you win, you'll escape today, but if you lose, you have to agree to one condition of mine. How about that? Lu Qing nodded immediately. Okay. Next door. Lying in bed, unable to fall asleep, He Jian clenched his fists and punched the wall. Humiliation. It's so fucking humiliating. He wished he could eat Qin Shen's flesh and drink Qin Shen's blood. The special noise kept He Jian almost sleepless all night. But only 2 hours later, there was a knock on the door. After opening the door, Lu Qing, with tears on her face, opened her arms. Husband. Lu Qing felt very aggrieved. When she saw He Jian, she burst into tears out of humiliation. But He Jian dodged to the side and avoided Lu Qing's hug. Lu Qing looked at He Jian with confusion. He Jian explained with an unnatural look. You are very tired. Take a rest first. Lu Qing instantly understood what He Jian was avoiding and quickly explained. Hubby, don't worry. That stinky delivery guy didn't touch me at all last night. I'm clean. He Jian was stunned at first, then pretended to be calm and comforted her. Wife, it's okay. I know you sacrificed yourself for me. No matter what happens, I don't care. Lu Qing became even more anxious after hearing this. Husband, listen to me. He really didn't touch me. But this movement immediately affected the injuries on his body, and he couldn't help but reveal a look of pain. Seeing this scene, He Jian's eyes turned red. This is called no touch. That stinky delivery man didn't treat Lu Qing as a human being at all. He Jian said impatiently. I know, he didn't touch you, okay. He Jian pushed open the door and said, Xiaolong said he has a meeting today, so I'll go over first. With a bang, the security door was slammed shut. Lu Qing was stunned, not knowing how she had offended He Jian. But she had been tortured all night and was now tired and sleepy. After moving to the bed with difficulty, she threw herself on it and fell into a deep sleep. At the same time, at Qin Shin's house next door, Su Weiwei asked curiously, "Master, I won last night. How are you going to punish Lu Qing?" "Of course it's adding fuel to the fire," Qin Shin said with a smile. He took out his cell phone and sent a friend request to He Jian. A few minutes later, the application was approved. Qin Shin smiled mysteriously and sent a message. "From now on, we can be considered as fellow travelers. Let's communicate more when we have time." After seeing the content of the message, Su Weiwei couldn't help but cover her mouth, fearing that she would laugh. Qin Shin's move was really mean. I'm afraid it's hard to explain why Lu has 8 mouths on his body. "Master, if He Jian really doesn't care about these things, then you didn't do anything last night. Wouldn't you have suffered a loss?" Su Weiwei asked curiously. Qin Shin smiled calmly. "When I was a delivery man, I met thousands of people. I will definitely not make a mistake in judging who He Jian is. That He Jian is very suspicious. Just wait. In a couple of days, Lu Qing will come looking for him herself." While Su Weiwei was lost in thought, Qin Shin patted her head and said, "What are you thinking about? Take out your phone. I'll study the floor plan that Qiao Long made." Chapter 14, Let Your Wife Sacrifice. Qin Shin could clearly feel that the atmosphere in the community had become increasingly tense in recent days. The community is now like a big powder keg, which will explode as soon as a spark is thrown in. Property Center. He Jian tightly grasped the phone and gritted his teeth. That stinky delivery guy really gave his wife to. "Qin Shin, I swear to kill you." He Jian roared in his heart. At this time, Qiao Long knocked on the table, attracting everyone's attention. "I'm very satisfied with the results of these 2 days of training. Everyone has grown and gained experience," Qiao Long concluded. During these 2 days, they robbed more than 40 households and almost doubled the supplies they had. Many people took action, and some even lost their lives. "Brother Long, when are we going to continue looting? I see many people still have supplies at home," someone asked excitedly. "Only half of the materials obtained through robbery need to be handed over, and the rest can be distributed freely. They have been having a much better time these past 2 days than before, and many of them are looking forward to the next round of robbery. No rush. The reason I targeted the elderly and women is that I don't want to push those capable men too hard. If they become desperate and join other factions, it won't be a good thing for us." Today at noon, our 3 major forces will hold their first meeting to discuss a plan to deal with Pengyu. Once we take over the supermarkets, no one will have to worry about supplies for at least 6 months. Upon hearing the news, everyone cheered. If you can just lie down and have food and drink, who would be willing to take the risk of robbing? Lying flat is the true meaning. After the meeting, Qiao Long kept He Jian. "What's going on with Qin Shin? If we really can't get a gun, is it possible to win him over to our side?" Qiao Long asked. Qin Shin has a gun in his hand, which is a great help to any force. At the critical moment, he may be able to turn the tide and change the situation. The war is imminent, and if you really can't get a gun, it would be a wise choice to win over Qin Shin. When Qin Shun was mentioned, He Jian gnashed his teeth in hatred. "Let him join us. Brother Long, that guy tortured my wife all night and almost crippled her. I wish I could torture him to death. If he joins us, how can I put my face aside?" He Jian said sadly and angrily. Qiao Long chuckled and patted He Jian on the shoulder to comfort him. "Brother He, what did I say yesterday? Those who achieve great things don't pay attention to trivial matters. Since he's hiding at home, and it's inconvenient for us to take his gun, why not trick him out? Once he's here, we won't have to worry about finding an opportunity to deal with him. Well, I'm in charge. As long as you can trick that guy into coming here and get the gun from him, not only will he be yours to deal with, but the model next to him will also be yours. You can also choose 3 women from your choice later." "How do you say that?" Seeing He Jian's tangled expression, Qiao Long continued to persuade him. "Brother He, think about it. Your wife has already been played by others. If that's the case, then why are you still guarding her? Which powerful man doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Besides, the model next to Qin Shin is no less beautiful than your wife. Are you not tempted at all?" Thinking of Su Weiwei's hot body and that maid outfit, He Jian swallowed his saliva and finally made up his mind. "Brother Long, I've thought it through. You're right. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. That kid is very cunning. He won't take the bait unless you put some bait. I'll go back and persuade my wife to make some sacrifices and lure that guy over to our place. As long as he joins, there will be no shortage of opportunities to attack him. Once I snatch his gun, I'll kill him myself." He Jian gritted his teeth. Qiao Long was overjoyed. "Great. As expected of Brother He, you are indeed courageous. I'll be waiting for your good news." Looking at He Jian's hurriedly leaving figure, Qiao Long curled his lips into a sneer. He had long had ideas about He Jian's wife, but he didn't expect Qin Shin to appear halfway. But right now, the gun is more important, so I can only let that kid enjoy it for 2 days. Once you get a gun, what woman can't you play with? Noon. Qiao Long, Liong Yian, and Zhou Feng started a video call. In Qiao Long's eyes, the two men's forces are referred to as the Big Knife Team and the Explosive Gang respectively. Hello, bosses. It looks like everyone has been doing pretty well these past few days. Qiao Long greeted with a smile. The two men each controlled a building, each with hundreds of households. I heard that both of them forcibly gathered the people and supplies in the building and managed them under a unified management. As the eldest brothers, they naturally had no shortage of food and drink. Qiao Long, a few days ago you stole supplies from an empty room, but starting yesterday, your people have been robbing and killing people, committing all sorts of evil. Isn't that a bit too much? Liong Yian said disdainfully. Yes, our opponent is Peng Yu. Attacking an ordinary person is indeed a bit excessive. Zhou Feng also said with a frown. Qiao Long smiled faintly. I am different from the two bosses. I don't have any special skills, and I have dozens of people under me. I am really short of supplies. In order to save my life, I can only resort to this last resort. Instead of attacking me, why not figure out how to deal with Peng Yu first? I heard he's been recruiting troops and sharpening his sword these days. After hearing Qiao Long's words, their expressions became serious. Since the day he kidnapped someone in the trading market, Peng Yu suddenly kept a low profile. They only heard that Peng Yu had been recruiting people to do work, but they didn't know what the other party was doing specifically. Two bosses, I suggest that we exchange information. To deal with Peng Yu, the three of us must cooperate, otherwise we will never be his match. Qiao Long said. Liong Yian nodded. I have a total of 23 combatants that I can mobilize. They've learned some basic sword techniques these days, so they can handle 2 ordinary people at once. We also have 2 archers who can provide long-range support. Zhou Feng said. I have successfully developed explosives here. Zhou Feng held up a firecracker-style explosive and explained. It's filled with steel balls and iron scraps, and its lethality is comparable to official grenades. I have 2 boxes of this explosive. As for the number of people who can participate in the battle, there are about 15. Listening to the 2 people's introductions, Qiao Long was secretly shocked. These 2 forces have been low-key and have developed to such a state. Especially Zhou Feng, those were hot weapons, 2 boxes of grenades, enough to send the entire property center into the sky. I have a total of 40 people here, all armed with homemade weapons, and have a certain level of combat effectiveness. As for other things, if they attack the supermarket, I can cut off the power supply in advance. Even if they have a generator, it will take a while for the power to be restored. Not only that, I also have cameras inside the supermarket that can provide you with some information about Peng Yu. Upon hearing this, Liong Yian and Zhou Feng were suddenly shocked. How could you possibly have a camera inside the supermarket? Liong Yian asked with a frown. Supermarkets and property management are 2 different systems, and property management has no right to install surveillance cameras in supermarkets. We have programmers here who hacked into the other party's surveillance system. But that's not important. What's important is that the number of Peng Yu's men has exceeded 80 and is even increasing. This group of people eat and sleep in the supermarket, and all the weapons they hold are long weapons. As for Peng Yu, he's extremely cunning. The supermarket kitchen is connected to Building 1, so he could escape at any time. Furthermore, all the surveillance cameras inside Building 1 have been destroyed, and the information inside is unknown. Qiao Long said lightly. There are all kinds of knives in the supermarket. By tying them together with brooms, clotheslines, and other sticks, they can be combined into simple spears. This greatly improves combat effectiveness in hand-to-hand combat. As the saying goes, an inch longer is an inch stronger. This was the idea that the Qi family army used to deal with the Japanese pirates. They used wolf whip spears to deal with Japanese swords, and even achieved 0 casualties, which was extremely exaggerated. If this group of rabble engages in hand-to-hand combat with the enemy, their fate will probably not be much better than that of the Japanese pirates. So, we can't just attack with force, we have to outsmart them. Qiao Long said in a deep voice. Chapter 15. You said there was nothing wrong with him. Do you think I'm blind? Oh, Boss Qiao has a plan. Liong Yian said lightly. Yes, I realize that the enemy is probably afraid that we will attack from the underground parking lot, so they have deployed their main forces in the passage between the supermarket and Building 1. My plan is to exit through the main entrance of Unit 1, Building 3, use the explosives in Boss Zhou's hand to blow open the supermarket's security door, and then charge and head on. Qiao Long said. Liong Yian and Zhou Feng were both shocked when they heard this plan. What? Fight your way in through the main gate. There are monsters everywhere outside. Zhou Feng shook his head, obviously disapproving of Qiao Long's plan. Boss Zhou, since Boss Qiao said that, he must have a reason. Let's listen to his reasons first. Liong Yian advised. Qiao Long chuckled. These past few days, I've been observing the situation outside through the community surveillance. Although these mutated monsters are aggressive towards humans, for some reason, they have never entered human residences, and the number of monsters around the building is extremely small. The gate of Unit 1, Building 3, is only about 30 meters away from the main entrance of the supermarket. There's a concrete road in between, and there's no obstruction. If you're quick, you can run there in 5 or 6 seconds. My dear bosses, wealth and honor are achieved through risk. I can lead the charge when the time comes. Is this sincerity enough? After hearing Qiao Long's words, Liong Yian and Zhou Feng fell into deep thought. I need to discuss it with my brothers and give you an answer later. Liong Yian said, Yes, your plan is indeed a bit beyond my expectation. I will go back and calculate the possibility and then reply to you. Zhou Feng also said, After all, it involves life and death, and both of them are extremely cautious. No problem, wait for the news from the two bosses. Qiao Long nodded and hung up the video. Xiao Wei, a loyal younger brother, asked doubtfully, Brother Long, we clearly have 59 people. If we only report 40, won't that arouse their suspicion? Qiao Long snorted coldly. Do you think they are all so honest and report their full strength? Don't think that the three of us are having fun together now. After we eliminate Peng Yu, the three forces will instantly become mortal enemies. Then it will become a three-way fight. By the way, how's the gasoline collection going? Xiao Wei replied. We have too few people, so the progress is a bit slow. We've only got 2 large buckets so far. Qiao Long said calmly. This is our trump card. Those people haven't realized there's gasoline in the underground parking lot, so we've got a bargain. However, this can only be done by trusted confidants. We can't make a big fuss about it. Xiao Wei nodded and said seriously, I understand, Brother Long. I will keep an eye on it myself. The first meeting of the 3 major forces came to an end. At this time, He Jian had already returned home. Husband. As soon as He Jian entered the door, Lu Qing threw herself into his arms. He Jian gently pushed Lu Qing away and said coldly, Wife, please sit down first. I want to discuss something with you. Lu Qing sat down hesitantly and looked at He Jian puzzledly. Wife, there is something that requires you to sacrifice. I need you to persuade Qinshin to join Qiao Long's forces. He Jian said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Lu Qing became even more confused. Husband, don't you have a grudge against that stinky delivery guy? He even killed one of your people. Shouldn't you be looking for revenge on him? Why are you recruiting him? He Jian said calmly. He has a gun in his hand, so we won't be able to kill him in a short time. But if he can join us, it will greatly enhance our strength. Lu Qing said with an unpleasant expression. Then it should be Qiao Long who should go and talk to him. What role can a woman like me play? At this point, Lu Qing suddenly understood what He Jian meant, and her eyes widened in disbelief. You mean for me to go? Lu Qing covered her mouth and didn't dare to think any further. That's right. If you come forward and pay a small price, you will most likely convince him. He Jian said calmly. Lu Qing turned pale with fear and quickly hugged He Jian's arm and begged. Hubby, I really didn't have anything to do with that delivery man. He didn't touch me at all yesterday. Bang. He Jian slapped Lu Qing directly, knocking her unconscious. You have nothing to do with him. Do you think I will believe it? He Jian roared as if he was crazy. Lu Qing cried and explained. Hubby, it's not what you said. It's not. But He Jian didn't bother to listen to Lu Qing's explanation. He pushed her away and said disdainfully, Since it has already happened, what does it matter if it happens twice more? Did I ever say I dislike you? I've been working hard outside these days, and you've been living off the fat of the land at home. Now that I've asked you to make a small contribution, you're going to kill yourself? Lu Qing, I'm telling you, if you don't go accompany him today, my time with Qiao Long will be over, and then I'll be the first one to kill you. At this moment, He Jian was like a wounded beast, bloodthirsty and crazy. Lu Qing was so frightened by his appearance that she dared not move, and her tears stopped. Seeing this, He Jian strode into the bedroom, took out a pile of bottles and jars and several sets of clothes, and threw them on Lu Qing. Put on some makeup, wear some nice clothes, and go over to him right now. Don't force me to do anything. He Jian snorted coldly and strode out of the house. Lu Qing wanted to cry, but had no tears. Qinshin clearly didn't touch her, so why didn't He Jian believe it? After crying for a long time, she finally held back her tears, put on some rough makeup, changed her clothes, and went out. He Jian's meaning just now was very clear. If she couldn't persuade Qinshin to join Qiao Long and his forces, she would also be implicated and even lose her life. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on Qin Shen's door. Qin Shen was enjoying seafood hot pot with Su Weiwei. When he heard a knock on the door, he frowned. Master, is it possible that someone is here to rob again? Su Weiwei asked worriedly. There shouldn't be that many people who are impatient with life, right? Last time someone was shot and killed at the door, anyone with a little bit of common sense probably wouldn't dare to come and cause trouble again. Qin Shen flipped his hand, and a black Glock appeared instantly. Go open the door. Qin Shen ordered. Su Weiwei opened the door carefully, and when she saw Lu Qing feeling uneasy outside, she immediately covered her mouth in surprise. Master, it's Lu Qing. Lu Qing, looking pitiful and tearful, stood at the door, not daring to look Qin Shen in the eye. Chapter 16. What was the original bet? Did she just cry? I remember Madame Lu was very arrogant and usually didn't look anyone in the eye. What could be so worthy of Madame Lu's tears? Qin Shen teased. He did guess that Lu Qing would be wronged after returning, but he did not expect that Lu Qing would come back to him so soon. Lu Qing honestly repeated what He Jian said. She knew that without a suitable reason, Qin Shen would never trust her. Of course, the matter of tricking Qin Shen into joining and then finding an opportunity to kill people and steal guns was highly confidential, and Lu Qing was completely unaware of it. In her eyes, it was simply a way to recruit Qin Shen to join at her expense. Qin Shen was slightly surprised when he heard that Qiao Long was planning to recruit him. I just slapped them in the face, and they put aside their pride and invited me to join, even paying such a huge price as He Jian's wife? There must be something fishy going on. So, your husband agrees too? Qin Shen touched Lu Qing's face. It seems he doesn't care about you that much. Hearing this, Lu Qing closed her eyes sadly. It was indeed as Qin Shen said. He Jian's attitude changed after she lost her virginity. Not only did he force her to accompany Qin Shen, he even said that since Qin Shen had played with her before, it would make no difference if he played with her twice more. So, did I win the bet we made? By the way, what was the bet? Qin Shen asked deliberately. Lu Qing closed her eyes and didn't answer. Su Weiwei beside her quickly said, I remember you said at the time that if Madame Lu lost, you would agree to one of your conditions. Qin smiled and looked at Lu Qing. How about you stay here? But it's not that easy to stay with me. First of all, you have to offer your loyalty. More than an hour later, Su Weiwei brought Lu Qing to the bathroom. Su Weiwei picked up the shower head and adjusted the water temperature. Lu Qing felt that she had no strength left in her body and could only let Su Weiwei use water to rinse her body. You are a little older than me, so I will call you Sister Qing. Sister Qing, please stay here from now on. Although the master is a little strong, he is definitely much better than those men outside. Su Weiwei couldn't help but persuade. At the beginning, she did have an average impression of Lu Qing and even had a slight hostility towards him. But after hearing her experience, Su Weiwei immediately felt sympathy for her. It's better to follow Qin Shen than to meet a bastard like He Jian. Lu Qing didn't know how to answer. Indeed, she had heard a little about what happened to women who had no one to protect them. For a piece of bread and a sip of water, he would go to bed with someone. Someone even broke into his home, stole all his supplies, and tortured him to death. Before, she was grateful for He Jian's protection. Not only did she not have to worry about her safety, but she also had enough food and drink. But unexpectedly, for the so-called future that He Jian mentioned, he actually asked her to accompany this stinky delivery man. If I go back, will I still have to accompany other men? Seeing Lu Qing's silence, Su Weiwei was delighted and immediately stepped up her attack. Sister Qing, think about it. When you go back, He Jian will definitely not be very kind to you, and he may even ask you to accompany other men. As for following the master, as long as we serve him and make him happy, we don't have to worry about food, drink, or safety. Sister Qing, you're a smart person. I'll give you some time to think it over. I'm sure you'll figure it out. After saying that, Su Weiwei got up and left the bathroom. Outside the bathroom, Qin Shen was standing at the door. Su Weiwei immediately hugged Qin Shen's arm. Master, I have told Sister Qing everything you taught me just now. She will definitely know what to choose. Qin Shen patted Su Weiwei's head as if rewarding her. What you just said to Lu Qing, did you really mean it? Su Weiwei said obediently. Of course. Qin Shen chuckled, touched Su Weiwei's face, and changed the subject. If I remember correctly, you still have a boyfriend, right? You haven't contacted him in the past few days? Hearing this, Su Weiwei's face suddenly turned pale. After coming to Qin Shen, she has been trying hard to play the role of an obedient and well-behaved pet. But when it was late at night and everyone was asleep, after making sure Qin Shen was asleep, she would secretly take out her cell phone from under the mattress and contact her boyfriend Du Xia. She lied to Du Xia and said that she had received help from a kind-hearted person and had no shortage of food and drink these days. However, the community's network was affected, and the signal was only available occasionally at night. Du Xia had no doubts and promised solemnly that he would come to pick her up in a few days. Now she just wanted to pretend to please Qin Shun, and then wait for her boyfriend to come and save her like the Monkey King riding on a colorful cloud, and completely forget this humiliating memory. But maybe there was a mistake somewhere. Qin Shun seemed to have noticed something. No, I've lost contact with him. Su Weiwei pretended to be calm and forced a smile. Qin Shun chuckled. Really? Then how about we play a little game of hide and seek? As he spoke, Qin Shun came to Su Weiwei's room and started rummaging around. Seeing Qin Shun's actions, Su Weiwei was so scared that her pretty face turned pale and her body trembled uncontrollably. Master, what are you looking for? Su Weiwei asked tremblingly. Qin Shun ignored Su Weiwei. After searching the cabinet, he seemed to have thought of something. He pulled back the quilt and reached under the mattress. He touched it casually and took out a mobile phone. Your hiding skills aren't that good. It's too easy. Qin Shun looked at the phone and smiled. Come on, unlock the phone and let me see. The Bluetooth function of Su Weiwei's mobile phone was not turned off. Qin Shun had discovered that she had secretly hidden the phone a long time ago, but he only pointed it out now. Hearing Qin Shun's words, Su Weiwei quickly begged for mercy. Master, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I just sent a few messages to Du Xia these past 2 days. I didn't do anything else. She had already seen Qin Shun's methods before. He killed people without blinking an eye. Now that he knows that I'm still secretly in contact with my boyfriend, I can't imagine what will happen to me. Qin Shun chuckled and unlocked his phone using facial recognition. Oh, that's a good note. Opening the chat software, Qin Shun couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 17, A Special Gift. Dear husband, Qin Shun pointed at the chat box that Su Weiwei had pinned to the top and laughed. It seems like you and your boyfriend have a pretty good relationship. I'll delete him now. From now on, I only have one identity, your pet. Su Weiwei was still begging in fear. Qin Shun casually flipped through the chat history between the two. We really didn't say much. Basically, we just checked in with each other and expressed our longing for each other. However, something Du Xia said during their conversation aroused Qin Shun's interest. We may have found a way to deal with the monsters. Once we verify it, we can come and pick you up. These are Du Xia's original words. But at that time, Su Weiwei only wanted Du Xia to come and pick her up quickly and didn't care about the first half of the sentence at all. Qin Shun threw the phone to Su Weiwei and said, Ask your boyfriend how to deal with monsters. Su Weiwei held the phone, wiped the tears from her face, and carefully recorded a voice message. But before it could be sent out, it was revoked by Qin Shun. Qin Shun pinched Su Weiwei's cheek and sneered. How can you be so depressed when sending a voice message to your boyfriend? Smile? Yes. Think about the happiness when you were in love, and be sweeter. Su Weiwei adjusted her state for a long time before sending a voice message that satisfied Qin Shun. Not long after, Du Xia sent several messages in succession. The first few messages were all nonsense expressing concern for Su Weiwei's safety, but the last explanation made Qin Shun fall into deep thought. We're stuck in a nightclub right now. A few days ago, a waiter got so hungry he ran outside to look for something to eat and ended up picking a fruit from a tree. After eating it right in front of us, this person actually mutated. Although his appearance didn't change much, his strength became astonishingly great. He could punch through a concrete wall and lift a car with ease. We're trying to get 2 more fruits these past 2 days to see if this mutation is controllable. You can keep an eye on it if you get a chance. As he spoke, Du Xia also sent a photo. The fruit in the photo is what he was talking about. It is about the same size and shape as a ginkgo, light yellow in color, and looks like it has just ripened. The fruit of a mutated plant can actually cause people to mutate after eating it. Qin Shun felt that he had accidentally discovered a huge secret, a secret that could even affect the future of mankind. If he had the chance, he would try to find this kind of fruit. How are you going to reward me for helping me uncover such a big secret from your boyfriend? At this time, the bathroom door opened and Lu Qing walked out slowly. Seeing this scene, Lu Qing was also shocked. What is this? Lu Qing's face was full of confusion. Qin Shun ignored Lu Qing's question and asked directly, Have you thought about the choice for you? Lu Qing's eyes flickered, and she finally bit her lip and whispered, I want to stay here. What He Jian had done in the past 2 days had really disappointed her to the extreme. The first time, Qin Shun clearly didn't touch her, but He Jian said he didn't believe anything he said, and his attitude towards her plummeted. In order to climb up the ladder, he even forced her to serve Qin Shun. What completely broke her was what Su Weiwei had just said. To stay here, you only need to please Qin Shun. But if I go back, I'm afraid there will be more than 1 or 2 men who need to serve me. Qin Shen sat on the sofa and said calmly, have you figured it out? Lu Qing nodded. Since He Jian is using me as a tool to climb the ladder, there's no need for me to continue following him. I also have to think about my future. Qin Shen looked at Lu Qing and smiled faintly. Then how to show loyalty? You should understand. Lu Qing bit her lip, then nodded slightly and tied her hair up. After a moment, Qin Shen took out his cell phone and called Qiao Long. Boss Qiao, thank you for the gift. I am very satisfied. Qin Shen said with a smile. Haha. Qiao Long's hearty laughter suddenly came from the other end of the phone. There was a misunderstanding with Brother Qin before. This is our sincerity. As long as Brother Qin is satisfied, that's all. In the next 2 days, our 3 major forces are preparing to attack the supermarket and divide up the supplies. How about it, Brother Qin? Are you interested in joining us? Qin Shen tapped his fingers on the armrest of the sofa. After thinking for a while, he said calmly, no problem. Once the attack plan is finalized, contact me in advance, and I will go there. By the way, Boss Qiao, Mrs. Lu has performed well. I'm very satisfied. I wonder if she can stay with me. Qin Shen glanced at Lu Qing and said casually, this stinky delivery guy really knows how to have fun. Qiao Long complained in his heart, but quickly agreed on He Jian's behalf. No problem. Since Brother Qin likes her, I'll let her stay there. Qin Shen smiled and said, Boss Qiao, words alone are not enough to prove this. Let He Jian write a certificate. Okay, then I'll have someone send it over later. Qiao Long agreed straightforwardly. After hanging up the phone, Qiao Long looked at He Jian beside him with some sympathy. This guy is so miserable. He has been cuckolded several times, and now he even lost his wife. Brother Long, what does the delivery guy want from you? He Jian asked with a complicated expression. Chapter 18. From today on, my husband and I are no longer connected. Bang. He Jian slammed the table and stood up angrily. Damn it. If I don't kill this bastard, I won't be a human being. He Jian roared. Qiao Long patted He Jian's shoulder sympathetically and said comfortingly, forget it, brother He. As the saying goes, there are always beautiful women in the world. It's just a woman. There's no need to be so angry. Once we take over the supermarket and steal that guy's gun, what kind of woman can we want? The muscles on He Jian's face twitched. She's not your fucking wife, so of course you're generous. But he still had to rely on Qiao Long and didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. That's what Long Ge said. He Jian said coldly. But Qiao Long immediately said, there's another thing. That guy wants to keep your wife with him and wants you to write a certificate. Look. He Jian's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Is he trying to get ahead of me? Qiao Long quickly comforted him. Brother He, don't worry. Think about it. It's already like this. What's the big deal about writing a receipt, right? These things are just external possessions. When the time comes and we find an opportunity, we have plenty of ways to slowly torture him to death. Qiao Long comforted He Jian for a long time and promised him a lot of benefits before coaxing him to write a certificate. After Qiao Long got it, he immediately sent someone to deliver it to Qin Shen. From today on, I will sever all ties with Lu Qing and take her away. Qin Shen took the certificate in his hand and read it aloud in front of Lu Qing. You know what? He Jian can really write. He wrote 200 or 300 words in a very eloquent manner. He first denounced Lu Qing for being lazy and gluttonous, then accused her of being unfaithful, and the insulting words he used were all different. Finally, he got to the point and said that he didn't want Lu Qing anymore and wanted to give her to Qin Shen. From now on, you'll sleep in the bedroom next to Su Weiwei's. As for this voucher, frame it and hang it on the wall. Read it aloud every morning. Do you understand? Qin Shen said lightly. Lu Qing had a blank expression on her face, and no one knew what she was thinking. I understand, master. Midnight. Lu Qing gently pushed open the bedroom door and walked out quietly. Sister Qing, what are you doing? Su Weiwei looked at Lu Qing with a puzzled look. Lu Qing said calmly, if it weren't for what you said today, I wouldn't have made up my mind to stay here. We are all in the same boat now, so we should help each other. But I still want to advise you to try not to contact your boyfriend in the future. All men are the same. He Jian is a warning to your boyfriend. Just be a pet, and maybe you can live longer. After saying that, without waiting for Su Weiwei's response, Lu Qing turned around and went back to the bedroom. Early the next morning, Qin Shen was woken up by Lu Qing. This woman is quite obedient. When I asked her to read aloud, her voice was quite loud. After bringing Lu Qing to the living room, Qin Shen took out a set of clothes and threw it to her without giving her a chance to choose. The top is a V-neck white shirt paired with a gray slim-fit suit. The lower body is a hip-hugging skirt, and the shoes are classic red-bottomed black high heels. After Lu Qing changed her clothes in front of Qin Shen with a shy look on her face, Qin Shen held his chin and pondered for a moment. Finally, his eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something, and he took out a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and threw them to Lu Qing. That's just right, Qinshin said with satisfaction. With long wavy black hair, a tall figure, a professional outfit, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses that add the finishing touch, she is definitely a personal secretary. Lu Qing's temperament is a perfect match for this role. She gives off a feeling of disdain for everyone and only submitting to him. Qin Shun waved his hand and took out 2 pairs of binoculars and handed them to the 2 of them. From now on, your 2 tasks are to search the forest for the fruits of the mutant plants. Whoever finds the fruit will receive a generous reward. If you can't find it, Qin Shun smiled evilly. Du Xia said that someone successfully mutated and evolved after eating the fruit of a mutant plant. This should be true. After all, he had no motive to deceive Su Weiwei. He must take the initiative while several forces in the community have not noticed this matter. While Qin Shun was leading the 2 women to search for plant fruits with a telescope, Chao Long from the property center also received replies from the 2 major forces. Both men agreed to participate in the general attack on the supermarket and have persuaded their men. Chao Long was not surprised by this result at all. After all, these people don't have many resources, and they will run out of food in half a month at most. By then it will be too late to attack the supermarket. Okay, since both bosses agree, then let's set the attack time at noon tomorrow. Most insects and wild animals hide during the day and come out at night. It would be safer to attack us during the day. However, please keep the specific attack plan confidential. If there is a traitor, we will be in danger. Chao Long said. Okay, I'll listen to Boss Chao. Both of them responded. Building 8, Zhou Feng's home. Zhou Feng's family is a family of 4. Zhou Feng, his wife Su Yu, a son in high school, and a 4-year-old daughter. Zhou Feng came from an ordinary family, and after graduation, he only found a job as a middle school chemistry teacher. Logically speaking, even if you work for your entire life, you won't be able to buy a toilet in the bustling area of Guangzhou. But his experience was very exciting, and the novel reflected reality, staging a drama in which a rich lady fell in love with a poor boy. After the 2 got married, at Su Yu's constant pleading, Su Yu's family bought the house in full and used it as their wedding house. More than 10 years after marriage, the 2 are still as loving as ever and have 2 children. Zhou Feng was grateful for Su Yu's efforts over the years and let his son take his mother's surname, Su. But even so, Su Yu's parents never accepted Zhou Feng. The old couple originally lived upstairs in Zhou Feng's house. After the end of the world came, they were taken in by Su Yu to live together at her home. Night. Zhou Feng fried 2 dishes with the few remaining vegetables. While asking Su Yu to stop the 2 children from eating secretly, he went to the bedroom and invited the 2 old people to the table. At the dining table, Old Man Su and Old Lady Su's faces suddenly fell when they saw the dinner. Zhou Feng, what are you cooking? Stir-fried pumpkin with tomatoes and potatoes with cabbage. Isn't this pig food? Is this all you're feeding us? We old people are most afraid of calcium and protein deficiency. Hurry up and get us some meat. The 2 of them spoke in unison with dark faces. Dad, Mom, we've run out of food. It's really hard for Zhou Feng to get us these dishes. Please stop talking. Su Yu advised from the side. Old Lady Su snorted disdainfully. He can't get meat because he's incompetent. Why haven't I heard of other families running out of food? A few days ago, the owner of the fresh produce supermarket was looking for help. I suggested I ask Zhou Feng to go over and do odd jobs for them. Maybe he could earn some meat. But he didn't listen. Old Man Su echoed. Exactly. The supermarket owner has so much food, but he didn't join the crowd and insisted on forming his own team. In the end, what benefit did he get? He made us eat pig food every day, without even a trace of meat. Chapter 19, Where is the explosive hidden? Seeing that the dinner party turned into a criticism meeting, Zhou Feng couldn't help but defend himself. Dad, Mom, it's not that I don't want to hang out with Peng Yu from the fresh food supermarket. It's that he had bad intentions from the beginning. When the apocalypse first arrived, he drove out everyone hiding in the supermarket, killing many people. Later, he controlled the supplies and secretly recruited soldiers. Men can work as laborers for them, but women can only sell their bodies. From what I've heard, there are over 20 women who have become their toys. If we weren't holding him back, he would have done something even more outrageous. Old people like you, or children like my son and daughter, are of no value to him. I'm afraid they will be abandoned by him. It is for you that I cannot compromise with him. Su Yu nodded. Yes, although our building has less supplies, Zhou Feng has gathered everyone together and managed the supplies in a unified way. So far, no one is starved to death. Mom and Dad, you don't know how difficult it is to get some food now. Let's eat first, and don't talk about Zhou Feng. After hearing what the 2 said, Old Man Su and Old Lady Su's expressions became even uglier. That's all nonsense. I don't bother to listen. I just know that you're not giving me meat to eat now because you want to kill us both on purpose and get rid of 2 more burdens. Old Mrs. Su snorted coldly. Old Man Su pushed 2 dishes in front of him and pointed at Zhou Feng, saying, "What are you still standing there for? Go get something to eat. If you can't get anything, don't come back." Just when the stalemate was happening, the walkie-talkie in Zhou Feng's hand rang. "Brother Feng, Liong Yian from Building 4 is here with some people. He said he wants to see you." Hearing this, Zhou Feng frowned immediately. To prevent sneak attacks, the passage between the underground parking lot and the building has been blocked. The young man who just spoke was the one he arranged to guard there. Although the 3 forces have formed an alliance, Liong Yian's sudden visit still made him feel something was wrong. "Give the intercom to Liong Yian," Zhou Feng said. After a while, Liong Yian's voice came from the intercom. "Brother Feng, this is Liong Yian. I have something to ask you. Please ask your brothers to open the door." Zhou Feng asked doubtfully. "Liong Yian, the attack is tomorrow at noon. Why are you looking for me now? Let's talk about it tomorrow." Liong Yian laughed heartily. "Brother Feng, to be honest, I heard that you guys are short of food, so I came here to bring you some meat. Aren't we going to attack the supermarket tomorrow? How can your people go hungry? I have plenty of food here, so I'll share some with you. Once we take over the supermarket, you won't have to worry about food anymore." After he finished speaking, the young man's voice came from the intercom again. "Brother Feng, they did bring a lot of meat." Zhou Feng frowned, feeling that something was wrong. He was about to refuse, but Old Lady Su and Old Lady Su couldn't help it. When the 2 heard the word meat, their eyes lit up and their mouths watered. Old Man Su didn't know where he got the strength from, and snatched the intercom from Zhou Feng's hand. "Quick, let them in. They are here to deliver food. How can you block them out?" Zhou Feng quickly said, "Dad, we must be on guard against others. We are just temporary allies." Before he could finish his words, Old Lady Su interrupted him disdainfully. "I think you are just petty. What bad intentions could someone have when they deliver meat to your door? But you, on the other hand, have no talent at all and only know how to slander this and that." "Shut up," Zhou Feng sighed. Being delayed by Old Man Su, it's probably too late even if I want to stop him. I can only hope that he has no bad intentions. After a while, Liong Yian brought 7 or 8 people to Zhou Feng's house. These people were burly and strong, and it was obvious that they were martial artists. The leader, Liong Yian, was nearly 2 meters tall, giving off a very oppressive feeling. Several of them had knives on their backs, and the sharp cold light made Zhou Feng's heart tremble. However, Old Lady Su didn't care about these at all. When she saw the more than 10 pounds of meat brought by Liong Yian and others, she immediately went to greet them with shining eyes. "Xiao Liang, right? Oh, thank you for your hard work, bringing me so much meat." As she spoke, Old Lady Su glared at Zhou Feng with disdain. "Unlike some people who can't even get me meat and are still suspicious of this and that, what a waste." Liong Yian was stunned at first, then he smiled unnaturally and said, "Oh, Brother Feng suspects us." Zhou Feng said calmly, "It's nothing. It's just that the decisive battle is tomorrow, and it's a bit unusual for you to come here suddenly tonight." Liong Yian chuckled. "Brother Feng, it's a good thing to be vigilant, but you really misunderstood me." Old Lady Su snorted coldly. "Look at them. Not only are they able to get so much meat, but they are also generous. Learn from them." Zhou Feng was too lazy to pay attention to Old Lady Su and just responded casually, "Brother Feng, the stuff has been delivered, so we'll leave first." As he spoke, Liong Yian ordered his men to put the meat on the table and turned to leave. But at this moment, he asked casually, "By the way, Brother Feng, where did you put the explosives? Will there be any accidents?" Just as old Mrs. Su was about to speak, Zhou Feng grabbed her arm. "What are you doing? Let go." Old Mrs. Su pushed Zhou Feng away and scolded him with a dark face. "Liong Yian, you don't need to worry about the explosives. You should go back early and prepare for tomorrow's attack," Zhou Feng said lightly. But just as he finished speaking, Liong Yian pulled out the long knife from his waist. Swish! The long knife was placed on Zhou Feng's neck with lightning speed. Zhou Feng felt a sharp pain in his neck instantly. The metallic sensation was cold and biting. "You, Liong Yian, what do you want to do?" Zhou Feng's neck veins bulged, and he questioned through gritted teeth. "Brother Feng, let me ask you again, where are your explosives hidden?" Liong Yian asked while raising his chin. In just a blink of an eye, the 4 members of the Zhou family plus the old man Su and his wife were all taken hostage. Zhou Feng was startled, as if he had thought of something. "Are you a traitor?" Liong Yian smiled coldly. "Brother Feng, the lives of your entire family are in my hands now. Shouldn't you answer my questions honestly?" Old Mrs. Su also had a knife at her neck, and her legs went limp with fear. "Xiao Yang, whatever conflict you have with Zhou Feng, You should resolve it with him. We won't care if you want to kill or chop this man up. Just let us go first, okay? Liong Yian scratched his ears and said impatiently, "She's so damn talkative. Tell her to shut up." As soon as she finished speaking, the man holding old lady Su hostage slapped her in the face without hesitation. Several dentures flew out in an instant, blood spurted from the nose, and the man was stunned by the slap. "Mom!" Suyu screamed and struggled desperately, but was grabbed by a man. At this time, the two men who had searched the room came back and shook their heads at Liong Yian, indicating that they did not find any explosives. Liong Yian sneered and signaled someone to press Zhou Feng's palm on the table. "Brother Feng, please don't embarrass me, and I won't embarrass you either. Tell me where the explosives are, and I'll take my men away immediately, okay?" Liong Yian asked. "Fuck you, you traitor." Zhou Feng spat on Liong Yian's face, his eyes full of anger. Liong Yian wiped the dirt off his face with a sneer, then swung his sword and chopped it down. Chapter 20 Massacre. Boom. After a dull sound, Zhou Feng's 4 fingers were broken off at the roots. Blood spurted out instantly, and Zhou Feng couldn't help but cry out in pain. As the saying goes, the 10 fingers are connected to the heart. If 4 fingers are cut off by a sharp weapon, the pain is unimaginable. The two children were frightened by the bloody scene before them and burst into tears. Suyu couldn't help but covered her mouth with tears streaming down her face. "You're a real man," not saying anything. Liong Yin gave Zhou Feng a thumbs up. "But Brother Feng, why are you doing this? Telling the location of the explosives will benefit both you and me, right?" Zhou Feng endured the pain and said with a ferocious face, "Liong Yin, although I don't know what you want to do, I will definitely not help your conspiracy. Kill me if you have the guts." Liong Yin sighed. "Brother Feng, you forced me to do this." As he spoke, he waved to his men and brought Suyu over. "My sister-in-law has given birth to 2 children and still has such a good figure. It's not easy." As soon as he finished speaking, Liong Yin grabbed Suyu's hair fiercely and pressed her head on the table. In front of Suyu were the 4 fingers that Zhou Feng had just chopped off. "Brother Feng, I'll give you one last chance. Will you tell me or not?" Liong Yin asked calmly. "Zhou Feng, tell me quickly, do you want to kill my daughter?" Old man Su shouted angrily. Zhou Feng stared at Suyu, tears welling up in his eyes. "Xiaoyu, I'm sorry. I can't say." Liong Yin waved to his men and said, "Brothers, since Brother Feng is unwilling to speak, then let's not be polite." As he spoke, he grabbed Suyu's hair and grinned. "Sister-in-law, don't blame us. If you want to blame someone, blame Brother Feng for not caring about you. For a little bit of explosives, he didn't even care about your safety." Suyu spat out a mouthful of blood foam, but Liong Yin, who was well prepared, dodged it. Liong Yin smiled coldly. Zhou Feng's left hand nails dug deep into the flesh, causing blood to flow profusely and his teeth to grind. If looks could kill, Liong Yin would have died thousands of times. In the end, Zhou Feng's eyes had become numb, and he even turned a deaf ear to the scolding from Old Man Su and Old Lady Su. "Brother Feng, you really don't care about your sister-in-law at all?" Liong Yin threw the tortured and dying Suyu at Zhou Feng's feet, and then pulled Zhou Feng's 2 children over. "Zhou Feng, where are the explosives?" Liong Yin stared into Zhou Feng's eyes and asked word by word. "I have no idea." Zhou Feng answered mechanically. "How could you not know, Zhou Feng? Tell him now. It's just a little bit of explosives. Is it more important than our lives?" Old Man Su was almost going crazy and shouted loudly. But Zhou Feng remained silent. Swish! A cold light flashed, and the tip of the knife pierced Zhou Feng's son's chest. Zhou Feng's son hadn't reacted yet. He just felt a pain in his chest and subconsciously looked down. Seeing the tip of the knife exposed on his chest, the muscles on his face suddenly twisted, and he slowly raised his head to look at Zhou Feng. "Dad, save me." He stopped talking halfway through. With a thud, Zhou Feng's son's body was thrown to the ground like garbage. "Son." Suyu let out a weak cry, stretched out her hand with difficulty, and touched her son's face with trembling hands. But his son had already died. His lifeless eyes looked into the distance, slowly losing their luster. Liong Yin placed the blood-drenched knife on Zhou Feng's daughter's neck and continued with a sly grin. "Brother Feng, I'll ask again, where are the explosives?" Zhou Feng still answered mechanically, "I don't know." Liong Yin sighed. "Brother Feng, I didn't want to kill anyone, but you forced me to do it." Swish! There was a flash of the knife, and the crying little girl stopped abruptly. Blood spurted from her neck, and she fell down with her eyes wide open. The blood from his daughter's neck splashed all over Zhou Feng's face, and his wooden expression finally seemed to relax. "Daughter." Suyu crawled 2 steps and threw herself on her daughter's body. Half of the daughter's neck was cut off, and her death was extremely tragic. Su Yu hugged her daughter gently and burst into tears. Liong Yian touched the blood on his hand and stepped on Su Yu's back. Brother Feng, really, don't blame me. Swish. The knife stabbed into Su Yu's back and out of her chest. Su Yu's painful gasps sounded like a broken bellows, hoarse and old. After spitting out a mouthful of blood foam from the corner of his mouth, he stopped breathing. Bring those two old men over here too. Liong Yian waved his hand and gave instructions. Old Man Su and Old Lady Su were immediately pulled in front of Liong Yian. Looking at the blood on the ground and the three corpses at their feet, the two men were so scared that their faces turned pale. If he hadn't been pulled by the strong man, he would have knelt down long ago. Don't kill me. Old Mrs. Su bowed and begged for mercy. Every wrong has its perpetrator. If you want to find explosives, you should ask Zhou Feng directly. Please spare us too. Old Man Su pleaded. But Liong Yian didn't bother to pay attention to the two of them and had already raised the knife in his hand. At this moment, Old Lady Su seemed to have thought of something. She suddenly widened her eyes and shouted, Don't kill me. I remember. I know where the explosives are. Hearing this, Liong Yian's face lit up with joy. He quickly put down his knife and asked, Where's the dynamite? Old woman, as long as you tell me where the dynamite is hidden, I will spare your life. Zhou Feng's face changed drastically, and he struggled hard. Mom, I can't tell you. If the explosives are gone, everyone will die. Liong Yian waved his hand, and his two men quickly found a piece of rag and stuffed it into Zhou Feng's mouth. Xiao Yang, if I tell you where the explosives are, will you really let us go? Old Mrs. Su asked cautiously. Liong Yian raised 3 fingers of his right hand with a serious expression and said, I swear, if you tell me where the explosives are, I won't touch a hair on your head. Old Mrs. Su's expression lit up with joy, and she quickly said, Last time, I seemed to hear Zhou Feng and my daughter say that he hid the explosives in the water tank on the roof. Upon hearing this, Liong Yian immediately winked at his men, who understood and hurried out. Not long after, several men came back carrying 3 wooden boxes, looking excited. Brother Yan, we found it. There are 3 boxes of explosives in total. They should all be here. Seeing the wooden boxes in the hands of several people, Zhou Feng closed his eyes in despair. It's over, it's all over. Zhou Feng muttered to himself. What's over? Xiao Yang is a man of his word. He said he would let us go, and he definitely won't kill us. If you hadn't been so stubborn, would my daughter, grandson, and granddaughter have died? It's all your fault. Old Mrs. Su said loudly. Zhou Feng smiled contemptuously and slowly closed his eyes. The next moment, a knife tip pierced through his chest. Old Mrs. Su was startled and was about to speak when she felt a sharp pain in the back of her chest. She slowly lowered her head and saw that her chest had been pierced by a long knife, and blood was dripping from the tip of the knife. Why? Old Mrs. Su asked with difficulty, her face full of disbelief. Liong Yian spread his hands and said, I said I won't kill you, but I didn't say I won't let anyone else kill you. By the way, old woman, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, it would have been really hard for us to get in today. Old Mrs. Su could no longer hear the second half of the sentence. The long knife pierced her heart directly, and she died almost instantly. 2 seconds later, Old Man Su also fell to the ground. Of the 6 members of his family, not a single one was left alive. Kill all the remaining people, leaving no one alive. Be careful not to make too much noise. Liong Yian said lightly. One sentence determined the fate of dozens of survivors in Building 8. Chapter 21 Mutant Fruit. The next day, at 11 a.m. There is less than an hour left until the general attack is launched at 12 o'clock. Qiao Long calculated the time and brought 40 of his men from the underground parking lot to the entrance of Building 3. He asked his trusted subordinate Xiao Wei to take the remaining dozen or so people and hide them in the property center to prevent any accidents. Until now, he has not let down his guard against the other 2 forces. The people in the distribution room had already been in place. As long as Qiao Long gave the order, the supermarket would be forcibly cut off from power. Even if the other party has a large generator, it will be impossible to restore power within 10 minutes. And these 10 minutes are the best time for them to attack. However, since last night, Zhou Feng and Liong Yian have not responded to his messages. Just when he thought the plan had changed, Zhou Feng suddenly sent a message to the 3-person group. My wife and child have contracted an infectious disease. I'm not sure if it's from contact with the mutant plants. To avoid infecting you, I will not participate in today's operation. I'll have Liong Yian bring the explosives. On the other side, Building 4. Liong Yian put away Zhou Feng's phone, took out his own phone, and replied, Got it. You guys, carry the boxes and follow me. The rest of you wait for my orders. Liong Yian commanded. He led about 20 people to the agreed Building 3, while the rest of the group quietly moved towards the property center. When Xiao Long saw Liong Yian coming, he felt a little relieved. Today's attack is a matter of life and death, and it is impossible for the property management company to succeed alone. Brother Long, I'm sorry for being a little late. Here are all the explosives Zhou Feng has researched. There are 2 boxes in total. Please count them. As he spoke, Liong Yian waved his hand, signaling his men to put the box on the ground. Xiao Long pried open the wooden box, revealing rows of explosives that looked like firecrackers. He picked up one and was about to light it, but was stopped by Liong Yian. Brother Long, the attack is imminent. It's not a good idea to make such a big noise, right? Liong Yian wrote. Xiao Long, however, looked serious. Whether we can break the door down depends on the power of the explosives. I can't gamble with my brother's lives. As he spoke, Xiao Long lit the explosives and threw them out of the building. Boom. There was a deafening bang, and the whole building began to shake. Zhou Feng is truly a genius. He actually created such a powerful explosive. Xiao Long exclaimed in surprise. Looking at the 2 boxes of explosives on the ground, Xiao Long was very excited. With these, Peng Yu will definitely die today. Liong Yian also breathed a sigh of relief. He originally wanted to tamper with all the explosives, but just to be on the safe side, he left the top layer of explosives untouched. Sure enough, the suspicious Xiao Long did not trust the 2 of them and tried an explosive himself. It doesn't matter whether Zhou Feng comes or not. As long as we have these explosives, capturing Peng Yu will definitely not be a problem. Xiao Long chuckled, but he already had a new plan in mind. After taking over the supermarket, he wanted to take advantage of the situation to find an opportunity to destroy the 2 forces of Liong Yian and Zhou Feng and become the only one in power. But now it seems that Zhou Feng's ability should not be underestimated. After the end of the world, ordinary people have regressed to the era of cold weapons, and there are only a few people who can make hot weapons. We have to find a way to recruit Zhou Feng. What he didn't know was that at this moment, not to mention Zhou Feng, there was not a single living person in the entire Building 8. Building 3, Qin Shen's home. Master, look, there is a fruit. Lu Qing was not quite used to this name, and felt a little shy when she was called that. But Qin Shen didn't have time to care about these things, and hurriedly looked in the direction Lu Qing pointed. Downstairs of Building 3, there used to be a patch of money trees used as landscape plants. And now, this thing has indeed become a tree. It is 3 stories high, and its leaves are as huge as banana leaves. In the middle of a money tree, there is a fist-sized fruit that is very conspicuous. The color is bright red, the skin is smooth, and it looks a bit like a nectarine. This should be it. Qin Shen was delighted. Although he has the 2 skills of infinite space and weapons and ammunition, he still has the physique of an ordinary person. Being hit hurts, being stabbed kills. That's why he has been so low-key these days, hiding at home and studying how to upgrade his skills. It's just that this broken system seems to have crashed, without any prompts at all. In desperation, he happened to learn from Su Weiwei's boyfriend that humans can also mutate. If he could also mutate by eating the fruit of the mutant plant, it would undoubtedly be another way to save his life in this strange doomsday. Xiao Long and his men are going to attack the supermarket soon, and they'll just go out through the main gate. Maybe there'll be a chance. Qin Shen thought about it and made a decisive decision. If he were alone, he would never risk his life. But that patch of money trees happened to be on the attack route of Xiao Long and his companions, so maybe they could take the opportunity to secretly pick them. Who will care whether you fight or not at that time? As long as you get the fruit, return it immediately and never get involved in those people's fight. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. Done. You 2 hide at home and wait for me to come back. No matter who knocks on the door, don't open it. Having said that, Qin Shen threw down a lot of food and left home. The 2 women looked at each other, feeling a little overwhelmed. Master, isn't he going outside to pick fruit? Lu Qing asked. But there are monsters everywhere outside. Wouldn't it be a life or death situation for him to go out? Su Weiwei looked worried. These days she has become accustomed to being under Qin Shen's protection. If something happened to Qin Shen, given her and Lu Qing's looks, if they didn't have a man to protect them, they would probably end up in a miserable state. The thought of this made her feel terrified. Downstairs, when Liong Yian saw Qin Shen appear, his expression suddenly became nervous, and his eyes subconsciously looked at Qin Shen's waist. What's wrong? What are you looking for? Qin Shen casually took out a pistol and waved it in front of the 2 men. Xiao Long smiled and said quickly, Brother Qin really kept his promise. Don't worry, you don't have to rush to the front later. You just need to shoot the key figures on the opposite side from the back. With Zhou Feng's explosives and Liong Yan's manpower, he was confident that he could capture Peng Yu. Having another Qin Shen is nothing more than an extra insurance. Even if the opponent has a trump card, can it block the bullets? Qin Shin nodded. After all, Brother Long gave me such a valuable gift, so of course I have to contribute. As he spoke, he glanced at He Jian in the crowd and smiled a smile that everyone understood. Brother, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you really need to learn more. Your tricks are not good enough. I tried more than a dozen moves with your wife yesterday, and she was very awkward. She cried and made a fuss. But since you're here, I'll help you develop your skills. After all, I'm young and should take on more responsibilities. Seeing He Jian's excited expression, Qin Shin waved his hands and said, all right, no need to express your gratitude. We're all neighbors, it's only natural. Hearing Qin Shin's words, the expressions on everyone's faces were extremely wonderful. Many people have heard that He Jian was willing to give his wife away in order to climb up the ladder. I just didn't expect that this matter would be said in public. This is equivalent to Qin Shin holding an award ceremony, inviting He Jian to the stage, and personally presenting him with a Green Hat Award. He Jian was about to explode when Qiao Long pressed his shoulder and said, Brother He, peace is the most important thing. Calm down. Thinking of Qiao Long's previous promise, He Jian gritted his teeth and endured it. Qiao Long looked at his watch and said, 3 minutes left, everyone get ready. Chapter 22, Betrayal, Dangers Surround. Just when Qiao Long raised his hand to look at his watch, Liong Yian suddenly found that there seemed to be a bottle of wine on Qiao Long's waist. After looking around, it seemed that Qiao Long's men all had bottles of wine in their hands. Brother Long, what are you doing? Liong Yian pointed at the wine bottle on Qiao Long's waist and asked with a frown. Qiao Long casually covered the bottle with his clothes and explained, nothing, we're going to fight to the death. Let's drink some wine to give ourselves courage. Liong Yian was about to ask more questions when Qiao Long raised his arm and shouted, everyone, pay attention. There are still 20 seconds before the brothers in the power distribution room take action. Everyone, prepare to attack. Dozens of people crowded into the doorway of the apartment building, all looking extremely nervous. They have been moving around in the building these days and have never been to the mutated environment. Giant plants, mutated animals, and insects. These are things that can easily take their lives. And next, they will cross a small path and attack the supermarket from the front. 3, 2, 1, open the door, charge. With Qiao Long's loud roar, the sealed unit door opened instantly, and everyone rushed out like a swarm of bees. However, although everyone's face was extremely nervous, no one dared to make a sound. If a mutated monster is attracted, everyone will die. Qiao Long was about to go out with a machete, but when he saw Liong Yian and others did not move, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. A bad feeling rises from the bottom of my heart. Liong Yian, what do you mean? Qiao Long pointed the tip of his knife at Liong Yian and asked loudly. Liong Yian smiled contemptuously, kicked Qiao Long away, and slammed the unit door shut. At this time, Qiao Long's men saw that the situation was not good and immediately surrounded them. Brother Long, what is going on? Why did they close the door? Fuck, they won't turn against us, right? Everyone was extremely panicked. Qiao Long had a ferocious look on his face. He had thought that Liong Yian and the others would not cooperate, and he had thought that Liong Yian and the others would turn against him after he took over the supermarket. But he had never thought that Liong Yian would betray him at the critical moment. Liong Yian, without our help, you can't take over the supermarket by yourself. If we die, Peng Yu will kill you like a chicken. Open the door now and have your men charge with me. I can pretend nothing happened. Qiao Long said in a timid tone. But Liong Yian sneered through the door. Qiao Long, you are really stupid. Do you think I can't figure out this kind of thing? Qiao Long frowned. Since you also know. At this point, Qiao Long suddenly realized. Oh, you were originally in the same group? Qiao Long widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. In the end times, there are too many cases of intrigue and deception for a little bit of resources. Even if Peng Yu contacted Liong Yian secretly and promised him a series of benefits, I'm afraid Liong Yian would not believe it. After all, Qiao Long and others are dead, and with Peng Yu's strength, he can easily control Liong Yian and others. So he never suspected that Zhou Feng and Liong Yian would betray him. Now that Liong Yian has suddenly turned against us, there is only one possibility. That is, he and Peng Yu have always had a special relationship. It seems that Boss Chow is not a fool. It's a pity that you woke up a little too late. Liong Yian chuckled. I should call Peng Yu cousin. Liong Yian was extremely proud at this time, because it was he who proposed this plan in the first place. Let Peng Yu make a high-profile appearance and suppress everyone, and then he will organize a group of people as rebels, the two of them, one in the open and one in the dark, and act according to the situation. Sure enough, Zhou Feng and Qiao Long were completely unaware and easily fell into the trap set by the two brothers. Once these two forces are destroyed, the community will be their world. If I'm not mistaken, you still have some staff at the property management center, right? Since they are all your brothers, I will send them to accompany you. Liong Yian laughed twice and left with his men. He even threw out 2 explosives when leaving. Although no one was killed in the explosion, the noise was so loud that the entire community could probably hear it clearly. Brother Long, what should we do? Liong Yian wants to kill us. The explosion just now was too loud. I'm afraid the monsters have heard it. Brother Long, let's run. It's over, we're finished. Everyone was like a headless fly, all in a panic. That's enough, shut up, Chao Long shouted, then looked at Qin Shun. Brother Qin, you have a gun. Can you find a way to break the door lock? Qin Shun shook his head. The door locks of our community are protected by alloy. It will be too late for a while. Click. At this moment, the supermarket's roller shutter door in the distance made a mechanical lock sound, and everyone looked over. This was the sound of the power going out at the supermarket door. If the plan went well, everyone would have rushed to the supermarket door and started the attack. Brother Long, you look. Someone suddenly pointed to the dense jungle, his voice trembling and his face pale with fear. Everyone looked in the direction of his finger and saw an emerald green praying mantis hiding behind the leaves, staring at everyone intently. The mantis was about the size of a calf, with 2 pairs of sickles in front of it flashing coldly like metal, and its scarlet eyes seemed to be filled with a desire to kill. Oh my God, run. Oh no, the monsters are attracted here. We're done. Everyone was in a panic, and some timid people even started running away. Don't panic, just listen to me. Chao Long roared, but he couldn't stop the panicked crowd. Seeing this, Qin Shun fired a shot into the air. Hearing the booming gunshots, everyone stopped. Chao Long glanced at Qin Shun gratefully, then shouted, Calm down and listen to me. The monster has been attracted here. If we run away, none of us will survive. Now our only hope is to rush into the supermarket and fight Peng Yu to the death. Brothers, I, Chao Long, swear that as long as we survive, I will share all the supplies with you, and we will survive together. As he spoke, Chao Long picked up a box of explosives and led the charge towards the supermarket. Seeing this, everyone seemed to regain some of their sanity. They are no match for those monsters. If they rush into the supermarket, they might have a chance of survival. Charge. Fight them, damn it. Everyone was like being injected with chicken blood and followed Chao Long to charge forward. Qin Shun looked at the expressions of the crowd and couldn't help but think of an idiom. A decisive battle. When it comes to the desire to survive, humans can unleash strength far beyond imagination. But at this moment, the mutated monster also arrived. After a scream, a strong man running behind was cut in half by the mantis. His upper body fell to the ground and was still wriggling. The scene was extremely terrifying. A sparrow swooped down from the sky, picked up a person, and flew back into the sky. But just as he flew up, he was swallowed up by a hawk, both man and bird. At this time, another huge spider web fell from the sky, instantly pulling several people into the air and disappearing. Just when they were halfway through the run, more than 10 people died tragically. Seeing this scene, Qin Shun's pace quickened. Since you can't outrun the monster, you have to outrun your own kind. On the way, he took the risk and picked the fruit from the money tree. At the same time, Chao Long also placed a box of explosives at the entrance of the supermarket and set them all on fire. Chapter 23. If you can't be the boss, then I will be. Boom. After a loud bang, the supermarket's rolling door was blown to the point of collapse, but it still stood firm. Seeing this scene, Chao Long almost bit his teeth to pieces. He had already guessed that Liong Yian would tamper with the explosives, but he didn't expect that there would be so many problematic explosives. A box of explosives didn't even blow open the rolling door. Liong Yian, if you survive, I will skin you alive and cut you into pieces. Chao Long roared to the sky. At this moment, Qin Shun's voice suddenly rang out. Get out of the way. Qin Shun strode up with a chainsaw in his hand. What the hell? Brother Qin, where did this come from? Chao Long's eyes suddenly widened. It's so tiring to carry this thing for 2 steps. When did Qin Shun find a chainsaw and bring it here? Qin Shun had no time to pay attention to Chao Long. There were more and more monsters behind him. If they couldn't enter the supermarket, they would all die. Buzz. Qin Shun started the chainsaw and opened another door for the supermarket's rolling shutter. Seeing this, everyone rushed in immediately. But when they entered the supermarket, Chao Long and others were dumbfounded. Dozens of people were seen holding homemade spears, pointing them at them. Hey, isn't this Boss Chao? Nice to meet you. The leader Peng Yu sneered. Peng Yu, I admit my mistake today. Let us go, and we'll keep our distance from each other from now on. Chao Long said in a deep voice. Hearing Chao Long's words, Peng Yu laughed out loud as if he had heard a joke. Long, are you dreaming? You want to steal my supplies, and you expect me to let you go? Do you think you have the capital to negotiate with me? Peng Yu said calmly. Long snorted coldly, lifted up his clothes, and took out a bottle of wine. Is this considered a bargaining chip? At this time, the dozen or so survivors also took out their wine bottles and held them in front of them. What do you mean? Peng Yu was wondering when he suddenly smelled gasoline, and his face changed immediately. Is this a Molotov cocktail? That's right. A dozen Molotov cocktails should be enough to burn down your supermarket, right? Although we are no match for you, we can still perish together. Where did you get the gasoline? No, the underground garage. Peng Yu's expression was extremely sinister, and he understood where Long's confidence came from. Although homemade Molotov cocktails are not very lethal, such flames are difficult to extinguish. Once the other party chooses to die together, they probably won't have time to rescue much supplies. Peng Yu, I told you, let us go, and I promise to stay out of your way. Peng Yu's expression changed for a moment, and he suddenly said, Okay, I can let you go, but I'm not an unreasonable person. As he spoke, he shouted to the men behind Long. Brothers who want to stay here can stand on my side. I promise not to pursue what happened today. As long as you join, you will be my brother. Hearing this, Long suddenly felt something was wrong. Sure enough, many people were immediately shaken when they heard the conditions offered by Peng Yu. Everyone follows Long just to survive. Now that Long's situation is hopeless, joining the supermarket is a good choice. Brother Peng, I'm willing to join. With that, He Jian was the first to walk out. Peng Yu laughed heartily. Great. This brother has forged a path to the light. What a courageous move. Come on, give this brother a box of canned beef and a box of canned fruit. Several people immediately carried the boxes and placed them in front of He Jian, which aroused the envy of Long's men. Brother Peng, I'm joining in too. I'm sorry, Brother Long. Staying alive is the most important thing. With He Jian taking the lead, everyone placed the Molotov cocktails at Long's feet and stood on Peng Yu's side. In the blink of an eye, Qin Shun was the only one left. Boss Chow, I keep my word. If I say I won't kill you, I will never kill you. Go away, Peng Yu said with a smug look on his face. Long sighed, knowing that the situation was hopeless. Just as he was about to leave, Liong Yian hurried over with his men. His clothes were covered in blood, and the knife in his hand was even bleeding. It was obvious that he had killed many people. Cousin, I've already taken care of the property management. Liong Yian laughed. But when he saw the scene here, he frowned again. Cousin, what's going on? Peng Yu said proudly. Long's men have all surrendered. From now on, this community will be ours. Liong Yian shook his head. Cousin, I'm not saying you're being too indecisive. What else can these idiots do besides consume our supplies? It's better to kill them to avoid future troubles. Hearing this, the dozen or so people who had just surrendered all looked terrified and knelt on the ground begging for mercy. We have surrendered, please don't kill us. Yes, we were all bewitched by Long. From now on, we'll follow Boss Peng. Long, who was about to leave, also stopped. As expected, am I going to die here today? Peng Yu's face turned grim. Liong Yian, I just said I won't pursue the past anymore. Are you trying to make me break my promise? Don't forget, this supermarket is mine. You're not qualified to make decisions for me. Liong Yian's expression froze when he was scolded by Peng Yu in public. But he quickly adjusted his expression and forced a smile. Cousin, I was wrong. I didn't mean that. I meant. As he spoke, he walked to Peng Yu's side. What do you mean? Peng Yu asked with a frown. I mean. Before he could finish his words, a long knife pierced through Peng Yu's chest. The spraying blood splashed all over Liong Yian's face. Liong Yian's expression was extremely distorted, and he grinned grimly. What I mean is, if you can't be the boss, then I will be. You? Peng Yu spat out blood, pointed at Liong Yian, his eyes full of shock. But he died before he could even utter a complete sentence, and was stepped on by Liong Yian. Cousin, it's the end of the world now, and you're still playing the game of family affection with me? Without me, would you be alive today? You would have been hacked to death long ago. Don't worry, I'll burn incense for you every year on this day. Oh, don't worry, sister-in-law. I'll take care of you. After saying that, he raised the knife and pointed it at everyone, while his other hand took out a stick of dynamite from his pocket. Everyone, Zhou Feng and Peng Yu are dead. Long is also useless. Now I am the only boss in the community. If you follow me, I guarantee you will have a good life. As for those who don't listen, before he finished speaking, he swung his sword and killed Peng Yu's most loyal brother with one blow. That's what happens. Although everyone had made weapons and trained every day, they had never seen such a bloody scene and were all frightened by it. Just then, a figure rushed out. I will follow Boss Liong until death. He Jian raised his fist and shouted loudly, looking extremely respectful. Behind the crowd, Qin Shin glanced at He Jian with interest. This man first followed Chao Long and just surrendered to Peng Yu. Now he ran out and shouted that he would follow Liong Yian to the death. Good man, a traitor? As soon as He Jian started, many people reacted immediately. They just want to survive. Does it matter which boss they follow? I will follow Boss Liong until death. I will follow Boss Liong until death. Everyone shouted. Liong Yian smiled triumphantly, pointing the tip of his knife at Chao Long. In that case, kill all the property management staff, leaving no one alive. Chapter 24. You dance first. Liong Yian, you dare. Chao Long was shocked and angry. He didn't expect that the first thing Liong Yian did after taking office was not to stabilize the people's hearts, but to kill them all. Why are you so afraid? Oh, I forgot to tell you that I've already killed all the guys you left behind in the property and thrown them outside to feed the wild animals. From now on, I'll control the property management, water, electricity, and supplies from the supermarket, and I'll be the king of this community. Liong Yian laughed out loud. After lying dormant for so many days, his plan is finally about to come true. That's right, he wanted to replace Peng Yu from the beginning. But in order to realize this plan, he must have someone he trusts to work with him. Now that the other forces have been abolished, there is no need for Peng Yu to continue to exist. Boss Liong, this guy dares to disrespect you. I'll kill him for you. He Jian wanted to show off, so he picked up a machete and was about to attack Chao Long. Seeing this, the others also gathered around. Fuck, Liong Yian, I won't let you have an easy life even if I die. Chao Long cursed angrily and actually lit the Molotov cocktail in his hand. Everyone was shocked and frightened and quickly retreated. Chao Long endured the burning flames, picked up one Molotov cocktail after another from the ground, and threw them towards the supplies in the supermarket. Seeing this scene, Liong Yian was dumbfounded. Does the other party have a Molotov cocktail? How come he doesn't know anything about this? Quick, kill him. Whoever kills him first will be promoted to deputy. Liong Yian shouted loudly. Seeing this, Chao Long threw a Molotov cocktail directly to the ground and jumped into the sea of fire. The scorching air forced everyone to retreat, and no one dared to get close. Gasoline burning cannot be easily extinguished. If you get a little bit of it on your body, you will be skinned alive even if you don't die. Ha ha ha, Liong Yian, I'm waiting for you in hell. Without food, I wonder how long you can survive. Chao Long laughed wildly, his whole body covered in flames like a ghost from hell. He threw away all the remaining Molotov cocktails in his hand. Boom. The flames spread rapidly, spreading in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. The billowing smoke made it impossible for people to open their eyes, and many people were so scared that they started to run away. Everyone stop, put out the fucking fire. Looking at the burning supplies, Liong Yian was bleeding with pain. We put in so much effort and killed so many people just for this little thing. As a result, it all burned before it even got warm. Several people tried to put out the fire with fire extinguishers, but it didn't work at all, so they had no choice but to give up. In the chaos, Qin Shin also escaped with the crowd. Everyone was busy escaping and no one cared about his identity. However, the people who escaped from the supermarket did not disperse, but rushed into the supermarket's warehouse. There are still a lot of supplies stored here. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Once the fire starts, the supermarket's power is finished. Whoever grabs the supplies in the warehouse first will own them. When Qin Shin passed by, he threw a lighter into the crowd, adding fuel to the fire. He felt no psychological pressure at all when doing these things. After all, few of those who followed Peng Yu had clean hands. When Qin Shin returned home, the supermarket was in chaos. Master, you are finally back. The two women were overjoyed to see Qin Shin. The two of them had been observing the situation with a telescope and had seen most of what happened along the way. When they saw thick smoke in the supermarket, both of them felt heartbroken. Fortunately, Qin Shin returned safe and sound. Oh, I thought you didn't want me to come back. Qin Shin smiled. Su Weiwei quickly expressed her loyalty. How could we not want our master to come back? Master, are you tired? Let us massage your shoulders. Qin Shin looked at the two of them and said, just massaging their shoulders won't do. Chapter 25 New Skills. An hour later, Qin Shin returned to the bedroom from the bathroom. It was not until now that he had time to take out the mutant fruit and observe it carefully. This fruit was completely different from any fruit he had eaten before. It felt hard to the touch and had a strange fragrance. Master, is this the fruit of the mutant plant? Su Weiwei leaned in Qin Shin's arms and asked curiously. Well, I almost lost my life for this thing. Qin Shin sighed and asked Su Weiwei to take out her phone. Master, These past 2 days I followed your instructions and only informed Du Xia that I was safe. I didn't say anything else. Su Weiwei said nervously. Qin Shin ignored him and asked Du Xia directly in Su Weiwei's tone whether he had found any new fruits in the past 2 days. He didn't dare eat the fruits of the mutated plants. What if they were poisonous? Let's get some more information first. After a while, Du Xia replied, Dear, we found fruits on a fortune tree and a weeping angel tree these past few days. Someone ate them and successfully mutated. If you have time, you can look for any fruit nearby. If you find any, be sure to tell me immediately. Looking at Du Xia's reply, Qin Shin suddenly smiled and asked, Why didn't your boyfriend take the initiative to pick you up this time? Su Weiwei's expression froze, not knowing how to answer. But Qin Shin did not let Su Weiwei go so easily. Send a message to your boyfriend and ask him when he will pick you up. Qin Shin ordered. Su Weiwei just picked up her phone and was about to type when she heard Qin Shin's voice again. Did I ask you to type? Send a voice message. Su Weiwei was stunned, but did not dare to disobey Qin Shin's order. Afraid that Du Xia might notice something strange, she could only send a short voice message. After a while, Du Xia replied, My dear, I've been a little busy lately. Everyone is looking for the mutant fruit. Don't worry, as soon as I find the fruit, I'll come pick you up right away. Seeing the reply, Qin Shin smiled again and said, Give him a video call. Su Weiwei was startled and said quickly, I don't dare. How could she dare to make a video call to Du Xia in this state? Wouldn't it be exposed immediately? Qin Shin grabbed the phone and dialed directly. Don't. Just as Su Weiwei was about to stop it, the call was connected. Su Weiwei was so scared that she almost screamed. But after seeing the phone screen, she felt relieved. Qin Shin just made a voice call, and there was no picture on the screen. Qin Shin signaled with his eyes to let Su Weiwei and Du Xia chat. Honey, why aren't you talking? What do you miss me? When Su Weiwei heard her boyfriend's voice, she almost burst into tears. But she was afraid that Du Xia would notice something was wrong, so she quickly adjusted her mood and said, Well, I missed you. How have you been lately? Du Xia said vaguely. It's okay, I'm busy. When Su Weiwei was wondering about Du Xia's voice, a woman's voice came faintly from the phone. What are you standing there for? Keep going. As soon as the voice fell, Du Xia hurriedly explained, Dear, I'm a little busy here. I'll hang up first. After saying that, the phone was hung up before Su Weiwei could say anything. This? Su Weiwei looked at Qin Shin with confusion and helplessness. Qin Shin ignored it and gave a wicked smile. Half an hour later, Qin Shin came to another living room. There are 2 living rooms in the house. Compared with the living room at the entrance, this living room is smaller. However, he had transformed this living room into an information analysis room, and even Su Weiwei and Lu Qing were not qualified to enter. On the whiteboard on the wall was the floor plan of the community that he had copied from Chao Long. Now it needs to be updated. Zhou Feng is dead. Chao Long is dead. Peng Yu also died. Now, of the 4 major forces, only Liong Yian is left. But without the supplies from the supermarket, he couldn't gather many people. But what will follow is probably a bigger round of looting. In order to consolidate his position, Liong Yian must organize people to seize supplies from others. By then, there will be a new round of bloody storm. However, Qin Shin's mind is not on this for the time being. He took out the fruit he had picked from the money tree today and cut off a piece the size of a fingernail with a knife. After thinking for a moment, Qin Shin closed his eyes and ate it. According to Du Xia, they also discovered fruits from the money tree today. Moreover, at least 3 people ate the mutant plant fruits and did not experience serious side effects. From this point of view, this thing is probably safe. I took a careful bite and found that it tasted just like any other fruit, except that the flesh was harder and very sweet. Ding! Gain 1 experience point. Qin Shin finally heard the electronic sound of the system again after a long time. Sure enough, the means of gaining experience is related to these mutated plants. With the system's authentication, Qin Shin no longer hesitated and ate all the remaining fruits in a few bites. Ding! Gain 9 experience points. Congratulations, you have been upgraded to the 2nd stage. Please select the upgrade reward. Reward 1, Fruit Ability, Teleport. Reward 2, Weapon and Ammunition Skill Upgrade. Reward 3, Mind Link Skill Acquisition. Qin Shin was pleasantly surprised by the system's reward. He didn't expect that he could level up just by eating a fruit, and the reward for the upgrade was so generous. After reading the introduction carefully, he roughly understood the content of these rewards. The fruit he just ate should be able to give people the ability to teleport. Teleport can be used once a day, the distance does not exceed 100 meters, and the location must be a place the user has personally visited. Living beings cannot be transported along with the teleportation. After upgrading the weapons and ammunition skill, you will unlock the hot weapon shotgun and cold weapon compound bow, which have amazing lethality. Mind Link is a new skill that allows you to establish a mind link with a smaller beast. Subsequent upgrades will unlock more species. As for his other skill, Infinite Supplies, it is a passive skill that cannot be upgraded. He can only use this skill to create daily necessities that he has come into contact with before. If you touch more things in your daily life, you will upgrade your skills. After thinking for a long time, Qin Shun chose the Mind Link skill. Originally, what he wanted most was a body-strengthening skill, such as an invincible golden body or an immortal body. But unfortunately, there is nothing similar in the rewards. Although the teleportation skill looks good, he will not choose such a dangerous skill before he has a life-saving skill. As for weapons and ammunition, at the moment, a Glock is enough to handle most situations. His biggest problem now is that he knows too little about the outside world. If he could take the opportunity to control a mutated beast, it would be a great help to him. Returning to the bedroom, Qin Shun instructed the two women, "From today on, I'll give you two a new task. If you find any mutated beasts, tell me immediately." Chapter 26. The Cuckoo Occupies the Magpie's Nest. Although the two girls didn't know what Qin Shun wanted to do, they nodded obediently and agreed. Before leaving, Qin Shun suddenly asked Lu Qing, "I've been back for so long. Haven't I thought about asking about your husband's whereabouts?" Hearing this, Lu Qing was shocked. When she mentioned He Jian, she remembered the certificate that was still hanging on the head of her bed. According to Qin Shen's request, she would read it aloud every morning, and she even knew it by heart. "I have severed all ties with him. Whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with me." Lu Qing shook her head and whispered. Su Weiwei also hurried to help explain. "Yes, Master, Sister Qing is loyal to you and will definitely not have anything to do with that scumbag anymore." Qin Shen was quite satisfied with this answer. If this proud wife is still thinking about that cuckold He Jian, then don't blame him for being so cruel to her. Although this woman left Qin Shun with endless aftertaste, but he would never allow a woman with other affairs to stay by his side. To put it bluntly, in the end times, there is no shortage of beautiful women, but there is only one life. The community was extremely quiet for the next few days. The only remaining boss, Liong Yian, also disappeared without a trace, and there was no news about him at all. The group chat that had been quiet in the past finally regained some vitality. Many people took out supplies to exchange with each other. Building 1. Peng Yu's home. Liong Yian sat on the sofa with a sinister look on his face. There were 7 big men standing in front of him, and their faces looked a little ugly. "Boss, we don't have much food left. If we continue like this, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold out for 10 days. A big man said in a deep voice. When the supermarket caught fire, many people took the opportunity to grab supplies and escape. Even many of Liong Yan's former subordinates defected. After all, most people followed Liong Yan and fought hard just for a bite to eat. The supermarket is on fire now. What are you waiting for if you don't run?" The remaining 7 people in front of him are the last strength in Liong Yan's hands. "Brothers, I'm very touched that you can still follow me at this time. Don't worry, as long as I, Liong Yan, have something to eat, you won't starve. But we can't act rashly these 2 days. You guys guard the property first. I have something more important to do. Don't worry, in a few days, we brothers will be able to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks." Liong Yan promised loudly. Then, he pointed to the bedroom and said, "There are women captured by Peng Yu in there. Each of you pick 2 and take them to the property management center to play with them." Several people looked at each other and smiled. The end of the world has been here for so many days, and the previous system has completely collapsed. These days, robbing and playing with women has become commonplace. In their eyes, women are just a kind of material possession. Not to mention following Liong Yan, they already had deaths on their hands. With a bang, the bedroom door was kicked open. In the bedroom, several women huddled in the corner, terrified. In the past 2 days, they have been tortured by the men in front of them and have developed psychological trauma. They tremble with fear when they see them. I have to say, Peng Yu has good taste. I've played with these women several times, and I still haven't had enough. Hey, I like this one, don't grab it. Didn't the boss say, bring it to the property management, we can play around and take turns when the time comes. Several people picked 1 person each, grabbed his hair, and dragged him outside. Anyone who dares to resist will be slapped. If you're still not fucking honest, do you believe I'll throw you out to feed the monsters after I'm done with you? Hearing the threat, the women were so frightened that they gave up resisting. These women are indeed of good quality, but one of the burly men lowered his voice. I've met Peng Yu's wife once. Her figure and face are absolutely stunning. Hearing this, the others quickly covered his mouth. Stop talking nonsense. Peng Yu's wife has been spotted by the boss. Didn't you see he's been sleeping in her room for the past 2 nights? That's right. Aren't these women enough for you to play with? If you get bored, let the boss take us to rob 2 more in a few days. Don't dwell on things you shouldn't dwell on. The topic changed, and they began to discuss how to enjoy it. Among them, He Jian is the most low-key. That's right. He Jian not only survived, he even became a member of Liong Yian's core team. He felt that in the end times, they had to stick together to survive. Those who hide at home will probably just have to wait for death after they finish eating. Now, Liong Yian is the only force in the community, controlling important facilities such as the distribution room and monitoring room of the property center. Although no one knows what Liong Yian is researching, as long as he takes action, it is only a matter of time before he takes control of the entire community. Until then, a figure emerged in He Jian's mind. Qin Shen. He will never let this person go. Thinking of this, his hands clenched tightly involuntarily. The woman in his arms almost cried out in pain, but when she saw He Jian's ferocious expression, she quickly covered her mouth. The other side. After sending his men away, Liong Yian stood up and pushed open the door of another bedroom. There was only one woman in the bedroom. When she saw Liong Yian, she was shocked and said, You get out. Liong Yian sighed. I've said it many times, my cousin was killed by Chao Long. I have killed Chao Long to avenge him, and my cousin asked me to take care of you before he died. Lu Tong retreated, saying sadly, No, I don't believe it. I heard them chatting last night. It was you who killed Peng Yu. That's your cousin. How could you have the heart to do that to me? And you even did that to me. Having said that, Lu Tong grasped the edge of her clothes tightly with both hands, her face full of embarrassment. The day before yesterday, a fire broke out in a supermarket and the community was filled with explosions and shouts of killing. When she was worried, Liong Yian suddenly broke into the house with some people and said that Peng Yu was dead and he came to protect her. During the past 2 days, Liong Yian treated her with great respect during the day, calling her cousin all the time. But every night, he would turn into a brutal beast and torture her in every way. Peng Yu was dead. She didn't dare to resist and could only let Liong Yian do what he wanted. It was not until last night when she heard Liong Yian's men chatting that she found out what had happened. The real murderer of Peng Yu is Liong Yian. Seeing that Lu Tong already knew the truth, Liong Yian stopped pretending and sighed. Actually, I didn't want to do this either. It's mainly because my cousin is too arrogant. His presence will delay many of my tasks. At this time, Lu Tong finally found an opportunity, pushed Liong Yian away, and ran outside desperately. But after running 2 steps, he was caught up by Liong Yian. Ah, help! With a scream, Lu Tong was dragged back. Cousin, honestly, do you know how envious I was when you 2 got married? Liong Yian said with a grim smile. Chapter 27 Golden Ants. It would be nice if you could just pretend you didn't know about this. Liong Yian grinned and said, but none of this matters now. I found a way to mutate. It won't be long before I become the king of this community. Hearing this, Lu Tong closed his eyes in despair. At the same time, at Qin Shen's house, the 2 women shouted almost at the same time. Master, there's a wild cat. Looking in the direction of the 2 people's fingers, Qin Shen indeed saw an orange wild cat. It's probably not appropriate to call it a cat now. After all, this orange cat is about the same size as a tiger. This cat looks familiar. It should have been a stray cat in the community before the end of the world. Several loving female homeowners in the community often feed it, but every time someone suggests that they adopt it, they refuse without hesitation. After all, they are not stupid, they are just simply bad. If you really adopt it and take it home, you will have to clean up its poop and feed it, take it to the hospital when it is sick, and have to endure being scratched. It is very troublesome. It's different in a residential area. Normally, you can enjoy the fun of petting a cat by paying 2 sausages. What a great value for money. I just don't know how many virgin bitches died at the claws of this orange cat in the end. The hair at the corners of the orange cat's mouth is dark red, and it's obvious that it has eaten a lot of people. When Qin Shen saw the orange cat, he immediately activated the Mind Link skill. Ding! This beast is too big, and its skill failed to activate. The system's prompt sound almost broke Qin Shen's defense. After waiting for nearly a day, I finally found a mutant beast, but it turned out to be too big. Isn't this just teasing him? Keep looking. Qin Shen waved his hand and sighed. At this time, Lu Qing asked cautiously, Master, what do you want to do with the mutant beast? Qin Shen slapped Lu Qing hard on the, Why? Do I have to report everything I do to you? Lu Qing blushed and said quickly, Master, I just wanted to say that those wild beasts also seem to need to hunt and eat. You can use food to attract them. Hearing this, Qin Shen's eyes suddenly lit up. Why didn't he think of this solution? That's it. Qin Shin took out a lot of raw meat and threw it directly out of the window. Wild beasts are extremely sensitive to the smell of blood, and raw meat is much better than anything else. But he obviously underestimated the vigilance of these mutant beasts. It took 2 hours before wild animals appeared and took away the food. Stray dogs, rats, lizards, hamsters. All kinds of common small animals are here. But without exception, they were all unable to use the mind link skill due to their large size. During this period, several fist-sized ants also appeared. Qin Shin wanted to go all out and control an ant, but before he could do anything, it was swallowed whole by a mouse. Just when I was feeling depressed, the ground suddenly shook. Soon, a golden ant emerged from the ground, followed by a team of fully armed soldier ants. Seeing this, the mouse turned around and ran away. The golden ant shook its antennae, and the army of ants rushed forward. In just a few seconds, the mutant mouse turned into a pile of bones. The golden ants are so powerful. Qin Shin probably understood that this ant came with a large army to seek revenge. Although it is not as big as the queen ant, it can command so many soldier ants, so its status in the ant colony is probably not low. After dealing with the mouse, the golden ant prepared to leave. Seeing this, Qin Shin did not hesitate and directly activated the mind link skill. The golden ant's body trembled slightly, and then stopped in place. At this moment, Qin Shin could feel that his consciousness was connected with that of the golden ant. This feeling was very wonderful. Just like playing a game, he can switch to the ant's perspective, control its movement, and even command other soldier ants. After playing for a while, he let the golden ant go. Controlling the golden ants from a first-person perspective is too mentally taxing. After only a few minutes, he felt dizzy, as if he had been squatting for a long time, and suddenly stood up. "Master, are you okay?" Su Weiwei and Lu Qing quickly helped Qin Shin sit on the sofa. "Fine." Qin Shin waved his hand and said. Just then, there was a knock on the door. The two women were startled and quickly looked at Qin Shin. In the end times, knocking on the door is always bad news. Now everyone is too busy to protect themselves, so which good person would run around outside for no reason? "Who is it?" Qin Shin said coldly. "I'm Li Guifeng, the building manager." A somewhat old voice came from outside. Seeing that Qin Shin didn't open the door, Li Guifeng immediately said impatiently, "I'm just an old woman. How can I harm you? Open the door quickly. I have something to say." At this moment, Lu Qing seemed to recall something and explained, "I remember now. During the flu outbreak, everyone stayed indoors. Old Mrs. Li had retired a long time ago and had nothing else to do, so she volunteered to be the building manager. She collected everyone's health information every day. She and I were good friends." Qin Shin waved to Lu Qing, signaling her to open the door. Lu Qing walked to the door in her high heels and opened it. When Li Guifeng saw Lu Qing dressed in a suit, her eyes widened. "Hey, you're not from He Jian's house next door." As soon as she said the word, He Jian, Lu Qing's face suddenly darkened. "Aunt Li, I have nothing to do with He Jian now. Don't mention his name." As Lu Qing spoke, she made way for Li Guifeng to come in. After seeing Su Weiwei, another top beauty beside Qin Shin, Li Guifeng's eyes widened again. "If I remember correctly, this house should be shared by a group of delivery men. How come there are two beautiful women here? What's up?" Seeing Li Guifeng looking around as soon as she entered the room, Qin Shin frowned. When Li Guifeng saw the hot pot on the table, her eyes suddenly lit up. "Oh, it's like this." Li Guifeng walked to the table in a familiar manner. "There are a few elderly sisters living with me. All of them are lonely elderly people in our community. They have recently run out of food and have been hungry for several days. Since you still have food here, please help us out. Thank you." As she spoke, Li Guifeng reached out for the luncheon meat on the table. She wasn't stupid. Everything else was raw. Although luncheon meat didn't taste as good, it had a long shelf life and was also filling. But at this moment, she suddenly heard a crisp metallic sound. When she looked up, she saw a black gun barrel pointing at her head. "Hey, young man, what are you doing?" Li Guifeng was startled and took several steps back. Chapter 28, I just gave me the things, and you robbed me? I was going to ask you what you were going to do. Qin Shin sneered. Doesn't this old woman think of this place as her home? He just raised his hand to take things without caring about his dignity. "Put your gun down first," Li Guifeng said excitedly. "Is this how you treat unarmed elderly people?" Qin Shin waved his hands impatiently. "Kick her out. She's affecting my mood for dinner." Qin Shin's words were like an imperial decree to the two women. As soon as Qin Shin opened his mouth, the two of them immediately started to prepare to push Li Guifeng out of the door. However, Li Guifeng is over 60 years old, and she is not at all at a disadvantage when fighting one against two. She shouted, "You little bastards, you've rebelled. How dare you attack me? During the flu season, I braved the odds and stood up to help everyone collect information. Now, you're repaying me with hatred, aren't you? I'm telling you, you'll all be old one day too. Would you like to be treated like this then? This series of combined punches immediately left Lu Qing and Su Weiwei at a loss. It is said that women are soft-hearted animals, and Qin Shin has witnessed this. If you had rushed to the front lines to help the disaster area, I wouldn't be able to refute what you said. But you're just a building manager, collecting some information. Why do you act like you saved our lives? Then let me ask you, when the supplies were distributed, did you make a scene once, saying that because you were the building manager, your family had to be given first? After hearing this, Li Guifeng was speechless. At this time, Lu Qing finally remembered what Qin Shin said. When the relief supplies were first distributed, they were delivered to each household according to their floor numbers. Li Guifeng actually stopped the staff distributing supplies and said that she was the building manager and her family must be given the supplies first. In order not to delay work, they compromised. But unexpectedly, she was so picky. While cursing that the things given were too little and too bad, she opened dozens of bags of relief supplies and picked out the freshest one. At that time, many people scolded Li Guifeng in the group, but Li Guifeng proudly said that this was the power she deserved as the building manager. Get out, you're not welcome here. Lu Qing said coldly. The supplies distributed to her family were also picked by Li Guifeng. Some vegetables even had fingernail marks on them, which were obviously pinched by Li Guifeng when checking their freshness. Thinking of this, she felt nauseous. Just get out, you heartless bunch. Li Guifeng snorted coldly. At worst, we can go out and find the fruits of mutant plants and exchange them for food with Liong Yian. Hearing this, Qin Shin's face suddenly changed. Etc. Qin Shin stopped Li Guifeng and asked with a frown, "What did you say?" Liong Yian is exchanging food for the fruits of mutant plants. Seeing that Qin Shin seemed interested in this topic, Li Guifeng said proudly, "If you want to know, exchange it for food." Qin Shin waved his hand and pointed to a box of luncheon meat on the table. "This box of meat is for you. Hurry up and tell me." Li Guifeng rolled her eyes and held up 2 fingers. "I want 2 boxes." Qin Shin had a blank expression on his face and took out another box of luncheon meat. When Li Guifeng saw this, her eyes lit up and she quickly hugged the 2 boxes of luncheon meat in her arms. She hadn't eaten meat for several days, and she was drooling just at the sight of luncheon meat. "Hurry up and tell me." Qin Shin knocked on the table with his gun and urged impatiently. Li Guifeng then spoke. "Liong Yin privately told those of us who have no food that we can go out and find mutated plant fruits and bring them to him in exchange for food. 1 fruit can be exchanged for a box of instant noodles and a box of water." At this point, Li Guifeng revealed a look of disdain. "Although the price is high, who would dare to go out? There are monsters everywhere. Wouldn't running out be courting death? Besides, who knows if what he said is true? He has a knife in his hand and several men under him. Even if he supplies us with food, we won't be able to do anything to him." Qin Shin ignored Li Guifeng's complaints and fell into deep thought. It seems that Liong Yian also knows that humans can gain superpowers by eating the fruits of mutant plants. He has been silent these days, and there has been no news. I'm afraid he is secretly instigating people to go outside to look for fruits. I just don't know whether Liong Yian has eaten the fruit and what superpowers he has gained. I've told you everything I know. Can we go now? Li Guifeng moved towards the door cautiously. Qin Shin handed the gun to Su Weiwei and raised his chin to signal. Su Weiwei was stunned, not understanding what Qin Shin meant. "Master, this is..." Qin Shin said calmly. "It's the end of the world and supplies are scarce. You have a gun in your hand, and there's someone in front of you holding food. What should you do?" Before Su Weiwei could react, Lu Qing stepped forward, took the gun, pointed it at Li Guifeng, and shouted, "Robbery." Seeing this scene, Su Weiwei immediately covered her cherry lips. "Can we still play like this?" Li Guifeng subconsciously raised her hands. "Don't shoot. Don't shoot." The 2 boxes of luncheon meat in her arms fell to the ground, and Li Guifeng felt heartbroken. "Roll," Lu Qing said coldly. Li Guifeng's face was filled with grief and indignation. "You actually tricked me. You will be punished." As soon as she finished speaking, she was slapped in the face by Lu Qing. "Do you really think I dare not shoot? Say 1 more word of nonsense, and I will send you to see the king of hell right now." Lu Qing threatened. Li Guifeng was so frightened that she trembled and ran out crawling. Lu Qing snorted coldly and just turned around. She saw Su Weiwei's face full of admiration. "Sister Qing, you were too domineering just now." Su Weiwei couldn't help but praise. At first, she didn't understand what Qin Shin meant at all, so Lu Qing took the gun. Later, when Li Guifeng spoke nonsense, she slapped the other person in the face. Su Weiwei had always been curious about Qin Chen's description of Lu Qing. Qin Chen always said that Lu Qing was a proud wife and had bullied him a lot in the past. But these days, every time Lu Qing was in bed, Qin Chen would make her beg for mercy again and again. She was even too embarrassed to say some words. How could she be so arrogant? Looking at it today, it turns out that Lu Qing still has some arrogance in her bones. It's just that he has always been suppressed in front of Qin Chen. Master, here's a gun for you. Lu Qing held the gun in both hands and handed it to Qin Chen. When the gun was in your hand just now, didn't you think of shooting me to death? Qin Chen smiled faintly. Hearing this, Su Weiwei suddenly felt the atmosphere become heavy. She looked at Lu Qing nervously, only to see Lu Qing shaking her head. Without Master, Weiwei, and I won't survive a week. Master, don't worry, I won't betray you. She was telling the truth. Before, she was supported by He Jian and had no worries about food and drink. But in order to climb up the ladder, He Jian gave her to another man and even wrote a certificate for giving her away. From then on, the relationship between her and He Jian was completely severed. If you want to survive, you have no choice but to rely on Qin Chen. After all, in this apocalyptic world where people eat each other, Qin Chen not only has endless food, but also extra water for them to take a bath every day. As for force, Qin Chen has a gun in his hand, and ordinary people don't dare to provoke him. She only needs to work harder in bed to get safety and food, which is probably something that countless women can't even ask for. Well, that's a good answer. Qin Chen nodded in satisfaction, then took the pistol and opened the magazine. Chapter 29 Acquisition of Mutated Plant Fruits. There's not a single bullet in the magazine. Seeing this scene, Lu Qing couldn't help but feel relieved. When she got the gun, she had the urge to shoot Qin Chen to death. But if you think about it, you will know that it is easy to kill Qin Chen, but how will she survive in the future? The bullets will eventually run out, and by then, her fate will probably be 1,000 times worse than death. Afterwards, Qin Chen rolled up his sleeves without any hesitation. There was another black Glock pistol inside. You still have a pistol? Su Weiwei said in surprise. Having one of these things is already incredible, and Qin Chen actually hit another one. In fact, Qin Chen can still take out another one. With the skill of weapon and ammunition, he can make up to 3 of the same weapon. However, he was used to hiding a hand of cards, so he only showed 2. Qin Chen loaded the bullet and handed it to Lu Qing. Master, this is... Lu Qing looked confused. Search online for pistol shooting tips, and starting today, shoot 50 times a day. Qin Chen said lightly. Now Liong Yian is the only force left in the community, so there is no need to be too low-key. Besides, Liong Yian knew that he had a gun, so there was no need to hide it. If you practice more now, you will have another way to save your life. Moreover, after these 2 tests, Lu Qing has gained his trust. Let Lu Qing practice with him as well. Who knows, it might come in handy someday. No one has too many trump cards. As for Su Weiwei, Qin Chen looked at Su Weiwei, who was looking expectant. As for you, why didn't you take the gun I handed you just now? As a punishment, you are not allowed to eat tonight. Su Weiwei said pitifully. Master, I know I was wrong. However, Su Weiwei also knew that she and Lu Qing were completely different. Lu Qing was betrayed and abandoned by her husband, and had no choice but to turn to Qin Chen. She was treated as a piece of merchandise and auctioned off by Qin Chen. Especially the fact that she secretly contacted her boyfriend 2 days ago, which is probably always a thorn in Qin Chen's heart. Qin Chen would never hand over the gun to her unless these problems were resolved. Okay, let's eat. After that, we'll practice shooting. Qin Chen asked Lu Qing to sit down. As the one being punished, Su Weiwei could only serve on the side. After eating and drinking, Qin Chen thought for a moment and posted a circle of friends. Looking to buy the fruit of the mutant plant. 1 fruit costs 10 boxes of instant noodles or other supplies of equal value. This circle of friends was followed by a picture of instant noodles all over the floor. After posting on WeChat Moments, he sent the message again to all the major groups. Since Liong Yian has already started to act, he can't just sit there idle. Currently, eating the fruits of mutant plants is his only way to gain experience. Only by continuous upgrading can you acquire more powerful skills and increase your chances of surviving in the apocalypse. Especially after he heard that someone gains superpowers after eating the fruit, his sense of crisis became even stronger. Who knows if someone will gain superhuman powers and fly over and kill him with 1 punch. He thought not many people would notice this, but unexpectedly, just a few minutes after posting it on WeChat Moments, his chat software crashed. Brother Chen, are you still alive? Please give me some food. I'm starving. The fruit of a mutant plant? What is this thing? Do you have a picture? I have some imported durian here. Can I exchange it for something to eat? Brother Chen, where are you? I'll go and join you first. Countless private messages directly flooded the chat interface, and messages kept popping up in the major group chats, all with at Qinshen. However, most of them wanted to seek help, and some asked what the fruits of mutant plants were, and some even pretended to be ordinary fruits. In the shared rental group, someone at Qinshen. Brother Qin, why are you suddenly buying the fruits of mutant plants? Do you have this stuff in your hands? The person who spoke was Li Jixuan. Before the accident, he had just moved in about a month ago. Qinshen runs a night delivery business and doesn't interact much with other people. All I know is that Li Jixuan is not very old and should have just graduated from college. Like him, he couldn't find a job and temporarily started delivering food. Qinshen flipped through the chat history. When the end of the world just came, Li Jixuan said that he was trapped in a nightclub. After some deliberation, Qinshen replied, I don't have it, but there's a guy named Liong Yian in the neighborhood who's buying it for a high price. I'm curious about what it is, so I bought it for fun. As the saying goes, don't show off your wealth. The mutant fruit has such a great effect that it must not be revealed easily. Moreover, judging from what Li Jixuan said, he seemed to be very interested in this thing, which immediately aroused Qinshen's vigilance. I see. Li Jixuan replied casually, and then there was no more news. At this moment, Qinshen suddenly remembered something and called Su Weiwei over. Where does your boyfriend work? Qinshen asked. Su Weiwei looked nervous, not knowing why Qinshen suddenly asked this. He works as a DJ at the Kowloon nightclub. Su Weiwei said cautiously. Hearing this name, Qinshen's mouth curled up into a sneer. It's true. Nightclubs usually open in the evening. But in the whole of Jiangcheng, there is only one nightclub that is an exception, and that is the Kowloon nightclub. Kowloon nightclub is very upscale and open 24 hours a day. The end of the world came in the afternoon. Li Jixuan said that he was trapped in a nightclub. 100% it was the Kowloon nightclub, with Su Weiwei's boyfriend Duxia. Since Duxia knew about the mutant fruit, Li Jixuan couldn't possibly not know about it. He just asked himself this in the group. It was definitely a test. The end of the world is indeed full of intrigue. The dark side that everyone hides in civilized society was almost all exposed at this time. Master, what are you thinking about? Su Weiwei asked tentatively. Qinshen just asked her where her boyfriend worked, and then fell silent, which made her extremely uneasy. Nothing. By the way, I haven't seen my boyfriend for so long. Do you miss him? Qinshen asked with a smile. No, I don't want to. Su Weiwei said very obediently. Qinshen stroked Su Weiwei's hair and laughed. Maybe you'll have a chance to meet him in a couple of days. The Kowloon nightclub is only 3 kilometers away from Tangxinyuan community. From what Duxia said, the forces at the nightclub seemed to have been integrated, and everyone was trying their best to find the mutant fruit. If this continues, it won't be long before the other party searches for Tangxinyuan community. I just don't know if the other party has the means to get so far away from Kowloon nightclub. Send Duxia a few more messages in the next 2 days. Try to get as much information as possible and ask about the situation at the Kowloon nightclub. Qinshen said lightly. Chapter 30. Digging a tunnel and going to university. Su Weiwei quickly agreed and did not dare to disobey. The cat bed in the living room is a real cat bed, just a little bigger than an ordinary cat bed. But Su Weiwei is a model after all, and her long legs account for more than half of her height. If I want to sleep, I can only curl up in it, which is extremely uncomfortable. Every time she did something wrong, Qinshen would punish her by making her sleep in there. Not only that, they also had to wear a cold metal collar around their necks. Exactly the same as the punished pet cat. She trembled with fear at the thought of this experience. Seeing that Su Weiwei didn't leave, Qinshen asked curiously, Is there anything else? Su Weiwei took out her cell phone and whispered, Master, actually, I have a younger brother who is in college. I sent him a message before, but he didn't reply. I thought something happened to him. But last night, he suddenly sent me a message saying that they were trapped in the school building and had run out of snacks in the past 2 days. He had no choice but to risk his life and run back to the dormitory so that he could contact me. The university is not far from here, only 2 kilometers away. Master, can you find a way to save him? Having said that, Su Weiwei knelt directly on the ground with a pleading expression on her face. 2 kilometers? Yangqing University. Qinshen turned his head and looked towards the window. The university is very close to the community, and he can even see the campus through the window. It's just that after the end of the world, plants grow wildly. Now we can only vaguely see the tallest teaching buildings and dormitories. Yes, that's it. Su Weiwei said excitedly. However, Qinshen's next few words directly extinguished her hope. Don't even mention 2 kilometers. Even if it's 200 meters, you'll die if you get out. Qinshen said lightly. Master, my brother's university is on a new campus, and they haven't had time to do the landscaping yet. There aren't many plants on campus. Can you? Su Weiwei's voice became softer and softer, and in the end, she even cried. She also knew that even if the danger in the school was small, there were all kinds of mutated plants along the way, and there were also many mutated beasts hiding in them. Even if Qin Shin had a gun, he would be in danger of death if he went out. What's more, who is she? She is just a kitten raised by Qin Shin. Why should Qin Shin take risks for her? At this moment, Su Weiwei seemed to suddenly think of something, and her eyes burst into light. By the way, Master, my brother has seen the fruits of mutant plants. He said a female classmate of his had picked a fruit, but didn't dare eat it. She wanted to wait for a chance to exchange it for food later. Su Weiwei said anxiously. Oh, hearing about the mutant fruit, Qin Shin immediately became interested. But after thinking about it carefully, he still didn't want to take the risk. The last time he tried to pick fruits from the money tree downstairs, he almost lost his life, let alone running 2 kilometers away. It still won't work. There's absolutely no way to get through it from the ground, unless we dig a tunnel, but… Speaking of this, Qin Shin suddenly felt a flash of inspiration in his mind. Yes, why didn't I think of that? Dig a tunnel. Qin Shin muttered to himself, looking a little excited. Su Weiwei was stunned. What? Digging a tunnel? Master, there are only 3 of us. We can't dig a 2-kilometer tunnel. Qin Shin smiled mysteriously. Don't worry about it. Tell your brother to find a way to get the mutant fruit. We will go to rescue him in 3 days at most. Although she didn't know what solution Qin Shin had come up with, Su Weiwei was immediately excited when she heard that her brother was saved. Thank you, Master. I'll tell my brother right away. Su Weiwei left excitedly, and Qin Shin then activated the mind link to control the golden ant. The perspective switches, and the golden ant seems to be sleeping somewhere underground, with darkness all around. It took Qin Shin a long time to adapt before he learned to find a way out the same way as ants. After arriving on the ground, Qin Shin wanted to control the golden ant to directly enter the underground garage. But the place where humans live seems to be guarded by a mysterious force. No matter how hard Qin Shin tries, the golden ants cannot enter. In desperation, Qin Shin had to give up this plan and started digging a hole. He dug a tunnel and went straight to the bottom of Building 3. Taking this place as the starting point, Qin Shin asked the golden ants to summon a team of worker ants and start digging a tunnel. Free labor is better used than not. What these guys are best at is digging tunnels. It is no problem for them to reach the university campus within 3 days. Not only that, with the tunnel, all nearby communities can access the area unimpeded. As long as you connect with other communities, the chances of obtaining mutant fruits will greatly increase. At this time, Qin Shin received a message. After seeing the content, a playful smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Qin Shin handed the phone to Su Weiwei and said with a smile, "Take a look at the content. What do you think?" The message was sent by Su Weiwei's roommate Liu Yu. The food she had stockpiled was finished, and since Qin Shin was interested in women, she wanted to trade her body with Qin Shin for some food and water. Su Weiwei said cautiously, "Master, I dare not make a decision for you." Qin Shin lifted Su Weiwei's chin and said with a smile, "Tell the truth." Su Weiwei bit her lip and said, "Master, I was betrayed by her before, so of course I don't want you to save her. But if you're interested in her, I have no objection." Qin Shin chuckled, hugged Su Weiwei, and went out. Arriving at the doorstep of her former home, Su Weiwei was deeply moved. When they were out of water and food, she naively waited for Du Xia to come and pick her up. If it weren't for Qin Shin, she and Liu Yu would have starved to death or fallen into the hands of some man. Liu Yu sold her, which was also an unintentional act of saving her life. "Knock," Qin Shin ordered. Su Weiwei didn't dare to disobey and knocked on the door gently. "Who is it?" Liu Yu's weak voice came from inside the house, mixed with a hint of fear. Su Weiwei glanced at Qin Shin. Seeing that Qin Shin didn't say anything, she could only say, "I, Su Weiwei." Soon, the door was opened. Su Weiwei was shocked by Liu Yu's appearance. Liu Yu, who was originally a little fat, was now starving to the point of being skin and bones. His cheekbones were prominent, and his eye sockets were sunken, looking extremely scary. But Su Weiwei reacted immediately. These days, she had no shortage of food and drink at Qin Shin's house, and she could even enjoy a hot pot meal. But others may have been starving. Originally, the decoration of this house was in a style she personally selected, but after the end of the world, Liu Yu had no intention of cleaning it, and now the floor is covered with garbage, and you can even smell a faint stench. Liu Yu was extremely surprised to see Qin Shin and the others. "Qin Shin, I know you must have some food there, right? Please give me some, I beg you, I'm almost starving." Liu Yu begged. "Sure, bring something in exchange." Qin Shin smiled. Liu Yu was stunned for a moment. then seemed to understand Qin Shin's meaning and took off his clothes without hesitation. I understand. You just want to sleep with me, right? Come on. I'm ready. As long as you give me food, you can do anything to me, Liu said loudly. Chapter 31. You two play a little game. Before contacting Qin Shin, Liu did some psychological work on himself for a long time. She had roughly heard about what had happened in the community in the past 2 days through various groups. The supermarket was burned down, and several major forces fought each other, and almost all of them died. There are fewer and fewer supplies in the community now. Someone once offered a woman a bucket of instant noodles if she came to his house and slept with him for one night. Liu scoffed at it at the time, but he didn't expect that after just 3 or 5 days, the price would drop to half a piece of bread. Even with this, there is still competition. She had seen more than once that after someone in the group made a bid, several good-looking women would directly send selfies to compete, and each photo was more revealing than the last. She had even met some of these women before. Before the end of the world, some were rich ladies who had never done housework, while others were canaries kept by some big boss. And now, for half a piece of bread, they have put aside all their dignity. It's not like she hasn't thought about selling her body in exchange for supplies. But with her looks, she probably can't compete with others. So at this time, she thought of Qin Shin. I heard that Qin Shin had a gun and a lot of supplies. If I could hold on to this thigh, maybe I could live a few more days. At my place, or at yours? Don't worry, I'm very good at serving people. You can do whatever you want. I just want to survive, Liu said directly. Qin Shin had to admit that sometimes his little head would control his big head, but he had no interest at all in the thin bamboo pole in front of him. Not to mention that her figure and appearance are only average among women. Compared with Lu Qing and Su Weiwei at home, they are like heaven and earth. Before the end of the world, given Qin Shin's identity as a delivery man, Liu probably wouldn't even look at him straight in the eye. But now, all classes and orders have been broken, and he even thinks Liu is ugly even though she is his dog. Forget it. If you look like Su Weiwei, I might consider it, Qin Shin said lightly. Hearing this, Liu was stunned. Then you came here because you like me, didn't you? Liu asked in disbelief. If Qin Shin didn't have any feelings for her, why would he come here in person? I came here because I thought you would have some surprises. After all, you gave me a cute little kitten last time. Qin Shin held Su Weiwei in his arms and said with a smile. Su Weiwei looked well-behaved and put her face on Qin Shin's chest. Just keep your body for other men. I'm not interested. Do you have anything valuable? If not, I'll leave, Qin Shin asked. Liu said with difficulty. I also have brand-name bags, diamond rings, and jewelry. Qin Shin sneered and interrupted her. Do you think these things are still valuable in the end times? Liu was in tears. She had nothing left except her body. Let's go, Qin Shin said lightly. Seeing this, Liu suddenly panicked. She rushed forward, hugged Su Weiwei's legs, and cried, Weiwei, I was wrong before. I'm sorry for you. I deserve to die. As he said that, Liu slapped himself twice. But if I wasn't really desperate, I wouldn't want to hurt you. For the sake of our past friendship, please save me. Okay. Su Weiwei frowned and twitched her leg. But Liu held her legs tightly and couldn't pull them out at all. Liu, I am just a kitten of my master now. I am not qualified to make decisions for my master. It is useless for you to beg me, Su Weiwei said lightly. When Liu heard Su Weiwei's words, he was stunned. Kitten? What does this mean? But she still didn't give up and continued. Weiwei, have you forgotten that when we were in school, we were best friends? We always eat together, go to class together, and even go to the bathroom together. The time we spend together is longer than the time you spend with your boyfriend. Also, you were sick and hospitalized, but Du Xia had to go to work, so I was the only one willing to stay with you. You couldn't find a job, so I helped you submit your resume. Weiwei, I did something wrong, but it's not a crime punishable by death. Please give me a chance. I will work like a slave to repay you. Hearing this, Su Weiwei's expression showed a hint of confusion. Seeing this, Qin Shin immediately became interested. He brought Su Weiwei here just to let her see what would happen if she didn't become his kitten. Liu is a good example. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected gain, which was a good opportunity to test Su Weiwei's character. After all, he wanted to keep Su Weiwei by his side. How about this? Let's play a little game. Qin Shin chuckled. But when Su Weiwei heard these words, her body shook violently. Every time Qin Shin said he wanted to play a little game, the consequences seemed to be very serious. Qin Shin took out a pen and paper and handed them to Su Weiwei and Liu respectively. Then, under the two men's puzzled gazes, he took out a pistol. The rules of this little game are, you two each write on a piece of paper whether you want to shoot the other person. Remember, it's whether you want to shoot the other person or not. If the result is no shooting, then congratulations, you both survived. If one person says don't shoot and the other says shoot, then the one who says don't shoot will die. If both of you were shot, then unfortunately, you two would die together. Qin Shen said with a smile while playing with the gun in his hand. Hearing this, the two of them immediately panicked. How can I let my life be in the hands of the other party? Owner. Su Weiwei was about to beg for mercy, but when she saw Qin Shen's unquestionable eyes, she quickly shut her mouth. Weiwei, listen to me. No matter what conflicts we had in the past, this is a matter of life and death, and we can't write nonsense. Let's not shoot for a while, so we can all survive. After that, no matter how you want to punish me, I will never complain. But if you don't want to let me go, I can die with you, don't you understand? Lu Yu quickly analyzed. Su Weiwei nodded with a complicated expression. Okay, that's all for now. Let's write. The two of them wrote something on the paper, each with their own thoughts, and then folded it up. Qin Shen looked at the note in front of the two people with a playful expression and laughed. Let me see. I don't think anyone wrote to shoot. I don't want to waste bullets. Qin Shen said as he picked up the note in front of Lu Yu. Lu Yu quickly stopped him. Qin Shen, shouldn't we open them together? Qin Shen said calmly. Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Looking at the gun in Qin Shen's hand, Lu Yu didn't dare to refute and quickly swallowed the rest of his words. Qin Shen slowly opened the note and saw two words written on it. Shot. Chapter 32, I made the rules, but I remembered them wrongly. When Su Weiwei saw the word shoot, her face turned pale and she looked at Lu Yu angrily. Weiwei, I'm sorry. Lu Yu explained in a panic. Weiwei, it's not that I don't want you to live, but the supplies are really limited. Su Weiwei gritted her teeth and asked. So, you chose to let me die, right? Lu Yu waved his hands repeatedly. No, Weiwei, you misunderstood me. Life in the end times is too difficult. Survival is also torture for us. I am doing this for your own good. Don't worry, I will definitely remember your kindness and will pay tribute to you every year. After saying that, Lu Yu quickly looked at Qin Shen. Qin Shen, the result is out. Shoot quickly. No rush. Qin Shen smiled and picked up Su Weiwei's note. There's still one I haven't read yet. Lu Yu said confidently. No need to read it. Weiwei is soft-hearted. She won't write about shooting. I know her very well over the years. Qin Shen looked at Su Weiwei. Oh, really? Su Weiwei lowered her head and remained silent. Qin Shen laughed, took out a lighter, and lit the note in front of the two of them. In 2 or 3 seconds, the note burned into a pile of ashes. Weiwei. Qin Shen didn't even look at the result. It turns out I won. Don't worry, I won't leave your body exposed in the wilderness. I will collect your ashes and pray for you day and night. Lu Yu said proudly. She was so excited when she thought about taking Su Weiwei's place and going to Qin Shen's house to eat and drink delicious food. But the next moment, Qin Shen raised his hand and handed the pistol to Su Weiwei. The minigame is over. Now it's your turn to perform. Qin Shen was playful. Seeing this scene, Lu Yu was dumbfounded. Qin Shen, what? What does this mean? I wrote shoot. Shouldn't it be Weiwei who should be shot? Lu Yu asked in disbelief. You remembered it wrongly, didn't you? What I just said was that the note contained my own ending. If you wrote shoot, then of course they meant you. Qin Shen said with an innocent look. Lu Yu's face turned pale and blue. If she still doesn't understand that she has been fooled by Qin Shen, then she has lived all these years in vain. You lied to me. You did it on purpose. Lu Yu roared through gritted teeth. Qin Shen scratched his ear and said impatiently, I made the rules. Even if I remembered them wrong, you just need to write down the rules. Don't shoot. No matter what the rules are, as long as it says don't shoot, you won't die. Hearing Qin Shen's words, Lu Yu's face turned pale, and he fell to his knees on the ground with a thud. Seeing that Su Weiwei didn't move for a long time after taking the gun, Qin Shen waved his hand and said, I'm here, so you can't perform well, right? Okay, I'll give you 3 minutes, and you can solve it yourself. As he said that, Qin Shen walked out of the house and closed the door behind him. Weiwei, listen to me. I know I was wrong. I'm sorry. I don't want anything anymore. Please let me go just this once, okay? Lu Yu's pleading voice was heard from inside the room. However, she was greeted by a burst of gunfire. Su Weiwei fired all 17 bullets in one breath. A few seconds later, the door opened. Su Weiwei walked out in a daze, holding a gun in her hand. When she saw Qin Shen, she burst into tears and threw herself into his arms. You did it on purpose. You did it on purpose. Su Weiwei pounded Qin Shen's chest and cried loudly. Through the crack in the door, Qin Shen could just see the corpse lying on the ground. Lu Yu was covered in blood, and there was still a trace of fear and surprise in his empty eyes. She probably didn't expect that Su Weiwei, who was weak as a kitten, would shoot her without hesitation. Okay, it's just murder. You will experience a lot more in the future. Qin Shen comforted. But despite saying this, Qin Shen is not much better than Su Weiwei. People who have been educated in a civilized society find it difficult to kill chickens and fish, and many of them even faint at the sight of blood, let alone killing people. After crying for a long time, Su Weiwei finally calmed down a little and quickly wiped the tears from her face. Okay, go back. I brought you out today so you can see what people are like in the end times. Even if it's your best friend who used to sleep in the same bed with you, she'll always want to kill you for a little bit of supplies. In this world, you can't trust anyone but yourself. Having said that, Qin Shen smiled and added, "Oh, by the way, you can still trust me." Su Weiwei wiped her tears and nodded. "I will always believe in Master." If it were before the end of the world, what Qin Shen just said would probably be accused of PUA by a certain group. But now it is difficult for everyone to survive. Who has the energy to blame Qin Shen? After returning home, Lu Qing looked at Su Weiwei, whose makeup was all smudged from crying, and asked in surprise, "Master, Weiwei, did something happen? I just heard a gunshot." Qin Shen patted Su Weiwei's head and said with a smile, "It's nothing. I just played a little game with her." Su Weiwei also said, "Sister Qing, I will explain to you later." After dinner, Lu Qing started practicing shooting as usual. 2 days passed, and her marksmanship had barely improved. At a distance of about 10 meters, shooting at a human-shaped target, it would be good if you can hit 2 or 3 out of 10 shots. Qin Shen was no better than her. Not to mention a headshot, he even had a hard time hitting the target halfway. However, Su Weiwei gave Qin Shen a lot of surprises. On a whim, he asked Su Weiwei to fire a few shots, and surprisingly, all of them hit the target with high accuracy. "Look at you. I've let you practice for 2 days, but you're still not as accurate as Su Weiwei." Qin Shen reprimanded with a serious face. I don't dare anymore," Lu Qing said in a tearful voice. After punishing Lu Qing, Qin Shen returned to the bedroom refreshed. Before going to sleep, he activated the mind link and controlled the golden ant to check the progress. It was almost as he expected. About 1/3 of the tunnel had been dug. In 2 days, he would be able to go to the university to get the mutant fruit. Before that, you still need to prepare well. While I was thinking about it, there was a knock on the bedroom door. As soon as I opened it, I saw Su Weiwei with tears in her eyes. "Master, I had a nightmare." Su Weiwei threw herself into Qin Shen's arms, looking aggrieved. She finally fell asleep, but she dreamed of Lu Yu with blood all over his face, which frightened her awake. In desperation, he could only run to find Qin Shen. "Having a nightmare? Then I'll reward you by letting you sleep with me today," Qin Shen said with an evil smile. Su Weiwei nodded shyly. Lu Qing in the next bedroom tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. "Can't you let me sleep?" Lu Qing complained with a sleepy look on her face, and even had the urge to rush over to argue. But thinking of the outcome of past theories, she gave up. On the other side, Su Weiwei leaned on Qin Shen's chest and suddenly said, "Master, actually, on the note today, I also wrote about shooting." Chapter 33, Conquering Liong Yian. Oh, Su Weiwei's words surprised Qin Shen a little. This kitten also wrote about shooting? Seeing that Qin Shen seemed unconvinced, Su Weiwei anxiously explained, "I didn't know you were testing me, Master, but when I thought about her betrayal and me having to accompany you with her, I couldn't stand it, so I wrote the shooting." This answer made Qin Shen feel a little amused and helpless. He originally wanted to see if Su Weiwei was a hidden saint who would even forgive those who betrayed her. But Su Weiwei unexpectedly hit the mark. She wrote the shooting because she didn't want to accompany him with Lu Yu. "Okay, the note has already been burned, so you can say whatever you want," Qin Shen joked deliberately. Sure enough, Su Weiwei suddenly became anxious and bit Qin Shen's chest lightly. "Master, you are just teasing me. I will bite you to death." This, Qin Shen took a breath of cold air. "Don't bite here, bite somewhere else." Lu Qing, who had just laid down next door, sighed when she heard the sound again. The next day, information analysis room. Opposite the floor plan of Tang Xinyuan community, Qin Shen printed out another city map. Satellite image of the 5-kilometer area centered on Tang Xinyuan community. However, this satellite image was taken before the end of the world. Now the plants have mutated and the terrain has changed a lot. In particular, Qin Shen noticed that these mutated plants were still growing. Qin Shen spent a lot of time using markers to distinguish green areas, residential areas, roads, and other places with different colors. Since Qin Shen's community is a relatively prosperous place, there are many communities around it. Qin Shen had highlighted some key areas of the people. There are 3 large residential areas alone, and the population far exceeds that of Tang Xinyuan, where Qin Shen is located. A nightclub, 8 office buildings, 3 large shopping malls, and a university. There should be a large number of survivors in these places. Qinshin currently has no means of self-protection, so he will not consider dangerous places such as green areas and parks for the time being. Start from where there are people and see if there is a chance to get the fruit of the mutant plant. The first target is Yanqing University. Qinshin looked at the satellite map on the wall. Su Weiwei was right. This campus is a new one, and there is no time to do landscaping yet. Looking at the satellite image, the campus is grayish-yellow with almost no green. This undoubtedly greatly increases safety. Moreover, the school was almost entirely populated by teachers and students who did not have any firearms and posed no threat to him. Thinking of this, Qinshin returned to the living room and called Su Weiwei. "Did your brother contact you again later? Did you get the fruit?" Qinshin asked. Su Weiwei quickly said, "Master, my brother said that the school has been divided into several factions. In the past 2 days, they have been fighting over the food stored in the cafeteria, and there have been several fights, and even a loss of life. Now many students are hiding in their dormitories and dare not go out. But the dormitory has no electricity, so my brother can only turn off his phone and turn it on once every day at noon and evening to let me know he is safe." Hearing this, Qinshin frowned immediately. He almost forgot one thing. The school is one of the most densely populated places. Although this campus is not large, it has at least several thousand or tens of thousands of students. Once food shortages occur, chaos will probably break out soon. There's still a day and a half left, so we should be able to make it in time. Qinshin muttered to himself. According to the current digging speed of the mutant ants, it will take about a day and a half to reach the campus of Yanqing University. As the two were talking, Lu Qing suddenly hurried over with a cell phone in her hand. "Master, look, it seems someone is going to cause trouble for Liong Yian." Qinshin took the phone and took a look at it, almost laughing out loud. Someone created a new group, and messages were coming in one after another, all criticizing Liong Yian. There were already 99 plus messages. "I used to follow Liong Yian, and he has a lot of supplies. I want to reveal something. I was at the scene when the supermarket caught fire. If Liong Yian hadn't wanted to kill someone, the supermarket wouldn't have caught fire at all. Liong Yian should be held responsible for this matter, hand over the supplies in his hands, and apologize to everyone." At Liong Yian. Among them, Qinshin even saw a familiar name, Li Guifeng. Li Guifeng. Everyone should respect the elderly and love the young. Once we get the supplies, let me pick them first. Li Guifeng's words immediately aroused public anger, and she was scolded several times. "Shut up, old woman. You haven't made any contribution, and you still want to eat. It's not that the old people have become bad, it's that the bad people have become old." After a while, everyone's topic returned to the condemnation of Liong Yian. Some people even started organizing to rob Liong Yian. Liong Yian only has 7 men left. With so many of us, shouldn't it be easy to deal with them? However, some people immediately expressed their concerns. They have knives and are very powerful. How can we fight them? A knife is nothing. I'll teach you how to make your own spears with a fruit knife and a broom. The longer they are, the stronger they are. It'll be easy to deal with them. That's right, Liong Yian is nothing. I've practiced martial arts and can beat 3 of them with one hand. Suddenly, someone asked, "Why don't we start today, without further delay?" As soon as these words were spoken, the group chat, which had been quite active just now, suddenly became silent. Just now, everyone was just talking nonsense. If we really want to go to war with Liong Yian, no one has the courage. After all, Liong Yian has several lives on his hands and is a man who kills without blinking an eye. At this time, a name that no one was familiar with suddenly spoke up. "How about this? I'll take the lead. If you want food, come to me to sign up." This person's name is Lu Zhiyong. Qinshin thought for a long time before he remembered the other party's identity. The gatekeeper of the community. If I remember correctly, Lu Zhiyong is already in his 50s. Don't look at his age. He has no shelter and no food, but he has been able to survive in the apocalypse until now. He must have some extraordinary qualities. Sure enough, many people in the group knew Lu Zhiyong's identity. "Aren't you the gatekeeper of the community? What can a 50-something old man do with us?" "Stop kidding. That's right, old man. Go and take a rest. You have nothing to do here." But just as he finished speaking, Lu Zhiyong uploaded a photo. The photo should be a selfie of him. He is wearing a security uniform and looks thin and weak, no different from an ordinary old man. But what surprised everyone was that Lu Zhiyong was holding a green dragon crescent blade in his hand that was taller than him, which was quite majestic. "Everyone, I've loved wielding a sword since I was a kid. Later, I paid someone to forge a green dragon crescent blade. I sharpened it these past 2 days. It should be no problem dealing with a few ordinary people. I've finished all my food. I have no choice but to ask Liong Yian for some." I still say that. If anyone has ideas, please contact me privately. If I can really grab some food, I will only share it with my companions. After Lu Zhiyong said this, he left the group immediately. Although there were still people speaking in the group, their comments were meaningless and Qin Shun was too lazy to read them. Qin Shun returned the phone to Lu Qing and stroked his chin, saying, "You continue to pay attention to this matter. It's good that someone is testing Liong Yian's strength for us." Liong Yian's private purchase of mutant fruits a few days ago had aroused Qin Shin's vigilance. No matter what the other party's purpose is, Qin Shin cannot let the other party continue. The attackers suddenly betrayed the supermarket and wanted to kill Qin Shun and the others in the supermarket. Liong Yin has already wanted to kill Qin Shin twice. Although Qin Shun didn't say it, Liong Yin had already been included in his kill list. However, the opponent's strength was unknown, so he did not rush to take action. At this time, Building 1, Pingyu's home. Bursts of wailing were coming from the messy bedroom. Liong Yanjing was seen with his upper body naked, pressing Lu Tong on the bed with a ferocious look on his face. Chapter 34 Lu Qing's Substitute. Keep reading. If you dare to stop, I will make you live a life worse than death. Liong Yan roared like a wild beast. Lu Tong was holding a mobile phone in his hand, reading out the conversation in the group chat intermittently. And this group chat is the group that everyone has just formed to attack Liong Yan. Lu Tong looked extremely painful, but he didn't dare to stop at all. These past 2 days, Liong Yin seemed to be torturing her like a madman. She contemplated suicide more than once. But ever since she fainted from the torture by Liong Yin last time and walked on the brink of life and death, she never dared to think about suicide again. Liong Yin seemed to have seen her desire to survive and used this matter to threaten her every time. After throwing the limp Lu Tong aside, he picked up his phone, looked at the comments in the group chat, and snorted coldly. A bunch of cowardly scum want to deal with me. How naive. But it's just right. I can also take this opportunity to try that thing. Liong Yan sneered to himself. Seeing the horrified look on Liong Yan's face, Lu Tong couldn't help but shudder. She felt that the man in front of her was no longer a human being. Yesterday, Liong Yan was so angry after seeing the news that Qin Shin had offered a high price to compete with him for the mutant fruit that he smashed the granite dining table with one punch. That's original granite. If you want to smash it directly, it will probably require an impact force of several tons, or even more than 10 tons. Liong Yan, is he still human? After torturing Lu Tong, Liong Yan picked up his cell phone and called He Jian and others. Guard the surveillance room. From now on, you will take turns watching the surveillance camera 24 hours a day. If you see anyone taking action, contact me immediately. Liong Yan ordered. He Jian quickly agreed. Property Center. The small group of 7 people is now vaguely led by He Jian. After all, He Jian is the best at licking, so now no matter what orders Liong Yan has, he will give them directly to him. Brother He, what did Boss Liang say? Several people gathered in a circle, waiting for He Jian's answer. He Jian said calmly, someone wants to attack the boss, let's keep an eye on the surveillance. From now on, we'll work in groups of 3, in 2 shifts, to keep an eye on the movements of that group of people. There were 7 people in total, divided into groups of 3, so he was naturally excluded. Although the other few people were somewhat dissatisfied, they were intimidated by He Jian's status and did not dare to speak out in rebuttal. Okay, go get busy. After saying that, He Jian turned and walked towards the meeting room of the property center. The others looked at He Jian's back with disdainful expressions. I heard that he used to be Chao Long's subordinate. After Chao Long died, he defected to Peng Yu. After Peng Yu died, he immediately kowtowed and recognized Liong Yan as his boss. Fuck, a slave of 3 surnames? There's also some explosive news. It said that in order to climb up the social ladder, he gave his wife away to be a dog. As a result, Chao Long died within 2 days. It really made me laugh to death. No way, sending your wife out to be a dog. Are you still a human being? Really? There was a delivery man in building 3 who had a gun. In order to win him over, Chao Long sent He Jian's wife over. The last time I saw him, wow, he must have been almost killed. Several people were talking in low voices, full of disdain for He Jian. After all, they all followed Liong Yan from the beginning. After risking his life for so long, he was suppressed by a green-haired turtle. How could he possibly accept it? On the other side, He Jian pushed open the door of the conference room, frowned, and fanned his nose. There were about 10 women locked in the conference room. Some were captured by Chao Long and Liong Yan, and some came to the door because they were so hungry that they couldn't stand it anymore. During these 2 days, they ate, drank, defecated, and urinated in the conference room, and the smell was extremely bad. From now on, throw your excrement away and don't pollute the air here. If I find out who has soiled the house, Don't blame me for being cruel, He Jian said lightly. Several women trembled and nodded repeatedly. Seeing the women's frightened expressions, He Jian suddenly felt relieved. This feeling of controlling other people's lives is really great. You come here. He Jian waved to a woman in the corner. The woman walked up to He Jian tremblingly and with a look of fear on her face. He Jian pinched her face and suddenly became dazed. Although your figure isn't as good as hers, your eyes really are similar. As he spoke, He Jian suddenly made a move and grabbed the woman's neck. The woman had no time to react and quickly reached out to grab He Jian's hand. But she hadn't eaten much for several days, and as a woman, she couldn't move He Jian's hand at all. Don't kill me. The woman begged for mercy and fear. Say, you're wrong, you're a bitch. He Jian roared ferociously. Although the woman didn't know what was happening, she could only beg for mercy loudly in order to survive. I was wrong. I'm a bitch. Please forgive me. The woman cried weakly. Lift your head up. I want to look into your eyes. He Jian seemed to be crazy. Unable to retaliate against Qin Shun and Lu Qing, he could only vent his anger in this way. Lu Qing, you bitch, I'm going to kill you one day. He Jian roared and exerted force with both hands. The next moment, the woman lying on the table tilted her head and died. Before she died, she didn't know how she had offended He Jian. The eyes that were still open were filled with fear. Seeing the woman's miserable death, the women screamed in fear. Shut the fuck up. He Jian ordered the women. Throw the body outside. Don't disgust people here. After saying that, he snorted coldly and turned away. A few days ago, he was a company owner managing dozens of people. Now, in the end times, he has become a corrupted man who kills without blinking an eye. This kind of situation is common in the community. Supplies are in short supply, and in order to survive, we can only steal from others. Night. A rain relieved the anxiety of many people. Many people have already run out of water at home and have no choice but to take the risk of collecting rainwater from the balcony to drink. Fortunately, the rain was not unusual. Without food, the energy stored in the body can still play a role. But if you don't have water to drink, you will die within a few days. Qin Shin stood on the balcony and saw that many people in the building opposite had taken out various containers to collect rainwater. It was quite lively. Some people in the group even started selling vegetable seeds, preparing to grow crops at home. In the end times, humans certainly appear vulnerable in the face of mutated plants and animals. But the vitality of the entire human race is like weeds, tenacious and strong. Midnight. Qin Shun was sleeping soundly when suddenly a figure jumped onto the bed. He reached out and touched it and immediately confirmed the other person's identity. Lu Qing. Why did you miss me? Qin Shin asked with a smile. Chapter 35. Sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Lu Qing blushed with shame and shook her head repeatedly. Qin Shin chuckled. Did you hear any sound last night? Lu Qing's face flushed as she thought of what happened last night. But she was too embarrassed to admit it, so she shook her head and said, Master, I slept very soundly last night and didn't hear anything. Qin Shin lifted her chin. Although it was the middle of the night, he could still vaguely see Lu Qing's red and hot face in the darkness. To be honest, Qin Shin said jokingly. Lu Qing bit her lip and quickly took out her cell phone to change Qin Shin's subject. Why? You still want to take a video? Qin Shin took the phone and was about to turn on the camera when Lu Qing quickly explained, No, Master, I saw the news that someone is going to cause trouble for Liong Yian. After hearing Lu Qing's words, Qin Shin suddenly came to his senses. It turns out that this proud wife sneaked into his bedroom in the middle of the night, not to do that. Ever since you asked me and Wei Wei to keep an eye on Liong Yan's movements, we've divided the work. She does it during the day, and I do it at night. We keep an eye on the news 24 hours a day. Just now I saw someone say they heard footsteps in the corridor, and then I looked from the balcony, and it seemed that there were people moving in several nearby buildings. They must be about to take action. Lu Qing explained. Qin Shin looked at the time. 4 o'clock in the morning. People sleep the deepest at this time. Your guess should be correct. Let's go and see the excitement. Qin Shin put on his clothes and went out with Lu Qing. Master, where are we going? Lu Qing asked cautiously. At home, she wore a black silk suspender nightgown. I don't know where Qin Shin got it from. The style is so embarrassing. Fortunately, Qin Shin put a windbreaker on her before she went out. Otherwise, she really didn't have the courage to go out. But in the middle of the night, she always had a special feeling when she went out with Qin Shun wearing this outfit. Thinking of this, Lu Qing was suddenly shocked. Why didn't I have this feeling when I was with He Jian before? At that time, He Jian also suggested buying her some clothes to wear at home. But when she thought of that scene, Lu Qing refused directly. She thought she couldn't accept this kind of exciting game. But after arriving at Qin Chen's place, everything was unlocked. Why are you leaving? Hurry up. If you go too late, you won't be able to see the excitement. Qin Chen urged. Lu Qing pointed at her feet and complained. Who told you to make me wear such high heels? I can't even walk fast. I don't know why Qin Chen likes to see her wearing high heels so much. She has more than a dozen pairs at home, and she wears a different pair every day. That means you still need to practice. How come high heels don't affect a kitten's walking? Qin Chen teased. Lu Qing complained. Wei Wei used to be a model. She can even dance in high heels without any problem, let alone walking. Although she said this, she still quickened her pace to catch up with Qin Chen. Not long after, the two arrived at building number 2 next door. The stairwell on the 3rd floor is quiet at this moment. Qin Chen and the other person stood in front of the window, just in time to see what was happening at the door of Peng Yu's house. The two buildings are about 30 meters apart, and each person has a telescope, which is just enough to see clearly. Fortunately, we made it, Qin Chen said with satisfaction. This position has an excellent view. If a fight really breaks out, you can see everything clearly. In the corridor, more than a dozen people stood on both sides of Peng Yu's door, all holding weapons such as machetes and homemade spears. This group of people, led by the doorman Lu Jiong, stood in 2 rows with their backs against the wall, just like the special police breaking into a door in a TV drama. Lu Jiong, holding the green dragon crescent blade, slowly walked to the door. I heard that Liong Yian sent all his men to the property management to guard the monitoring room and the power distribution room. No matter how strong he is, he can't be a match for this group of people alone, right? Lu Qing said. That's not necessarily true. Qin Chen shook his head and did not mention anything about the mutant fruit. Although Liong Yian had purchased mutant fruits before, he probably knew that eating mutant fruits could gain superpowers. But the mutant fruit was not so easy to find. In order to pick one, he took great pains and almost died outside. Even if Liong Yian knew about superpowers, he might not have ever eaten one. He came here today just to confirm this matter. If Liong Yian did not have special abilities, he would have shot him again regardless of whether Uncle Lu and his gang could defeat Liong Yian or not. Qin Chen is not a good person. Liong Yian once had murderous intentions towards him, and he has long been on his kill list. If Liong Yian has special abilities, then we'll take action depending on the situation. But sooner or later he will kill the other person. Just as I was thinking about it, 2 people came running in the corridor, holding a big thing in their hands. Seeing this scene, Qin Chen almost laughed out loud. Wow, I don't know who these people are. They even invented a heavy-duty impact drill. This thing is different from the ordinary small electric drill. It is usually used to break cement and steel bars. Maybe it would be easy to break open the security door. Through the telescope, Lu Jiong was seen silently extending his finger and counting down a few numbers. Then the 2 men immediately raised the impact drill and aimed it at the keyhole. And at this critical moment, the door was suddenly pushed open. Everyone was stunned and stood there in a daze, unable to even react. Lu Jiong waved his hand with a gloomy expression, and everyone took 2 steps back, looking as if they were facing a formidable enemy. You little bastards, what are you doing coming to my house so late at night? Liong Yian walked out with the trembling Lu Tong in his arms. He was shirtless and only wore shorts on the lower body. And Lu Tong in his arms was wearing only a white halter dress that couldn't cover anything at all. Many men couldn't help swallowing their saliva when they saw this scene. The way they were dressed, it was obvious that they had just gotten out of bed after receiving the news. However, Liong Yian did not have a knife in his hand. Liong Yian, in this apocalyptic world, we should all help each other and survive together. You've taken so much supplies, it's a bit too much. As long as you share the things, I can promise to save your life. The leader Lu Jiong said in a deep voice. Chapter 36. This is the power of God. Uncle Lu, he's alone. Why bother trying to reason with him? Just chop him down with a knife. That's right, this man has several lives on his hands, and his death is not a pity. If it weren't for him, would so many people have died in our community? I think he should die as an atonement. The woman in Liong Yan's arms is his cousin's wife. He killed Peng Yu and took his wife. Isn't he afraid that Peng Yu will come after him? Everyone was filled with righteous indignation and was about to take action. Liong Yan chuckled. You're right. I did all these things. Some of them were even more excessive, but you still don't know about them. For example, everyone in Building 8 was killed by me. For example, in order to explain the human body's weaknesses to my men, I killed several elderly, weak, and sick people in Building 4. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. What? You were responsible for the massacre in Building 8? You're a monster. You're actually using a living person as a target to practice martial arts. Are you still a human being? Kill him. This kind of person doesn't deserve to live in this world. Everyone pointed at Liong Yian and cursed. Building 8 lost contact with everyone overnight. Not long after, someone found that the stench of corpses was everywhere in Building 8. It was speculated that everyone had been killed, but no one knew who did it. I just found out today that it was Liong Yian who led people to massacre everyone in the building. What's even more cruel is that he himself is from Building 4, but he actually used his neighbor as a target and let his men train martial arts. Seeing everyone's indignation, Liong Yian laughed loudly and was extremely arrogant. So what if I did all this? Liong Yian revealed a frantic look. The end of the world has come. The previous system no longer exists. Only the strong can survive. At this time, a man seemed unable to bear it anymore, rushed to Liong Yian, raised his machete, and chopped at Liong Yian. When a sound of metal collision was heard, the machete hit Liong Yian, but was bounced off instantly, leaving no trace at all. This scene not only shocked everyone. Even Qin Chun and Lu Qing, who were watching the game, widened their eyes. How is this possible? How can a person block a knife? Lu Qing muttered to herself. This is trouble. Qin Chun smiled bitterly. Although I don't know what kind of special ability this is, it seems to have the function of iron bones and iron tendons, and it is definitely the first choice for saving lives. The skill he had always dreamed of ended up in the hands of the enemy. At the same time, Liong Yian picked up the flying steel knife and sneered. The next moment, the long sword made of fine steel was like dough in Liong Yan's hand, and he kneaded it into a ball with his hands. When the crumpled steel knife was thrown at the feet of the crowd, scaring them so much that their faces turned pale and they dared not move. See? This is the power of God. In the apocalypse, the law of the jungle prevails. Only the strong can survive. And you ants, haha, are nothing in front of me. Liong Yian opened his arms and laughed arrogantly. Come on, don't you want to kill me? Let's see if you bunch of trash can hurt me in the slightest. Everyone was frightened by this scene and looked at each other. No one dared to step forward and take action. The steel knife that Liong Yian had just crushed into a ball was still under his feet. How dare he attack Liong Yian? Isn't he courting death? You're playing tricks on me. I don't believe you're really invulnerable. Lu Xiong frowned and shouted loudly. He swung the green dragon crescent blade in the air and slashed down heavily. Liong Yian sneered disdainfully, without moving his body at all, and was determined to take the blow. When a dull sound was heard, like an ancient bell being struck. The blade of the green dragon crescent blade fell on Liong Yian's shoulder, but apart from a burst of sparks, it only left a white mark. Liong Yian looked at Lu Xiong in surprise and said with some surprise, I didn't expect you to have something. I underestimated you. As he spoke, Liong Yian punched Lu Xiong in the chest. With a bang, a fist pierced through Lu Xiong's back, holding a bright red beating heart in his hand. Vomit. Kill someone. Run. Lu Xiong was killed by Liong Yian with one punch, and his body hung limply on Liong Yian's arm. Bright red blood spurted out instantly, and people standing close by were even splashed on their faces. This terrifying scene, like hell, frightened many people so much that they turned around and ran away. Whoever moves again will die. Liong Yian's voice echoed in the corridor. Everyone subconsciously stopped and looked at Liong Yian in horror. The surveillance cameras have recorded you all. If anyone dares to leave, I'll come and kill him in a moment. Liong Yian threatened. Boss Liong, we were wrong. Someone slumped to their knees. We were bewitched by Lu Xiong, and that's why we wanted to offend you. It's all his fault. Seeing this, the rest of the people also knelt on the ground. Yes, it's all Lu Xiong's fault. We were deceived by him. Boss Liong, please forgive us this time. We won't dare to do it again. That's right. Let's get out of here now and never bother Boss Liong again. Boss Liong, my wife is pretty. If you let me go, I'll send her over right away. Everyone begged for mercy, not caring about their image at all. After all, Lu Xiong's body was lying right in front of them. His miserable appearance was enough to give them nightmares at the first sight of it. Qin Chen shook his head. Even from such a distance, he could still hear the group of people cursing Lu Xiong. This group of people have no shame at all and put all the blame on Lu Xiong. If Lu Xiong had not stepped forward to organize everyone to launch a surprise attack on Liong Yian, this group of people would probably still be starving at home. But the mentality of this group of people can also be understood. We are all ordinary people. If we can survive, who would want to die? If it were him, it probably wouldn't be much better. At this distance, if you shoot, are you sure you can hit Liong Yian? Qin Chen asked. Hearing this, Lu Qing was shocked. You mean? Qin Chen nodded. That's right. This person can't stay any longer. It's better to strike first. Lu Qing estimated the distance and shook her head. I haven't tried such a long distance before, so I'm not sure. Qin Chen thought for a moment. then took out his pistol and handed it to Lu Qing. At the same time, he also took out a pistol and aimed at Liong Yian. Whether you're confident or not, after I count down, we'll all shoot together, Qin Shen said in a deep voice. It's very clear through the telescope. Although Lu Xiong's knife did not injure Liong Yian, it left a white mark on his shoulder. This shows that Liong Yian's defense is not indestructible. If the knife doesn't work, then use a gun. To put it another way, even if he couldn't kill the other party with a gun, Qin Shen had already thought of a way out. Shortly after dawn, the tunnel leading to Yangqing University will be completed. If I hide in Yangqing University, Liong Yian will definitely not be able to find me. At worst, I can get 2 mutant fruits at Yangqing University, upgrade my skills, and then come back to kill Liong Yian. Kneel down at the door. I'll deal with you slowly when daybreak comes. Also, who just said his wife was pretty? Send your wife over here, and you can get out of here. Liong Yian snorted coldly and said disdainfully. At the same time, Qin Shen began to count down. 3, 2, 1. Shot. The moment Liong Yian turned around, Qin Shen roared and pulled the trigger. 2 gunshots rang out almost simultaneously. Chapter 37 Sister Qing. Let's learn some techniques. Although he didn't have a telescope, Qin Shen clearly saw Liong Yan's staggering movement after the gunshot. This means at least one shot hit. However, before Qin Shen could pick up the telescope to confirm Liong Yan's injuries, the other party disappeared from his sight. Walk. Qin Shen took Lu Qing and decisively left Building 2. After returning home and dragging Su Weiwei, who was still sleeping, out of bed, Qin Shen moved again and took the 2 women to the underground garage. Although he had just hit Liong Yan, he could not risk staying at home until he confirmed that Liong Yan was dead. He was the only one in the community with a gun. Even if Liong Yan was a fool, he should have known that he was the one who fired the gun. Although Liong Yan looked so embarrassed as to flee, he must be extremely afraid of the pistol. But Qin Shen couldn't gamble. If Liong Yan is not dead and comes looking for revenge on him, it will be troublesome. Master, what are we doing here? Su Weiwei asked while rubbing her sleepy eyes. She was sleeping soundly and had no idea what was happening. Lu Qing roughly recounted what had happened. Su Weiwei immediately clutched her chest and said with a look of fear, "Ah? Invulnerable to swords and guns, did I hear that correctly? If a pistol can't kill him, what should we do if he takes revenge on us?" Qin Shen teased, "You are so beautiful, he will definitely not be willing to kill you." Su Weiwei quickly shook her head. "No, I will always be my master's little kitten." In the past 2 days, Su Weiwei also saw a lot of news about Liong Yian on her mobile phone. Humans, it turns out, can never escape gossip. It's the end of the world, but some people still set up gossip groups to post all kinds of news they heard. It is said that Liong Yian took possession of Peng Yu's wife and hid in the house every day. From time to time, one could hear the woman's miserable cries for mercy, which was extremely creepy. Some people speculated that Liong Yian had killed so many people that he was already half crazy, so he tortured Lu Tong so much. When she first heard the news, Su Weiwei felt a little sympathetic towards Lu Tong. My husband had just died, and she fell into the hands of this kind of person. But when she thought that she might encounter the same situation as Lu Tong, she felt a chill. It would be better to die than to fall into Liong Yan's hands and be tortured by him. Master, Liong Yan is definitely not your opponent. Su Weiwei said this seriously, as if she was encouraging Qin Shen, and as if she was cheering herself up. Ask in all the major groups if anyone has seen Liong Yan's situation. Qin Shen ordered. There were quite a few people around Liong Yan just now. Maybe someone saw what Liong Yan looked like after being shot. Sure enough, after the 2 women quoted the price of a pack of instant noodles, several people sent private messages. I saw Liong Yan being shot. He was shot in the back, but it didn't seem to penetrate. He must have been seriously injured. Awesome, big brother. I knew it was you who did this. Do you still need a younger brother? As long as you have food, I'll sell my life to you. We all ran after the gunshot, but he must have been injured. I saw blood on his back. There are all kinds of news, some of which are even made up just to get paid. It was said that Qin Shen was like a god descending from heaven, and he used both guns to beat Liong Yan into pieces. The plot is quite exciting and can almost be written into a God of War novel. Qin Shen was speechless for a while and threw the phone to the 2 women, asking them to sort out the useful information. At this time, Su Weiwei quietly pulled the corner of Lu Qing's clothes and carefully pointed to a message. Lu Qing looked puzzled and looked in the direction Su Weiwei pointed. Little brother, are you still in need of a woman? I'm a gold medal technician at the foot massage parlor next to the community. I'm proficient in all 36 postures. As long as you can keep me alive, I'll. Lu Qing was stunned and didn't understand what Su Weiwei meant. She looked back at Qin Shen, who seemed distracted and didn't notice the 2 of them. What do you mean? Are you afraid that Qin Shin will be attracted to this kind of woman? Lu Qing lowered her voice. Don't worry, based on my understanding of Qin Shin, he has no interest in this kind of person. Su Weiwei shook her head, pointed at the word boring, and whispered, Sister Qing, do you think we should also learn? Su Weiwei didn't say the rest of the words, but she believed that Lu Qing would definitely understand. No matter how delicious a dish is, you can't eat it every day. No matter how beautiful a song is, it cannot be used as an alarm clock. No matter how beautiful a woman is, there will come a day when she will get tired of being aesthetically pleasing. What if Qin Shin is no longer interested in them? Will he throw them away like trash? After all, with Qin Shin's strength, if he really wanted to find a woman, I'm afraid women would line up to come to him. Just like the technician just now. They are professional in terms of technology, not to mention their service attitude. Before the end of the world, Qin Shin might not have had the opportunity to come into contact with these things, as delivering food alone occupied his entire life. But now, times have changed. Qin Shin, who has weapons and supplies in his hands, has become the target of countless women. Lu Qing obviously thought of this as well. Then learn it. Lu Qing hesitated. Su Weiwei nodded and sent a friend request to the technician using her mobile phone. Find a chance to give her some food and ask her to teach us a few tricks online. As the saying goes, many skills are always a burden. Su Weiwei whispered. Lu Qing was speechless for a while. Is this the meaning of too many skills is never a burden? Seeing that Qin Shin seemed to have recovered, she quickly winked at Su Weiwei and continued to sort out the information. Beside, Qin Shin shook his head, getting rid of the slight dizziness. Just now he activated the mind link and controlled the golden ants to check the progress of the excavation. The tunnel has entered the campus. It took him a lot of effort to locate the tunnel right below the girls' dormitory building. The most important thing is to get the mutant fruit. Of course, since I promised Su Weiwei to save her brother, I naturally cannot go back on my word. He controlled the golden ants, ordering some of the mutant ants to dig upwards from the bottom of the girls' dormitory, while ordering another part to dig towards the boys' dormitory. The distance is not far, about 600 meters, and it can be dug in half a day. If the plan goes well, we can get the mutant fruit first, and then go directly to pick up Su Weiwei's brother without wasting any time. Master, we have just sorted out the information about Liong Yian. Liong Yian is likely seriously injured, but his life does not appear to be in danger. Someone saw Liong Yian escape, but no one knew where he went. Su Weiwei stepped forward and said, Forget it, leave him alone for now. Qin Shin waved his hand. The monitoring room is still under Liong Yan's control. Although most of the surveillance cameras in the corridors have been destroyed, there are still many cameras intact. If Liong Yan wanted to hide, he would definitely not be able to find the other party for a while. Now, getting the mutant fruit is the top priority. Qin Shin brought the two women to the door of a utility room in the underground parking lot. It was previously used by cleaning staff to store cleaning tools and sundries, but was abandoned after the end of the world. Master you. Su Weiwei looked embarrassed. It's really a bit dirty here, and she is a little uncomfortable here as she is used to cleanliness. Qin Shin knocked Su Weiwei's head hard. What are you thinking about? Can you think of something serious? After saying that, he led the two women into the utility room, locked the door, and lifted up a piece of floorboards. A tunnel suddenly appeared in front of the three people. Let's go to Yangqing University to find your brother. Qin Shin chuckled and jumped into the tunnel first. The two women looked at each other in surprise, and then jumped in. Chapter 38 Girls' Dormitory. Looking at the tunnel in front of them, the two women were dumbfounded. The tunnel is 2 meters wide and 3 meters high, and is extremely spacious. The tunnel looked like it had been gnawed out by something, and the walls were covered with dense tooth marks. Moreover, it was filled with the smell of soil, and it was obvious that it had just been dug out. It was definitely not something left behind before the end of the world. The two women were extremely surprised, but neither of them asked. Qin Shin has many secrets that they don't know. For example, supplies that can be taken out anytime and anywhere, such as a few pistols that are hard to find. Since Qin Shin didn't say anything, they wouldn't be so unclear about their identities as to ask. But what made the two of them curious was that Qin Shin had been with them all these days. So how did he dig the tunnel? Qin Shin ignored the two surprised expressions, activated infinite supplies, and took out 3 electric cars. The tunnel is about 2 kilometers long and has no light source. It is much more convenient to have an electric car. It only took a few minutes for the 3 of them to reach their destination. After taking out the ladder and pushing away the floor, the 3 of them were stunned when they saw the scene outside. Master, what are you doing? The place in front of them was not unfamiliar to either of them. Women's restroom. The 2 women looked at Qin Shin suspiciously, wondering why he chose to drill a hole in the women's bathroom when there were so many places to do so. Before the end of the world, this kind of behavior would be posted online and criticized by all netizens. Ahem, what do you know? It's convenient to hide here. Safety comes first, understand. Qin pretended to be calm. The two women nodded, not quite understanding what was going on, but they still didn't understand what the women's bathroom had to do with safety. At this moment, there was a sudden burst of crying, shouting, and struggling in the corridor, mixed with the sounds of beating and scolding from several men. Something's wrong. Qin's face darkened, and he rushed out. The two women pulled out their guns and followed closely behind. Female dormitory A, second floor. A dozen girls gathered together, slumped on the ground, looking at the boys around them with horror. The boys were holding steel pipes and daggers in their hands, with grim smiles on their faces. Why are you crying? Are you mourning? The women on the first floor have been there the past few days. Today it's your turn on the second floor. Don't worry, it will be done soon. We will let you go back tomorrow. If you behave well, you can even get some bread. The leading boy knocked the steel pipe in his hand and said proudly. These boys seem to be in their early 20s, probably students. Brother, I went there yesterday. Can you please let me go? A girl said cautiously. The leading boy chuckled, grabbed the girl's hair, and said with a sly grin, our boss was very satisfied with your performance yesterday, so he specifically called you over today. After the boss is done, I'll also test how good you are. Several boys laughed loudly and were extremely arrogant. Brother Peng, why waste time talking to them? Just tie them up and take them back. Someone suggested. Brother Peng immediately punched him and lectured him. You know shit. This is called sustainable development, understand? There are women on 7 floors of this building. Wouldn't it be tiring to hear them shouting and fighting every day? As he spoke, he took out a small bag of hawthorn slices from his pocket and threw it in front of the girl who had just begged for mercy. Here, this is a reward for you. If you please our boss today, I promise to give you a good meal. The girl hesitated for a long time, but finally couldn't resist the temptation of food. She picked up the bag of hawthorn slices from the ground and couldn't wait to tear open the package and pour it all into her mouth. The girls around couldn't help swallowing when watching this scene. After the end of the world, supplies were in short supply and many people had not eaten much for several days. See, as long as you behave yourself, you'll have food to eat. Follow me later. If you take the wrong path and get eaten by those plants, don't blame me for not warning you. Brother Peng sneered. Hearing this, the girls' faces turned pale with fright. Although there aren't many plants on campus, there are quite a few weeds that have mutated. A video was once circulated in the group. A girl was running on the road when a plantain pierced her body directly, and her body was dragged into the grass. No, I don't want to go. My roommate was eaten by a plant. One girl seemed to have recalled something horrible and suddenly struggled desperately. I have my period and I can't do it these next few days. Please let me go. As soon as the girl stood up, 2 boys came forward and controlled her. Brother Peng, I really have my period. I have some food in my dormitory. I'll give it to you. Please let me go this time. The girl begged for mercy. Brother Peng sighed. If everyone says what you say, how are we going to get things done in the future? Come on, hold her down for me. Brother Peng, I don't dare anymore. I'm sorry. I don't dare anymore. The girl was terrified and begged for mercy and fear. Brother Peng didn't bother to pay attention at all, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. After a while, Brother Peng wiped his hands, looked at the girls, and said coldly, lift your fucking heads and look at me carefully. This is what happens when you disobey. Give a sweet date and then hit with a stick. Don't underestimate the method. It's enough to deal with a group of girls with no organization. The girls raised their heads tremblingly, their eyes filled with fear. The doors of the dormitories on both sides of the corridor were closed. But the miserable screams in the corridor scared many girls so much that they hid under their quilts, not even daring to stick their heads out. Seeing the girls so scared that they dared not move, Brother Peng felt a sense of accomplishment. Among the girls he had slept with in the past few days, there were some who were class beauties or even department beauties. Before the end of the world, girls like this probably wouldn't even look at him straight in the eye. But now, in order to survive, these girls have to lie on the ground and serve him obediently. This end of the world is so cool. Just as I was thinking about it, several figures suddenly appeared at the other end of the corridor. Which building are you from? Did Master Feng ask you to come? Looking at Qin Shun, who was in the lead, Brother Peng asked doubtfully. Chapter 39. First time in the girls' dormitory. As soon as he asked, Brother Peng saw the 2 women behind Qin Shun, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Although the female college students they captured were all pretty good-looking, they were far inferior to Lu Qing and Su Weiwei. Seeing that Qin Shun didn't say anything, the boys behind Brother Peng suddenly became angry. Didn't you hear our Brother Peng asking you a question? Are you mute? Speak. If you don't speak, I'll stab you to death. I've practiced military boxing, and I can beat you to a pulp with just one hand. Several people threatened carelessly with weapons in hand. Brother Peng waved his hand nonchalantly, signaling his men not to get excited. Brother, you look unfamiliar. You should be from Liu Yuan's side, right? Didn't Liu Yuan talk to our master phone last time? Girls A and B belong to us, and girl C belongs to you. Didn't you cross the line? Brother Peng is having fun. What are Liu Yuan and Master Feng? I don't know them. Get lost. Qinshin didn't take this so-called Brother Peng seriously at all. Of course, he didn't show up on his own initiative to save people. He is not a saint, and other people's life and death have nothing to do with him. The main thing is that these people want to take those girls away. What if one of them wants to trade with him? Wow, you're quite arrogant, but I don't know who gave you the courage. Brother Peng pressed his knuckles, making a crackling sound. If you have any problems with your joints, go see a doctor right away. Why are you showing it off here? It's disgusting. Qinshin snorted coldly. As soon as these words were spoken, Brother Peng's smile froze on his face. Is this a provocation to him? Who gave this kid the courage? In an instant, Brother Peng's face turned gloomy. Go knock all his teeth out. I don't like listening to this guy. Brother Peng glanced at Qinshin with disdain. Be careful not to hurt the two beauties behind him. We still have some fun later. Hearing Brother Peng's order, several people immediately walked forward with a grin. Qinshin was too lazy to deal with this bunch of scum. He waved his hands at Lu Qing and Su Weiwei. What are you still standing there for? Didn't you hear that they wanted to attack me? I'll give you 5 minutes. Come find me after you've found something. Having said that, Qinshin turned and walked towards dormitory 2208 without even glancing at the others. Wanna run? Get him. Brother Peng thought Qinshin wanted to run away, so he waved his hand and directed everyone to chase him. But just after taking 2 steps, 2 black gun barrels were pointed at them. One more step forward, and you'll die. Lu Qing said coldly. Everyone braked suddenly and stopped where they were. Pistol. How do they have this thing? No, this gun must be fake. They're trying to scare us. Brother Peng wiped the sweat from his forehead and laughed grimly. Damn it, they think we're 3-year-olds. They think they can scare us with a toy gun. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, gunshots rang out. Lu Qing looked at Su Weiwei beside her in surprise. She didn't expect her to shoot so decisively. Oh, my ears up. When the smoke cleared, I saw Brother Peng rolling on the ground with his hands covering his ears. Blood oozed from between his fingers and flowed all over the floor. Although the 2 girls have not yet fully adapted to this bloody scene, it is much better for them than for the group of students. Seeing Brother Peng being shot, everyone screamed and retreated. But this road is a dead end. After running 2 steps, I found that there is no way to retreat. Su Weiwei took a few steps forward and pointed the gun at Brother Peng. Stop yelling and get up and answer the question, or the next shot won't hit your ear. Su Weiwei threatened with a cold expression. Hearing this, Brother Peng was so frightened that he trembled with fear and crawled to his feet. Don't shoot, I surrender. Brother Peng raised his hands high, looking quite funny. Half of his ear was knocked off, his face was covered in blood, and he looked terrified, which reminded Su Weiwei of the classic image in the childhood cartoon, Black Cat Sheriff. 1 ear. You have 4 minutes left. Tell me everything you know about Yangqing University. Su Weiwei said. Brother Peng was stunned and asked subconsciously, You are not from Yangqing University? Guangzhou's power system uses nuclear power, and the network has long been equipped with unmanned automatic maintenance. After the end of the world, the internet and electricity have not been affected. These days, the various group chats in school are never idle, with people talking 24 hours a day. If he is from the school, how could he not know the situation of the school? Thinking of this, his gaze turned to the gun in Su Weiwei's hand again. Yes, the school's security department only has 2 explosion-proof shields at most, and it is impossible for them to have such a powerful weapon. These 3 people must be from outside the school. I'm asking you a question now. Time is short. If you don't want to die, speak quickly. As she spoke, Su Weiwei took out her cell phone to record the conversation. Seeing this, Lu Qing handed each of the others a piece of paper and pen. You too. Write down whatever information you know. While the 2 women were interrogating, Qinshin also arrived at the door of 2208. Open the door. I'm here to trade the mutant fruit. Qinshin said at the door. After a moment of silence, someone trembled and replied, We don't have any mutant fruits here, so there's nothing to trade. Please leave. Hearing this, Qinshin frowned immediately. 2208, that's right. Why is it that when I arrive, the other party refused to acknowledge the responsibility? Are you kidding me? Open the door first. Qinshin said coldly. But then, the people inside stopped talking. Qinshin took out a sledgehammer, without saying a word, and swung it on the door. Boom. After a muffled sound, the whole building shook. Although the dormitory door is an anti-theft door, its quality is average. A hammer hit it, and it left a big dent. Qin spat and struck again with a hammer. The people inside screamed in fear. "Don't smash it. We really have nothing, not even any food. Please let us go." Faced with the pleas for mercy from inside, Qin turned a deaf ear and struck down with the third hammer. Boom. The door lock is not broken. The door collapsed directly. The security door slowly fell down with a muffled sound. The interior of dormitory 2208 was suddenly visible. All in all, this was Qin's first time entering the girls' dormitory. The dormitory is a 4-person room with a bed above and a desk below. Since it is a new campus, the rooms and furniture are very new. But the strange thing is that in such a large space, Qin seemed a bit crowded when he stood there. The table was piled with scattered books, clothes were draped over the chairs, and there were even 2 ropes tied between the 2 beds for hanging clothes. Qin even saw a lot of underwear. Cartoon, strawberry, solid color. The styles are quite simple, and compared with the ones he made Lu Qing and Su Weiwei wear, they are completely 2 extremes. Well, this style is very student-like. Of course, there were also a lot of clothes hanging densely on the clothesline on the balcony at this time. Qin was a little puzzled. When he was in school, the 8-person room wasn't this crowded. Didn't we say that the girls' dormitories would be all fragrant and soft? They are all liars. But he didn't bother to look closely, and his gaze turned to the 2 girls who were shivering on the balcony. Just the 2 of you? A bit few, isn't it? Qin frowned. Chapter 40 University Situation. The 2 girls hugged each other and shivered. Brother, we're not that good looking, and we don't have good figures. If you want to play with women, I know there's a school beauty in Building C. Do you want me to tell you her dormitory number? A girl said cautiously. Female college student campus beauty. Qin almost nodded in agreement subconsciously. The main reason is that this title is so tempting to men. But he still didn't forget the purpose of coming here. There are only 2 of you in your dormitory? Where are the other 2? Qin asked with a frown. Since these 2 people were not the ones who exchanged mutant fruits with him, it must be one of the other 2. One was just captured, and we don't know where the other one went. He might have gotten separated while trying to escape. The other girl replied quietly. Have you ever seen anyone pick the fruit of a mutant plant? Qin asked again. They both shook their heads. At this time, Lu Qing came over with the sorted information. She glanced at the smashed door in surprise, then said, Master, we've roughly learned about the situation at Yanqing University. It seems the situation is quite complicated. The 5 male dormitories have split into 2 factions. Buildings A, B, and C are under the command of a wealthy second-generation man named Li Qingfeng. When the chaos first broke out, he led his men to rob the cafeteria of a lot of supplies and recruited a group of athletic students who were quite good fighters. The men's D and men's E buildings are controlled by a student named Liong Yian. He runs a dormitory canteen. He stumbled upon a good deal of goods before the apocalypse, and he since recruited a group of people to work for him. Now both sides are treating the female students as resources. Dormitories A and B for female students belong to Li Qingfeng, while Dormitory C for female students belongs to Liong Yian. Li Qingfeng sends people here every day to capture people for his and his men to play with and have fun with. These are the people we just ran into. As for Liong Yian, it's probably the same situation. But so far, no one in the girls' dormitory has stood up to organize a resistance. After the end of the world, the system collapsed and women were treated as resources and snatched away. This kind of thing is very common. Many such incidents occurred in the community where Qin lived. Of course, Lu Qing and Su Weiwei can also be considered as the trophies snatched by Qin. But what made Qin curious was another matter. There's no parking lot underneath the dormitory building. If I remember correctly, the boys' and girls' dormitories are about 700 to 800 meters apart. How do they get back and forth? Qin asked. Lu Qing said, when the apocalypse arrived, most people were in class. They sensed something was wrong and started running to the dormitories. There aren't many mutant plants on campus. Although some people have died from them, it also serves as a danger zone for others. Both factions in the boys' dormitory have their own safety maps. As long as you follow the marked routes, you won't run into any problems. Qin shook his head and said, the mutated plants are also growing and multiplying. Their map will probably not be used for long. The mutated plants and animals seem to be unaffected in other ways except that they became stronger and more aggressive. These days, the plants in the community have grown at least several dozen centimeters. The fruits of the mutated plants also indicate that they should be able to reproduce. It won't be long before the mutant plants take over the entire campus. Forget it. Whether they live or die has nothing to do with me. Have you finished asking everyone outside? Does anyone know the whereabouts of the mutant fruit? Qingshan asked. Lu Qing shook her head. It seems that the mutant fruit should be in the hands of the missing girl. Qingshan muttered to himself. But there are only thousands of people in the school. Where can he find people? What if that girl is already dead? Wei Wei's brother just sent a message saying that the girl has lost contact, and there has been no news for the past 2 days. Lu Qing told another piece of bad news. After saying that, she glanced at Qingshan cautiously. Qingshan spent so much effort to come here just for that mutant fruit. As a result, after finally digging a tunnel, the people were nowhere to be found. If it were her, she would probably be very annoyed too. Take a phone from both of them and post a reward in the campus group. As long as you can tell me the whereabouts of that girl, I'll give you 10 boxes of bread and 10 boxes of instant noodles. Qingshan ordered expressionlessly. Lu Qing's eyes lit up. This is a good idea. The conditions Qingshan offered were too generous. As long as the girl was still alive, he would definitely be able to find her whereabouts. Lu Qing stepped forward, snatched the phone from one of the girls, edited the message, and sent it out in all the group chats. Next, all you have to do is filter the information. Qingshan was about to take Lu Qing away, but the 2 girls mustered up the courage to stop them. What's the matter? Qingshan asked. You smashed our door and stole my phone. You have to pay compensation. A girl whispered. That's right, you're committing robbery, which is illegal. Now just compensate us with a box of bread. No, 2 boxes, and we'll pretend this never happened. Another girl echoed. Hearing this, Qingshan chuckled. He is indeed a clear-minded college student. It's already illegal now? Since that's what you said, then compensate me. Qingshan waved his hand, kept Lu Qing, and walked out on his own. The 2 girls were immediately overjoyed and excited. I even felt a little regretful that the conditions I just proposed were too simple, otherwise the other party would not have agreed so readily. Lu Qing looked at the 2 women speechlessly, unable to understand their train of thought. Can't you 2 see he's in a bad mood? Lu Qing asked helplessly. The 2 women were stunned. What does this have to do with his mood? It's the end of the world, who can be in a good mood? Miss, what does his mood have to do with us? Besides, he broke down our door and stole our phone, and we're already in a bad mood. Faced with the seemingly weak Lu Qing, the 2 men became much bolder and even rolled their eyes. Lu Qing sighed silently, then stepped forward and gave each of them 2 big pussies. You hit someone? Is there any law left? Why did you hit us? Apologized. The 2 men covered their faces and roared angrily. Lu Qing was too lazy to talk nonsense with the 2 men, so she took out her pistol and waved it in front of them. See? This thing is the law. Lu Qing snorted coldly and said disdainfully. Just now, when those athletes came to arrest you, you didn't dare resist. Now you're very skilled at blackmailing us. I think you deserve it. After saying that, Lu Qing left the dormitory without looking back and went after Qingshan in her high heels. The 2 girls looked at each other and suddenly burst into tears. Seeing Qingshan and Lu Qing coming out of the dormitory, Su Weiwei immediately went to greet them. Master, the mutant fruit. Su Weiwei asked cautiously. Qingshan shook his head slightly. I haven't found her yet, but I've already posted a reward in the campus group. If she's still alive, we should be able to find out her whereabouts today. The tunnel to the boys' dormitory will be almost finished this afternoon. Tell your brother to prepare to leave with us. Su Weiwei was very excited. Thank you, Master. Then, she looked at the boys squatting nearby and asked, Master, what should we do with these people? Qingshan said calmly. They tried to attack me just now. What do you think we should do? Su Weiwei immediately understood what Qingshan meant, raised her gun, and pointed it at several people. Wait. Brother Peng slid down and knelt in front of Qingshan. Don't kill me yet. I have important information. Chapter 41 let you go. Don't you say thank you? Oh, what information? Qingshan asked. Brother Peng said cautiously. You can let me say it, but you have to promise to spare my life. Qingshan chuckled. Tell me first, if you can satisfy me, maybe I can let you go. Brother Peng gritted his teeth, knowing he had no choice, so he could only honestly say, I just heard you were looking for the fruit of the mutant plant. Hearing this, Qingshan's eyes lit up and he immediately became interested. Do you know where it is? Brother Peng nodded cautiously. I once saw a red fruit on the osmanthus tree at the entrance of the administrative building, but that was 3 days ago. I can't guarantee it's still there. At this point, he seemed to remember something and quickly took out his cell phone. Look, I even took pictures. Qingshan took the phone and took a look. The photo was indeed of a mutated osmanthus tree. The mutated osmanthus tree became several times larger and was as tall as an administrative building that was almost 10 stories high. Its leaves were as huge as door panels. Brother Peng must have been very flustered when he took the photo, so the picture is a little blurry, but you can still make out the mutant fruits on the tree. A bright red fruit hangs on a branch of the osmanthus tree. It is about the same size as an apple, but its color is blood red and very bright and juicy. It's indeed a mutant fruit, Qin said in surprise. This is definitely an unexpected gain. Although I didn't find the girl who possessed the mutant fruit, I got a clue about the mutant fruit, so this trip was not in vain. He immediately activated the mind link and had the golden ant command a team of mutant ants to dig towards the administrative building. The distance of this road is not short, about 1 kilometer, and I'm afraid it will take tomorrow to dig it out. But Qin was not in a hurry. According to the information currently available, no one in the school knows that one can gain superpowers after eating the mutant fruit. Brother, if it's none of our business, we'll leave first. Brother Peng said with his head bowed. Qin nodded without saying anything. Brother Peng was overjoyed and quickly waved to his men. Don't just stand there, let's go. Bang. Just as they ran 2 steps, a gunshot suddenly rang out behind them. Brother Peng, who was running, lost his balance as if he was hit by a car and fell forward to the ground. There was a bloody hole on the back of his chest, and blood was constantly gushing out. Why? On his deathbed, Brother Peng asked the questions in his heart. He had already told the secret, so why didn't the other party let him go? I hate rude people the most. I let you go, and you don't even say thank you? Qin blew away the smoke from the muzzle of the gun and said with disdain. The dozen or so girls who were rescued were stunned when they heard this. Killing someone just because he didn't say thank you? Isn't this too hasty? At this time, Qin looked at the remaining boys. Feeling Qin's gaze, several people trembled with fear and hurriedly said, Thank you, Big Brother, for sparing our lives. Thank you, Big Brother. Bang bang bang. Qin's marksmanship was not very good, and after he fired a volley of bullets, all the people were killed. When the girls saw this scene, they screamed in fear. But as soon as he opened his mouth, the people around him immediately covered his mouth. What if this demon gets angry and kills them too? Why? The people who fell to the ground all had expressions of disbelief. They clearly said thank you, so why did Qin still want to kill them? I didn't ask you to say thank you. I hate people like you who talk nonsense the most. Qin snorted coldly. As he spoke, he stepped over several corpses and left with the 2 women. Lu Qing and Su Weiwei glanced at each other secretly and could see the shock in each other's eyes. It is rare for Qin to take the initiative to kill someone. Just ask if you want to. I'm familiar with you 2 from head to toe, inside and out. You've been holding it in for a while, haven't you? Qin snorted coldly. Lu Qing quickly said, Master, we are just curious. We are just a few unarmed students. Why are you? Qin glanced at Lu Qing coldly. Have you forgotten Liong Yian so quickly? Hearing Qin's words, Lu Qing couldn't help but think of the situation where Liong Yan's body resisted the Qinglong Yinhua sword. The security guard Lu Zhiyong had practiced with the broadsword for many years. He used almost all his strength in that blow, but only left a mark on the opponent's body. Later, she and Qin fired at the same time. Although they hit each other, the other party did not seem to be in any danger of life and quickly escaped. If I were to be remembered by such a person, I would probably not be able to sleep well. Since we've already made enemies with them, we must eradicate them completely. This is the law of survival in the apocalypse, Qin said lightly. In the past, he would not have taken the initiative to kill people. But Liong Yan's incident gave him a warning. Even ordinary people will have superpowers after eating the mutant fruit. Therefore, for those who have become enemies, we should not give them the opportunity to develop. The best option is to directly eliminate them completely. The 2 women nodded, as if they understood something. When Qin led the 2 girls towards the men's dormitory A, the men's dormitory A had already noticed something unusual. Li Qingfeng is the person in charge of the 3 dormitory buildings, ABC, for boys. At this moment, he was sitting leisurely on a lazy chair listening to the reports from his subordinates. 2 tall girls stood behind him, one on his left and one on his right. The girl was wearing revealing clothes and had many shocking scars on her body. There was a hint of fear in her eyes from time to time when she looked at Li Qingfeng. Master Feng, we've lost contact with Brother Peng. Logically, they should have returned 10 minutes ago, but I called them and no one answered. A thin boy said. This man was only about 1.6 meters tall, thin and short, but his most noticeable feature was his squinting eyes. If you didn't look closely, you would think he hadn't opened his eyes at all. Eyes like these, paired with gold-rimmed glasses, look out of place and laughable. But no one dares to laugh at him now. This person's name is Chiu Hong. No one knows where he got so many gossips from. Before the end of the world, he was nicknamed the Campus Know-It-All. After the end of the world, he became Li Qingfeng's military advisor with his full of clever ideas. truly second only to one man and above 100 others. Since Xiaoping didn't reply, didn't he ask the girl in that building about the situation? After Li Qingfeng finished speaking, he casually extended his right hand. Seeing that the woman next to him didn't react, he stood up and slapped her. With a snap, the girl covered her face and looked at Li Qingfeng in fear. Master Feng, how many times have I taught you? Can't you even serve tea? You useless piece of shit. Master Feng, I was wrong. Please give me another chance. The girl fell to her knees and begged for mercy. Li Qingfeng waved his hand in disdain and said to Qiu Hong, "This woman is a little clumsy, but the playing experience is not bad. I'll give it to you." Qiu Hong chuckled, a burning look flashing in his small eyes beneath his glasses. Master Xiefeng. By the way, Master Feng, I've already contacted the girls over there. They said they heard the sound of firecrackers, which was very strange. Li Qingfeng frowned. Set off firecrackers? Are you kidding me? Who the hell is crazy enough to set off firecrackers in the dormitory? Qiu Hong said helplessly. I am also puzzled. As he was speaking, Qiu Hong's cell phone rang. He picked it up and took a look. His face suddenly changed. Master Feng, this is bad. Brother Peng and the others were killed. Chapter 42. I promise to be your girlfriend, okay? With a swish, Li Qingfeng stood up from the boss chair. What? Xiaoping was killed. Who the hell has the guts to touch my people? Qiu Hong said seriously. It is said that there are 3 strangers, 1 man and 2 women. They have guns in their hands and seem to be looking for something. When he heard the word gun, Li Qingfeng was stunned. Do they have guns? That's not right. How could there be a gun on campus? Could your information be wrong? Li Qingfeng asked with a frown. Qiu Hong shook his head. I'm not sure right now. The news all came from female students in dormitory A. It hasn't been verified yet, so I can't rule out the possibility that they're lying. Li Qingfeng pondered for a moment, then said, forget it. Let's just ignore it for now. I'll send someone to take a look and we'll find out. As for you, you should first think about how to deal with Liong Yian and the others. We will have a battle with them sooner or later, so it's better to strike first. Qiu Hong took out his phone and chuckled. Master Feng, don't worry. We have an undercover agent over there. When the time is right in the next 2 days, we will work together inside and outside to easily capture Liong Yian. Li Qingfeng nodded. The food we snatched from the cafeteria won't last for a few days. I heard that Liong Yian happened to have stockpiled a lot of supplies before the apocalypse. If we snatch some, we won't have to worry about food and drink for a while. The two chatted about the plan for a while, and then Qiu Hong hugged the beautiful woman and returned to his dormitory. As Li Qingfeng's #1 military advisor, his status is naturally incomparable to that of ordinary people. The top floor, the 7th floor, is Li Qingfeng's exclusive floor. Supplies and women are kept on this floor. The 6th floor is the residence of leaders such as Qiu Hong and Peng Ge. Although it is a student dormitory, it has long been converted into a single room and is very comfortable. After throwing the woman onto the bed, Li Qingfeng did not rush to vent his anger, but sat on the bed and began to ponder. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, there was a knock on the door. Qiu Hong frowned and opened the door, only to be greeted by a tall and thin young man. Su Tu, what's going on? Qiu Hong asked with a frown. Like Guo Peng, Su Tu is the leader of the sports students and has the same status as him. But if Su Weiwei were here, she would probably be shocked. Because Su Tu is the younger brother she wants to rescue. But she certainly didn't expect that Su Tu was not only not in danger, but was also doing very well and became the leader of Li Qingfeng's thugs. Haha, Brother Hong, it's nothing. I just want to ask you for a favor. Su Tu rubbed his hands, but his eyes passed over Qiu Hong and looked at the girl shivering on the bed. What's up? Qiu Hong asked with a frown. Su Tu turned his head and looked around. Seeing that there was no one in the corridor, he whispered, Brother Hong, I heard. Guo Peng is dead. Qiu Hong sneered. It turned out that he had heard the news and came here to confirm it with him. Previously, this group of sports students under Li Qingfeng were jointly managed by Su Tu and Guo Peng. Now that Guo Peng is dead, it is good news for Su Tu. Yes, Guo Peng is dead. Looks like I have to congratulate Brother Su on his promotion in advance. Qiu Hong said with a forced smile. Before, Su Tu and Guo Peng were restraining each other, and he could still gain some benefits from it. Now Su Tu is the only one in power, which is definitely not a good thing for him. It seems that I have to bring up this matter next time I meet Li Qingfeng, and pick out a troublemaker from the sports students to check and balance Su Tu. Haha, Brother Hong, you're joking. We're all rough guys, just thugs. We still have to rely on you for advice. Su Tu complimented, then looked at the girl in the room. Brother Hong, there's something I want to discuss with you. Do you think? Can you give me that woman? Su Tu pointed at the girl on the bed and said. Qiu Hong was stunned, and then a trace of anger flashed across his face. Damn it, a woman is nothing. But you want to snatch the woman who's already in my bed from me? That's a slap in the face. Brother Su, this woman was given to me by Master Feng. Giving it to you, isn't it inappropriate? Chiu Hong said coldly. Su Tu rubbed his hands together, looking expectant. Brother Hong, I'm not trying to take someone's favor away. It's just that this girl is my friend, and I want to protect her. Well, I have two good-looking girls here. Can you give them to Brother Hong? Chiu Hong sneered. Those two women have already been ruined by you, right? Do you think I would be interested in that kind of stuff? Su Tu is a sports student and is very energetic every day. Every time before Chiu Hong went to bed, he could hear girls crying and begging for mercy, which made him unable to sleep at all. The next morning, before Chiu Hong opened his eyes, the voice came again. This made Chiu Hong crazy. You know, his and Su Tu's dormitories are at least 20 meters apart, and both sides' doors are closed. Even in this situation, the sound could still be heard clearly. God knows what kind of state those two girls were tortured into by Su Tu. Sometimes he also wanted to retaliate. After all, as Li Qingfeng's military advisor, it was easy for him to get two women. But every time I just lasted 2 minutes before I gave up and couldn't get any erection going at all. That's why he was so resistant when Su Tu came to him to ask for a woman. If you have nothing else, please go back. I want to play with women. Chiu Hong said lightly. Su Tu, save me. The woman in the room also recognized Su Tu and pleaded for help pitifully. Ranjing, don't be afraid. I'm here. Su Tu quickly comforted him, then grabbed Chiu Hong by the collar and said viciously. Chiu Hong, let me be frank with you. I've secured this girl today, and you have to give her to me even if you don't want to. Chiu Hong looked calm and even had time to tidy up his clothes. You want to fight? Come here and fight. Chiu Hong pointed at his face. If you dare to do that, I'll go to Master Feng and ask for an explanation. If you have the guts, kill me now. Hearing the name, Mr. Feng, Su Tu immediately became timid. The fact that he can have his current status, live in a single room, sleep with women, and have no worries about food and drink is all given by young Master Feng. If you anger Master Feng, you can take all these things back with just one word. Thinking of this, he slowly let go of his hand, but the anger on his face did not diminish at all. Chiu Hong ignored Su Tu's anger, smoothed his wrinkled collar, and said calmly, If you have nothing to do, then get out of here. I want to play with women. The 3 words, playing with women, were even emphasized. Oh right. Chiu Hong seemed to remember something and added, Close the door from the outside when you go out. Su Tu clenched his fists and stared at Chiu Hong. Chiu Hong, are you sure you don't want to give me face? Chiu Hong sneered disdainfully and patted Su Tu on the face. Who gave you the illusion that you were so prestigious? In my eyes, you're nothing more than a biting dog raised by Master Feng. Get lost. Seeing this scene, Ranjing stumbled up from the bed and looked at Su Tu with a pleading face. Su Tu, save me. I know you like me. I promise to be your girlfriend now, okay? Su Tu's expression was ferocious, and he squeezed out a word through gritted teeth. Jing, wait for me. I'm going to find Master Feng and get you here. After saying that, he turned and left. Su Tu. Ranjing shouted anxiously, looking extremely desperate. Chiu Hong sneered, closed the door, pulled out his belt, and walked towards Ranjing with a grim smile on his face. Chapter 43. You can choose between the school bell and the female teacher. In just over 10 seconds, Su Tu arrived at the door of Li Qingfeng's dormitory. But just as he was about to go forward and knock on the door, 2 thugs standing at the door stopped him. Brother Su, Master Feng is on the phone. Wait a moment. Su Tu looked anxious. I have something important to discuss with Master Feng. Every second Ranjing stayed in Chiu Hong's room increased the danger. That bastard will never let Ranjing go. But the 2 thugs still blocked the door and persuaded him. Brother Su, the call that Master Feng is making now is very important. Please wait a few minutes. Hearing this, Su Tu immediately became anxious like an ant on a hot pan, running around in circles. But he didn't have the courage to force his way in. At the same time, in Chiu Hong's dormitory, although Chiu Hong was short, he was a boy after all, and he tied up Ranjing in no time. Brother, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Ranjing knew that she had angered this person by asking Su Tu for help in front of him, so she kept begging for mercy. But Chiu Hong acted as if he didn't hear it and was extremely rude. Do you think that guy can save you? He's just a brainless idiot. Chiu Hong snorted disdainfully. 10 minutes later, Su Tu was still lingering at Li Qingfeng's door, not daring to think about what was happening in Chiu Hong's dormitory. In the dormitory, Ranjing was covered in bruises and didn't even have the strength to speak. In just 10 minutes, she felt like she had gone through hell. This boy who is a head shorter than her is simply a devil. After an unknown amount of time, Li Qingfeng's dormitory door finally opened. He seemed to be in a bad mood, and his face was extremely gloomy. "What's up?" Li Qingfeng frowned and looked at Su Tu. Su Tu hesitated for a moment, then finally said, "Master Feng, I want to ask you for a woman. The woman you just gave to Qiu Hong is my friend. Can I?" Before Su Tu could finish his words, Li Qingfeng interrupted him and asked, "You mean, you want me to regret it and take back the woman I gave away?" Li Qingfeng stared at Su Tu's eyes with a fierce look. Su Tu felt a little breathless because of the aura emanating from Li Qingfeng and didn't know how to respond. "It's just a woman. Follow me and get along well." "What kind of woman do you want?" Li Qingfeng snorted coldly. Su Tu lowered his head and said timidly, "Yes." Seeing Su Tu's expression, Li Qingfeng snorted and pointed at another girl behind him. "Take this girl back with you later. I'll consider it as compensation for you. Remember, women are like clothes. In the apocalypse, survival is the most important thing. I just received a message that the teachers trapped in the administration building are almost out of supplies. I'm sending a few forces to deliver them." Hearing this, Su Tu was stunned. He raised his head and asked doubtfully, "Master Feng, did I hear correctly? Are you asking us to deliver the supplies? It's the end of the world now, and those teachers are still so arrogant. Do they think we will just listen to them?" Li Qingfeng sneered and said, "Of course they are not stupid. Watch a video first." He took out his cell phone and handed it to Su Tu. A video was playing on the phone. The filming scene appears to have taken place in the lobby of the administration building. In the center of the picture is an old man who looks extremely wretched. The old man was performing Tai Chi, but many of his movements were not standard and looked a bit funny. Su Tu frowned, not knowing what was so good about this video. But the next moment, after seeing the old man's actions, his pupils suddenly shrank. How is this possible? Su Tu lost his voice. In the picture, the old man was seen hitting the stone lion in the hall with one palm, and the stone lion immediately fell apart and turned into a pile of rubble. Before Su Tu could react, the old man kicked the security door next to him again. The alloy security door was as soft as tofu and was penetrated in an instant. The video ends here. But Su Tu's mouth couldn't close for a long time. "Master Feng, this video must be synthesized. This is impossible. I know this old man. He's a security guard in the administrative building. He was reported for secretly filming in the women's restroom and was nearly fired. He was only dismissed because he had no evidence. How could such a person possibly break a stone with one punch?" Su Tu said in disbelief. Li Qingfeng shook his head. "I've already had someone verify it. Many people were at the scene when the video was recorded and saw it with their own eyes. It is said that the old man suddenly became stronger after eating a mutant fruit. Now he has replaced the principal and has become the boss of the administration building. He has already announced that if anyone fails to deliver supplies today, he will take action and eliminate the leader of this faction." Su Tu was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time. He is a sports person and has a better understanding of the limits of the human body. Things like breaking marble with fists and kicking alloy doors with feet. Unless you become a Superman, it is impossible. I'm going to call the bosses of several other forces to discuss a response plan. As for you, go find Qiu Hong first and ask his opinion." Li Qingfeng patted Su Tu on the shoulder and said, "Xiao Su, I have high hopes for you. Don't let a woman ruin your future. If you like, once we take over the entire campus, you can pick any woman you want. I remember there's a school beauty in the women's building A. I can reserve her for you in advance. If you don't like younger girls, there are several goddess-level female teachers in the administrative building. They'll definitely be fun to play with." Listening to the promises Li Qingfeng made, Su Tu became a little excited. There is indeed a girl in Building A who is recognized by all students as the school beauty. She is the dream goddess of many people, and even he was no exception and had a crush on her. It's just that they are so high and mighty that they won't even look at him straight in the eye. It didn't even come to the stage of confessing his feelings. She simply rejected his friend request. But now it's different. When the end of the world comes, whoever has supplies will be the boss. A piece of bread can make a virgin beauty give up her virginity. The school beauty who was once unattainable might now be able to have a taste of her in bed. There are also several female teachers in the school who are extremely beautiful, and many beasts have already fantasized about them behind their backs. Compared with college students, the mature charm of female teachers makes many people obsessed with them. Of course, Su Tu is one of them. Su Tu became excited at the thought of being able to have sex with his former goddess. "Master Feng, don't worry, I will definitely do my best for you," Su Tu said loudly. Li Qingfeng patted Su Tu's shoulder, looking relieved. After leaving Li Qingfeng, Su Tu finally adjusted his mood. But when he walked to the door of Qiu Hong's dormitory, he was stunned. I saw Ranjing tied to the door with an iron chain. Ranjing. Su-Tu's voice trembled as he rushed forward. Chapter 44 Secret Crush. When Ranjing heard Su-Tu's voice, her whole body trembled and she turned her head away in horror. Su-Tu, save me. Ranjing burst into tears. Seeing this, Su-Tu immediately pushed the woman in his arms away. But just as he was about to help Ranjing up, Xiaohong's voice rang out beside him. Su-Tu, this is my woman. It's not appropriate for you to touch her. Xiaohong stood at the door and said disdainfully. Su-Tu's outstretched hand froze in midair, and his mind recalled what Li Qingfeng had just said when he was painting a rosy picture for him. As long as you follow Master Feng, wealth and beauties will not be a problem for you. But if there is a conflict with Xiaohong now, I am afraid all these beautiful dreams will come to nothing. Thinking of this, he slowly retracted his arm, his teeth chattering with anger. Seeing this, Xiaohong sneered and threw the stainless steel food bowl in front of Ranjing. There were some leftovers in the basin, and I don't know when Xiaohong had left them. I have to get the owner's permission before I move my dog, right? Xiaohong slapped Ranjing in the face. Don't you think so? Su-Tu's nails were deeply embedded in his palms, and his eyes were bloodshot. Xiaohong, that's enough. Su-Tu roared. The reason why Su-Tu was so angry was that Ranjing was actually his secret crush. Although the two people are not in the same class, they will take many common courses in the two classes together. In Su-Tu's eyes, Ranjing has always been a goddess. He asked Ranjing to have dinner with him several times, but as expected, she rejected him every time. So this secret love ended in vain. After the end of the world, he tried to contact Ranjing, but received no response. He thought that Ranjing had an accident, but he didn't expect that Ranjing fell into the hands of Feng Xiao and was awarded to Xiaohong. He tried hard, but failed to gain ownership of Ranjing, and could only watch Xiaohong torture the goddess in his heart. Su-Tu took a deep breath and forced himself to turn his gaze away and no longer look at Ranjing. Master Feng asked me to tell you something. Su-Tu gritted his teeth and said slowly, there's something unusual going on in the administration building. Here's the video. Afterwards, Su-Tu showed Xiaohong the video of the wretched old man and told him the other party's request for supplies. Master Feng is currently discussing countermeasures with several other factions. You should first think about how to handle this matter. Master Feng will definitely contact you shortly. After saying that, Su-Tu didn't dare to look at Ranjing again and turned away. Xiaohong secretly sighed in his heart, feeling sorry. He originally wanted to provoke Su-Tu's day. As long as Su-Tu took action, he could go to Li Qingfeng to complain and kill this guy. I didn't expect Su-Tu to be so patient. But the most urgent task is not Su-Tu, but the administrative building. Xiaohong temporarily put aside the idea of dealing with Su-Tu's day. After locking Ranjing outside the door, he sat on the bed and began to think. First, a gunman appeared in the girls' dormitory, and now a superhero has appeared in the administration building. I'm afraid it won't be long before chaos breaks out. Thinking of this, Xiaohong sighed. Master Feng really doesn't have any trump cards at all. It seems I have to think of a way out in advance. Liu Yuan from the D dormitory building has no ambition and cannot be relied upon. Although there are food reserves in the cafeteria, they are just a bunch of rabble-rousers with no future. Looks like I have to hang out with people with higher IQs. Damn it. I should have hidden in the administration building earlier. Xiaohong cursed inwardly, then picked up his phone, found someone he hadn't contacted for a long time, and sent a message. At the same time, Qin Shun brought the two girls from the tunnel to the men's dormitory building A. I'll find someone and take him away. Don't waste time. I have important things to do. Qin Shun said lightly. Su Weiwei nodded obediently. Yes, master. As soon as he finished speaking, the three people in the corridor were discovered by the patrolling sports students. Stop, who are you? Several athletes surrounded them, holding sticks and pointing them at the three men. Chapter 45. Change your shoes if they are dirty. Qin Shun simply ignored the weapons in the hands of several people. It's already this late, and you're still holding a stick? After all, we have entered the Stone Age, so a stone hammer is better than this thing, right? In the community, Zhou Feng, who was of the same age as me, had even invented explosives. He was 5,000 years ahead of these college students. At this time, someone noticed the looks of Lu Qing and Su Weiwei and was immediately shocked. Brother Chun, hurry up, these two women are so damn attractive. Fuck, the beauties in our school are not as pretty as these two women, right? That's different. School beauty, Yi has a different style from them. Each has its own merits, right? If I could sleep with a woman like this for one night, eat hot pot, and drink mineral water, I would be willing to do that. Are you daydreaming again? Everyone seemed to ignore Qin Shun, who was standing between the two women, and started spewing out all sorts of unbearable words. The two women looked at Qin Shun at the same time. They didn't dare to take action until Qin Shun gave the order. Qin Shun raised his chin casually. Why are you looking at me? People have insulted me. How can I tolerate this? Hearing this, the athlete called Brother Qin sneered and said jokingly, Boy, you don't know where this is, do you? You're showing off in Master Feng's territory. I think you're tired of living. Brothers, tie this kid up and throw him outside to feed the weeds. As for these two women, Brother Qin rubbed his hands and laughed. Let's have some fun first, and then give them to Master Feng to take the credit. Everyone laughed and looked at Lu Qing and the other two with extremely obscene eyes, as if they had already regarded the two women as their prey. Lu Qing and Su Weiwei felt uncomfortable and nauseous when they were stared at by several people. Court death. Lu Qing was the first to draw her gun. Bang, bang, bang. Before they could react, 3 of them were shot dead. Su Weiwei, who was standing by, was not to be outdone. She pulled out her pistol and fired 3 shots. 3 more fell. Before they died, there was still a hint of surprise in the eyes of several people. He seemed to be wondering, how could 2 beauties who looked harmless pull out guns so casually? In just 3 seconds, Brother Chun was the only athlete left alive. When people in the dormitory heard the gunshots, they all poked their heads out of the dormitory. But when they saw the guns in Lu Qing and Su Weiwei's hands, no one dared to come over to help. Brother Chun, right? You want us two to accompany you? Su Weiwei took 2 steps forward and smiled charmingly. Brother Chin didn't dare to think about that. He fell to his knees with a thud. Auntie, I was wrong. Please spare my life. I won't dare to do it again. Su Weiwei raised her high heels and stepped on Brother Chin's hand. One of Brother Chin's fingers was broken by the heel of his shoe, and he immediately let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. But the other party had a gun in his hand, and Brother Chun was shaking with pain but did not dare to resist. I am the master's little kitty, and I belong to the master alone. You said you wanted to snatch both of us away. Don't you deserve to die? Su Weiwei twisted her heel and crushed it hard. Brother Chin screamed again. His face turned pale, without a trace of blood. He didn't know what the other person meant by cat and master, and just kept begging for mercy. Lu Qing took a step forward. All right, don't forget, the master's business is more important. Only then did Su Weiwei let go of her feet and snorted in disdain. She returned to Qin Shun, and her stern expression suddenly became extremely gentle. Master, my shoes are dirty, what should I do? Su Weiwei said coquettishly. Qin Shun smiled helplessly, then change a pair. When Su Weiwei saw the high heels Qin Shun took out, her mouth opened slightly in surprise. Judging from the appearance, these high heels are at least 10 centimeters high. However, seeing Qin Shin's unquestionable gaze, she still took it. After changing into high heels, Su Weiwei tried to walk a few steps. As expected of a model, her basic skills are strong. Qin Shin exclaimed in admiration. Although Su Weiwei walked a little cautiously, she did not stagger at all and quickly adapted to the height. Master just knows how to make fun of me. Su Weiwei pretended to be angry. Qin Shin chuckled and pointed at Brother Chun, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, Hurry up and interrogate him, otherwise he will faint soon. After hearing Qin Shin's instructions, Su Weiwei returned to Brother Chin. Sure enough, this person's hands were covered in blood. He was lying on the ground with his hands covered, looking listless. But he just broke a finger. It didn't look like he had lost too much blood. Stop pretending. If you keep pretending, I'll shoot you to death. Su Weiwei threatened. Brother Chin raised his head with difficulty and said weakly, Auntie, I'm not pretending. I faint at the sight of blood. After hearing this answer, Lu Qing and Su Weiwei were speechless. I didn't expect to meet someone who was afraid of blood. Lu Qing quickly asked, There's a guy named Su Tu in your dormitory building. Do you know where he is? Brother Chen was about to speak when he suddenly saw blood in front of him. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. Su Weiwei made a helpless expression to Lu Qing. If I had known that this man was afraid of blood, I would not have tortured him just now. At this time, Lu Qing picked up the gun, pointed it at Brother Chun, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Brother Chun, who was like a dead dog just now, suddenly jumped up with a howl, and there was no trace of fainting on his face. But at this time, his right leg was covered in blood and flesh, obviously pierced by a bullet. My legs! Feeling the severe pain in his thigh, Brother Chun cried out in despair. Qin Shun, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but tighten his legs. Fortunately, Lu Qing has become his good pet. Otherwise, if she were to come to him one day, her life would be over. Do you know Su Tu? Tell me. Lu Qing asked calmly. Brother Chin covered his thigh and cried loudly. What on earth do you want from Brother Su? There are hundreds of people here who are his subordinates. Why are you holding on to me? Chapter 46. Your brother is doing better than you. Brother Chin felt extremely aggrieved. The hundreds of thugs here are all under Su Tu's management. You can find out where Su Tu is by asking any one of them. He had already fainted, but the other party was still so cruel that he wouldn't let him go and even broke his testicles. What? You all know my brother? Su Weiwei asked with a frown. In her impression, Su Tu was just a harmless kid. How could he become the boss of hundreds of thugs? Su Weiwei looked towards the corridor and shouted to the people who were craning their heads to watch the excitement. Is what he said true? Where's Su Tu? Seeing that no one spoke, she fired several shots directly into the corridor. Everyone retracted their heads. After a while, someone shouted, Brother Chen is right. Su Tu is our boss. He lives on the 6th floor. If you want to seek revenge on him, just go find him. Many people immediately followed suit. Yes, beautiful lady. If you have any problems with Su Tu, just go and solve it with him. We are just minions. There is no point in killing us. Su Tu is probably playing with women right now. We'll definitely find him if we go look for him now. Hearing these people's words, Qin Shin chuckled and looked at Su Weiwei with a playful look. It seems that your brother is doing well, much better than you. According to the information obtained from Brother Pong, the boss of these 3 dormitory buildings is a rich second-generation guy named Li Qingfeng, who lives on the 7th floor. Su Weiwei's younger brother can live on the 6th floor, and his status is probably second only to Li Qingfeng. To be able to get to this point in the apocalypse, it seems that Su Weiwei's brother is not as honest and decent as she claims. Master, maybe there is some misunderstanding. I don't know what happened. Su Weiwei explained in a panic. She said at the time that her brother's condition was very dangerous. Not only did he have no food, but he was also in danger of being killed at any time. She begged Qin Shin for a long time and tried her best to persuade him, and only then did she get Qin Shin to agree to come and save her brother. If she was busy for a long time before finding out that her brother was not only not in any danger, but was even living a very carefree life, Qin Shin would definitely be very angry. Lu Qing also persuaded. Yes, master, we still don't know what happened. Why don't we go to the 6th floor to take a look? Lead the way. Qin Shin said lightly. The tunnel leading to the administrative building would not be dug until tomorrow, so he didn't mind wasting a little more time today. Upstairs, the sound of gunfire was enormous. Not to mention this building, I'm afraid several nearby buildings can hear it clearly. Li Qingfeng was having a video conference with the leaders of several other forces when he suddenly heard gunshots. He was so scared that he staggered and fell off the sofa. Fuck, Master Feng. Are there people setting off firecrackers over there? What's so worth celebrating? Lu Yuan from the men's dormitory building D asked in confusion. It doesn't sound like firecrackers, it sounds like gunshots. Master Feng, you didn't mess with someone you shouldn't have, did you? What's going on? Canteen manager Meng Hao asked. There are now 4 forces in Yangqing University. There are 2 major forces in the boys' dormitory, namely Li Qingfeng and Lu Yuan. The only advantage of these 2 forces is their numbers. They are all young men in their early 20s, full of vigor and vitality, who just pick up the steel pipes and start working. At the beginning, they relied on their numerical advantage to steal a lot of supplies from the cafeteria. The other 2 forces are the cafeteria and the administrative building. When the end of the world came, it was not yet time for dinner, and the cafeteria was filled with chefs and kitchen helpers preparing meals, as well as some staff. After the initial chaos, the cafeteria manager Meng Hao stepped forward to organize everyone to start a resistance and save the remaining supplies. The administrative building is quite special. This place is far away from other forces, and a batch of green plants were transplanted around it not long ago. They have all mutated after the end of the world. It's like people outside can't get in and people inside can't get out. However, the people trapped inside are all teachers, and there are not many supplies. The other 3 forces have no interest in this place. But no one expected that a wretched old man in the administrative building would become a Superman. And now he is threatening the other 3 major forces to deliver supplies. Otherwise, he will come out to destroy them. The 3 major forces were just talking on the phone about how to deal with this matter when Qin Shin showed up. Li Qingfeng hurriedly crawled under the bed and shouted to the 2 thugs outside the door. What the hell is going on outside? But no one answered him at all. The 2 thugs ran away the moment the gunshots rang out. Li Qingfeng hid under the bed, trembling with fear, not daring to move. There was nothing he could do now except pray that the other party was not here to cause trouble for him. Soon, Qin Shin brought the 2 women to the 6th floor. Chapter 47, I don't like picking up other people's trash. Of course, Qin Shin did not let others appreciate his woman's special hobby. This kind of thing, just enjoy it secretly. However, just as they were about to look for Su Tu, their attention was attracted by a figure. I saw a girl tied up at the door of the dormitory, shivering. This woman is Ran Jing. Hey, do you know where Su Tu is? Su Weiwei stepped forward and asked. When Ran Jing heard Su Tu's name, she shuddered with fear and her body trembled even more. Su Weiwei frowned and said to Qin Shun, "Master, she is already frightened." Qin Shun was too lazy to waste time. With a flip of his hand, a sledgehammer appeared in his hand. He is already very familiar with this process. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 hammer blows, the dormitory door was smashed open. "Go, pull the people inside out and ask them." Qin Shun patted Lu Qing on the waist and gave instructions. Lu Qing nodded, then strode into the dormitory in her high heels. When the door was broken, the chain was also broken. But the people in front of her were holding guns, so Ran Jing didn't dare to run away. At the same time, in the dormitory, Lu Qing looked around, then snorted coldly, raised one foot, and stepped heavily on the bedboard with her high heels. "I'll count to 3. If you can't answer, I'll shoot," Lu Qing said lightly. Qiu Hong, who was lying under the bed, was so frightened that his face turned pale. He couldn't understand why the legendary gunman was actually a woman. Besides, he is just Li Qingfeng's military advisor. Why did the gunman come to him instead of Li Qingfeng? Could it be that she was attracted by his clever mind? 3-2. Just as I was thinking about it, Lu Qing had already started counting down. Qiu Hong quickly crawled out from under the bed, raised his hands in surrender, and said, "Don't shoot, don't shoot." Qiu Hong looked extremely disheveled, his body covered in dust and cobwebs. But when he saw Lu Qing, he was stunned. Is there such a beautiful woman in school? How come he doesn't know anything about this? Lu Qing looks more like a teacher than a student. But he had already flirted with several good-looking female teachers in the school countless times, so how come he didn't know there was such a beautiful one? Just as he was thinking about it, the muzzle of the gun in Lu Qing's hand was already against his temple. "Come out, I have something to ask you." Lu Qing frowned. She had seen this kind of look from men many times, and it was simply disgusting. If she hadn't wanted to ask more questions, she would have shot him dead long ago. After bringing Qiu Hong to the dormitory door, Su Weiwei shook her head in disappointment. "He's not my brother." Lu Qing frowned and asked, "Do you know Su Tu? Where is he?" Qiu Hong was shocked. In just a few minutes, he actually saw 2 women with stunning looks. What surprised him even more was that the high heels on the younger girl's feet seemed to be more than 10 centimeters high. Wasn't that uncomfortable? Bang! Lu Qing fired a shot directly. The bullet flew past Qiu Hong's hair, and suddenly a burning smell was heard. Qiu Hong was startled and collapsed to the ground. He had never seen a pistol before, let alone a gun fired next to his ear. "Didn't you hear? Do you know Su Tu? Where is he?" Su Weiwei asked in a deep voice. Qiu Hong finally came to his senses and quickly raised his hand tremblingly, pointing to a bedroom at the end of the corridor. He lives there," Qiu Hong said in horror. At this moment, Lu Qing smelled a foul odor and immediately fanned her nose in disgust. Looking down, I saw that Qiu Hong was scared to death and the scene was disgusting. "Walk." Qin Shin waved his hand and said with a look of disgust. Leaving Qiu Hong and Ran Jing behind, the 3 of them walked towards Su Tu's room. "Su Tu, it's me, are you there?" Su Weiwei knocked on the door hard and shouted loudly. At this moment, Su Weiwei was extremely nervous. She had taken so much trouble to find him, and she was afraid that Su Tu had encountered some accident. A few seconds later, Su Tu's surprised voice rang out from inside the door, "Sister?" At the same time, the dormitory door was opened. Seeing Su Weiwei, Su Tu was extremely surprised. "Sister, how did you get here?" Su Weiwei excitedly checked Su Tu up and down. Seeing that he was unharmed, she said excitedly, "I don't have time to explain to you. Go pack your things first. We'll take you away soon." Su Tu showed a hint of doubt, and then he noticed the 2 people behind Su Weiwei. He simply ignored Qin Shun and stared blankly at Lu Qing. Su Weiwei's appearance and figure are both top-notch, otherwise she would not have been discovered by a scout and become a model right after graduation. And the woman in front of him was not inferior to Su Weiwei in both appearance and figure. He had seen Su Weiwei's roommate Lu Yu before. He looked no different from an ordinary person. Could he be his sister's model colleague? Noticing Su Tu's eyes, Lu Qing frowned impatiently. This look was so familiar. I had even seen it once in the eyes of that scared man just now. I'm afraid Su Weiwei's younger brother is not a good person either. What are you standing there for? Go pack your things. Su Weiwei pushed Su Tu directly into the dormitory. But when she saw the scene in the dormitory, she was stunned. Chapter 48, Are You Worthy of My Du Family Brother-in-Law? In Su Tu's dormitory, the table was filled with various foods. Self-heating hot pot, instant noodles, sausages, and even 2 pieces of roast beef. In the end times, ordinary people cannot eat this kind of food. Not to mention the food filling the table, which looked extremely extravagant and wasteful. Before Su Weiwei could ask, she saw the 2 girls on the bed. The two women were only wearing simple underwear. They hugged each other and huddled in the corner, shivering. Their eyes were full of fear when they looked at Su Weiwei. Both of them had scars all over their bodies, which looked like they had been beaten, pinched, or even bitten. Xiao Tu, what is this? Su Weiwei frowned. Su Tu showed an unnatural look and explained, Sister, I didn't do anything harmful. They were both given to me by Master Feng. As he spoke, he glared at the two women fiercely, as if warning them not to talk nonsense. The two women shuddered, misunderstanding Su Tu's intention, and hurriedly said, Brother Su, we promise to be obedient, and we will never dare to run away again. Some of the injuries on the two women were caused by Su Tu's torture, and the other part was caused by Su Tu catching them and beating them when they tried to escape. Now they have psychological trauma and tremble with fear when they see Su Tu. Looking at the pitiful appearance of the two women, Su Weiwei raised her arms in anger. But in the end, she couldn't bear to slap him. In the apocalypse, it was lucky that her brother was still alive, and she couldn't bear to blame him anymore. And even if it was her, hadn't she already killed someone on her hands? Leave some food for them both. As for you, pack up your things and leave with us. Su Weiwei said in a deep voice. There is only one purpose for coming here today, and that is to take Su Tu away to a safe place. Her initial plan was to bring Su Tu to the residential complex and place him in an empty house. As long as Qinshan is here, my brother will definitely not starve to death. But Su Tu didn't rush to pack up, but looked outside the door carefully. The man seemed to be lost in thought and did not move. Another woman was standing guard nearby, and neither of them had the mind to pay attention to the dormitory at the moment. Seeing this, Su Tu quickly pulled Su Weiwei aside and asked in a low voice, Sister, tell me honestly, who are they? Su Weiwei glanced back at Qinshan and said in a somewhat stiff tone, That man's name is Qinshan. He saved my life. The woman next to him is Lu Qing. She's also a miserable person. These days, thanks to Qinshan's gun, he saved us. Otherwise, Sister Qing and I would have been killed long ago. At this point, Su Weiwei blushed. Sister Qing and I are following Qinshan now. We were able to come to the school to save you this time. Thanks to Qinshan, who found a way to bring us here. After hearing this, Su Tu finally understood. Although Su Weiwei didn't say it explicitly, he was not a fool. How could he not understand what Su Weiwei meant? This kid named Qinshan somehow got a gun and took possession of his sister and Lu Qing. Damn, this kid really knows how to enjoy himself. At this moment, Su Tu suddenly saw the pistol in Su Weiwei's pocket and was immediately surprised. Sister, that guy actually trusted you so much that he gave you his gun for safekeeping? Su Tu said excitedly. If that's the case, if we rush out and kill him now, wouldn't all his resources and women be in our hands? Hearing Su Tu's words, Su Weiwei subconsciously retorted, No. Su Tu anxiously advised, Sister, you haven't been brainwashed by that guy, have you? Do you like warming his bed? Don't forget, I still have my brother-in-law Du Xia. Are you doing this to my brother-in-law? Also, look at what you're wearing. Those high heels are like torture instruments. I think that guy doesn't treat you as a human being, but as a toy to be manipulated at will. What are you waiting for if you don't kill such a person? Su Weiwei shook her head. You haven't seen his methods, so you don't know how terrifying he is. When in the community, He Jian insulted Qinshan to his face. Chao Long had some thoughts about the gun in his hand. Liong Yian once wanted to kill him. But what in the end? He Jian's wife was snatched away by Qinshan and became a puppy at his feet. Chao Longlian was burned to ashes by the fire, and I'm afraid not even a bone was left. Liong Yian was lucky, he was just shot, but since he was targeted by Qinshan, he probably wouldn't have a good ending. Which one of these people is not more scheming and resourceful than my younger brother? But in the end, they all became defeated by Qinshan. If my younger brother dares to attack Qinshan, although I don't know what Qinshan's trump card is, I can be sure that my younger brother will not have a good ending. Seeing that Su Weiwei refused to give in, Su Tu anxiously advised, Sister, the world has changed. Now whoever has the bigger fist has the final say, can eat and drink the best food, and can play with women. I manage dozens, or even hundreds of athletes. As long as I get a gun and give the order, I can kill Li Qingfeng and become the boss of these 3 buildings. Within a week, I can integrate the resources of Yanqing University and become the king of the mountain. By then, you won't have to worry about survival. You can just enjoy life here with me. Isn't that good? Su Weiwei slowly shook her head. I said no, that's it. Pack your things and leave with me. I will take you to a safe place. Seeing that Su Weiwei refused to listen, Su Tu suddenly became anxious. He was about to reach out to grab Su Weiwei's gun when Lu Qing pushed the door open and walked in. Su Tu immediately stopped his movements, looking extremely nervous. Are you not done yet? The master is getting impatient. Lu Qing frowned. Owner? Su Tu's expression froze. That boy actually let two peerless beauties call him master? What a fucking bastard. Su Weiwei said in a panic. Right away, Xiaodu will be done packing soon. As she spoke, Su Weiwei winked at Su Tu. Su Tu immediately nodded and smiled apologetically. Sister Qing, it will be ready soon. It will be ready soon. He picked up a few packets of food and stuffed them into his school bag, and also took a laptop. At this time, Lu Qing also saw the two girls on the bed, frowned, and didn't say much. She walked up to Su Weiwei and took out the pistol from her pocket. I'll keep your gun for you. Su Weiwei smiled bitterly and did not resist. She knew that Lu Qing did this to guard against Su Tu. This is normal. If her identities were reversed, she would do the same. Looking at the gun in Lu Qing's hand, Su Tu's eyes flashed with heat, but he immediately returned to his apologetic smile. According to Su Weiwei's plan, she wanted to relocate Su Tu to an empty house in the community. With Qin Shen's protection, there shouldn't be any danger. However, Liong Yian's problem has not been resolved yet, and Qin Shen still has to go to the administrative building, so they can't go back for the time being. So, Su Tu passed through the tunnel and was temporarily placed in the bathroom of the female dormitory building A. I won't live here. This is the bathroom. It's smelly and dirty. Even if I die, I will never live in this damn place. Su Tu protested loudly. I had a good time in the dormitory, with food to eat and a woman to sleep with. But I was suddenly taken to the women's bathroom. What's the logic behind this? Either you stay here temporarily for 2 days, or you die. Your choice. Qin Shen took out his pistol and began to reason. Then I choose to live here. Su Tu was also a reasonable person and was quickly convinced by Qin Shen's reasoning. Of course, Qin Shen and the other two would not stay here overnight. They retreated back into the tunnel. The fork leading to the male and female dormitory buildings has been transformed into a temporary residence by Qin Shen. All kinds of furniture are available. Of course, the most eye-catching one is the big bed in the middle, which is large enough to accommodate several people. Stay here for 1 night and go to the school's administration building tomorrow. Qin Shen said. Chapter 49. Pets must be severely punished if they make mistakes. This bed looks like it's worth a lot of money. Before the end of the world, the price will probably be more than 100,000. I don't know how Qin Shen did it. He was able to take out so many things in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Qin Shen suddenly looked at Su Weiwei and asked, "Where's the gun I gave you?" A trace of panic flashed across Su Weiwei's face, and she looked at Lu Qing for help. Seeing this, Lu Qing quickly stepped forward to explain. Master, Weiwei's brother is an outsider to you after all. For safety reasons, Weiwei took the initiative to give me the gun for safekeeping. As he spoke, Lu Qing took out 2 pistols from the pocket of his windbreaker. Qin Shen sneered and looked at Lu Qing with a half-smile. Are you showing me your sisterly love? After hearing this, Lu Qing was stunned. Master. Qin Shen said calmly, I've said it before. I used to be a delivery man. I can tell who Su Tu is at a glance. Besides, if he can become the leader of hundreds of people in the apocalypse, do you think he will be an honest person? Su Weiwei, for your sake, I'll only give him 1 chance. Hearing this, Su Weiwei quickly said gratefully, Master, don't worry. I will definitely educate Xiaodu well and will never cause you any trouble. Qin Shen chuckled and said, I haven't finished yet. I said, I will only give him 1 chance. If he does anything wrong, you will have to deal with him yourself. Do you understand? Su Weiwei was stunned, with an embarrassed look on her face. Deal with Su Tu personally? That was his blood brother. How could she do such a thing? If you don't wanna, you can still regret it now. I will send him back to the boys' dormitory after dawn. Qin Shen said lightly. All he cared about was Su Weiwei's loyalty. As for whether Su Tu was dead or alive, he didn't care at all. Su Weiwei gritted her teeth and finally made up her mind. Master, I still want to bring my brother back to the community. Although Su Tu's status in school seems to be good now, it is only temporary. It's not like she hasn't seen the fate of the major forces in the community. 3 of the 4 leaders died, and 1 was injured. More than half of his thugs died. It won't be long before supplies run out and conflicts will surely break out among the major forces on campus, just like in the community. By then, Su Tu will be in danger. Therefore, bringing him back to the community is the best option. Okay, once I get the mutant fruit, I'll bring him back to the community. Qin Shen said lightly. Immediately, he looked at Lu Qing and said, Come here. After finishing, Qin Shen lay on the bed and flipped through his phone out of boredom. He suddenly found a familiar name in the contacts. Qin Shen sighed inwardly, and a long-forgotten memory emerged in his mind. At this time last year, he was still an innocent college student. Unlike some single guys, he has a girlfriend who he has been dating for 2 years, and his girlfriend is very beautiful. The only drawback is that his girlfriend only allows him to hold hands, and at most allows him to kiss her once, and only on the face. My girlfriend said at the time that she was traditional and wanted to wait until we got married before developing further relationships. Qin Shun is also mentally ill and believes this without a doubt. Until one day, his girlfriend called him and asked him to go to the adult store to buy something. When Qin Shun heard the news, he was dumbfounded. He thought his girlfriend was moved by the necklace he bought with all his savings and wanted to reward him. And right from the start, the rewards are so exciting. When he bought the things and gave them to his girlfriend, she chased him away. That night, he received several flash photos. The protagonist of the photo is naturally his girlfriend. Qin Shun was so angry that he didn't sleep all night. He made countless calls, but the phone was always turned off. The next day, his girlfriend sent him a message. She said that finding a boyfriend was just her master's task, and thanked Qin Shun for taking care of her over the past 2 years. He also posted a selfie, saying it was a benefit for Qin Shun. After that, there was no after. Qin Shun's Dao heart was directly shattered. The end of the world has come, and I don't know whether you are dead or not. Thinking of this, Qin Shun directly sent a text message, "Bitch, are you still alive?" After sending the message, Qin Shun felt refreshed, and his eyes happened to catch a glimpse of Lu Qing standing beside him. "Come over," Qin Shun ordered with a sneer. Chapter 50, The Most Beautiful Female Teacher. Lu Qing didn't know where Qin Shun's anger came from, and Qin Shun didn't rest until midnight. A few hours later, Qin Shun woke up. The golden ants brought news that the tunnel leading to the administrative building has been dug through. Qin Shun threw down 2 large buckets of mineral water and said, "Don't you know that I hate pets that don't pay attention to hygiene? Take a bath and wait for me here." The 2 women nodded in agreement. Qin Shun rode his electric bike along the newly dug tunnel and headed straight to the university's administrative building. At this time, on the 6th floor of the administrative building, dozens of female teachers lined up to enter the tiered conference room and sat down anxiously. They just received an order from the security guard Wang Dezhu, asking all of them to gather in the conference room. Before yesterday, the person in charge of the administrative building was still the principal Ding Qiwen. Before the end of the world, the school was about to distribute a batch of rice, flour, grain, and oil to the teachers. This turned out to be a blessing in disguise. After the end of the world, no one would have to worry about supplies in the short term. For the convenience of management, men and women live on the 5th and 6th floors respectively according to their gender. The 5th floor is managed by Ding Qiwen, and the 6th floor is managed by his wife Gutsalian. Compared with other forces, the administrative building is peaceful and there has never been any major chaos. But the day before yesterday, a female teacher reported that the security guard went to the women's bathroom upstairs to peek. In a rage, Ding Qiwen threw the security guard Wang Dezhu to the 1st floor and left him to fend for himself. But no one knows what happened. Wang Dezhu became a martial arts master overnight. One punch can break marble. The alloy door can be broken with one kick. Then, Wang Dezhu ran upstairs and announced that everyone had to obey his orders from now on. 2 male teachers who were unaware of the situation wanted to go up and deal with him, but they both had their necks twisted and were thrown out of the window. This move stunned everyone, and no one dared to resist. So starting from yesterday, Wang Dezhu became the boss of the administrative building. He was not satisfied with eating fried noodles every day, so he contacted several other forces, sent a video, and threatened them to send fresh food. This is why several other forces are threatened. In the conference room, the female teachers looked at each other, wondering what Wang Dezhu wanted to do by calling them over. "Qing Yan, do you think that wretched old man would do that to us? I heard that this old man had done voyeurism before, but we didn't deal with him because we didn't find any evidence. Now that he's the boss of the administration building, you better be careful." A female teacher spoke cautiously to Gu Qingyan beside her. Gu Qingyan should be considered the most famous teacher in the school. It's not because of good teaching results, it's simply because it looks good. Many female teachers usually have the habit of wearing makeup and dressing up, and they look very good looking. But among these beautiful female teachers, Gu Qingyan still stands out from the crowd. She always gives people the impression of being aloof, which makes many suitors stay away from her. To achieve high-end appearance, you only need the simplest matching. Gu Qingyan never needed any complicated clothes or jewelry. For example, now she is wearing a dark green dress and a pair of dark brown high heels. Even this simple outfit still makes many people feel ashamed. I don't think so. Gu Qingyan's face looked a little ugly. "You're so famous, the guard must have heard of you." The female teacher next to her spoke again. Every year, there are some curious students in school who create a beauty ranking list. On the rankings, the top spots of 2 lists have not changed for several years. One was the school bell, and was won by a girl named Yi Qingdai for 4 consecutive years. Many girls are waiting for Yi Qingdai to graduate, otherwise they will never have the chance to be on the list in their lifetime. The other one is the most beautiful female teacher. It has been 6 years since Gu Qingyan joined the company, and she has always been at the top of the list. If this wretched security guard wants to do something, Gu Qingyan will definitely be at the greatest risk. Thinking of this, Gu Qingyan quickly shrank back. At the same time, the door of the conference room was pushed open. Wang Dazhu was still wearing the tattered security guard uniform and walked in carrying a person in one hand. Chiwen. Gu Zalian recognized the figure as her husband at a glance and stood up anxiously. Wang Dazhu, what do you want to do? Let my husband go. Gu Zalian shouted. She is the director of the Academic Affairs Department and is used to scolding people. Her stern shout was extremely majestic. Wang Dazhu was usually the one who was ordered around, so he was startled when he heard the voice. But he reacted immediately. It's the end of the world now. There's nothing to be afraid of. Thump. Ding Qiwen was thrown to the ground with a dull thud. Only then did everyone see Ding Qiwen clearly. His body was covered with dirty footprints, as if he had been kicked hundreds of times. His body was covered with purple bruises, and it was obvious that he had been beaten. Director Gu, don't be anxious. It's time to settle the accounts between you and me. Wang Dazhu stepped forward and grabbed Gu Zalian's hair. Asshole, let me go. Gu Zalian struggled desperately, but was slapped by Wang Dazhu. There was a crisp sound, and everyone was frightened into silence. After it was over, Wang Dazhu smirked and said, Bitch, why aren't you so arrogant now? At the same time, he kicked Ding Qiwen in the chest. Ding Qiwen finally woke up from his coma, but he didn't expect to see this scene as soon as he opened his eyes. Asshole, let go of my wife. Ding Qiwen cursed angrily. But before he could make any move, Wang Dazhu stepped on him. I just fucking peeked for a bit. I didn't do anything. And you actually want to kill me? Thank goodness, God opened my eyes. Not only did I survive, I also suddenly learned martial arts. Today, I'll show you what happens if you offend me. Wang Dazhu chuckled. Now that he has taken control of the administrative building, he can take revenge first, and there is still time to deal with the rest later. By then, not only female teachers, but also female students. As long as he wants, what woman can't he play with? Chapter 51: The Betrayal of a Best Friend. After all, Wang Dazhu is old and can only last a few minutes. He threw Gu Zalian, whose face was filled with grief and indignation, in front of Ding Qiwen and sneered. A principal and a director of the Academic Affairs Department are now both king at my feet. I wonder who will dare to go against me in the future. All the female teachers lowered their heads, not daring to look Wang Dazhu in the eye. You're going to hell, you beast. Ding Qiwen cursed through gritted teeth. He took off his coat and wanted to block it for Gu Zalian, but was kicked away by Wang Dazhu. I will go to hell, but before that, I will enjoy your wife. The principal's wife, the director of the Academic Affairs Department. Haha, so impressive, but now I've made her behave like a fool. Wang Dazhu said proudly. Gu Zalian looked sad and angry. She suddenly stood up and slammed herself against the wall. This time, she was determined to die. But after she ran a few steps, Wang Dazhu grabbed her arm. Wanna die? That's too easy for you. Your husband's debt hasn't been paid off yet. Wang Dazhu laughed out loud. Then, he looked at the frightened female teachers and shouted, That bitch who reported me 2 days ago, stand up right here. You didn't let me see it, but you still reported it? Today, I want to see it openly in front of everyone. Gao Xiaoqian in the crowd was filled with regret at this moment. She never imagined that the wretched old man she reported 2 days ago would suddenly become the master of this building. Even the principal and his wife could not escape his clutches. If I were discovered, I'm afraid the consequences would be even worse. Fortunately, the King Dazhu did not see her face at that time. Thinking of this, Gao Xiaoqian lowered her head and didn't dare to look forward, for fear of being recognized by Wang Dazhu. Okay, no one admits it, right? Hey, then I have a good idea. White with red stripes. I still have the photo on my phone. I remember it clearly. Now, everyone, take off your clothes. I want to check them one by one. Wang Dazhu was extremely obscene and laughed. In the past, these female teachers didn't even bother to look at him when they passed by the door. Even if we asked him to help move something, he would still order us around and act condescending. Now, don't we all have to obey him? What are you still standing there for? Take it off, or I'll kill her. Wang Dazhu said loudly. Suddenly, voices of dissatisfaction were heard from the crowd. Who reported it to the principal? Come out now. Are you really going to embarrass us sisters by letting you down? Someone spoke first, and the others immediately felt relieved of their psychological pressure and echoed him. That's right, you should solve the problem yourself. Don't let everyone else share the responsibility. Looking at it won't kill you, It's really troublesome. Now it's good. Let's all suffer together. Hurry up and apologize to Brother Wong. Otherwise we'll find out who it is and deal with her together. Everyone was talking at once, and some even started to blame the victim. Gao Xiaoqian trembled, not knowing what to do. At this time, Gu Qingyan beside her held her hand. Xiaoqian, don't be afraid. Gu Qingyan didn't know how to comfort Gao Xiaoqian now. The two of them were colleagues who had a good relationship. When Gao Xiaoqian bought that set of underwear, he recommended it to her, saying that the fabric was very good, so she also bought a set. The informant that Wang Dazhu found is most likely Gao Xiaoqian. But now, she was powerless and couldn't save Xiaoqian. At this time, Wang Dazhu had already tied up Gu Xiaoyan and strode down. Fuck, you want to die, right? Take it off. Wang Dazhu pointed at a female teacher in front of him and shouted. The female teacher was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she quickly took off her clothes. Brother Wang, it's not me, it's not me. The female teacher pointed at her underwear and cried. In order to survive, dignity is nothing at this moment. Wang Dazhu chuckled. You look so modest on the outside, but so hot underneath? Are you trying to seduce me? The female teacher sobbed and didn't dare to speak at all. Wang Dazhu was old and his physical strength did not recover so quickly, so he let the first girl go and turned to look at the other female teacher next to him. What are you waiting for? Take it off. The female teacher who was being stared at shook her head repeatedly, as if she didn't want to take off her clothes in front of so many people. Wang Dazhu sneered and stepped forward to hold the female teacher's head. Snap! There was a sound of bone cracking, and the female teacher's head was twisted 180 degrees, and she died instantly. The people in the back row were so frightened when they saw this scene that they were stunned. Screams and crying were heard everywhere. Wang Dazhu, however, really enjoyed this feeling. Everyone sit down. If anyone dares to move, I'll kill her. Wang Dazhu snorted coldly, then lifted up his clothes and took a look. Not her, keep going. Ignoring the dead body, Wang Dazhu walked towards the next female teacher. Judging from his route, it won't be long before he reaches Gao Xiaoqian. After killing one person to establish authority, the rest of the people immediately cooperated. Before Wang Dazhu could speak, the people he glanced at quickly took off their clothes to prove themselves. Half a minute later, Wang Dazhu walked in front of Gao Xiaoqian. What are you standing there for? Take it off. Wang Dazhu said arrogantly. Gao Xiaoqian trembled all over and subconsciously put her hands on her clothes. But at this moment, she suddenly seemed to remember something and glanced at Gu Qingyan. It's not me, but I know who it is. Gao Xiaoqian said with a trembling voice. Wang Dazhu was immediately delighted. Tell me, who is it? Gao Xiaoqian slowly turned her gaze towards Gu Qingyan, a hint of apology in her eyes. That's her. The underwear she's wearing is exactly the same as what you said. Everyone's attention immediately focused on Gu Qingyan. Shame on you, Gu Qingyan. You have the courage to report it. But why don't you have the courage to stand up and admit it? If you had stood up earlier, my best friend wouldn't have died. Brother Wang, this kind of person should be severely punished. Everyone shouted angrily. Now everyone's thinking is similar to that of an ostrich. I would rather die than let my friend die. If they push Gu Qingyan out, they will be safe. At this moment, Gu Qingyan looked at Gao Xiaoqian in disbelief. She never thought that the relationship between the two was so good, and Gao Xiaoqian actually used her as a shield at this time. Just as Gu Qingyan was about to deny it, Gao Xiaoqian stepped forward and covered her mouth, yelling, Brother Wang, she's definitely going to try to make excuses. Take off her clothes and take a look. She's wearing exactly what you said. Gu Qingyan struggled desperately, but Gao Xiaoqian seemed to be energized and suppressed her fiercely. At this critical moment, there was a knock on the door of the conference room. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone's eyes were instantly focused on him. Chapter 52. Do you want to complain if you don't know who is the boss? Who? Wang Dazhu turned around and looked, his body in a defensive posture. The next moment, the door of the conference room was pushed open, and a short boy with a wretched look walked in cautiously. The dozens of female teachers in the conference room blinded his eyes, and he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Xiao Hong. Wang Dazhu said in surprise. When Xiao Hong saw Wang Dazhu, he felt like he had seen his old father and was so excited that he almost cried. Uncle Wang, I finally see you. Xiao Hong's voice trembled, and he seemed to be about to cry. Yesterday, she was threatened with a gun by Lu Qing and was almost shot in the head. Today, he was nearly devoured by mutant plants several times along the way and narrowly escaped death. After finally surviving, I finally reached the administrative building. In fact, the moment he saw the video yesterday, he made up his mind to join Wang Dazhu. The reason is that he and Wang Dazhu have known each other for a long time, and they have a special relationship. The two met by chance, but they had the same hobby, which was taking secret photos. Xiao Hong secretly photographed female students, and Wang Dazhu secretly photographed female teachers. The two would exchange resources from time to time and had a very good relationship. Seeing that Wang Dazhu had become successful, he immediately wanted to join him. Wang Dazhu's reply to him was that as long as Xiao Hong could come here alive, he would be the boss and Xiao Hong would be the second in command. Eat whatever you want and play with whatever women you want. In order to keep this promise, Xiao Hong risked his life and successfully escaped to the administrative building. Uncle Wang, don't worry. If we work together, the whole school will be in our hands in a few days. By then, the other forces will have to bow down to us. Xiao Hong said confidently. With Wang Dazhu's strength and brainpower, it is only a matter of time before he dominates the school. Just then, a crying sound was heard from the door of the conference room. Then, a thin figure ran in panic. Principal, I want to report him. This Xiao Hong is a monster. He raped me and killed several of my classmates. The girl ran to Ding Qiwen, pointed at Xiao Hong, and accused him loudly. This girl was none other than Ran Jing, who was brought here by Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong originally wanted to use Ran Jing as a shield when he encountered danger. It's just that it was never used on the road. Ran Jing looked at Xiao Hong with grief and anger and told him everything that had happened over the past 2 days. In order to punish Xiao Hong, she even gave up her dignity. But what she didn't expect was that after she finished speaking, she found that the conference room was silent and all the female teachers lowered their heads. Principal, please deal with him. Many of my classmates can testify that this guy is a jerk and a monster. Ran Jing said anxiously. Ding Qiwen shook his head bitterly. He couldn't even save his own wife. How could he help Ran Jing get justice? Uncle Wang, what do you think of this woman? Xiao Hong asked carelessly. Wang Dazhu's eyes lit up with excitement. Not bad, not bad. Xiao Hong said proudly. Uncle Wang, she is your favorite type. Before, you could only watch movies, but now you can do whatever you want with her. By the way, this woman is timid. She can do whatever she wants with just a little scare. After hearing Xiao Hong's introduction, Wang Dazhu became even more excited. Okay. I remember there's a restroom in the principal's office. I'm going to play there. Don't disturb me before dinner. Wang Dazhu smiled obscenely and walked towards Ran Jing. Ran Jing hid behind Ding Qiwen in panic. Principal, what are you waiting for? Catch them quickly. She had no idea that Wang Dazhu had awakened his superpowers, and she thought the administrative building was still under Ding Qiwen's control. Wang Dazhu chuckled. You're complaining to me when you don't even know who the boss here is? You want him to arrest me? I fucked his wife so much he didn't even dare to say anything. How do you think he's going to arrest me? As he spoke, Wang Dazhu grabbed Gu Xiaoyan's hair with one hand and Ran Jing's arm with the other. Principal Ding, is it okay with me borrowing your office? Wang Dazhu not only wanted to kill someone, but also wanted to destroy their heart. He asked Ding Qiwen with a smile. Looking at Gu Xiaoyan's painful expression, Ding Qiwen gritted his teeth and said, I can ignore the others, but you must let my wife go. Wang Dazhu snorted disdainfully. You still want to negotiate with me? Do you have the qualifications? You are doomed to be cuckolded. After saying this, without waiting for Ding Qiwen to speak, he kidnapped the 2 women and left. Ding Qiwen was stunned for a moment. Then he beat his chest and stamped his feet, bursting into tears. The female teachers looked at each other, not knowing what to do next. Gao Xiaoqian looked at Gu Qingyan beside her cautiously. Gu Qingyan had just had her clothes torn off by her and was now tidying them up. Qingyan, just now. I didn't mean it. I was also frightened, so I did something wrong in a fit of rage. You won't blame me, right? Gao Xiaoqian whispered. Gu Qingyan glanced at Gao Xiaoqian coldly without saying anything. She originally trusted this colleague and best friend very much. But what Gao Xiaoqian had done just now completely chilled her heart. Seeing that Gu Qingyan ignored her, Gao Xiaoqian turned her head away arrogantly. Why are you pretending? She hasn't lost anything. The end of the world has come. Isn't it normal for everyone to take care of themselves? You're ignoring me, right? Then tomorrow I'll go find Wang Dazhu and tell him that you were the one who reported me. After you've been defiled by that wretched old man, I'll see if you can still be so arrogant. Gao Xiaoqian thought to herself. Just as he was thinking about it, Xiao Hong walked up to the podium. Everyone, please be patient. I'll find someone first. Conservatory of Music, where is Gao Xiaoqian, the music theory elective teacher? Xiao Hong shouted loudly. At this time, everyone's eyes turned to Gao Xiaoqian. Gao Xiaoqian was extremely panicked and had no idea what was going on. Xiao Hong sneered, rushed to Gao Xiaoqian, grabbed her hair, and pulled her directly to the podium. Fuck it, it's just an elective course. Why did you fail me? I'm only 1 point away from passing. I've said so many nice things to you and begged for favors so many times, and you won't even give me 1 point? Did I ever tell you that I'll remember this for the rest of my life? Every time Qiu Hong spoke, he slapped Gao Xiaoqian. After a few slaps, Gao Xiaoqian was stunned. She couldn't count the number of students who had failed in the past 2 years, and she didn't even remember Qiu Hong. The reason for failing a course is, on the one hand, that the school has a ratio requirement and cannot allow everyone to pass. On the other hand, she enjoys the pleasure of controlling the fate of others. Especially when students who failed a course came to her to ask for 2 extra points. The thought of teasing them and ultimately not getting any extra points was exciting. Get out of here. I'm going to start my revenge. Qiu Hong held Gao Xiaoqian down and shouted loudly to everyone. He is different from Wang Dazhu and doesn't like to make a big deal about such things. The time he took to do that was quite short, and with so many people watching, wouldn't he be finished in seconds? Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and stood up to leave. They don't care about Gao Xiaoqian's ending, as long as it doesn't affect them. Save me, save me. Gao Xiaoqian shouted for help to anyone passing by her. But no one paid any attention to her, and instead quickened their pace. Gu Qingyan passed by her, gave her a cold look, and then left. At the same time, Qinshan also came to the lobby of the administrative building. He immediately ran to the door and looked at the banyan tree outside the window. If I remember correctly, the mutant fruit is on this tree. Chapter 53. No, you are not qualified to make a decision now. Sure enough, there was a bright red fruit hanging on the treetop, looking bright and juicy. Just as Qinshan was about to find a way to pick the fruit, he suddenly received a message from Lu Qing. Master, the situation in the administrative building has changed. Please be careful. There's an old security guard who seems to have undergone the same transformation as Liong Yian. He seems to have suddenly learned martial arts, and his power is extremely powerful. I'll send you a video, please take a look. Following the news was a video of Wang Dazhu using his internal energy to smash a stone lion yesterday. Qinshan's heart suddenly trembled. This gatekeeper's special abilities are similar to Liong Yan's, and both can exert tremendous power. However, Liong Yan's defense is extremely high, and he can even barely withstand bullets. I wonder how strong the defense of this guard is. It's just that his purpose is to get the mutant fruit, and unless something unexpected happens, he won't have any intersection with this person. Qinshan replied casually, indicating that he understood. Then he went to the 3rd floor, took out his crossbow, and aimed at the mutant fruit. This location is only 6 or 7 meters away from the mutant fruit, which is exactly the same distance that Qinshan usually trains at. With Qinshan's thousands of rounds of training, he has a pretty good grasp of it. Besides, there are unlimited crossbow arrows, so just fire directly. The first shot missed the target. The second shot missed the target. The third shot. The 7th shot. The crossbow arrow went straight through the fruit, but failed to bring it down. The 8th shot. While trying hard to shoot the arrow, I heard the sound of high heels tapping behind me. Qinshan turned around and happened to meet Gu Qingyan's eyes as she hurried down from upstairs. Gu Qingyan was also shocked when she saw Qinshan. Just now, she thought about it and felt that she could not stay here any longer. Wang Dazhu and the new male student are obviously sex-hungry men. It won't be long before they'll set their sights on her. It's better to take this opportunity to escape from the administrative building. As for where to go, she hasn't decided yet. But I didn't expect to meet Qinshan as soon as I reached the 3rd floor. Seeing Gu Qingyan's face, Qinshan was suddenly in a trance. The woman in front of me has delicate features like a painting. Her willow-shaped eyebrows carry a hint of subtle coldness and otherworldliness. Her eyes sparkle like cold stars, giving people a feeling of keeping away from strangers. Her nose is high and her lips are as red as fire, as if she is the most outstanding work of nature. The lines of the cheeks are smooth and graceful, complementing the delicate collarbone. She was wearing a simple dark green long dress, which was simple yet elegant. It matched her cold temperament very well and set off her skin as smooth as white porcelain. The brown high heels on her feet complement the dark green long skirt, cleverly lengthening the already perfect calf lines. Su Weiwei and Lu Qing's legs were already very beautiful, but the woman in front of him was not inferior to them at all. Su Weiwei's legs are so well proportioned that it can be said that she was born to be a model. Lu Qing's legs are plump, strong, and fleshy. The long legs of the woman in front of me can be described as works of art. Slender and well-proportioned, with smooth lines, especially the muscles on the calves, which are powerful but not at all abrupt. Gu Qingyan's first reaction when she saw Qinshan was to turn around and leave. She had seen Qinshan's aggressive eyes too many times. In just a few seconds, I might have already played a whole little movie in the other person's mind. Gao Xiaoqian's fate was still fresh in her mind, and she didn't want to be targeted. Moreover, when the end of the world came, The principal Ding Qiwen once counted the people trapped in the building according to their identities. There were indeed 4 or 5 students trapped in the administrative building at that time, but she was sure that the person in front of her was not among them. Moreover, the other party was holding a weapon in his hand, and it was obvious that he was a dangerous person coming from outside. Seeing this, Qin Shen shrugged helplessly. I look harmless. Why are you so scared? Although the beauty is beautiful, she is not as important as the mutant fruit. He turned around, shot an arrow, and the fruit fell to the ground. Qin Shun was stunned at first, then he was overjoyed. It was such a piece of cake. In order to get the first mutant fruit, he almost lost his life. As a result, this one took less than 5 minutes. However, there are dangers lurking at the entrance of the administrative building, and getting the mutant fruit back is a problem. Qin Shen cherishes his life very much and will not take risks with it. At the same time, Gu Qingyan, who had just returned upstairs, heard Gao Xiaoqian's cry for help in the corridor. Qingyan, where have you been? Come and save me. I was wrong. I apologize to you. Come out quickly. Gu Qingyan stuck her head out and took a sneak peek. Gao Xiaoqian was seen naked, crawling on the ground like a dog. There was a collar around her neck, and the other end of the chain was held in the hand of the male student who had just come over. Bitch, haven't you eaten yet? Shout for me. If you hadn't delayed me, would I have let her escape from my grasp? If you can't find her, I'll kill you in a moment. Qiu Hong threatened viciously. After torturing Gao Xiaoqian, he suddenly remembered that the most beautiful female teacher in Yanqing University was also trapped in the administrative building. When he wanted to look for her, he found that Gu Qingyan had already run away. This made him vent all his resentment on Gao Xiaoqian. In order to survive, Gao Xiaoqian had no choice but to confess that they were best friends and could find Gu Qingyan. So the scene before our eyes appeared. Gu Qingyan gritted her teeth, looking extremely nervous. Of course, she wouldn't jump out on her own initiative. But the current situation is that there is a tiger in front and a wolf behind, and she has nowhere to hide. But after a moment, she suddenly realized that no one seemed to be chasing her. Could it be that the man has no interest in her? Qingyan, we are good friends. Please come out and save my life. Gao Xiaoqian was still shouting. Gu Qingyan snorted coldly, turned around, and went downstairs again. She was ready to take a gamble. In the lobby on the first floor, Qin Shun was fiddling with a remote-controlled toy car, trying to push the mutant fruit back. But there was an arrow stuck in the fruit, and it couldn't be moved at all. Qin Shun couldn't help but regret it. If only I had touched a drone. In this way, you can use infinite supplies to make a drone and bring the fruit back. Unfortunately, he could only build a remote control car that he had played with as a child. At this moment, Gu Qingyan appeared in his sight again. You're not from the administration building, right? Can you take me away from here? Gu Qingyan asked nervously. When Qin Shen saw Gu Qingyan, his eyes suddenly lit up. Isn't it like someone gives you a pillow just because you want to sleep? Of course. But first, you have to do something for me. Qin Shen smiled. Gu Qingyan took a step back cautiously. What's the matter? Qin Shen pointed outside the door and said, there is a fruit about 10 meters away from the door. Help me pick it up and I will take you away. Hearing this, Gu Qingyan immediately shook her head. No, there are monsters outside, and the plants will eat people. I won't go out. Qin Shen chuckled, and a Glock appeared in his hand. No, you are not qualified to make a decision now. Chapter 54. We are all volunteers. Seeing the gun in Qin Shen's hand, Gu Qingyan was shocked. She couldn't help but think of a message she had just seen in the campus group yesterday. It is said that several strangers appeared in the dormitory building of Female A yesterday. After they broke in, they shot and killed several people. Someone uploaded pictures of the scene, and they were extremely bloody. After watching it, she felt so nauseous that she almost didn't eat for the whole day. Could it be that the man in front of me is the gunman that the students are talking about? Whether you go or not, I don't have the patience to wait for you. Qin Shen said. There are people with awakened special powers in this building. Every minute you stay here, the danger increases. Gu Qingyan bit her red lips and finally nodded. Don't kill me. I will go. After saying that, she slowly moved towards the door of the administrative building. Outside the door is a cement ground with flower beds on both sides. A bright red fruit fell to the ground with an arrow stuck in it. What's even more bizarre is that there is a toy remote-controlled car next to the fruit. This combination is weird no matter how you look at it. Hurry up, Qin Shen urged impatiently. Gu Qingyan knew that she had no choice, so after taking off her high heels, she gritted her teeth and rushed out. Fortunately, there seemed to be no danger outside. She successfully obtained the mutant fruit and ran back quickly. The whole process took only about 10 seconds, but Gu Qingyan's face turned pale with fright. As soon as she entered the door, The mutant fruit in her hand was taken away by Qin Shun. Good. Qin Shun was very surprised. This fruit exudes a strange fragrance, similar to the one I ate last time. After eating this fruit, I should be able to level up again. But now is not the time to eat the fruit. It is safer to go back to the tunnel first. Follow me. Qin Shun gave an order and walked directly towards the entrance of the tunnel. Gu Qingyan hesitated for a moment, then immediately chased after him. It won't be long before the student upstairs comes down to search. By then, she would have no way out. Now I can only trust Qin Shun. After several twists and turns, Qin Shun arrived at a utility room on the first floor. After the two entered the door, Qin Shun locked it directly. What do you want to do? Hearing the sound of the door lock falling, Gu Qingyan was suddenly startled. She quickly covered her chest and pressed against the wall with a defensive look on her face. She had been chasing too closely just now, and only now could she see clearly where Qin Shun had brought her to. Before he could react, the door was locked by Qin Shun. The utility room was only about 10 square meters in size, and she had nowhere to hide. Could it be that this man has some thoughts about her? If I wanted to do something to you, would I have to go through so much trouble? Qin Shun looked at Gu Qingyan with disdain, then pried open a piece of floorboards. The entrance to the tunnel suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. Come down with me. Qin Shun jumped into the tunnel entrance first. Gu Qingyan hesitated for a moment and then jumped down. When Gu Qingyan saw the scene inside the tunnel, she was stunned. How come she didn't know there was such a large tunnel under the administrative building? Moreover, it seems that this tunnel was newly excavated, and there is even a strong smell of soil in the tunnel. How is this done? Before she could react, an electric car appeared in front of her. Get in the car. Qin Shun pointed to the back seat. Having followed him here, Gu Qingyan didn't hesitate any longer and sat on it directly. After the electric car started moving, it was bumpy because it was on a dirt road. Gu Qingyan had no choice but to gently pinch Qin Shun's clothes. Hold on tight, I'm going to speed up. Qin Shun chuckled and reminded kindly. Sure enough, as soon as the words fell, the speed of the electric car increased instantly. Gu Qingyan's body swayed, and she quickly hugged Qin Shun's waist. A few minutes later, Qin Shun returned to the temporary living area. After taking a shower, Lu Qing and Su Weiwei took another nap. But Qin Shun was not around, so the two of them felt insecure and woke up after a while. Seeing Qin Shun coming back, they were immediately delighted and hurried to greet him. Host, Lu Qing had just shouted a word when she suddenly saw Gu Qingyan getting off the electric bike. Su Weiwei also noticed Gu Qingyan, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Neither of them had expected to encounter such a beautiful woman in this dark and silent tunnel. However, when they thought that it was Qin Shun who brought it back, Lu Qing and Su Weiwei felt relieved. Qin Shun has very high standards. Just by looking at the two of them, you can roughly understand Qin Shun's standards for women. The woman Qin Shun brought back must be good-looking and have a good figure. Master, is this the new sister? Su Weiwei asked proactively. Master? Sister? Gu Qingyan looked at the three people in front of her warily. The combination of three people in front of me, coupled with this strange name, always feels a little wrong. Okay, stop teasing her. I brought this back from the administration building. As usual, you two will interrogate the intelligence, especially the information about that old security guard. Pay close attention. Qin Shun ordered. He was planning to eat the mutant fruit, so it would be better to leave the questioning to the two women. Lu Qing asked tentatively, Master, can we resort to some tricks? The woman in front of him had a top-notch appearance and figure. It would be bad if Qin Shun had any ideas and ended up getting injured or even disfigured during the interrogation. Just try it. Qin Shun said lightly. After saying that, Qin Shun rode his electric bike away for a distance, then took out the mutant fruit and ate it. At the same time, Lu Qing and Su Weiwei stepped forward and controlled Gu Qingyan from the left and right. You, what are you going to do? Gu Qingyan's heart was filled with alarm, and she asked in fear. Nothing, just asking you some questions according to the master's order. If you answer honestly, nothing will happen. But if you lie and refuse to cooperate, then we will have no choice but to resort to some means. Lu Qing said playfully. Gu Qingyan swallowed nervously. Seeing that Qin Shun was not around, she quickly whispered, Were you threatened by that man? I know you are also helpless. How about the three of us work together and escape together? It's obvious that the two women are not dressed like this willingly. Moreover, Gu Qingyan had seen the gun in Qin Shun's hand, so she subconsciously thought that the two women were coerced by Qin Shun. She has seen this kind of thing many times. Gu Zhaoyan and Gao Shaoqian are typical examples. Without the strength to resist, he could only allow himself to be tortured by those two bastards. Threatened? Forced to do nothing? Miss, I'm afraid you're wrong. Lu Qing said with a smile. As soon as she finished speaking, The Glock in Lu Qing's hand was already pressed against Gu Qingyan's temple. We all volunteered. Lu Qing chuckled and immediately said to Su Weiwei, Weiwei, tie her up. Chapter 55 Skill Upgrade, Barrett and Shotgun. Hearing that she was going to use her own socks, Su Weiwei was immediately unhappy. Sister Qing, this is not good. If you use them, what will I wear? Lu Qing smiled. Why don't you just act coquettishly with the master later? The master has a lot of styles, so you can try a different style. Su Weiwei shook her head repeatedly. I still like this pair. Besides, if I take off my socks without the owner's permission, I will be punished. As she spoke, Su Weiwei suddenly looked at Gu Qingyan. Sister Qing, how about tearing her skirt into strips to use as ropes? Lu Qing nodded in agreement. That's a good suggestion. Hearing the conversation between the two women, Gu Qingyan was so scared that her pretty face turned pale and she quickly covered her skirt. You, what on earth do you want to do? Gu Qingyan asked with a trembling voice. Nothing, I just wanted to ask you something. As she spoke, Lu Qing took out a dagger and with a hissing sound, she cut open the hem of Gu Qingyan's skirt. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Shen swallowed the mutant fruit in a few bites. Ding, get 20 experience points. Congratulations, you have reached the 3rd stage. Do you want to select the upgrade reward now? A system notification sound rang in Qin Shen's ears. I've advanced to another level. Qin Shen muttered to himself. If I remember correctly, when I ate the first fruit, I only gained 9 experience points, but now it has increased by 20 points. What is this related to? Is it the maturity of the fruit or the type of fruit? And since there are experience points, does that mean the experience points required for leveling up will also be different? Maybe even eating a mutant fruit won't allow me to level up anymore. Qin Shen wrote down a few questions and prepared to verify them if he had the chance. But now, what he is most looking forward to is what skills he can acquire. The mind link he obtained last time, although it only controlled an ant, could be used to dig tunnels, which was extremely useful to him. Otherwise, he would still be hiding in the community. Choose your upgrade reward now. Qin Shen muttered silently in his heart. Reward 1, Fruit Ability, Martial Arts Master. Reward 2, Weapon and Ammunition Skill Upgrade. Reward 3, Mind Link Skill Upgrade. The system prompt sounded again in my ears. As Qin Shen expected, one of the rewards was the special ability of the fruit itself, and the other 2 were upgrades to existing skills. System, can you give us a detailed introduction to these 3 rewards? Qin Shen asked in his heart. Every mutant fruit is hard-earned, and Qin Shen wants to use the best steel on the blade. Martial Arts Master. After learning this skill, you will automatically master a set of martial arts moves. When using these moves, the destructive power is increased 100-fold. The specific power can be adjusted by the host. After hearing the introduction of this skill, Qin Shen directly chose to give up. What's the point of just increasing the power? The gun in his hand is already very powerful. These days, firearms are still the only thing that can make people feel safe. Especially when everyone has only one life. The longer the attack distance, the safer you will be. Weapons and Ammunition Level 2 unlocks new weapons, significantly increasing their power and increasing their damage to mutant creatures. Mind Link, Level 2, can control 2 mutants at the same time, and the size limit of the mutants is reduced. The system also explains the last 2 skills. Qin Shen thought for a moment and chose to upgrade Weapons and Ammunition without hesitation. Although the mutant creatures have strong attack power, Qin Shen tried it last time and found that the mutant creatures could not enter human residences. No matter how he ordered, the golden ants resisted entering the underground garage. At present, it is not possible to completely rely on mutant creatures to launch attacks. In comparison, Qin Shen values more the feature of Weapons and Ammunition that increases additional damage to mutant creatures after upgrading. Humans who acquire superpowers are most likely a type of mutant creature. Upgrading this skill not only unlocks new weapons, but also effectively targets humans who have acquired superpowers, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Liong Yian, if you can't keep jumping around for 2 more days, I'll kill you when I get back. Qin Shen snorted coldly. Liong Yian has always been a thorn in his heart. If Qin Shen doesn't kill Liong Yian, he might not be able to sleep well after returning. The Weapon and Ammunition skill has been upgraded, successfully unlocking more weapons. Currently, this skill's weapons have a 5-fold damage bonus against mutant creatures, and this will continue to increase after upgrading. After the system prompt sounded, Qin Shen couldn't wait to activate the Weapons and Ammunition skill. A translucent panel appeared in front of him. In addition to the crossbow and Glock that were unlocked at the beginning, the panels of the 2 weapons that followed lit up, and the small locks on them disappeared, indicating that Qin Shen had unlocked them. Barrett Anti-Material Sniper Rifle uses 14.5mm high-velocity armor-piercing rounds. Effective range 2,300 meters. Remington Shotgun, 12-gauge, 7 rounds of pure lead bullets. Effective range 40 meters. Qin Shun was stunned when he saw the two newly unlocked weapons. He had guessed in advance that according to the rules, the two weapons unlocked this time would most likely be one long range and one short range. The result was exactly as he had guessed. But he never expected that the evolution of weapons would span such a huge span. The crossbow turned into a Barrett, and the pistol turned into a shotgun. The name Barrett is well known. This gun can be used against light armor, so it is also called an anti-material sniper rifle. If this thing hits a person, you won't have to bother collecting the body, and you won't even be able to find any residue. When a shotgun is used in close combat, it can kill any god or Buddha that stands in its way. Not only that, these two weapons also increase the damage to mutant creatures by 5 times. Not to mention Liong Yian, whose defense seems a bit amazing. Even if 100 Liong Yians were stacked together, they wouldn't be able to block his shot. Qin Shun had always wanted a defensive skill before. After all, saving his life was the top priority in the apocalypse. But after upgrading his skills, Qin Shun had an epiphany. As the saying goes, offense is the most effective defense. If he kills them all before the other party makes a move, then there will be no need for him to defend himself, right? After a long time, Qin Shun suppressed his excitement and returned to the temporary shelter. As soon as he came back, he saw a thrilling scene. I saw Gu Qinyan hiding on the bed, sobbing softly. What are you doing? Qin Shun asked doubtfully. Seeing Qin Shun, Lu Qing and Su Weiwei hurriedly came forward to greet him. Master, we are interrogating each other. We were worried about missing something, so we used a little trick. Su Weiwei said in a soft voice. Qin Shun looked at Gu Qinyan with a half-smile. Raise your head. Chapter 56 The Contrasting Female Teacher. Gu Qinyan trembled and raised her head. But she avoided looking at Qin Shun. What's going on? Did you torture me? Qin Shun asked doubtfully. Master, Sister Qing and I were worried that there might be problems with the intelligence, so we resorted to some tricks. Su Weiwei defended herself. Qin Shun nodded to show his understanding. In the end times, some compassion is no longer necessary. When it is necessary to take action, take action. When it is necessary to kill, kill. If you put yourself in danger because of soft-heartedness, you are a complete idiot. Master, we checked her chat history and confirmed the information she provided. There should be no problem. There are several forces in the school. Currently, except for the security guard in the administration building, no one else can threaten our safety. Su Weiwei took out Gu Qingyan's phone and handed it to Qin Shun. We also discovered a lot of interesting little secrets, such as shopping records and browser browsing history. As for what they are, it's up to the owner to slowly discover them. TSK, what a pity. I don't know which bastard got the advantage. Qin Shun finished looking at his phone and sighed. Hearing this, Gu Qingyan blushed and lowered her head again. Lu Qing and Su Weiwei covered their mouths and laughed. What are you laughing at, you two little pets? How dare you laugh at your master? Qin Shun pretended to be angry. Su Weiwei felt extremely aggrieved and quickly explained. Master, we've already asked, and she's never had a boyfriend and has always been single. If you want to be this bastard, there's still time. Qin Shun was stunned. Oh, she's single? Su Weiwei said. Yes. Although Teacher Gu is very beautiful, she always looks cold and aloof, which puts many suitors off. Besides, Teacher Gu has very high standards, and ordinary men are simply not interested in her. Seeing Qin Shun's fiery eyes, Su Weiwei was delighted and secretly gave Lu Qing a smug look. Then, she walked to Gu Qingyan and said, Tell me, is what I just said true? Gu Qingyan shuddered and shook her head. I've already told you everything I know. Please let me go. But at this time, Qin Shun seemed to have discovered something was wrong. He looked at Su Weiwei suspiciously, frowned, and asked, Why do I feel like something's wrong with you today? I feel like you really want something to happen between me and her. Su Weiwei was stunned, and quickly pretended to be calm and said, Master, you think too much. Before Su Weiwei could explain, Qin Shun raised his hand to interrupt her. Qin Shun put his arm around Lu Qing's waist and said, Tell me, what happened today? Lu Qing glanced at Su Weiwei, gave her a wry smile, and then honestly explained, Master, actually, when you were not around just now, we made a bet. Bet? That's right. Weiwei and I made a bet on whether you would keep Gu Qingyan. Whoever loses will take the initiative to dance. Hearing Lu Qing's words, Qin Shun was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Can you actually bet on something like this? Who bet that I would keep her? Qin Shun had just finished speaking when he guessed the result before Lu Qing and Su Weiwei could speak. After he came back, Su Weiwei kept introducing people to him. It must be because of her bet that Gu Qingyan stayed. Okay, you two actually made a bet on me, didn't you? Qin Shin pretended to be angry. Chapter 57 Give you a chance to convince me. No. Master, we already know we were wrong. Lu Qing and Su Weiwei quickly begged for mercy. Dancing for an hour in high heels will either kill you or make you half dead. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll add more time. Qin Shin threatened. Hearing this, Lu Qing and Su Weiwei quickly started dancing to the music. When Gu Qingyan saw this scene, she quickly shrank back. Qin Shin chuckled and sat down on the lazy chair to enjoy the dance of Lu Qing and Su Weiwei. Su Weiwei must have learned dancing. You can see her dancing skills in her every move, which is very dynamic. Lu Qing's style is completely different from Su Weiwei's. Her movements are softer and more mature. Before the end of the world, when Qin Shin read novels, he often thought of the protagonist as a super rich man. In the bar, money was thrown around like banknotes. The whole place was boiling, the DJ was shouting his name, and countless beauties were dancing in front of him for him to choose from. But that was just his fantasy after all. In fact, he had never even been to a bar. Even when he asked for takeout, he was only allowed to have it delivered to the door and was not allowed to enter the bar at all. And now, this fantasy has been partially realized by him. It is really a pleasure to watch two top beauties dancing hotly. Tell me what information you have. If I'm in a good mood, I might be able to give you a little less time. Qin Shin said. Lu Qing and Su Weiwei were delighted when they heard this and started talking immediately. Sister Qing and I sorted out what Gu Qingyan said in the news in the campus group and found a lot of valuable information. First, there are two pieces of information regarding the mutant fruit. First, I confirmed with Su Tu that the girl who has the mutant fruit and wants to trade it with you is called Yi Qing Dai. Unfortunately, the bounty has been posted for a day, and no one has contacted us yet. This means that Yi Qing Dai may have been killed. Secondly, the reason the guard at the administration building's martial arts skills improved so dramatically is because he ate a red mutant fruit. Someone witnessed him shattering marble with his fists after eating the fruit. In the past few days, Qin Shin has revealed some of the uses of the mutant fruits to the two women. The two women now basically understand that Liong Yian from the community and the security guard at the university both gained their strange abilities after eating the mutant fruit. I see. Qin Shin stroked his chin and muttered to himself. The fruit he ate was red. If I remember correctly, the fruit's special ability was Martial Arts Master. He could master a set of martial arts moves, and the destructive power of these moves was greatly increased. Judging from the abilities displayed by the security guard, the supernatural power he obtained was probably Martial Arts Master. In this way, the threat posed by this person to oneself is greatly reduced. What's the point of just increasing destructive power? In a head-on confrontation, the opponent's chance of winning is 0. I have a shotgun in my hand, and I can kill the opponent with one shot before he gets close to me. Unless the opponent launches a sneak attack and kills him before he can react. But this is basically impossible, because Qin Shin is extremely cautious and will not give the other party a chance. In addition to the mutant fruits, we have also sorted out the forces within the school and will send it to your phone later. Lu Qing added. Qin Shin waved his hand. I'm not interested in this. I came to school for only one purpose, and that's to find the mutant fruit. Since there's no news of the mutant fruit for now, let's go back to the community. Liong Yian has been running around for so long. It's time to kill him. After hearing Qin Shin's words, Lu Qing asked with a little concern, Master, do you have any way to deal with him? His defense is extremely amazing and can even block bullets. I'm afraid. Before he finished speaking, a shotgun appeared in Qin Shin's hand. The metal gun body and the jet black color give people a strong sense of oppression. When they saw the shotgun, the two women froze in place. It's scary enough that Qin Shin has a pistol, so why did he also get a shotgun? What are you standing there for? Keep dancing. Qin Shin urged. Lu Qing and Su Weiwei quickly continued to dance. Su Weiwei asked curiously, Master, can this gun beat Liong Yian? Qin Shin chuckled, pointed the gun at the electric bike next to him, and pulled the trigger. Bang! There was a loud bang, and a burst of fire suddenly burst out from the muzzle of the gun. The huge noise echoed in the tunnel, and Gu Qingyan was so scared that she almost fell to the ground. Although Lu Qing and Su Weiwei had played with pistols before, they were still shocked by the huge power of the shotgun. Looking back at the place where the electric car was just parked, there is no trace of the electric car anymore. The electric car fell apart, the battery was burning with flames, and there was a burnt smell. The electric car that was just as new turned into scrap metal after one shot. So strong. Lu Qing covered her mouth in surprise. If this hits a person, wouldn't that person be beaten into a sieve? Qin Shin smiled complacently. This is not the full power of this gun. If it hits someone with special abilities, the power will increase 5 times. Even Liong Yian will definitely not survive. Besides, he still has Barret in his hands. If we use that thing to shoot Liong Yian, we can save the trouble of dealing with the corpse. Just take a shovel and dig it into the ground, then throw it into the trash. With this thing, even if Liong Yian has 9 lives, I can send him to see the King of Hell. Let's go back and get him, Qinshan said with high spirits. At this time, Lu Qing looked at Gu Qingyan, who was curled up beside the bed, and asked cautiously, Master, what should we do with her? Qinshan looked at Gu Qingyan with interest and said playfully, Now I'm giving you a chance. If you can successfully convince me, then you can live. Otherwise, you just heard our secret, and I will definitely not let you leave alive. Hearing this, Gu Qingyan trembled all over. You were in the administration building at that time. You said you would let me go as long as I got the fruit back. Gu Qingyan said aggrievedly. Qinshan smiled and said, Oh, I did say that, but I regret it now. Do I need to apologize to you? Seeing this, Su Weiwei quickly stepped forward and said, Teacher Gu, right? Don't blame me for being harsh. In the apocalypse, human life is worthless. If you want to survive, you should let go of your dignity and personality. Gu Qingyan bit her lip and said nothing. Qinshan chuckled and raised the shotgun in his hand. If this person cannot be subdued, there is no point in letting her live. After all, she had heard the secret about the mutant fruit and also knew the existence of the tunnel. She must not be allowed to leave alive. Looking at the black muzzle of the gun, Gu Qingyan's face turned pale. Teacher Gu, think about what is the most valuable thing about you. You've already told me all the information you know. I'm afraid the only thing left is your body. You are so beautiful and have a great figure. If you are willing to be a kitten by your master's side, maybe your master will spare your life. Su Weiwei touched Gu Qingyan's face and said seductively, Chapter 58, let her go. I promise you any condition. Yes, these past few days in the administration building, you've been eating fried noodles and drinking rainwater. You're lucky to be alive. Now, all you have to do is become your master's little pet and have enough food and drink every day. Lu Qing folded her hands over her chest and said lightly. However, what Lu Qing and Su Weiwei did not expect was that after hearing what they said, Gu Qingyan's face showed a hint of determination. Do you think I will give in if you threaten and bribe me like this? Yes, I don't want to die, but that doesn't mean I will become your pet, Gu Qingyan said angrily. Su Weiwei and Lu Qing's words reminded her of what happened to Gu Xiaoyan and Gao Xiaoqian. Before the end of the world, one of them was the director of the Academic Affairs Department, and the other was a university lecturer, and they were sought after by countless people. But what about now? Just now, a security guard insulted Gu Xiaoyan in front of so many people, even in front of the principal. No one can resist. And Gao Xiaoqian, who had merely failed to make that poor student pass, was insulted in such a way. The man in front of me is probably the same as the other two, birds of a feather. And the 2 women who were trying to persuade him must have been brainwashed. After hearing Gu Qingyan's words, Lu Qing and Su Weiwei sighed and showed a look of regret. It seems that this woman has made up her mind to die and cannot be persuaded back. TSK. You two have been trying so hard to persuade her for so long that even I can tell you want to save her life, but she won't appreciate it, Qinshan said with a smile. As he spoke, he aimed the shotgun in his hand at Gu Qingyan. You two move aside, where you'll have to wash off the blood later, Qinshan said lightly. The 2 women shook their heads and took a few steps back. At this moment, Gu Qingyan's cell phone suddenly rang. Qinshan didn't care much at first, but when he saw the caller's name, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. Do you know Yi Qingdai? Qinshan looked at Gu Qingyan. Hearing this, Gu Qingyan was shocked, then stood up and rushed towards Qinshan as if she had gone crazy. But her hands were still tied, and she had just taken 2 steps when Lu Qing and Su Weiwei pressed her down on the bed. Master, is this call from Su Weiwei? Lu Qing asked. Well, keep her quiet. I'll see if I can find her location, Qinshan said. Lu Qing nodded and quickly stuffed the towel into Gu Qingyan's mouth. Gu Qingyan struggled desperately, but she was no match for the 2 of them and could not move at all. At this time, Qinshan pressed the answer button. Teacher Gu, you finally answered the phone. I got the news that the security guard at the administration building has gained supernatural powers and even publicly attacked Director Gu. Oh, are you in danger? A soft and touching voice came from the other end of the phone. As expected of the campus belle, even her voice is so nice. Qinshan waved to Lu Qing, asked her to come over, and indicated that she should imitate Gu Qingyan's voice. I'm fine, Lu Qing said briefly. Her voice was somewhat similar to Gu Qingyan's. In addition, Qinshan deliberately covered the receiver port with his hand, causing the sound to be somewhat distorted, so Yi Qingdai did not hear anything unusual. Teacher Gu, why don't you come to our place? Things have stabilized here in the female dormitory building C. Although Lu Yuan still covets this place, they are busy trying to deal with the security guard these past 2 days and have no time to care about us. Yi Qingdai said. These 2 sentences are not many, but they contain a lot of information. If Yi Qingdai didn't lie, she was in the female dormitory building C right now. And she knew that the ability the guard had acquired was called superpowers, which meant that she was very likely to have some understanding of it. After all, several other forces in the school are still speculating about who the old man is, a descendant of ancient martial arts, and it's getting more and more outrageous. Thinking of this, Qin Shin gestured to Lu Qing, who immediately understood and said in a low voice, "Okay, I'll be there this afternoon." After saying that, Qin Shin hung up the phone. He wanted to ask a few more questions, but he immediately thought that he was impersonating Gu Qingyan after all, and he didn't know much about their relationship and speaking habits. It would be bad if there were any obvious mistakes or omissions that aroused Yi Qingdai's vigilance. Qin Shin chuckled and picked up the shotgun. As long as you know where the other person is, the rest will be easy. At this moment, Gu Qingyan suddenly struggled frantically. She seems to want to speak, so give her a chance to say her last words. Qin Shin said lightly. Upon hearing the order, Su Weiwei immediately pulled out the towel. Gu Qingyan's face turned red from holding her breath, and she took several deep breaths. Don't kill Qingdai. I can agree to any conditions you have, but I only ask that you don't hurt Qingdai. Gu Qingyan pleaded. Although she didn't know Qin Shin's identity, how could someone with weapons in the apocalypse be a good person? In addition, this person obviously wants to snatch the mutant fruit from Yi Qingdai's hand, and Yi Qingdai's life may be in danger. If Yi Qingdai was harmed because of this phone call just now, she would never forgive herself even if she died. Oh, you can't even save your own life, and you want to save hers? Qin Shin chuckled. Gu Qingyan bit her lip, as if she had made an important decision. As long as you promise not to hurt Yi Qingdai, I can be your pet. Gu Qingyan said loudly. Qin Shun smiled playfully, as if he had found Gu Qingyan's weakness. He took out a pet food bowl and threw it in front of Gu Qingyan. Then he took out another piece of bread, tore it into pieces, and threw it into the food bowl. Come, let me see your sincerity, Qin Shin said with a smile. Hearing this, Su Weiwei quickly let go of her hand and let Gu Qingyan stand up. You just want me to eat the bread from the bowl in front of you. What's the big deal? But my hands are tied and I have no food to eat. Untie me first, Gu Qingyan said. Qin Shin chuckled. Is it impossible to eat if it's tied up? Does your pet eat with its hands? After hearing this, Gu Qingyan finally understood what Qin Shin meant. This bastard actually wanted her to eat it right from her mouth on the ground. No wonder the bread was torn into pieces, so this was his idea. Why, you don't want to eat it? Then I can only go kill Yi Qingdai and snatch the mutant fruit from her, Qin Shin said with a smile. Gu Qingyan glared at Qin Shin angrily. She knew that Qin Shin was deliberately threatening her, but at this moment, she had no choice. In front of the 3 people, Gu Qingyan slowly knelt on the ground and humiliatingly picked up a piece of bread from the food bowl. These days, she has been eating fried noodles and is almost vomiting. Suddenly, I ate a piece of soft and fragrant bread, and it tasted so delicious. Is that all right? Are you satisfied? Gu Qingyan finished eating a piece and looked up at Qin Shin. Qin Shin kicked the food bowl with his foot and said calmly, There are many rules for pets. One of them is that if you waste food, you will be beaten. Eat it all. Chapter 59, You took the initiative to pursue me. At this moment, Gu Qingyan no longer cared about her dignity. Since she has decided to risk her own life to protect Yi Qingdai, she will bear all the consequences no matter what they are. After a few minutes, she finished all the bread. But the bread was dry and tasted terrible. At this time, Qin Shin unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and poured it into the food bowl. Drink it all, Qin Shin ordered. What other methods do you have? Feel free to use them. Gu Qingyan finished drinking the water and said hatefully. Not bad, quite obedient. Qin Shin chuckled and touched Gu Qingyan's head. You 2 stay here and watch her. I'll go and be back in the evening. Qin Shin picked up the shotgun and said to Lu Qing and Su Weiwei. Yes, master. The 2 women quickly agreed. But when she heard this, Gu Qingyan suddenly panicked. You lied to me? You clearly said that as long as I obeyed you would let Yi Qingdai go. Gu Qingyan said loudly. Qin Shin spread his hands and said, I said I wouldn't hurt Yi Qingdai, but I never said I wouldn't steal her things. She has the mutant fruit I want, so of course I have to take it back. Gu Qingyan quickly said, I can contact Yi Qingdai and ask her to send the fruit over. Qin Shun went straight over with a gun and snatched the thing away. What if Yi Qingdai resisted? It's obvious that this guy is not a good person. He definitely dares to shoot. You told her to send it, so she can send it? I don't want to alert the enemy. Qingshan said lightly. What reason did Gu Qingyan have to ask Yi Qingdai to send the fruit over? It's the end of the world. Will anyone send the fruit to save Gu Qingyan's life? Although this is possible, Qingshan is unwilling to take the risk. Once he is exposed in advance, it will be difficult for him to catch the person. So it's easier to go there in person. At this moment, Lu Qing came over with a cell phone. Master, take a look at this. As she spoke, she handed the phone to Qingshan, on which was a chat record. Fuck, I haven't played with a woman for several days. I'm really not used to it. Huh? Aren't you hanging out with Lu Yuan now? I remember the female dormitory C was allocated to you. Just go grab it. You know nothing. There's a woman in the C dormitory who seems to have superpowers. No matter how badly injured someone is, they'll be alive and kicking the next day. Who would dare to go to C dormitory and snatch someone away now? Fuck, so awesome. That woman is the high priestess. Never mind. I have to go on patrol again, damn it. The conversation between the two people was just leaked this morning and has not attracted much attention. But Lu Qing keenly noticed the abnormality and quickly showed it to Qingshan. So, it's very likely that one of the female CS has awakened a special ability and can heal injuries? Qingshan was a little curious. That's right. And I suspect that the girls' dormitory C has already started to protect itself under this person's organization. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to resist that group of boys with just this ability. Lu Qing also analyzed. Interesting. Qingshan stroked his chin and then looked at Gu Qingyan. Gu Qingyan was frightened by this look and trembled all over. She didn't know what the other person was thinking. In that case, you two wait here. I'll take her over to check out the situation. Qingshan said to Lu Qing and Su Weiwei. You're taking her there? Su Weiwei was a little confused. Qingshan chuckled. Didn't Yi Qingdai just invite Gu Qingyan to take refuge with her? Then as her boyfriend, it's okay for me to go along, right? Hearing this, Lu Qing and Su Weiwei immediately understood. But Gu Qingyan protested directly. No, if you want the fruit, I will go and bring it back by myself. I will definitely not break my promise. Qingshan had a smile on his face, but his men showed no mercy. Do you think I'm negotiating this with you? If you object, that's easy. I'll go over with a shotgun and kill everyone, and then slowly search for Yi Qingdai's body. How do you think this method is? Qingshan asked. Hearing this bloody plan, Gu Qingyan shook her head palely. No. Qingshan smiled and said, if you don't want anyone to die, then do as I say. If you behave well, I won't kill anyone. How about that? Gu Qingyan looked hesitant, but finally bit her lip and nodded. If we don't agree to this devil's proposal, many people will probably die. That's right, come on, smile. It has to be said that Gu Qingyan's appearance is indeed very good, as she has been rated as the most beautiful female teacher among dozens or hundreds of female teachers for several consecutive years. Gu Qingyan suppressed the shame and anger in her heart and forced a smile on her lips. Are you so unhappy being with me? Smile naturally and from the heart, okay? Qingshan said in a gentle and persuasive manner. Lu Qing and Su Weiwei smiled helplessly. The shotgun in Qingshan's hand was almost hitting Gu Qingyan's forehead, and he was threatening her with the lives of hundreds of people in the dormitory building. How could she possibly laugh at this time? Gu Qingyan knew that if she didn't do as Qingshan said, Qingshan would not let her go easily, and might even implicate others. Thinking of this, she took a deep breath and smiled sweetly. Good, that's it. Remember how it feels now, Qingshan said with satisfaction. Then he ordered again. Come, hold me. Gu Qingyan gritted her teeth and stepped forward to hold Qingshan's arm. But her posture was so awkward that it didn't look like they were a couple at all. You've never been in a relationship, but haven't you seen others in relationships? Is this how you hold your boyfriend's arm? Qingshan scolded. Gu Qingyan lowered her head and didn't dare to answer. Normally, she really didn't observe much. Come on, Lu Qing, show her. Qingshan waved to Lu Qing. Lu Qing hurried forward, demonstrated a few moves to Gu Qingyan, and taught her several key points. Under the guidance of her experienced wife, Gu Qingyan's action of holding Qingshan's arm finally looked somewhat sweet. Although these are all pretended. Okay, I'll change your clothes later, and then we'll go. Qingshan said with satisfaction. Lu Qing's clothes were torn, and she had to change. By the way, remember my personality and don't say the wrong thing when the time comes. I'm a sports student at Yangqing University. You fell in love with me at first sight and pursued me desperately. Finally, under your crazy confession, I reluctantly agreed. Do you understand? Qingshan said with a smile. Chapter 60 School Beauty Yi Qingdai. I took the initiative to pursue you, and you agreed reluctantly? Gu Qingyan was completely dumbfounded. Are you sure this isn't a joke? Although Qin Shin looks pretty good, he's not the kind of person who would make people fall in love at first sight and pursue him madly, right? Lu Qing and Su Weiwei covered their mouths and laughed. Qin Shin has a lot of clever ideas in his head, and they are no longer surprised by them. Why, you don't want to? Qin Shin played with the spray gun in his hand. Then I'd better kill Yi Qingdai. Hearing this, Gu Qingyan quickly said, no. I do. Qin Shin chuckled. He has now discovered Gu Qingyan's vital point. As long as Yi Qingdai's life is used as a threat, Gu Qingyan will agree to anything. Come, call me dear first. Qin Shin was playful. Gu Qingyan hesitated for a long time before she uttered a barely audible sound. What are you talking about? I can't hear you. If you keep talking like this, believe it or not, I'll treat Yi Qingdai to a lead bullet the moment I see her. Qin Shin said. Gu Qingyan looked at Qin Shin angrily and said through gritted teeth, I will definitely listen to you no matter what you want to do, but you are not allowed to threaten me with Qingdai's life again. Qin Shin spread his hands and said, why didn't I see that you were obedient? Asking you to call me dear is like asking you to die. Gu Qingyan closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened her eyes, she had returned to her normal expression and even had a gentle smile on her face. Honey. Gu Qingyan hugged Qin Shin's arm and spoke softly. It has to be said that this move directly amazed Qin Shin. If he didn't know that she was being threatened, he would probably have doubted whether this woman was really his girlfriend. What Zhang Wuji's mother said makes sense. The more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. With Gu Qingyan's looks and the dear, she calls her, if she were put on the gold digger market, wouldn't she be able to hook all those inexperienced men into hooking them? Not bad, not bad. Keep it up. It will be like this for a while. Do you understand? Qin Shin put his arm around Gu Qingyan's waist with satisfaction and instructed the two women. You continue to monitor the situation regarding the mutant fruit. If necessary, you can exchange supplies. Get the mutant fruit at all costs. Do you understand? The two women nodded in agreement. After giving the instructions, Qin Shin took Gu Qingyan straight to the female dormitory building A. Several girls' dormitories were very close to each other, so Qin Shin did not dig a new tunnel and wanted to enter the girls' dormitory C directly from the ground. The exit is still the familiar women's restroom. As soon as he came up, Qin Shin saw Su Tu curled up in a ball. Because Qin Shin did not allow Su Tu to go to the tunnel, Su Tu was forced to hide here after being brought out. Qin Shin, are we going to your neighborhood? Seeing Qin Shin, Su Tu came up to him with a look of surprise. But just as he finished speaking, another person climbed out of the cave entrance behind Qin Shin. Gu, Teacher Gu. Su Tu was completely stunned. Isn't this Gu Qingyan, who has been rated as the most beautiful female teacher in the school for many years? How come she is with Qin Shin? Do you know me? Gu Qingyan frowned. She had no recollection of this person being among the students she taught. No, I don't know you, but we have all heard of your name. Su Tu said timidly. Qin Shin didn't bother to pay attention to Su Tu and waved his hand and said, you wait here first. If everything goes well, you can go back today. Then, he put his arm around Gu Qingyan's waist and walked outside. When Su Tu saw this scene, he was stunned. That bastard Qin Shin hugged Teacher Gu, and Teacher Gu didn't even dodge? And it doesn't look like Teacher Gu was forced. She is still holding Qin Shin's arm. Damn it. This bastard wouldn't let me enjoy myself, locked me in the ladies' room, and yet he got Teacher Gu himself. Su Tu said with red eyes. At the same time, Qin Shin had already arrived at the door of the female dormitory building C with Gu Qingyan in his arms. Sure enough, it was almost as Lu Qing had guessed. The female dormitory building C has begun to organize its defense. Several entrances on the first floor were blocked by heavy objects, and through the gaps one could vaguely see people guarding them with weapons. No matter which faction you belong to, leave immediately, or don't blame us for being rude. Someone discovered Qin Shin and the other two and warned them loudly. On the fourth or fifth floor, someone opened the window and took out several flower pots as a threat. Qin Shin shook his head. This defense is too simple. Not to mention anything else, just with those flower pots. Even if he stood there motionless, the other party probably wouldn't be able to hit him. Not to mention that he also has thermal weapons, a means of dimensionality reduction attack. However, he did not come here to kill people this time, but to find the mutant fruit. Tell Yi Qingdai that Gu Qingyan is here. Qin Shin shouted. Not long after he finished speaking, the window on the second floor was pushed open, and an extremely delicate face came into Qin Shin's sight. Her eyebrows and eyes are picturesque, her nose is high and straight, her lines are smooth, her skin is as white as snow, and her lips are rosy and full, giving her a unique kind of classical beauty. Her long black hair fell on her shoulders and was slightly curled. Just by looking at this face, Qin Shin could conclude that this must be Yi Qingdai. No one else can have such a beautiful face except the school belle. Teacher Gu. Yi Qingdai exclaimed, a hint of surprise flashing across her face. Teacher Gu, please wait a moment. I'll have someone open the door right away. Yi Qingdai disappeared hurriedly through the window, leaving Qin Shun feeling a little lost. A moment later, the sound of tables and chairs moving was heard at the door, and then the main door of the dormitory was opened. Teacher Gu, you're finally here. Yi Qingdai rushed out first, followed by several girls holding weapons. But in Qin Shun's eyes, these weapons are no different from those used by children playing house. Yi Qingdai walked in front of Gu Qingyan and finally discovered something was wrong. She was so excited to see Gu Qingyan that she didn't notice this at all. Now that I'm closer, I can see clearly that Teacher Gu is actually holding a man's arm. Moreover, the way this man looked at her was very strange and disgusting. Teacher Gu, who is this? Yi Qingdai asked doubtfully. A hint of hesitation flashed across Gu Qingyan's eyes. At this time, Qin Shun hugged Gu Qingyan's waist, as if reminding her of the consequences of not speaking. Thinking of the elusive shotgun in Qin Shun's hand, Gu Qingyan shuddered and said quickly, He is a sports student in our school, and also my boyfriend. Gu Qingyan tried her best to control her expression and not reveal any flaws. Boyfriend. Yi Qingdai looked at Qin Shun in disbelief, as if she had heard some explosive news. Qin Shun chuckled, exerted a little force on his hands, and hugged Gu Qingyan towards him. Yes, my name is Qin Shun, and I'm Teacher Gu's boyfriend now. As he spoke, he looked down at Gu Qingyan in his arms. Right, dear? Chapter 61, I have a private talk with Teacher Gu. Hearing the word dear, Yi Qingdai almost went crazy. She and Gu Qingyan have known each other for so long. How come she has never heard that she has a boyfriend? But just as she thought of this, she saw Gu Qingyan lowering her head shyly. Teacher Gu, Qin, student Qin, let's go into the dormitory building first. Yi Qingdai couldn't accept this fact and quickly changed the subject. After bringing the two people into the dormitory building, the dormitory door was blocked again. Qin Shun looked around and found that all the entrances and exits of the dormitory were blocked by various cabinets and iron beds. Moreover, there were girls holding homemade weapons guarding each entrance and exit, and it seemed quite orderly. Yi Qingdai led the two people to the third floor and entered her dormitory. Compared to the two girls' dormitories Qin Shun had seen before, the place where Yi Qingdai lived was obviously simpler and cleaner. She poured 2 glasses of water and placed them on the table. Teacher Gu, you will live here from now on. 2 other female classmates and I have organized everyone and allocated resources. If you want to obtain supplies, you must take up arms to protect our dormitory building. In the short term, no one will dare to come and attack us. You are safe here. Yi Qingdai said. Gu Qingyan was about to speak when she suddenly felt Qin Shun's hand around her waist tighten. I listened to my boyfriend. Gu Qingyan whispered. Speaking of Qin Shun, Yi Qingdai couldn't help but ask, Teacher Gu, as far as I know, you have always been single. When did you start dating? Gu Qingyan raised her head and saw Qin Shun's half-smile in her eyes. She shuddered and quickly said as Qin Shun had taught her, I met him by chance at an event, and then I fell in love with him. With him at first sight. I pursued him for a long time before he reluctantly agreed. Yi Qingdai's eyes widened as she looked at Qin Shun in disbelief. Teacher Gu fell in love with you at first sight, and even pursued you for a long time before you reluctantly agreed? Yi Qingdai felt that the world was crazy. Where did Qin Shun get the confidence to reject Teacher Gu? Haha, to be honest, I prefer your type. As for Teacher Gu, I do accept it reluctantly. Qin Shun smiled. Hearing this, Yi Qingdai's expression became even more uncontrollable. This bastard said in front of Teacher Gu that he likes my type. Isn't he afraid that Teacher Gu will be jealous? Qin Shun, right? I advise you to be more careful with your words. Teacher Gu is still here. You said you like my type. Aren't you afraid that Teacher Gu will be angry? Yi Qingdai frowned. Qin Shun hugged Gu Qingyan and asked with a smile. Classmate, you said you would be angry. Would you be? Gu Qingyan quickly shook her head. I don't have any objection. Yi Qingdai always felt that something was wrong. After thinking for a while, she looked at Qin Shun and said, Mr. Qin, could you please go to the next room and rest for a while? I want to talk to Teacher Gu alone. After thinking about it, Yi Qingdai felt that Teacher Gu was threatened by Qin Shun, so she did this. She wanted to test Qin Shun to see if he dared to separate from Teacher Gu. If Qin Shun had just gone out obediently, it would have been fine. But if he wants to stay with Teacher Gu all the time, there is a high possibility that there is something fishy. Okay. Qin Shun stood up without hesitation and looked at Gu Qingyan beside him. Then you two can have a good chat. I'll go next door. The 4 words, let's have a good chat, were slightly emphasized, which immediately made Gu Qingyan's expression change slightly. However, at this time Yi Qingdai was still observing Qin Shin's expression and did not notice this detail. Qin Shin just went out and ran into two girls. Both of them are good-looking, and their every move is full of the youthful vitality of female college students. Stop! They each took out a fruit knife and pointed it at Qin Shin as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Who are you and how did you sneak in? The two looked extremely nervous. They knew the people in this building very well, and there was no way there could be a man there. This man could only have come from outside. Moreover, this person just came out of Yi Qingdai's room. Does that mean Yi Qingdai has been murdered? But there were so many people guarding downstairs. How did this person get up there? When the two were wondering, Yi Qingdai heard the sound and walked out. Jiahui, Xiaoman, don't get excited. This is teacher Gu Qingyan's boyfriend. Take him to the next room to rest for a while. Yi Qingdai said expressionlessly. The two girls looked at each other and then put down the knives in their hands. Come with us, Fan Jiahui said. Qin Shin smiled brightly at Yi Qingdai, then followed the two of them away. As soon as they entered the door, the two women immediately surrounded them, which scared Qin Shin. You are teacher Gu's boyfriend? When did it happen? Yeah, why haven't we heard that teacher Gu has a boyfriend? Are you working now? But you don't look very old to me. Are you younger than teacher Gu? When did you get married? The two of them were talking back and forth, and Qin Shin was confused. The most gossipy people are female college students. This statement is indeed true. It was teacher Gu who pursued me. We had just been together for a short time when the end of the world came. As for the rest, let teacher Gu tell you when the time comes. Qin Shin surrendered. It's not that he doesn't want to say it, but a lot of things he said were made up. If there were any discrepancies between what Gu Qingyan said, it would be difficult to make up for it. He didn't want to end this role-playing game so soon. Tisk, say it if you want. That's right. At worst we can ask teacher Gu later. The two women said disdainfully. At this time, Qin Shin curiously asked about the situation of the building. Fortunately, Qin Shin had the cover of being Gu Qingyan's boyfriend, so the two girls told him everything they knew. After understanding the situation, Qin Shin finally understood the current situation here. Yi Qingdai's dormitory was originally in Building A for girls, but after the end of the world, when the students were running back from the teaching building, they encountered mutated plants. Many weeds and wild flowers that are usually trampled under people's feet have become horrific nightmares that reap the lives of ordinary people. At that time, there was a dogtail grass that had mutated and become as tall as a person. When people passed by it, the seeds on it shot out like bullets, killing many people instantly. Yi Qingdai almost died under the foxtail grass, but fortunately Gu Qingyan pulled her and saved her life. Since then, Yi Qingdai was separated from her roommates, and in panic, she went to the women's building C with her friends. At the beginning, everyone was only concerned with protecting themselves. Unexpectedly, not long after, Liu Yuan from the men's dormitory building D announced that the women's dormitory building C had become his resource and sent his men to rob the girls, and many people were insulted. Afterwards, Yi Qingdai and the other two organized a resistance, preventing Liu Yuan and his gang from plundering and bullying. As for why there has been no news about Yi Qingdai, it was because they were afraid there might be a traitor, so they collected everyone's cell phones. So where does your food come from? Qin Shin suddenly asked. Chapter 62, I ate the fruit. After hearing Qin Shin's question, the two women looked at each other, then tacitly shut their mouths and did not answer Qin Shin. Qin Shin smiled. The food reserves in the boys' dormitory were all looted from the cafeteria when the apocalypse just arrived. The female dormitory building was in chaos at first, but it was only in the past 2 days that order was restored and people began to resist, sealing off the building and cutting off communication with the outside world. In this situation, you can guess with your little toes that this group of people has no food reserves at all. Seeing that the two did not answer, Qin Shin changed the subject. By the way, I heard that some of you can heal injuries. Is this true? Qin Shin asked curiously. This kind of ability is most likely due to some special ability. If it is convenient, Qin Shin doesn't mind kidnapping this person. Although this ability has no combat effectiveness, it is like a walking comprehensive hospital. In the end times, this ability is the most precious. Fan Jiahui whispered. Since you are teacher Gu's boyfriend, there is no need to hide this from you. A few days ago, Yi Qingdai ate a fruit picked from a mutant plant, and then she gained the ability to heal. According to her, treating injuries consumes her energy. The more severe the injury, the more energy is consumed. The last time she treated a seriously injured sister, she fainted. Hearing this, Qin Shin stood up suddenly. What? She ate the fruit? Qin Shin asked in disbelief. The reason he came here this time was to get the mutant fruit from Yi Qingdai. I didn't expect that she actually ate it secretly. Yes. Sun Min looked puzzled, not knowing why Qin Shun was so excited. We were so hungry at the time that she gave us all her food, and then took the risk of eating the fruit. Luckily, nothing happened to her. Otherwise, we would both regret it for the rest of our lives. Qin Shun sat back on the bed in despair, frowning and thinking. On the other side, Yi Qingdai was chatting with Gu Qingyan about Qin Shun. Teacher Gu, Qin Shun is not here now. Tell me the truth. Is what happened between you two true? Don't worry, he can't hurt you here. You can tell me anything. Yi Qingdai said sincerely. Gu Qingyan smiled bitterly in her heart. She had seen with her own eyes how Qin Shun pulled out a shotgun out of thin air. If Qin Shun is angered, he can massacre everyone in the building by himself. We are really in love. Gu Qingyan said. Yi Qingdai sighed. With your conditions, you can find any boyfriend you want. How come you're attracted to that guy? To be honest, I have a feeling this guy isn't an ordinary student. Don't let him fool you. Gu Qingyan opened her mouth and wanted to hint something, but she was afraid that Yi Qingdai would reveal something in front of Qin Shun, so she finally closed her mouth. That man is a demon who kills without blinking an eye. She cannot reveal the slightest flaw in front of Yi Qingdai. By the way, I remember you said you picked a fruit from a mutant plant on your way to escape. Is it still in your hand? Gu Qingyan asked hurriedly. She now had only one goal, which was to try her best to get the fruit from Gu Qingyan, and then leave quickly with Qin Shun. If Qin Shun continues to stay, who knows what will happen? Fruit? I ate it. Yi Qingdai told the truth. By the way, Mr. Gu, I suspect that people who eat mutant fruits will gain special abilities. According to the information I received, the security guard in the administrative building also seems to have eaten the fruit of a mutant plant. If you have any information about mutated plant fruits, don't tell anyone else. Otherwise, someone with ulterior motives will definitely come and harm you. Yi Qingdai instructed with a serious look. Hearing this, Gu Qingyan's eyes widened immediately. What, you ate it? Gu Qingyan said in disbelief. Qin Shun came here just to get the fruit of the mutant plant. Now Yi Qingdai has eaten it. Will Qin Shun get angry and start a killing spree? Besides, Yi Qingdai was still stupidly reminding herself not to reveal the news to others. Didn't she notice that someone had already come to her door? Well, I was so hungry a few days ago that I had no choice but to eat that fruit. Now that I think about it, it can be considered a blessing in disguise. Yi Qingdai said. If she hadn't given the food to others and eaten the mutant fruit herself, she wouldn't have gained superpowers. Oh no, this is trouble. Gu Qingyan muttered to herself. Yi Qingdai asked in confusion. Teacher Gu, what's wrong? What's the trouble? Gu Qingyan was extremely anxious. Just as she was about to speak, she heard shouting from downstairs in the dormitory. Yi Qingdai's expression changed, and she quickly stood up. Teacher Gu, I'm going to go take a look. Please don't move. After saying that, she rushed out of the dormitory. Fan Zhehui and Sun Min from next door rushed out almost at the same time. The three of them hurried downstairs. Gu Qingyan was worried, so she followed him out and happened to see Qin Shun. Qin Shun, I have something to tell you. Gu Qingyan bit her lip and whispered. She had decided that no matter what the cost, she must save Yi Qingdai's life. It's about the mutant fruit, right? Don't worry. Let's go and see what's going on first. Qin Shun chuckled, seemingly not taking the matter to heart, and walked downstairs with Gu Qingyan. Gu Qingyan gritted her teeth and took Qin Shun's arm. She now asked Qin Shun to be more humble. Qin Shun smiled when he saw this. As expected of Teacher Gu, you learn things very quickly. When the two arrived at the first floor, quite a few girls had already gathered there. Although these people were holding homemade weapons in their hands, they were frightened into silence by the shouting of the men outside. Yi Qingdai, we already know you're hiding in there. Quickly open the door for me. Open the door, or we'll set it on fire. You guys really don't fear death? You dare to go against our brother Lu? If you don't open the door, you will all die today. The people outside kicked the door and shouted loudly. Through the gap, you can see more than a dozen boys outside, all holding weapons such as machetes and steel pipes, and some even holding torches. Yi Qingdai and the other two daughters stood in front of the door, looking anxious. Qingdai, if they set a fire, we will be in danger. What should we do? Fan Zhehui asked anxiously. Yes, although we have fire extinguishers here, they will eventually run out. And once the gate is burned, the enemy will be able to rush in. Sun Min also said with a sad face. Yi Qingdai frowned and remained silent in thought. She also didn't expect that Lu Yuan's group from the men's dormitory building D would come back again, and they were coming with great force. What on earth do you want to do? If you want to force us to death, today we will both die. Yi Qingdai shouted in a deep voice. Hearing this, many girls' faces changed. Sister Qingdai, you can't fight them. Yes, they have weapons in their hands, and they can also set fires. If we fight with all our might, we will definitely not be able to defeat them. Sister Qingdai, we don't want to die, so let's negotiate with them. The women all said. Chapter 63 Internal Collapse. Qin Shun hugged Gu Qingyan and stood behind everyone, laughing. What do they look like to you? Qin Shun suddenly asked in a low voice. Like what? Gu Qingyan didn't understand what Qin Shun wanted to say and asked in confusion. Like a ball of loose sand. It has no cohesion and will be scattered by the slightest wave. Qin Shun said disdainfully. This group of people seemed united in facing the outside world, but they were, after all, students who had never experienced big scenes. Just a little bit of external pressure can make them fall apart. Especially when food is scarce, the internal situation will collapse on its own without even the need for external factors. At this time, a tall and thin boy from the crowd outside walked to the door of the girls' dormitory. Yi Qingdai, young Master Lu doesn't want to embarrass you. How about this? As long as you hand over 10 kilograms of food and 10 women, we'll leave immediately. The boy said proudly. In their eyes, this dormitory building is already in their pocket. They are just a group of girls, and they can break through the door with a little tricks. Upon hearing the other party's conditions, Yi Qingdai directly refused. No, I will never agree to this condition. 10 kilograms of food is secondary. Handing over 10 people is the biggest trouble. Everyone knows the consequences of going to the boys' dormitory, so who would be willing to go there? Even if the draw is relatively fair, the person who is drawn will probably not be willing to accept it. If there is internal chaos, all the efforts of these days will be in vain. Haha, then I'll give you a discount. How about 5 people? The boy said again. Seeing that Yi Qingdai was still about to refuse, Fan Jiahui quickly grabbed Yi Qingdai's hand and said, Qingdai, you don't really want to fight to the death with them, do you? We are no match for them. Sun Min also stepped forward to dissuade him. Yes, we have about 300 people here, and we only handed over 5 people. It's easy. Fan Jiahui pointed obscurely at a few girls in the corner and said, when we took refuge in this dormitory building, they were the ones who insisted that we not stay. Why not take this opportunity to send them out? At this time, someone outside urged again. How about it? Have you thought it through? Time waits for no one. If you don't speak up, I'm going to set it on fire. Yi Qingdai gritted her teeth and said, Okay, I agree to your terms. But we need to collect food and draw lots to select people. You guys go back first. I will personally send them over tomorrow morning. The man outside smiled smugly. All right, since He de Shuihua has spoken, then I will go back and report. But I have to warn you, if you dare to play tricks on us, we will burn you all to death. After saying that, the boy waved to his men and said, Let's go back and wait for the fat sheep to come to us. Everyone laughed and left arrogantly. On the way, a boy asked cautiously, Brother Jia, will they really send someone over? Tang Jia smiled smugly. Do you think they have a second choice? If they dare not send the supplies and women over, we will break down the door and take them away tomorrow. At this time, someone complained dissatisfiedly. Brother Jia, we only asked them to send 5 people over. This is not enough. I haven't touched a woman for several days. I'm almost suffocating. Tang Jia laughed heartily and shouted to the crowd. Don't worry, in a few days, their fragile force will be broken. Seeing everyone's puzzled looks, Tang Jia explained, Think about it. Yi Qingdai and the others claimed to be united to resist foreign enemies, but they turned around and sent their own people out to sue for peace. Who would still believe in a force that can't even protect its own people? In less than 3 days, they will come and surrender obediently. By then, will they still worry about not having women to play with? After hearing Tang Jia's explanation, everyone understood. Asking for food and women is just a decoy. Their ultimate goal is to destroy the power of Yi Qingdai and her group. Since Brother Jia has said so, then we can just wait to enjoy the good life. Haha, what do you think? Will we have a chance to taste the campus beauty then? I can't wait. On the other side, after the boys left, the girls were in chaos. Sister Qingdai, we're not really going to send anyone over there, are we? Yeah, anyway, I won't go there even if I die if I don't draw lots. That's right. If I go there, I'll definitely be beaten to death by those bastards. Who wants to die? Everyone surrounded Yi Qingdai and the other 2, talking at once. Yi Qingdai shouted loudly. All right, don't worry, everyone. I promise I won't give up on any of the members. What I just promised them was just a delaying tactic. Now give me some time to think of a countermeasure, okay? It took Yi Qingdai and the other 2 half a day to persuade everyone to leave. Seeing Qin Shun and Gu Qingyan beside her, Yi Qingdai immediately smiled bitterly and came forward. I'm sorry, Mr. Gu, I made you laugh. Yi Qingdai sighed. Gu Qingyan patted Yi Qingdai's shoulder distressfully. Dealing with so many things every day, it must be very stressful, right? She is a teacher and has more say in management matters. During normal classes, it is difficult to manage a class of 30 to 50 people, let alone a dormitory building of several hundred people. Alas, it's usually okay, but today this matter is really difficult to handle. Yi Qingdai glanced at the people around her and whispered, "Let's go to my dormitory and talk." A few minutes later, they returned to Yi Qingdai's dormitory. Honestly, the supplies in the dormitory are basically gone. At most, in 2 days, everyone will be out of food. As soon as she sat down, Yi Qingdai dropped a bombshell. "What? No more supplies? That's impossible. Didn't you say yesterday that you could last at least 10 days? Fan Zhehui and Sun Min stood up and asked in disbelief. "If I hadn't said this, everyone would have been in chaos. To prevent civil unrest, I didn't even tell you about this." Yi Qingdai sighed. The two women sat down dejectedly and sighed. Yi Qingdai was right. If everyone knew that there were no dormitories and no supplies left, there would definitely be chaos. By then, the fortress they had worked so hard to build would collapse from the inside. "Sister Qingdai, what should we do next? You just promised them." Fan Zhehui asked with a grim expression. "It now seems that neither of the other parties' two conditions can be met, and a big battle tomorrow is inevitable. I want to organize everyone to launch a surprise attack on Liong Yian and his group tonight," Yi Qingdai suddenly said. As soon as these words were spoken, Fan Zhehui and the other person who had just sat down stood up again. "What? We're going to attack and surprise them?" The two of them widened their eyes, as if they felt that Yi Qingdai had gone crazy. Qinshan also looked at Yi Qingdai in surprise. He didn't expect that this woman was so bold and dared to take the initiative to attack. "Listen to me. I actually had this plan a long time ago." Yi Qingdai stood up, lifted the bed sheet, and struggled to straighten the bedboard. Chapter 64. Why should I help you? Under the bed, there was something drawn with a marker and some words written on it. After a closer look, I realized that this was not only a map of the dormitory area, but also listed in detail the number of people, military strength, and other values of each faction. "Sister Qingdai, this is..." Fan Zhehui was extremely shocked. After living together for so many days, she had no idea that Yi Qingdai had recorded so much data under the bed. In the apocalypse, it's not advisable to just hold on to one building. Food will eventually run out. We can't just sit there and wait for death. We must take the initiative and attack. The other side forced their way to our goal today, which might be an opportunity for us. I've received news that there are still quite a few supplies in the D dormitory building. If we can grab them, we can at least hold out for another half a month," Yi Qingdai said in a deep voice. She looked like a female general at this moment, exuding murderous aura. But at this moment, Qinshan couldn't help laughing out loud. "Oh, sorry, please continue." Qinshan smiled and waved his hand, indicating that the other party didn't need to care about him. But Yi Qingdai frowned and looked at Qinshan, dissatisfied, and asked, "Qinshan, do you think there is something wrong with what I said? You are Teacher Gu's boyfriend, so you can speak directly if you have any ideas." Gu Qingyan was afraid that there might be some flaws in Yi Qingdai's plan, so she quickly shook Qinshan's arm. Recalling the few moves Lu Qing had taught her before she left, Gu Qingyan said coquettishly, "Just tell me." This is a good opportunity to help Qingdai improve her plan. Seeing Gu Qingyan like this, Yi Qingdai and the other two were stunned. Normally during class, Gu Qingyan always had a cold and aloof look, keeping strangers away. Why did she suddenly start acting like a spoiled brat? Could it be that this is what a woman in love is like? At this time, Qinshan pointed to the bedboard and said, "The information statistics are good, but I want to ask, what is your specific attack plan?" Hearing Qinshan's question, Yi Qingdai said confidently, "I thought you were going to ask something. I naturally have a plan of attack. Tonight, I will take my men over there, pretending to deliver supplies and women, trick them into opening the door, and then catch them off guard and kill them." Fan Zhehui clapped her hands in surprise. "This is a good plan. They definitely wouldn't have thought we'd dare to attack them. Maybe it would actually work." Qinshan sighed. "Just like that, gone?" Yi Qingdai frowned slightly. "What else? Is this plan not possible?" Qinshan was really speechless. Has this woman never even played a strategy game? Does she think a fight involving hundreds of people is as easy as playing house? Seeing Qinshan's disdainful look, Gu Qingyan suddenly became anxious. Others may not know, but she knows that Qinshan has been able to survive in the apocalypse for so long and has awakened his supernatural powers. His knowledge is definitely not comparable to that of Yi Qingdai and others. If there is really a problem with this plan, Yi Qingdai will be in danger. "Qing, dear, is there any problem with Qingdai's plan? You can give her some suggestions and help her make some changes." In order to help Yi Qingdai, Gu Qingyan also took the risk and took the initiative to call Qin such an intimate name in front of the 3 students. Qin chuckled and hooked his index finger on Gu Qingyan's chin. Okay, for the sake of my girlfriend, I'll say a few words. After saying that, Qin looked at Yi Qingdai with a half-smile. First question, do you think there is a traitor in your dormitory building? Seeing Yi Qingdai about to speak, Qin interrupted her directly. Don't be so hasty to deny it. Think about it first. There are 200 or 300 girls in the dormitory building. Many of them have boyfriends, right? What if their boyfriends give them some assurances? Do you think they will betray your plan? Don't mention that all the phones are collected. I just checked, and there are several devices that can be searched by Bluetooth alone, not to mention those that have Bluetooth turned on. Qin took out his cell phone and showed it to Yi Qingdai. He used this trick when he realized that Su Weiwei had hidden her cell phone and secretly contacted her boyfriend in the middle of the night. Nowadays, many people have more than one mobile phone, so it is easy for Yi Qingdai to hide a few when collecting mobile phones. Seeing the Bluetooth device displayed on Qin's mobile phone, Yi Qingdai's face became extremely ugly. You're right, there is indeed a possibility of a traitor among us. But I can tell everyone the plan temporarily, so the probability of the plan being leaked will be greatly reduced. Yi Qingdai still refused to give up and argued out loud. Have you thought about combat effectiveness? You don't think the difference in physical strength between men and women can be easily made up, do you? Since the apocalypse began, there have been several fights in the boys' dormitory over territory and supplies, and some have even resulted in deaths. With these guys who have seen blood and lives, even if you launch a sneak attack, I'm afraid it won't have any effect. What's more, Qin chuckled. How many girls out of 10 would you guess are afraid of blood? Qin had seen the scene of blood tests during physical examinations many times in college. Among girls, at least 7 out of 10 claim to be afraid of blood. Not to mention fighting with boys with real weapons. I'm afraid they will be the first to run away when blood is seen. Do you really think anyone can go to the battlefield? Yi Qingdai was speechless and didn't know how to answer. Honey, then do you have any ideas? Gu Qingyan asked anxiously. Of course. Qin said lightly. Really? What's the solution? Yi Qingdai was extremely excited and quickly walked up to Qin. What Qin said just now made her despair. She didn't expect that Qin actually had a way to deal with that group of people. Why should I tell you? Qin looked Yi Qingdai up and down and said with a smile. When these words were spoken, the women were all stunned. Why? We are in the same camp now. If something happens to us, won't you and Teacher Gu be in danger too? Yi Qingdai said anxiously. Qin shook his finger and said, You are wrong. Gu Qingyan and I have never said that we want to join you. But if you want me to help, it's not impossible. Having said that, Qin looked at the women around him and said, You guys go out first. I want to talk to Yi Qingdai alone. Fan Jiahui and Sun Min were full of confusion, but at Yi Qingdai's signal, they stood up and walked out of the dormitory. Although Gu Qingyan was worried about what Qin would do to Yi Qingdai, she did not dare to disobey Qin's words. After giving Qin a pleading look, she left the dormitory. What do you want to say? Being alone with Qin, Yi Qingdai suddenly felt a sense of oppression. This feeling is like being suddenly targeted by a wild beast while walking in the forest. I can help you solve Lu Yuan's problem, but I have one condition. Qin smiled. What conditions? Yi Qingdai's voice was a little trembling because of nervousness. Qin looked at Yi Qingdai's delicate face, then said playfully, Become my pet. Chapter 65, Teacher Gu is living together? Upon hearing this, Yi Qingdai's face suddenly changed, and she took several steps back. What did you say? Yi Qingdai asked in disbelief. I said, I want you to be my pet. Is that hard to understand? Qin stood up with a smile and approached step by step. You stop. If you come any closer, I'll call for help. Teacher Gu is right outside. Yi Qingdai threatened, gritting her teeth. Qin laughed and said the classic words. You can shout. Even if you shout your throat out, she won't dare to come in. Hearing this, Yi Qingdai suddenly reacted. No, Teacher Gu is not your girlfriend. She was also threatened by you, right? Yi Qingdai said in shock. Qin made such a request to her so unscrupulously, and was so sure that Teacher Gu would not come in, which meant that Teacher Gu must have been threatened by him a long time ago. Instead of worrying about Gu Qingyan, you might as well think about yourself. Qin chuckled. If those boys can't see anyone tomorrow, they will come and settle the score with you. Even if you kneel down and beg me for help, I won't help you. God knows when the other party will come and how they will set the fire. Qin would never let himself get into danger. If the negotiations fail today, he will take Gu Qingyan away tonight. Of course, when he leaves, he will also use some tricks to take Yi Qingdai with him. Yi Qingdai stood there in a daze, silent. Outside the door, Fan Jiahui and Sun Min cautiously asked Gu Qingyan, "Teacher Gu, what exactly does your boyfriend have? Does he really have a way to deal with Lu Yuan and his gang?" Gu Qingyan smiled bitterly. She had seen the shotgun in Qin Shen's hand with her own eyes. This thing is a dimensionality reduction attack for ordinary people. No matter how brutal or skilled those male students were, they couldn't possibly stop the bullets, right? However, she didn't dare tell the two girls about this, so she could only comfort them. He's quite capable. He should be able to find a way, don't worry. Just as he finished speaking, the dormitory door was pushed open and Qin Shen walked out carelessly. Gu Qingyan looked into the dormitory worriedly, only to see Yi Qingdai sitting on the bed and could faintly hear her sobbing. "Indigo," Gu Qingyan shouted worriedly, and just as she was about to go forward to check, Qin Shen grabbed her arm. "I gave her a suggestion, and she's thinking it over seriously. Don't disturb her. Let's go. It's getting dark soon. I'm a little sleepy. Come with me to rest." Qin Shen closed the dormitory door and looked at Fan Jiahui and the others. "Is it okay for us to stay in the dormitory next door for one night?" "No problem." Fan Jiahui nodded and asked Gu Qingyan, "Teacher Gu, where do you want to sleep tonight? I'll arrange it for you." "Don't bother. We can just live in the same dormitory." Qin Shen smiled and hugged Gu Qingyan in his arms. "Right, dear?" Gu Qingyan looked a little embarrassed, but under Qin Shen's gaze, she finally nodded slightly. "Jiahui, Xiaomin, you don't need to bother." Hearing this, Fan Jiahui and Sun Min were stunned. Teacher Gu, who has always been as strong as ice, is in love, which has shattered their three views. So now Teacher Gu tells them that the two are already living together? Is this really not a joke? "We are anxious to rest, so we won't chat with you. Yi Qingdai is thinking about something, so try not to disturb her. Oh, and please bring some earplugs at night. I'm afraid the dormitory's soundproofing isn't good and it might affect your rest," Qin Shen instructed. The two women immediately understood what Qin Shen meant. Their faces flushed, and they said goodbye to the two men and ran away in a panic. Qin Shen chuckled and hugged Gu Qingyan to the dormitory next door. As soon as she entered the room, Gu Qingyan broke away from Qin Shen and asked with a serious expression, "Qin Shen, what did you say to Yi Qingdai? I warn you, if you dare to say that to her." Just when she was halfway through her words, her wrist was grabbed by Qin Shen. "Are you threatening me?" Qin Shen asked with a smile. Gu Qingyan was suddenly speechless. Threaten Qin Shen? What could she possibly threaten Qin Shen with? Now not only her life, but the lives of all the female students in the building are in Qin Shen's hands. "Qin Shen, please let Qingdai go. You want me to be your pet, right? I promise. As long as you let her go, I will be your pet willingly from now on. Is that okay?" Gu Qingyan pleaded. She was afraid that Qin Shen would do something inappropriate to Yi Qingdai. If this is true, she will never be able to forgive herself even if she dies. "Don't worry, I just gave her two options. Let her choose for herself," Qin Shen said. He weighed the pros and cons and decided that if he wanted Yi Qingdai to work for him in the future, he would try not to use force on her. That's why he gave Yi Qingdai time to think and let her make her own choice. Of course, with Qin Shen's ability to judge people, he is very confident that he can make Yi Qingdai surrender. The deadline he gave Yi Qingdai was midnight, which was still several hours away, so he was not in a hurry. After lying on the bed, Qin Shen activated the mind link and controlled the golden ants to start digging a new tunnel. The information on the school side has basically been collected. Apart from the two mutant fruits eaten by Yi Qingdai and the security guard of the administrative building, there is no news about other mutant fruits. Therefore, we can only consider developing new areas. According to the map, the nearest human gathering place, centered on Tangxinyuan community, is this university campus. The second is an entrepreneurial park about 2 kilometers away. The Entrepreneurship Center has about 6 or 7 office buildings, connected by an underground parking lot, which is similar to the structure of a residential community. However, there is a park next to the Entrepreneurship Center with dense vegetation, so the probability of finding mutant fruits should be very high. Now that more and more people know that eating mutant fruits can gain superpowers, the collection speed must be accelerated. The apocalypse has only been going on for a dozen days, and there's no telling how far those mutated plants and animals will develop. Only by constantly upgrading your superpowers can you increase your ability to save your life. Therefore, Qin Shen directly set his sights on this entrepreneurial park and ordered the golden ants to start digging. As for the large residential area and Kowloon nightclub farther away, Qin Shen simply ignored them. According to the news from Su Weiwei's boyfriend, Kowloon nightclub is also actively searching for the mutant fruit, and the community has probably been looted by people from Kowloon nightclub. Just as he gave the order, there was a knock on the door. Gu Qingyan, who was standing aside, was shocked and looked towards the dormitory door with some horror. What are you standing there for? Open the door, Qingshan said lightly. Gu Qingyan is so tactless. If it were Lu Qing and Su Weiwei, they would have opened the door long ago without him even saying a word. It seems they still need to be taught some etiquette. Qingshan was just thinking when Gu Qingyan had already opened the door cautiously. Yi Qingdai, with a weak face, appeared at the dormitory door. Chapter 66 Night Raid on the Boys' Dormitory. Oh, have you thought about this? Qingshan was playful. Yi Qingdai raised her head and looked at Qingshan calmly. I agree to your request, but you must show your strength first. Strength? Qingshan smiled, raised his hand, and a pitch-black shotgun appeared in his hand. Is this considered strength? Seeing the gun in Qingshan's hand, Yi Qingdai was shocked. You have a gun? She finally understood where Qingshan got his confidence from. Qingshan shrugged, and the next moment, the shotgun disappeared out of thin air. It's not impossible for me to help you solve your problem. Let me see your sincerity first, Qingshan said as he looked at Yi Qingdai's figure. At this time, Gu Qingyan anxiously pressed Yi Qingdai's shoulders. Qingdai, what did you promise him? Don't be impulsive. Yi Qingdai smiled bitterly. Teacher Gu, I know you didn't stay with him voluntarily. Thank you for your hard work. I've already promised him that as long as he can save the people in the dormitory, I will be his pet. Hearing this, Gu Qingyan was struck by lightning, her eyes full of disbelief. After a moment, she turned around and glared at Qingshan. Asshole, didn't you promise me not to hurt Qingdai? You lied to me. Qingshan spread his hands. How can I say I'm hurting her? She has healing abilities, and she's bound to be targeted by someone with ulterior motives soon. Rather than letting others take advantage of her, it's better to let me take advantage. At least if she follows me, she doesn't have to worry about her survival. Besides, this is her own choice. I didn't force her. Yi Qingdai also advised. Teacher Gu, you don't need to persuade me. I have made up my mind. Using my own expense to save so many people is a very cost-effective deal. Gu Qingyan sighed, not knowing what to say. Teacher Gu, as a teacher, don't you need to guide Yi Qingdai on some things? Qingshan said with a smile. What? Gu Qingyan looked stunned. At this moment, Qingshan seemed to remember something and suddenly realized. I almost forgot. You have never been in a relationship, so you don't know the next steps. As soon as these words were spoken, Gu Qingyan instantly understood what Qingshan meant. He actually wanted to, but she had never experienced such a thing, so how could she possibly teach Yi Qingdai? Since you don't know how to do it either, then you can just learn from the side and let your students teach you a good lesson. Qingshan was playful. Yi Qingdai's face flushed red as she pleaded. Teacher Gu, no, you'd better go out. I don't want others to see that. Taking the initiative to find Qingshan had already made her lose all face and give up all her dignity. If Gu Qingyan was watching the whole thing, she might as well just commit suicide. Qingshan hugged Yi Qingdai in his arms and teased her. Why are you so selfish? Teacher Gu taught you knowledge without reservation. Now it's your turn. Shouldn't you also teach her knowledge without reservation? It was the first time that Yi Qingdai was held in a man's arms, and she felt uncomfortable all over. He wanted to struggle, but his strength was no match for Qingshan. You let me go. Yi Qingdai cried out in a crying voice. Qingshan laughed evilly and ignored Yi Qingdai. Seeing this, Gu Qingyan sighed in her heart. Just as she was about to leave with her high heels, Qingshan's voice rang out from behind her. Did I let you go? Watch carefully here. If she dares to leave, I'll kill her. As soon as these words came out, Gu Qingyan's posture suddenly froze in place. At 11 o'clock in the middle of the night, two figures walked out of the girls' dormitory. Qingshan hugged Gu Qingyan and walked straight towards the boys' dormitory. If you want to stay here, you'll inevitably end up killing people and shedding blood. So tonight is a test for you, Qingshan said to Gu Qingyan in his arms. After what happened just now was over, Gu Qingyan actually offered to stay with Qingshan, which surprised Qingshan a little. However, after seeing the weak Yi Qingdai, he understood. It seems that Gu Qingyan is still worried about Yi Qingdai and wants to stay with her. So Qingshan took the opportunity to make a small request, which was to ask Gu Qingyan to follow him to the boys' dormitory building to see some blood. Gu Qingyan had no choice but to agree. Originally, Yi Qingdai was supposed to come with you, but she can't get out of bed right now, so you have to come by yourself, Qingshan said with a smile. If Yi Qingdai wants to stay by his side, this step is definitely necessary. However, given Yi Qingdai's current physical condition, she couldn't come out at all, so Gu Qingyan could only experience it alone. Gu Qingyan remained silent. She was not timid among girls, but her courage was limited to killing a fish, steaming shrimps, and the like. Not to mention killing people, she had never even seen something as bloody as killing a chicken. A moment later, Qin Shun brought Gu Qingyan to the front of the male D dormitory building. There were 2 guards on duty inside the door, but they had fallen asleep long ago. Qin Shun took out his shotgun and pulled the trigger without hesitation. After a loud bang, the door lock broke. The 2 guards were instantly awakened, but before they could react, 2 more gunshots were heard. I was sleeping so well. Why did you have to get up? Qin Shun complained to the 2 people who were beaten into a sieve and walked upstairs with Gu Qingyan in his arms. Gu Qingyan took a cautious glance at it and suddenly felt nauseous and almost vomited. At the same time, everyone in the dormitory woke up. I have to wake up because the noise of this alarm clock is too loud. What exploded? Liu Yuan got up from the bed in a daze and pushed away the 2 girls beside him. A moment later, he ran out of the dormitory in shorts. What the fuck happened? Liu Yuan shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, several more gunshots were heard. In the corridor, several beaten bodies lay in front of Qin Shun. These people came out to check the situation after hearing the noise, but before they could react, they were shot and taken away one by Qin Shun. No wonder everyone likes spray guns, they really are useful. Qin Shun laughed. At close range, you don't even need to aim with this thing. You can almost kill 1 person with 1 shot. Gu Qingyan covered her eyes, not daring to look at the tragic scene before her. Qin Shun didn't care, but took her directly to the top floor. According to intelligence, the bosses of these forces all live on the top floor, and Liu Yuan is no exception. After reaching the top floor, the corridor was empty, with no one there. Liu Yuan and others had just received news that a gunman had broken into the dormitory building, so they hid immediately. Damn it, isn't that gunman in men's building A? Why did he come to my place? Could it be that Li Qingfeng from men's building A is colluding with the gunman to attack me? Liu Yuan curled up in the small closet, shivering. During a conference call 2 days ago, they heard that the gunman was in the men's dormitory A, which scared Li Qingfeng to death. He didn't expect that the man would come to him again. Heaven and earth, please don't come looking for me. Liu Yuan muttered and prayed to himself. In the corridor, Qin Shun stuffed the shotgun in his hand into Gu Qingyan's hand. This is... Gu Qingyan looked at Qin Shun in shock, almost speechless. I'm going to play a little game with you. I'll give you 10 minutes to find Liu Yuan. Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences. Qin Shun was playful. Chapter 67 Jumping Incident. Gu Qingyan held a shotgun in his hand, his expression extremely shocked. She never thought that Qin Shun would actually hand the gun to her. More importantly, Qin Shun asked her to find Liu Yuan. Is this a joke? Qin Shun, I can't. Gu Qingyan said tremblingly. Okay, since you don't want to kill anyone, I'll kill Yi Qing Dai when I get back. Anyway, I've already had a taste of the campus beauty, so there's no point in keeping her. Qin Shun said with a smile, like a devil. Gu Qingyan shuddered when she heard Qin Shun's words. Although she knew that Qin Shun was most likely trying to scare her, she couldn't gamble. Well, I'll give you 3 seconds to decide. Hurry up, Qin Shun urged. 3, 2. Qin Shun started the countdown directly. I do, Gu Qingyan suddenly shouted, interrupting Qin Shun. That's right. In front of me, the only thing you need to do is to be obedient. Do you understand? Qin Shun touched Gu Qingyan's cheek and said with satisfaction. Gu Qingyan's eyes were blurred with tears at this moment, and she didn't know whether it was because of nervousness or fear. She wiped her tears, then picked up her gun and walked towards the nearest dormitory. Luckily, the first door was not locked and opened easily. However, after seeing the scene in the dormitory, Gu Qingyan was stunned. A dozen female students were tied to iron beds, huddled together and shivering. It seems that these girls have been tortured severely, and many of them may have gone crazy. When they saw someone coming in, everyone screamed in fear. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm not here to hurt you. Gu Qingyan shouted hurriedly. But no one paid any attention to her. Everyone huddled together and squeezed desperately into the corner. Qin Shun grabbed Gu Qingyan and said, I'm afraid these girls have been tortured to the point of mental breakdown. There's no hope for them. But Gu Qingyan seemed to be crazy, crying and shouting. No, they are still alive. They can still be saved. I'm a teacher. I can't give up any of my students. Please let me save them. Gu Qingyan burst into tears and begged Qin Shun desperately. She had been in the administration building before, with the principal maintaining order, so it was the first time she had seen such a tragic situation. Qin Shun sighed, then used infinite supplies to take out a pair of pliers and handed it to Gu Qingyan. Gu Qingyan said nothing, gave Qin Shun a grateful look, and walked in front of the women with pliers. Don't be afraid. I'm here to save you. Gu Qingyan carefully cut the chains, fearing to scare everyone. Finally, someone seemed to recognize Gu Qingyan. Teacher Gu, are you Teacher Gu? Gu Qingyan nodded excitedly. Yes, I am Gu Qingyan. I am here to save you. But several girls smiled miserably and shook their heads. Teacher Gu, do you think we can ever become normal again? We've already died. Gu Qingyan looked sad and comforted him. Don't be afraid. As long as you can survive, there is hope. Put on your clothes first and follow me. I will take you away from here. Hearing this, all the girls silently picked up the worn-out clothes in the corner and put them on. At this time, a girl smiled at Gu Qingyan and said, Teacher Gu, thank you for giving us a decent ending. As she spoke, she suddenly opened the window and jumped down. Don't want. Gu Qingyan shouted subconsciously. But at this moment, the other girls rushed towards the window one after another. In just over 10 seconds, Qin Shun and Gu Qingyan were the only ones left in the dormitory. Gu Qingyan still had her arms open, but there was no one in front of her. They. Gu Qingyan opened her lips slightly, but didn't know what to say. I have already saved them all. Why do they still want to commit suicide? Okay, you save them. Qin Shun said lightly. After experiencing the fighting in the community, this kind of thing no longer caused him too much emotional fluctuations. After all, more than half of the people in the community died in internal strife, and there are many people who have experienced worse things than these female students. At this moment, Gu Qingyan seemed to remember something and quickly snatched the shotgun from Qin Shun's hand. I'm going to kill Liu Yuan and avenge these girls. Having said that, Gu Qingyan rushed out angrily. After searching 2 rooms, Gu Qingyan found Liu Yuan's dormitory. The 2 girls curled up on the bed, shivering. Where is Liu Yuan? Gu Qingyan asked in a deep voice. The 2 girls didn't dare to speak, but their eyes were fixed on the wardrobe. Gu Qingyan opened the cabinet door and saw Liu Yuan hiding inside. Get out, Gu Qingyan said through gritted teeth. Don't shoot, don't shoot. Liu Yuan was so scared that he almost peed his pants and shouted loudly. After finally climbing out and looking at the black gun barrel, Liu Yuan's knees suddenly went weak and he knelt on the ground. But when he saw the person in front of him clearly, he was stunned. Teacher Gu, why is it you? Liu Yuan asked in shock. Liu Yuan, when I first heard that you led a lot of boys to commit evil, burning, killing, and looting, I didn't believe it. I didn't expect that I was really wrong about you. Gu Qingyan's expression was extremely complicated. Qin Shun didn't expect that the 2 knew each other, and he immediately became interested. He took out a small stool and grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds. Tell me what's going on. Liu Yuan was in no mood to pay attention to Qin Shun. After all, the gun was in Gu Qingyan's hand. Teacher Gu, I did do something a little wrong, but in this apocalypse, I simply can't survive if I don't do this. You've paid for my tuition for the past 2 days. You know my character best. I'm not a bad person at all. My parents have been working away from home since I was young. They raised me. I finally got into college, but they refused to pay for my studies and forced me to work. If it weren't for your financial support, I would have dropped out long ago. Liu Yuan talked about his tragic past, trying to arouse Gu Qingyan's sympathy. Seeing Gu Qingyan's slightly hesitant expression, Liu Yuan was delighted and quickly said, Teacher Gu, I have hundreds of people here now, and you have guns in your hands. With just one order from you, we can take control of the entire campus within a few days. Don't worry, you will be the boss of this force from now on. If anyone dares to disobey, I will be the first to disagree. At this time, Qin Shun suddenly interrupted. Speaking of this, I have to say something fair. In the apocalypse, it's inevitable to do extreme things in order to survive. Hearing Qin Shun's words, Liu Yuan was immediately delighted, revealing an expression that said, Brother, you understand me. But Qin Shun's next words made his face suddenly look ugly. But you keep saying you did this to survive. Then, did you also do this to survive for the 2 girls you abducted and the dozen or so girls in the other dormitory? Qin Shun said with a smile, pointing at the 2 girls shivering on the bed. Thinking of the tragic scene of more than a dozen girls jumping off the building just now, Gu Qingyan gritted her teeth and placed her finger on the trigger of the shotgun. Chapter 68, Killing Spree. Teacher Gu, please don't. Liu Yuan was so scared that he quickly put his hands in front of his face. I admit, I'm a little arrogant, but everyone is doing it, so I can't be immune. Think about it. If you fired the gun, what difference would that make you any different from a rubbish beast like me? You are a teacher, you have high moral character. You can't just kill people. Liu Yuan began to use moral blackmail on Gu Qingyan again. At this time, Qin Shun had finished eating the handful of melon seeds in his hand. He threw the melon seed shells away, then walked behind Gu Qingyan and put his hands through both sides of Gu Qingyan. This pose is a bit like the classic pose of Jack and Rose in Titanic. The only difference was that Gu Qingyan did not open his arms, but held a shotgun. What are you going to do? Liu Yuan shouted in horror. Qin Shun ignored Lu Yuan and whispered in Gu Qingyan's ear like a devil. He has killed dozens, if not hundreds. Killing him would be considered as getting rid of harm to the people. If we let him go, do you think he would let Yi Qing die and her group of girls go? Think about the group of girls who just jumped off the building. This is what will happen to Yi Qing Dai and the others in the future. As he spoke, Qin Shun placed his hand on Gu Qingyan's finger that was holding the trigger. Just a click and everything is solved. See, it's simple, right? Qin Shun bewitched. Gu Qingyan bit her lip, and the images of the girls who had just jumped off the building seemed to flash through her mind. If it weren't for this apocalypse, they would probably still be studying in the classroom and have a bright future. Lu Yuan, you've brought this upon yourself, and you deserve to die. If you were just trying to protect yourself, I could understand you, but you've murdered so many innocent people for your own selfish desires. I can't forgive you. Gu Qingyan said word by word. Hearing this, Lu Yuan was stunned at first, and then burst into laughter. I knew that no matter what, you wouldn't let me off today. I just didn't expect that even now you're still full of big ideas. Yes, I do have desires and ambitions, but so what, Teacher Gu? No, Gu Qingyan, this is the end of the world. Who the hell still cares about morality? I just want to be the boss. I just want to see those rich second generations begging for mercy at my feet. Do you still remember that beauty in our class? She rejected me when I confessed my feelings to her before, but now, she's willing to sleep with me just for a little food? I'm going to give her to you the next day. Bang! Before Lu Yuan could finish his words, he was interrupted by a gunshot. The dense steel balls directly penetrated Lu Yuan's body and hit the wall with a stream of blood. After a moment, the two girls screamed in fright. Gu Qingyan's mind was blank. Her hands trembled as she looked at Lu Yuan, whose death was so miserable, and she couldn't help but retching. Qin Shun felt a little sick watching this bloody scene. It was too close and half of Lu Yuan's body was smashed. If I keep watching this, I'll probably feel sick while eating. You two are free. Qin Shun said something to the two girls, then pulled Gu Qingyan out of the dormitory. I killed someone. Gu Qingyan said in a daze. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something, and looked up at Qin Shun. No, it was you who pulled the trigger just now. I didn't kill him, right? Qin Shun tidied up Gu Qingyan's messy hair and said with a smile, Teacher Gu, lying is not a good habit. I didn't move at all just now. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyan broke down and burst into tears. If you hadn't shot, Yi Qing Dai and her group of girls would have been in trouble. You killed him, and you saved hundreds of people. Qin Shun comforted. But I still killed someone. Gu Qingyan said sobbingly. Qin Shun chuckled and gently hugged Gu Qingyan. So, welcome to the end of the world. Gu Qingyan's whole body trembled. Qin Shun wiped away Gu Qingyan's tears and said, Okay, we still have things to do next. As he spoke, he took the shotgun from Gu Qingyan. Many people in the dormitory building were already preparing to escape under the cover of night. After all, there was a gunman in the building who had killed many people, and no one dared to stay any longer. Bang! 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 Qin Shun didn't hesitate at all, and shot anyone he saw. Since he promised to help Yi Qing Dai solve this problem, he would definitely keep his promise. Killing Lu Yuan alone will definitely not work. After all, even if Lu Yuan is dead, there will still be Zhao Yuan, Qian Yuan, and Sun Yuan tomorrow. Only by breaking up this force can the girls' dormitory be saved from a crisis. As for what happens after that, it is not his responsibility. Corpses fell to the ground one after another, and even Gu Qingyan became numb in the end. Brother, please forgive me. I will be your little brother from now on. We will do whatever you ask us to do. Tang Jia, who had just gone to the girls' dormitory to make a fuss at night, saw Qin Shun chasing him and immediately knelt on the ground, begging for mercy loudly. Sorry, I don't need a weakling. I just need a loyal little pet. Qin Shun chuckled and pulled the trigger. Tang Jia was knocked over by a truck and was sent flying by the huge impact force. Let's go. Qin Shun hugged Gu Qingyan and walked out of the dormitory building calmly. Gu Qingyan was very careful and walked on her high heels to avoid the bloodstains on the ground. At the same time, several other major forces in the entire community were on alert. Li Qingfeng and other leaders of several factions even held a video conference overnight. What the hell is going on? I've heard gunshots several times in the past 2 days. Are there guns in our school? Canteen manager Meng Hao asked with a frown. As everyone knows, the place with the most supplies is the cafeteria, and he is very worried that the gunman's next target will be the cafeteria. The gunshots were right near me. I've received accurate information that the gunman just massacred men in the D dormitory building. Lu Yuan didn't answer the phone, which means he's likely been killed. Li Qingfeng said in a deep voice. The last time a gunman broke into the dormitory building and took Su Tu away, he still didn't understand why. Not long after that, the other party appeared again and started killing people. According to several people who escaped, the gunman killed at least dozens of people. By the way, I heard that the gunman brought a woman with him. It was Gu Qingyan, the teacher who was supposed to be in the administration building. I wonder if Master Wang knows about this. Li Qingfeng seemed to have thought of something and asked Wang Dazhu. In the past 2 days, with the help of Qiu Hong, Wang Dazhu has completely taken control of the administrative building and become the overlord. Moreover, the supplies demanded from several other forces have been obtained, so they will not have to worry about food and drink in the short term. Gu Qingyan did run away. She must have been rescued by that gunman. Wang Dazhu said angrily. He originally wanted to taste Gu Qingyan, who was known as the most beautiful girl, but he couldn't find her after searching for a long time. Only then did he realize that she had run away. Everyone, what do we do? We can't just leave this gunman alone, right? Meng Hao asked with a sigh. Chapter 69, Do You Believe in Love at First Sight? Not long after, Qin Shun brought Gu Qingyan back to the girls' dormitory. Although Yi Qingdai was not feeling well, she still got up from the bed and went to the first-floor lobby early with Fan Jiahui and Sun Min to wait. Seeing Qin Shun and the others coming back, Yi Qingdai's eyes suddenly lit up. How's it going? Yi Qingdai asked hurriedly. She had just vaguely heard a burst of gunfire. If she guessed correctly, Qin Shun had already taken care of Liu Yuan and the others. But even so, she still wanted to confirm it from Qin Shun herself. Words are not enough. Teacher Gu, show them. Qin Shun smiled. Gu Qingyan suppressed the discomfort in her heart and took out her cell phone. She was so scared at the time that she didn't notice that Qin Shun took a lot of photos with her mobile phone. This is Liu Yuan. His body is battered. You should be able to recognize him just by looking at his face, right? Teacher Gu is so considerate. If he had hit Liu Yuan in the head, it would have been hard to recognize him. Qin Shun pointed at Liu Yuan's body in the photo and explained. This picture is of the guy who came to the dormitory door and yelled. I also killed him. As for the others, there's no need to introduce them to you one by one, right? Liu Yuan's forces have dissipated. No one will be able to threaten you in the short term. Qin Shun said lightly. Yi Qingdai bit her lip and whispered, Thank you. Qin Shun lifted Yi Qingdai's chin with his finger and chuckled. You're welcome. After all, I'm very satisfied with your service attitude. After saying this, under the shocked gazes of Fan Jiahui and Sun Min, Qin Shun hugged Gu Qingyan and walked upstairs. I'm very tired today. Let's talk about it tomorrow. I'm going to rest with Teacher Gu. After Qin Shun and the other two left, Yi Qingdai also wanted to leave, but was immediately blocked by Fan Jiahui and Sun Min. Qingdai, what exactly happened between you two? Yeah, how could Qin Shun kill Liu Yuan and the others all by himself? Could he be the legendary gunman? Both of their faces were filled with shock and confusion. The two of them had no idea what had happened. They only knew that Qin Shun was going to help them solve the problem. Unexpectedly, when Qin Shun came back, he had dozens of lives on his hands. Also, what did Qin Shun mean when he said Yi Qingdai had a good service attitude? Isn't his girlfriend Teacher Gu? Can Teacher Gu tolerate him flirting with Yi Qingdai in front of her? Oh, I didn't want to tell you this. Yi Qingdai sighed and told the two of them what had happened. According to the agreement between Qin Shun and me, I might leave with him in 2 days, and the sisters here will be left to you to protect. Yi Qingdai lamented. Qin Shun had a gun in his hand, and his methods were extremely cruel. If the agreement is not fulfilled, this devil might do something cruel and inhumane. So that's how it is. Fan Jiahui and Sun Min looked at each other, exchanged glances, and then comforted Yi Qingdai together. Qingdai, you are sacrificing for everyone. We will all remember your dedication. That's right. From now on you will be the biggest contributor to our dormitory. The two of them consoled each other with words. At this time, Fan Jiahui asked cautiously, By the way, Qingdai, if you leave with him, what will happen to your living supplies? Can he support 2 people? Yi Qingdai nodded. According to Teacher Gu, he still has a lot of supplies, so there shouldn't be a shortage of supplies in the short term. Hearing this, Fan Jiahui and Sun Min exchanged glances again, with surprise in their eyes. In that case, it's also good to leave with Qin Shun. After all, he has guns and supplies, so he doesn't have to worry about life. Fan Jiahui and Sun Min persuaded her for a while before accompanying Yi Qingdai upstairs. The two of them just kept exchanging glances, and no one knew what they were thinking. After returning to the dormitory, Qin Shun lay directly on the bed. What are you standing there for? Come up and rest. I've been busy all night, and I'm so sleepy. Qin Shun urged. Gu Qingyan bit her lip, her face hesitant. The beds in the dormitory are all iron beds, and they are all single. It's not impossible for 2 people to lie down, but the posture may need to be a little closer. She had never experienced such close contact with the opposite sex before. I want to take a bath. Gu Qingyan seemed to remember something. I still smell of blood. I can't sleep if I don't wash myself clean. I know you can get some water. I want to take a bath. Although she was not splashed with blood, the experience tonight still left her with a significant psychological trauma. Qinshan naturally would not refuse such a request. He took out 2 large buckets of mineral water and threw them in front of Gu Qingyan. Luckily it's summer now. I'll just take a shower here for now, and then take a proper bath when I get back, Qinshan said. The water supply system had been cut off for a long time. Although there was a bathroom in the dormitory, I couldn't take a shower and could only rinse with water. Wash here, Gu Qingyan asked in disbelief. Even though Qinshan couldn't see what was going on in the bathroom from her position, she couldn't accept taking a shower in the bathroom of this dormitory. It's okay if you don't want to stay here. You can choose whatever you want, but I won't provide clothes or anything like that. Qinshan was playful. Gu Qingyan gritted her teeth, suddenly stepped forward, and forcefully lifted 2 buckets of water. I'll go to Qingdai's next door to wash. As she said this, she staggered out of the dormitory. Qinshan smiled and shook his head. I didn't expect this female teacher to be so stubborn. But it doesn't matter, just take it slow, he has plenty of time to endure with the other party. But after just a few minutes, the dormitory door was pushed open. You're done washing so quickly? Come here and let me check if it's clean, Qinshan said directly. But when he saw the person who walked in, he was stunned. Qin, it's us. Fan Zhehui and Sun Min walked in cautiously. Is it not disturbing you? The two asked. Qinshan looked the 2 women up and down. I have to say that these 2 people are pretty good looking, as they can play with Yi Qingdai. In particular, the 2 of them had obviously gone through a careful grooming and dressing up. Not only did they put on makeup, they also changed their clothes. Qinshan seemed to understand something, and the corner of his mouth curled up. What do you want to talk to me about? The 2 women came to Qinshan nervously, and shyness flashed across their faces. Just say whatever you want to say. Teacher Gu is going to take a shower, and we'll be back soon. Qinshan was playful. Hearing this, the 2 women suddenly became anxious. They only dared to come over after seeing Gu Qingyan go out. If Gu Qingyan came back, it would be troublesome. Mr. Qin, do you believe in love at first sight? Actually, I fell in love with you the first time I saw you. It's just that you said you and Teacher Gu were boyfriend and girlfriend, so I didn't dare tell you. Fan Zhehui said shyly. Are you confessing your feelings to me? Qinshan was stunned at first, then asked with a smile. Chapter 70 Conflict breaks out. Fan Zhehui pinched her skirt with her fingers, feeling extremely shy. This is the first time I've confessed my feelings to someone. She didn't lie in this sentence. Before the end of the world, she was at least a beauty at the level of the class flower. The gifts I receive every month alone amount to at least 5 figures. People who want to confess their love to her have to line up. It is indeed the first time for her to confess her love to someone else. I already have a girlfriend, Teacher Gu, and we love each other very much, so I can only say sorry to you. Qinshan declined politely. It's not that he's trying to show off, he just wants to see what tricks the other party is up to. Hearing Qinshan's words, the 2 women immediately covered their mouths and laughed out loud. Student Qin, you don't have to hide it from us. We already know about you and Qingdai. Fan Zhehui smiled. That's right. As a man, what man wouldn't cheat? You're so handsome and powerful. So what if you have a few more women? Which of the great men in ancient times didn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Sun Min also echoed. Yeah, Teacher Gu has never been in a relationship, so how would she know how to make you happy? Besides, no matter how beautiful she is, she'll definitely get tired of you in no time. Why not take the 2 of us with you? We have plenty of ways to make you happy. And Qingdai, we admit that she is prettier than us, but with her personality, it is impossible for her to lower herself. We guess that she is a dead fish in bed and has no experience at all. In order to get on Qinshan's boat, the 2 began to secretly belittle Gu Qingyan and Yi Qingdai. It has to be said that the 2 of them are worthy of being Yi Qingdai's good girlfriends, and they have a thorough understanding of Yi Qingdai's character. There really wasn't any experience. But Qinshan was not in a hurry. He had 2 good teachers, Lu Qin and Su Weiwei, so he was not worried that Yi Qingdai and Gu Qingyan would not be able to learn. Besides, one of them is the school belle and the other is the most beautiful female teacher. Isn't it normal for them to be a little cold? He would be disappointed if they were as fawning as the 2 girls in front of him. You 2 do have a point. Qinshan followed what the 2 people said. Fan Zhehui and Sun Min were immediately delighted. Sure enough, the 2 of them were right. Qinshan was no different from those men in essence. He was just greedy and would definitely not refuse a woman who was willing to pay him for something. Then let's make it a deal. As long as you take us to a safe place, we 2 will agree to anything you ask. Yes, let's go back first to avoid running into Teacher Gu. If you want to leave, be sure to contact us. Fan Jiahui and Sun Min said. But just as the two were about to leave, Qin Shen raised his hand to stop them. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Let's chat for a while. Qin Shen laughed. Fan Jiahui's face changed slightly, thinking that Qin Shen wanted to make things a fait accompli today. But without seeing Qin Shen's sincerity, she didn't want to hand herself over just like that. Student Qin, Teacher Gu will be back soon. It would be hard to explain if we bump into him, right? Next time, we'll both accompany you. Fan Jiahui forced a smile and said. Qin Shen smiled and said, Don't worry, Teacher Gu won't mind even if Yi Qing Dai is called over. As he spoke, Qin Shen raised his phone and said into the receiver, Are you right, Teacher Gu? Fan Jiahui and Sun Min's eyes widened immediately. You are. Fan Jiahui pointed at the phone in Qin Shen's hand, looking surprised. Oh, I just accidentally called Yi Qing Dai. Do you guys mind? Qin Shen asked with a smile. As soon as the two of them came in and he saw them putting on makeup and changing their clothes, he roughly guessed what they wanted to do, so he secretly called Yi Qing Dai. Yi Qing Dai and Gu Qingyan heard clearly the conversation between the three of them. Come over. We have nothing to do late at night. Let's play truth or dare. Qin Shen said with a smile, then hung up the phone. A moment later, Gu Qingyan and Yi Qing Dai pushed the door open and walked in. 5 people were crowded in the dormitory, but it was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The 4 of them were extremely embarrassed, and no one spoke. Qin Shun was not idle. His eyes were always on Gu Qingyan. Gu Qingyan changed into a simple white short-sleeved shirt, paired with a black A-line skirt and white sneakers. She didn't have time to wash her hair, so she used a hair tie to make a simple high ponytail. I didn't realize before that you and Yi Qing Dai have similar figures. Her clothes look pretty good on you. Qin Shun said to Gu Qingyan in surprise. He just joked that if Gu Qingyan went to take a bath somewhere else, he would not give her a change of clothes. I originally wanted to wait for Gu Qingyan to come over and beg for mercy, but I didn't expect her to just put on Yi Qing Dai's clothes. If people hadn't known for a long time that Gu Qingyan was a teacher, no one would have doubted her if she had put on this outfit and said she was Yi Qing Dai's senior schoolmate. Come, let me check if it's clean, Qin Shun said, opening one arm. Gu Qingyan lowered her head and sat next to Qin Shun. Qin Shun touched Gu Qingyan's face and couldn't help but sigh. What kind of skincare products do you usually use? It's a pity not to ask you to be the spokesperson. Hearing this, Gu Qingyan's face suddenly turned red, and she didn't dare to look up. She was too embarrassed to face anyone after being teased by a man in front of 3 students. What are you all standing there for? Keep chatting. Now it's truth or dare. Everyone, speak freely. Qin Shun said with a smile as he looked at the 3 women in front of him. Fan Jiahui and Sun Min knew they were in the wrong and did not dare to speak. Yi Qing Dai stared at the 2 of them, her eyes filled with anger. What on earth do you 2 want to do? Fan Jiahui rolled her eyes. Qing Dai, you're not so angry just because we want to steal your man, are you? Don't forget, you also stole Teacher Gu's man. Let's not blame each other. Yi Qing Dai's face suddenly turned hot. Fan Jiahui's words are rough, but true. All in all, she did snatch the person from Teacher Gu. However, she wasn't arguing with the 2 about it. That's not what I'm angry about. I said I would hand over the dormitory building to you, and you agreed to it, but you turned around and came to Qin Shun and wanted to go with him. Everyone trusts us 3 so much. If we leave, what will happen to the rest of the people? Yi Qing Dai said angrily. Whatever we have to do, we are not the saviors. How can we ensure that everyone survives? Exactly. And don't forget, there aren't many supplies left in the dormitory. If you just leave now, where are we going to get food? Fan Jiahui and Sun Min said disdainfully. From the very beginning, they just wanted to survive. It's just that Yi Qing Dai believed that if they didn't organize everyone to fight against Liu Yuan, everyone would be killed sooner or later, so the 2 of them only helped Yi Qing Dai do a little bit. Now that Liu Yuan is dead, why are they still carrying around a bunch of burdens? Speak up, don't you have nothing to say? You had a good time, but now you want to leave us to die. Humph, so the school beauty in everyone's eyes is such a vicious person. Fan Jiahui said disdainfully. Chapter 71. The drama of the falling out between best friends. When Yi Qing Dai heard Fan Jiahui's words, her face was full of disbelief. I am such a person in your eyes? Yi Qing Dai questioned. Haha, what else? Do you think you're still the former Yi University campus beauty? Please, look at what era it is now, okay? It's the end of the world. Exactly. Who do you think you are? You want to save an entire building of people? You can't even protect your own chastity, and you still want to save others. Fan Jiahui and Sun Min sneered with disdain. After hearing what the 2 said, Yi Qing Dai's face was full of disbelief, but she couldn't say a word. Seeing this, the 2 women immediately became proud. Student Qin, now you see her true face, right? She's pretty, but she's useless in every other way. Everyone knows that when the apocalypse comes, the Virgin Mary will be killed first. But she's the only one who's acting like a fool and still wants the two of us and the hundreds of people in the dormitory to survive. How ridiculous. If you take this kind of vase back home, it might harm you one day. It's better to leave it here to die and take us sisters away. Fan Jiahui and Sun Min said. Hearing what the two said, Gu Qinyan suddenly became anxious. She grabbed Qin Shen's clothes and begged. Qin Shen, you can't leave Qin Dai here. She will die. I'll agree to any conditions you have, okay? I'll do anything you want me to do. Oh, Qin Dai has the ability to heal. If you take her with you, it'll be like having another hospital. She can save lives at critical moments. Fan Jiahui said disdainfully. Teacher Gu, any doctor can replace her role. You don't think she is omnipotent, do you? Qin Shen waved his hand, signaling everyone to shut up. Yi Qingdai, your two best friends have already spoken their true feelings. It's time for you to share your secret. Qin Shen looked at Yi Qingdai and said. Yi Qingdai gave a bitter laugh. At this point, do I need to say anything more? Gu Qingyan frowned and said anxiously. Qingdai, if you have any secrets, tell me now. She was almost confused by the cryptic conversation between the two. Hearing Gu Qingyan's words, Yi Qingdai sighed heavily. Then, she looked at Fan Jiahui and Sun Min and said with mixed feelings, actually, when I decided to sacrifice my innocence, I had already thought of a way out for you. Fan Jiahui sneered. Yi Qingdai, why are you still pretending now? Have you thought of a way out for us? If you can't even protect your own body, what way out can you have? Yi Qingdai shook her head. Actually, I don't care that much about the other people in the dormitory. Initially, I just wanted to save the three of us, so I organized everyone to unite and fight against the foreign enemy. After I leave, you must continue to lead everyone in unity so that we can survive safely. Sun Min said disdainfully. Anyone can say nice things. There aren't many supplies left in the dormitory. We won't be able to hold out for a few days. Everyone will die. Yi Qingdai smiled bitterly. That's why I begged Qin Shen to leave you enough supplies, enough to sustain you for a month. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. What did you say? Leave us enough supplies to last a month. Fan Jiahui asked in disbelief. At this time, Qin Shen took out his mobile phone and played a recording. The content of the recording was that Qin Shen put forward many excessive and embarrassing conditions in one breath, and Yi Qingdai agreed to them one by one, on the condition that she would become Qin Shen's pet in exchange for Qin Shen solving the trouble with Liong Yian, and also leave enough supplies for the dormitory building to survive for a month. At first, the women blushed when they heard the embarrassing promises made by Yi Qingdai. I didn't expect that the pure and cold school beauty could say such open words. But when they heard the end, when Yi Qingdai begged Qin Shen to leave supplies to ensure the lives of her two best friends, Fan Jiahui and Sun Min suddenly raised their heads. The two looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Yi Qingdai actually negotiated such conditions with Qin Shen? How come they didn't know anything about it? Did you hear that? Qingdai has always considered you, even sacrificing her own innocence to provide you with the conditions to survive. And look at how you treat her. Gu Qinyan said loudly with great sorrow. I originally just wanted to record it as evidence, in case the Yi University beauty denies it later, but I didn't expect it to be so useful. Qin Shen laughed. He put away his phone and looked at Yi Qingdai. How are you going to deal with these two people? Yi Qingdai opened her mouth, but no sound came out, as if she had not yet recovered from the backstabbing by her best friend. Qin Shen took out his shotgun and pointed it at the two of them. If you don't speak, I'll shoot. Upon seeing this, Fan Jiahui and Sun Min immediately fell to their knees. Classmate Qin, please don't. We will definitely listen to you and ask you to do anything you want us to do. Just don't kill us. The two men begged for mercy and fear. Seeing that Yi Qingdai didn't say anything, Qin Shen chuckled. It seems that I need to use some tricks on her. You two are backstabbing your companions. I won't be able to sleep well if I keep you two around. Come, say goodbye to this world. Qin Shen smiled and pulled the trigger. When the clicking sound was heard, Fan Jiahui and Sun Min screamed and were so scared that they almost peed their pants. But to everyone's surprise, there seemed to be no bullet in the gun, only an empty sound. Oh, I almost forgot. I'm out of bullets. This is troublesome. What should I do without a gun? Qin Shen sighed. Gu Qinyan was stunned. If I remember correctly, Qin Shen seemed to have endless bullets in his hands. No matter how many he used, he could always take out new bullets. During the massacre in the boys' dormitory, he never felt sorry for the bullets, so how could he suddenly run out of them now? She was about to speak when Qin Shen used more force on his arm around her. Gu Qinyan immediately understood what Qin Shen meant and shut up. She looked at Yi Qingdai with some worry, not knowing what Qin Shen would do next. Qingdai, please don't make the wrong choice. Gu Qingyan prayed silently in her heart. Seeing that Qin Shin seemed to have really run out of bullets, Fan Jiahui and Sun Min were overjoyed and quickly helped each other to stand up. You just wait. That's right, you're all dead today. After saying that, the two of them fled the dormitory in a panic, as if they were afraid that Qin Shin would attack them after he realized what was happening. Qin Shin, what are you doing? Gu Qingyan saw the two of them leave. Then she spoke and asked cautiously. Haha, I haven't played games in a while. It's a good opportunity to see my best friends turn against each other. How interesting, right? Qin Shin said with a smile. Yi Qingdai didn't understand what the two meant. She was about to ask when the voices of Fan Jiahui and Sun Min shouting were heard in the corridor. Someone come quickly. Yi Qingdai has rebelled. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingdai's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 72, it's really noisy. Yi Qingdai rushed out of the dormitory. Seeing this, Gu Qingyan quickly looked at Qin Shin pleadingly. Qin Shin laughed and said, let's go and see what's going on. In the end times, no one can sleep well. After Fan Jiahui and the other person made such a commotion, many people rushed out with weapons. When Qin Shin and Gu Qingyan arrived at the first-floor lobby, hundreds of people had already gathered there. Fan Jiahui and Sun Min were surrounded by the crowd and were very excited. Everyone, listen to me. Yi Qingdai is colluding with outsiders and wants to harm us. I accidentally overheard her plan just now, and she got so angry that she wants to silence us. Fan Jiahui shouted with a big loudspeaker in her hand. Yes, I can prove it. I just heard it myself. She was just pretending before, but now she can't act anymore. Sun Min echoed loudly. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their eyes to Yi Qingdai, who was standing aside. Yi Qingdai, what's going on? That's right. You have to give everyone an explanation of what happened, right? Everyone spoke up. Yi Qingdai sighed. They both are lying. Hearing this, Fan Jiahui sneered disdainfully. See, she has nothing to say? That's because what we both said is true. Fan Jiahui was extremely proud. We too and Yi Qingdai were originally good friends. But for the sake of everyone's safety, we can only sacrifice our relationship for the sake of justice. Let me tell you a secret that no one knows. To show her loyalty, Yi Qingdai has already dedicated herself to that man. As she spoke, Fan Jiahui pointed her finger at Qin Shin. There was no bullet in Qin Shin's gun, but she was not afraid at all. That's right, I can prove this. Yi Qingdai has evil ambitions and sold us all out to this man. This man wants to use us to exchange for supplies with other forces. Sun Min continued. Anyway, Yi Qingdai had no way to prove herself, so the two of them lied unscrupulously. No way, Yi Qingdai had a relationship with this man? Isn't this guy dating Teacher Gu? Why is he hooking up with Yi Qingdai? Humph, all men are bad. I guess this guy is too timing. Everyone whispered. After hearing what everyone said, Yi Qingdai wanted to defend herself, but she didn't know how to say it. After all, she really had a relationship with Qin Shin, and even if you go to the dormitory now, there is evidence that she is hidden. That's enough. That's enough. Gu Qingyan suddenly cried out excitedly. Qingdai has already sacrificed the most important thing to save you, and yet you treat her like this? Fan Jiahui sneered. Teacher Gu, what's wrong? Did what we said just now hurt you? I have to say, you are really tolerant. Your man was taken away, and you still speak up for the mistress. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone couldn't help laughing. Teacher Gu, did your boyfriend really sleep with Yi Qingdai? Teacher Gu, is what Jiahui and Sun Min just said true? Your boyfriend wants to sell us to other forces in exchange for supplies. Yi Qingdai, speak quickly and give us an explanation. Everyone asked in unison. Gu Qingyan was so angry that she laughed. This group of people took advantage of Yi Qingdai and even questioned her. If Yi Qingdai hadn't united them, they would have been insulted by Liu Yuan and others long ago. She saw the group of girls who were kidnapped in the boys' dormitory today, and her miserable end is still vivid in her mind. These girls probably have no idea how tragic the experience was. If it weren't for Yi Qingdai, they would have been finished long ago. Teacher Gu, please stop confusing us. Yi Qingdai's betrayal is an indisputable fact. Fan Jiahui snorted coldly, then looked at everyone and shouted, now that things have come to this, I won't hide it from you anymore. There's something I have to say. At this time, Yi Qingdai seemed to realize what Fan Jiahui wanted to say and was suddenly shocked. Don't tell me, Fan Jiahui. If you tell me, everyone will be finished. Yi Qingdai shouted hurriedly. But seeing Yi Qingdai's anxious look, the two girls thought she was scared and immediately shouted triumphantly. In fact, the supplies in our dormitory building have almost run out. We can only hold out for 2 or 3 days at most, and then everyone will starve. As soon as these words were spoken, the dormitory building was immediately in chaos. What? The food is gone. How is that possible? Didn't Yi Qingdai say a few days ago that she could hold on for many more days? Surely she has a way. It's over. Everyone who has nothing to eat will die. Panic appeared on everyone's faces, and the air was filled with despair. Haha, don't panic. I've already found out. That man has supplies. Fan Zhouwei pointed at Qin Shen. In order to sleep with Yi Qingdai, this man directly promised her half a month's supply. As long as we rob him, we'll have food. Qin Shen smiled playfully. Oh, you want to rob me? Fan Zhouwei said disdainfully. Why are you still pretending? Hand over all the food quickly, and maybe we can spare your life. Sun Min also echoed. That's right, don't force us to torture you. It will be too late for you to regret it then. Hearing this, everyone looked at Qin Shen eagerly. Qin Shen calmly took out his shotgun and pointed it at Fan Zhouwei. A trace of fear flashed across Fan Zhouwei's face, but she immediately returned to normal. Your gun has no bullets in it. Who are you trying to scare? Then she shouted to everyone. Don't be afraid. He doesn't have any bullets in his hands. Don't be scared by him. Qin Shen ignored her and looked at everyone. Whoever wants to snatch me away, step forward. Hearing Qin Shen's words, everyone looked at each other. But then, almost everyone took a step forward. Hand over the things quickly. There are so many of us, you can't escape. That's right, he's just a loser, but he really thinks he's the best. Sisters, take his stuff and throw him out to be eaten by the mutant plants. I feel sick just by looking at men. Everyone seemed to be angered by Qin Shen's words and started hurling insults at him. Qin Shen looked at Yi Qingdai with interest. Let me ask you the same question I asked you in the dormitory just now. Do you think I should shoot now? At this time, Yi Qingdai's face had become calm. After going through this series of events, her heart seemed to be dead. Whatever you want, I don't want to care about them anymore. When I organized everyone to unite and fight against outsiders, my purpose was just to protect ourselves. Before I leave, I want to leave some supplies for them, out of the bond we've shared these days trying to survive together. But now that things have developed to this point, their life and death have nothing to do with me. Yi Qingdai said coldly. Yi Qingdai, why are you still pretending? There's no bullet in his gun. Didn't you see it with your own eyes? I'm telling you, after we take care of him, you'll be next. A lot of people in school are interested in you. If we sell you, we'll definitely get a lot of supplies. Just wait for... Bang! A deafening gunshot interrupted Fan Zhouwei's words. It's so noisy. Qin Shen scratched his ears impatiently and blew away the smoke in front of him. Chapter 73, I usually like to lie a little. Everyone was stunned for several seconds before they reacted. Ah, murder! Everyone screamed and fled in all directions. At this time, Qin Shen had already fired the second shot. With a bang, Sun Min, who was about to escape, fell to the ground as if hit by a speeding truck. Her legs were beaten to pieces, but she was still trying to crawl forward. Qin Shen walked forward with a smile and stepped on Sun Min's back. Puff! Sun Min suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground helplessly. Where do you want to go? Do you want me to give you a ride? Qin Shen smiled. Sun Min raised his head with difficulty, staring at Qin Shen intently. Why? Why do you still have bullets? Sun Min asked unwillingly. Qin Shen clearly said that he had no bullets, so he was actually lying to them? But this does Qin Shen no good at all. Why would he lie? Oh, I forgot to mention that I like to tell little lies. Qin Shen's lips curled up. It's just right. I haven't watched the show in a while. I can see a large-scale show of best friends backstabbing each other so closely. Why not? Sun Min's eyes were filled with disbelief. Watch a show. After saying this, her head drooped weakly. If she knew that all Qin Shen did was just a test for Yi Qingdai, she would probably die of anger. At this time, Qin Shen waved to Yi Qingdai. She's still breathing. You can treat her, right? Show me a trick. Qin Shen pointed at Sun Min, who was barely breathing on the ground, and said. Yi Qingdai bit her lip, not daring to disobey Qin Shen's order, so she opened her palms and pointed them at Sun Min. The next moment, a light green energy slowly flowed out of Yi Qingdai's body and connected to Sun Min. This scene surprised Qin Shen and Gu Qingyan immensely. Qin Shen walked forward curiously and touched the green aura with his hand, but found that it had no effect at all. 3 minutes later, the energy slowly disappeared. Yi Qingdai became extremely weak and fell to her knees with a thud. Gu Qingyan quickly stepped forward to help Yi Qingdai up. Qingdai, are you okay? Yi Qingdai said tiredly. Teacher Gu, I'm fine. It's just that Sun Min's injury was too serious and I lost too much energy. I just need a day of rest. Qin Shen ignored Yi Qingdai, but squatted in front of Sun Min and turned her over. Sun Min's legs, which had been beaten into sieves, had miraculously recovered. If her pants hadn't been ripped to shreds by the shotgun blast, given her physical condition, no one would have guessed she had been shot. What's wrong with me? Sun Min slowly sat up and looked at his legs in surprise. My leg is healed. I'm fine, Sun Min said in surprise. At this moment, apart from being a little tired, she did not feel any pain at all, as if everything she had just experienced was just a nightmare. But before she could be happy, the second nightmare came. The barrel of the shotgun hit her head directly. Thank you for your great contribution to medical research. To reward you, I've decided to give you a painless headshot. Having said that, Qin Shin pulled the trigger directly. Sun Min's head suddenly exploded like a watermelon, and red and white liquid scattered all over the ground. Thump! Sun Min's headless body fell to the ground with a muffled sound. When Gu Qingyan and Yi Qingdai saw this scene, they were so scared that they covered their eyes. They were somewhat accustomed to scenes of murder, but this was the first time they had seen such a bloody close-range headshot. It's so cool to be a troll. Qin Shin couldn't help but sigh at the silky feel. Then, he came in front of Gu Qingyan and the other person. How is it? Are the sequelae serious? Qin Shin asked Yi Qingdai. Yi Qingdai nodded weakly. I'm afraid I need to rest immediately and won't be able to move until tomorrow. The injury Sun Min just received was fatal. In order to heal her injury, I have exhausted all my physical strength. Qin Shin took a look at Yi Qingdai. She looked so weak that it didn't seem like she was lying. Although I can only use the healing ability once a day, the treatment effect is quite good, and the side effects are not too serious. This trip is not in vain, Qin Shin said with satisfaction. If Sun Min's injury just now was not treated, he would definitely die from excessive blood loss within a few minutes. Yi Qingdai only had to pay the price of being weak for one day to bring Sun Min back to life. At the critical moment, this could save lives. Let's go back to the temporary shelter underground and rest. I'm not used to sleeping on the iron bed here, Qin Shin said. Gu Qingyan looked embarrassed. Why don't we stay here for a day? Qingdai really can't move. Even if I support her, she can't walk. Qin Shin laughed. If you can't help me, don't I still have you? Hearing this, the two women were stunned. But before the two could react, Qin Shin had already stepped forward and carried Yi Qingdai directly on his shoulders. At this moment, Qin Shin was like a hunter who had just come out of the mountains, and Yi Qingdai was his prey. This is indeed the case. As a prey, Yi Qingdai has fallen into Qin Shin's trap and can no longer escape. You put me down. Yi Qingdai looked shy and struggled weakly. Before today, she had never had any close contact with the opposite sex. As a result, today not only did she lose her virginity under Qin Shin's coercion and inducement, but she was also carried on Qin Shin's shoulders and taken away in such a shameful posture. How can I let go of the prey I've already caught? Stay still. Qin Shin patted Yi Qingdai and pretended to be serious. Gu Qingyan looked embarrassed, wanting to persuade him but couldn't find a reason. Why? You can't walk either, and you want me to help you? Qin Shin glanced at Gu Qingyan and said lightly. I'm not. Gu Qingyan quickly denied it. She was afraid that Qin Shin would carry her up as well. Qingdai, I'm sorry to inconvenience you for a moment. Gu Qingyan persuaded helplessly. Qin Shin didn't care about that, and took the two girls back to the female dormitory building A. There is only one tunnel entrance nearby, which is the bathroom on the first floor of the female dormitory building A. When Qin Shin brought the two women back to the tunnel entrance, he unexpectedly ran into Su Weiwei's younger brother Su Tu again. Looking at Yi Qingdai on Qin Shin's shoulder, Su Tu's eyes suddenly widened. You, aren't you the campus beauty of Yi University? How could you? Su Tu asked in disbelief. Yi Qingdai lowered her head in shame and annoyance, not daring to speak at all. Qin Shin looked at Su Tu with a smile. Why, do you like it? Su Tu couldn't help but complain in his heart. Isn't this nonsense? Who is Yi Qingdai? She is the most popular girl in the school. As long as he is not blind, he must like Yi Qingdai. However, in front of Qin Shin, he didn't dare to show any other emotions. No, Brother Qin, don't think too much. I'm lucky to be alive. How dare I think about Brother Qin's woman? Su Tu said flatteringly. It's okay, just say it if you like her. Who wouldn't like such a beautiful woman? You take a rest first. I'll go take care of some things I need to do tonight. Qin Shin waved his hand and took Yi Qingdai and the other girl down the tunnel. Chapter 74 Preparing to Cultivate Power. After Qin Shin and the other two disappeared at the tunnel entrance, the smile on Su Tu's face slowly disappeared. Damn it, you slept with my sister and still treat me like this. I'm going to take care of you one day. Su Tu gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. In his eyes, if Qin Shin had not forcibly taken him away, he would still be second only to one person and above 100 people in Li Qingfeng's force. He has food to eat and women to women, so how could he end up sleeping in the women's bathroom? If Qin Shin didn't have a gun in his hand, he would have taken action long ago. He is a sports student after all, so shouldn't it be easy for him to deal with Qin Shin? On the other side, Qin Shun, carrying Yi Qingdai, had returned to the temporary shelter underground. Lu Qing and Su Weiwei had nothing to do, so they monitored intelligence while setting up this temporary shelter. Compared with Qin Shen's straight male aesthetic, the two women's aesthetic level is obviously higher. Seeing Qin Shen coming back with two women, Lu Qing and Su Weiwei were stunned at first, and then hurried to greet them. "Master, you are finally back," the two said in surprise. For the past 2 days, the two of them have been guarding the underground tunnel alone. Although they know that it is unlikely that outsiders will come, they are still worried. At night, neither of them dared to sleep at the same time. They took turns standing guard and would wake up at the slightest movement. Now seeing Qin Shun, they were both almost crying with excitement. "Why did you miss me?" Qin Shun threw Yi Qingdai onto the bed with a smile, and then hugged the two women in his arms. Lu Qing and Su Weiwei did not resist this action at all. After all, they had both done more intimate and private things with Qin Shen. But Gu Qingyan, who was standing by, had never seen such a scene before, and immediately turned her head away embarrassedly. "Master, the two little pets were frightened when you were away. But now that you're back, we're not afraid of anything anymore," Su Weiwei said coquettishly. Qin Shen patted Su Weiwei's head and said, "Okay, let's get ready first. We'll go back to the community in the next 2 days." Hearing this, the two women were immediately delighted. Finally going back. Although the temporary shelter underground was fully furnished, it was still not as comfortable as the big bed in the building. "After I go back, I won't have to worry all day like I do now. Master, do you have a way to deal with Liong Yian? The pistol didn't hit his vitals last time. I'm afraid, even with a shotgun, I'm not sure I can kill him," Lu Qing said cautiously. The last time she and Qin Shen attacked Liong Yian, they failed. In order to prevent Liong Yian from taking revenge out of desperation, they had no choice but to come to school to continue looking for the fruits of the mutant plants. She still has lingering fears about the scene of Liong Yian taking the bullet with his body. "With my current strength, killing Liong Yian is not a problem. But what you said does make some sense. In that case, let's do another little experiment before we go back." As he spoke, Qin Shen took out the Barrett anti-material sniper rifle and handed it to Lu Qing. After Lu Qing got the gun, her body sank and she almost couldn't hold it steady. This sniper rifle is indeed heavy. Seeing this huge weapon that was nearly as long as a human, the women were all stunned. They thought the shotgun was the most powerful firepower in Qin Shen's hands, but they didn't expect that he had a trump card. How much does Qin Shen have in his hands that they don't know about? However, the stronger Qin Shen becomes, the more at ease they feel. After all, in the end times, only those with sufficient strength can protect themselves. "Don't sleep tonight, you two. Practice well with this gun. I'll take you to do something tomorrow," Qin Shen said seriously. The two women nodded and agreed. At this moment, Su Weiwei looked curiously at the extremely weak Yi Qingdai lying on the bed and asked cautiously, "Master, what's wrong with this little sister? Is she sick?" Qin Shen did not hide anything from the two of them and told them all about Yi Qingdai's experience and strength. Alas, she sacrificed so much for her two best friends, but she didn't expect that not only would they not appreciate it, but they would stab her in the back. Su Weiwei sighed. But Qin Shen lifted Su Weiwei's chin and asked with a half-smile, "What did you just say? In your eyes, Yi Qingdai and I having sex is a sacrifice?" Su Weiwei's face suddenly changed. She knew she had said something wrong, and she quickly said coquettishly, "Master, I just said something wrong. Please don't take it to heart." Lu Qing was afraid that Qin Shen would come up with some weird punishment again, so she quickly changed the subject and said, "Master, if two new sisters join us, will we no longer be afraid of getting hurt?" Qin Shen nodded. "That's right. With Yi Qingdai, as long as there is still a breath left, there is no need to worry about not being able to save her." After saying this, Qin Shen paused, then said to the others seriously, "You all should know that as long as you eat the fruit of the mutant plant, you can gain superpowers." Although the connection between the type of fruit and the type of superpower is still unknown, the method of obtaining superpowers is roughly determined. In the end times, after the early chaos ends, various forces, large and small, will surely emerge. By then, even if one person is very strong, he will not be able to defeat the advantage in numbers. So, I plan to train you to become a sharp weapon in my hands. As long as you perform well, I will give you the fruits of the mutant plants in the future, so that you can also awaken your superpowers. Hearing Qin Shen's words, the girls were immediately delighted. This is undoubtedly great news for them. In their spare time, they would occasionally worry that Qin Shen would get tired of them one day and abandon them. After all, no matter how beautiful a vase is, it deserves to be admired every day. But if they obtain superpowers, their status in Qin Shen's heart will be different. Only if you are valuable enough to be used, you are qualified to stay by Qin Shen's side forever. Master, we will definitely work hard to satisfy you. Su Weiwei assured in a sweet voice. Yes, no matter what it is, we will satisfy you. Lu Qing said shyly, as if hinting at something. Qin Shen slapped Lu Qing hard. I just finished my meal, don't try to seduce me. Lu Qing's eyes flickered. After dinner, we need a little dessert. We've learned a lot recently. Qin Shen was very interested. Is it knowledge or posture? Please explain it clearly first. Lu Qing said shyly. Aren't they all the same? After it was over, Qin Shen felt refreshed and leaned comfortably against the head of the bed. Lu Qing and Su Weiwei were in high spirits. They were so tired just now that they didn't even have time to rest. They just put the sniper rifle aside to study it. But this made life difficult for Yi Qingdai and Gu Qingyan. The two of them had never seen such a thing before and were forced to watch the whole process, their faces flushed with shame. At this moment, Qin Shen suddenly lifted Gu Qingyan's chin and said, Lu Qing and Su Weiwei both know how to use a spear, and Yi Qingdai can heal. Tell me, why do you stay by my side? Chapter 75 The Advantages of Each Woman. Gu Qingyan was stunned. She didn't expect Qin Shen to suddenly ask this question. Gu Qingyan didn't know how to answer. Teacher Gu is beautiful and is the goddess in the hearts of countless men. Isn't that enough? Yi Qingdai said from the side. Being beautiful is indeed an advantage, but do you think I lack beautiful women around me? Hearing this, Yi Qingdai fell silent. The two women just now were no less beautiful than Gu Qingyan, and they seemed to be more relaxed and would please Qin Shen. Compared in this way, Gu Qingyan's appearance does not have much advantage. I understand. If you think keeping me here will only waste food, then kill me. Gu Qingyan smiled bitterly and looked at Yi Qingdai. If I can rescue Qingdai, my wish will be fulfilled. Yi Qingdai pleaded quickly. Qin Shen, please don't kill Teacher Gu. As long as you don't hurt her, I will definitely listen to you in the future and do whatever you ask me to do. Qin Shen smiled playfully. Really? Yi Qingdai nodded quickly. I swear. Gu Qingyan looked anxious. Qingdai, don't be impulsive. In Gu Qingyan's opinion, Yi Qingdai has the ability to heal. As long as this is the condition, Qin Shen might not touch her in the future. But if she agreed to Qin Shen's excessive conditions in order to protect herself, she would be finished. Teacher Gu, you paid so much to save me. I can't just watch you die. Yi Qingdai said firmly. Pa pa pa. Qin Shen couldn't help but applaud. What a touching teacher-student relationship. Qin Shen sighed, then sneered. Then it's settled. You two are bound together from now on. If anyone dares to disobey me, you two will die together. In fact, Qin Shen had no intention of dealing with Gu Qingyan from the beginning. He saw the relationship between the two clearly. If Gu Qingyan is kept, these two women will be wary of each other and will have no choice but to obey me in order to save each other's lives. At this moment, Yi Qingdai seemed to suddenly remember something and said, Oh, by the way, Master Qin, Teacher Gu is a professional teacher teaching electrical engineering. What she knows must be useful. In order to save Gu Qingyan's life, she has begun to try to change the way she addresses Qin Shen. Just like what she promised when she sacrificed herself that night. From now on, she was just a pet of Qin Shen. Oh, electrical engineering. Qin Shen looked at Gu Qingyan with interest. Gu Qingyan nodded slightly, confirming Yi Qingdai's words. I have to say, this ability is very useful in the end times. Several cities near Guangzhou are powered by nuclear power, so there will be no power supply problems in the short term. However, other cities have already experienced power outages and internet disconnections. Having a professional in this field may be useful in the future. In that case, then stay and think carefully about what contribution you can make with your expertise. Qin Shen said. Hearing this, Yi Qingdai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Master. After saying that, she winked at Gu Qingyan. After seeing this, Gu Qingyan took a deep breath and whispered, Thank you, Master. It seemed a bit incongruous when these words came out of the mouth of the arrogant Gu Qingyan. Qin Shen found it amusing and stepped forward to pinch Gu Qingyan's chin. What did you say? Why didn't I hear clearly? Gu Qingyan knew that Qin Shen was teasing her, but she had no choice but to repeat loudly. Thank you, Master. Only then did Qin Shen let go of Gu Qingyan with satisfaction. Remember, be more honest in the future and learn more from Lu Qing and the others. If you have any other ideas, I will ensure that your end will be miserable. Qin Shen said. The two girls nodded obediently, and Qin Shen laid down to sleep contentedly. After Qin Shen fell asleep, the two women couldn't fall asleep at all. Loud noises could be heard from the tunnel from time to time, like firecrackers. Although Lu Qing and Su Weiwei had walked as far away as possible, the sound could still be heard along the tunnel. Early the next morning, as soon as Qin Shen opened his eyes, he saw Lu Qing and Su Weiwei who had just returned. The two looked exhausted, as if they had been studying all night. What was even more strange was that Yi Qingdai and Gu Qingyan also seemed extremely exhausted, their eyelids drooping. How's your gun training? Qin Shen asked Lu Qing and the others. Hearing Qin Shen's question, Lu Qing hesitated and said, "It's not bad. I don't know if it's because the distance is close, but after practicing a few times, I can hit the target every time." Su Weiwei quickly added, "Sister Qing is truly amazing. Not only does she hit the target every time, but she also gets a very high score. At 500 meters, she's almost 100% accurate." Qin Shen nodded with satisfaction. This data is almost considered a sharpshooter. After all, I only trained for one night. If I train for a longer period of time, it will definitely become a powerful weapon in my hands. Thinking of this, he looked at Su Weiwei again. "What about you?" At this time, Su Weiwei lowered her head somewhat embarrassedly. I can't seem to hit," Su Weiwei said in a low voice. She tried many times, but she couldn't hit the target every time, and she almost went crazy. "Aren't you a pretty good shot with a pistol?" Qin Shen asked doubtfully. When practicing with a pistol before, Su Weiwei's shooting skills were better than both him and Lu Qing, and she was very accurate. Why is she not good at using a sniper rifle? "I don't know. When I use a pistol, I don't even need to aim. I'm confident I can hit the person. But when I use a sniper rifle, it's no longer the same. No matter how hard I aim, I can't hit the target," Su Weiwei explained. Qin Shen nodded. "Forget it then. You can use a pistol from now on. I'll give you a shotgun in a couple of days so you can practice well." Upon hearing this, Su Weiwei quickly agreed. Qin Shen washed up, then waved to Lu Qing and Su Weiwei and said, "You two have been underground for too long. Come with me to see the sunlight today." Then, he looked at Gu Qingyan and Yi Qingdai. "As for you two, come with me." After saying that, Qin Shen led the four people into a new tunnel. This was what he ordered the golden ants to dig out before going to bed last night. After reaching the ground, Gu Qingyan and Yi Qingdai immediately recognized their location. "Is this the teaching building?" Gu Qingyan said in surprise. There were almost no survival supplies in the teaching building, so after the end of the world, most of the students and teachers fled. Logically, there should be no one left. "I don't know what Qin Shen came here for. What are we doing in the teaching building?" Yi Qingdai asked in confusion. But as soon as she finished speaking, Su Weiwei turned around and glared at her fiercely. "Shut your mouth. The master can do whatever he wants. Is it your turn to ask?" Su Weiwei said coldly. Qin Shen touched Su Weiwei's face with satisfaction. "Teach them some proper manners when you get back. If this happens again, I'll hold you accountable." "Got it." Su Weiwei nodded quickly. "Yes, master, I will definitely satisfy you." As they were talking, there was a noise in the corridor ahead. Chapter 76. If someone wants to kill you, you have to kill them. The next moment, 7 or 8 college students came out with weapons. There were both men and women among these people, but they were all pale and thin from hunger, and it was obvious that they had not eaten for many days. The weapons in their hands were also very simple, consisting of steel pipes and wooden sticks, which should have been removed from tables and chairs. Alive? How could there be a living person in the teaching building? "Tell me, where did you come from?" the leading boy asked loudly. Qin Shen and the others had rosy faces and their clothes were spotless, forming a sharp contrast with the others. At this time, Gu Qingyan said with a look of pity, "You should go back to the dormitory building. Maybe you can still save your life." As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Qing slapped her in the face. With a loud bang, Gu Qingyan was stunned. "What are you doing?" Yi Qingdai took 2 steps forward, stood in front of Gu Qingyan, and glared at Lu Qing. Qin Shen watched the scene in front of him with interest and did not stop it. When Lu Qing saw Qin Shen's expression, she immediately understood his attitude and became more confident. "Weiwei, hold her down too," Lu Qing ordered. "Yes, Sister Qing." Su Weiwei stepped forward and grabbed Yi Qingdai with both hands. Yi Qingdai wanted to struggle, but she had not fully recovered from using her supernatural powers yesterday and was no match for Su Weiwei. Snap! Lu Qing also slapped Yi Qingdai directly. "I'm teaching the pet a lesson on behalf of its owner. Is it your turn to interrupt?" Lu Qing snorted coldly. "That's right. No wonder the master asked me to teach you the rules. It seems that you really don't understand any rules at all." Su Weiwei also echoed. Although the 4 of them are now Qin Shen's pets, they are also divided into small groups. Su Weiwei and Lu Qing knew each other the earliest. They had experienced Qin Shen's punishments together many times and had long established a deep friendship. Gu Qingyan and Yi Qingdai have a teacher-student relationship, so they are naturally closer. There is naturally some hostility between the two sides. "Don't hit Qingdai. If you want to hit someone, hit me," Gu Qingyan said hurriedly. Lu Qing said coldly. I will beat anyone who dares to violate the master's rules. Do you think I won't take action if you pretend to be weak? After she finished speaking, she looked at Qin Shun and said, Master, please give me your orders on how to deal with these two people. Qin Shun looked at Gu Qingyan playfully. Do you know where you went wrong? Gu Qingyan looked flustered, but didn't know what to say. Qin Shun raised his chin towards Su Weiwei and said, Tell them. Su Weiwei stepped forward and patted Gu Qingyan's face. Remember, never make decisions for your master, and never act like a saint. There aren't many pet rules in total, and you violated 2 of them with just 1 sentence. It seems you're really brave. Gu Qingyan's face turned pale, and she was a little frightened. Su Weiwei sneered in satisfaction, then walked up to Yi Qingdai and patted her face. Never act without the master's order. You're quite courageous to stop Sister Qing. The 2 originally thought that being Qin Shen's pet only required satisfying his needs in certain aspects, but they didn't expect there were so many rules. Okay, let's teach them a lesson when we get back. Let's get down to business first. Qin Shen said lightly. At this time, several students on the opposite side also reacted. The sudden internal conflict among Qin Shun and others just now made them panic and hesitant, and they didn't dare to step forward. But now, they finally mustered up the courage to step forward. Seeing that Qin Shun and his companions had no weapons in their hands, excitement suddenly flashed in the eyes of several students. They must have food on them. Someone shouted loudly, very excited. Several people rushed towards Qin Shun and his companions as if they were crazy. Qin Shun calmly pulled Gu Qingyan over and hugged her from behind. Just now you told them to run for their lives, but they tried to snatch food from you. What do you think you should do? Qin Shun asked. Gu Qingyan shook her head in horror, not knowing what to say. But the next moment, a crossbow appeared out of thin air in Qin Shen's hand, and then he stuffed it into Gu Qingyan's hand. If someone wants to kill you, you have to kill them. How else are you going to survive? Beg for mercy. As he spoke, Qin Shun had already placed Gu Qingyan's index finger on the trigger of the crossbow. Come on, press it. Qin Shun bewitched like a devil. Gu Qingyan's fingers trembled as she cried, I don't dare. Last time, she saw more than a dozen girls die in front of her, and she was so angry that she killed Lu Yuan in a rage. But that experience has become her nightmare, and the scene of Lu Yuan's death often appears in her mind. Now, the people in front of her were just trying to steal food, but she wanted to kill them directly, which made her afraid to do anything. It's okay. It's okay if you don't want to kill them. At worst, you can just let them kill you and Yi Qingdai later. Qin Shun smiled. Gu Qingyan exerted a little force with her fingers, but still couldn't make up her mind to pull the trigger. At this moment, the smile on Qin Shen's face slowly disappeared, and he shouted, Bitch, do you want me to kill you too now? Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyan's face turned pale. Swish. The next moment, an arrow flew out. The huge impact force caused the arrow to directly penetrate the head of the leading student. Looking at the fallen student, Gu Qingyan was stunned. When several students saw their companion being pierced by a sword, their expressions hardly changed at all. They have crossbows, but they're definitely slow at reloading arrows. Kill them quickly, someone shouted. Qin Shun was calm and composed. If they don't die, then you will die. It's your choice. Gu Qingyan raised her hand and shot the second arrow. Then, as if numb, she continued to knock and shoot arrows. People fell one after another. But in the end, 2 people still rushed in front of Qin Shun and others. Teacher Gu. Someone recognized Gu Qingyan's identity and was extremely shocked. This murderous woman is actually the most beautiful teacher in the school, Gu Qingyan. Teacher Gu, hand over the crossbow, and we will spare your life. A male student shouted, his eyes full of desire. He had seen clearly that among the 5 people in front of him, only Gu Qingyan had a weapon in his hand, and the others were empty-handed. Among the 5 people, 4 are actually beautiful women with stunning looks. As long as they kill that man, these 4 beauties will belong to them. Teacher Gu, someone is talking to you, why don't you answer? Qin Shun asked with a smile. Gu Qingyan's face turned pale. You don't force me. The 2 boys didn't take Gu Qingyan's words to heart at all and approached step by step. Teacher Gu, I heard that you've never been in a relationship before. We brothers are just the right ones to let you have a taste of what it's like to be a man. You should thank us, right? Huh. The 2 men spoke proudly, as if they had already regarded Gu Qingyan as their own possession. Bang! A gunshot interrupted the smiles on their faces. Chapter 77, Killing the Superpower. A boy fell down in a daze. Until his death, he still had a smug smile on his face. It seemed that he had never expected that he would die in this way. The other boy looked behind Gu Qingyan in shock. I saw a girl holding a shotgun, slowly turning the muzzle and pointing it at him again. Don't Don't shoot, I was wrong. The boy fell to his knees and begged for mercy loudly. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and the boy was shot in the chest, with blood all over the floor. Gu Qingyan looked at the scene in front of her and almost vomited. Qin Shin took the shotgun from Yi Qingdai with satisfaction and nodded with satisfaction. You have much more potential than Teacher Gu. It seems that you can be her teacher. Although it was Yi Qingdai's first time killing someone, she appeared much calmer than Gu Qingyan. She pursed her lips tightly and glanced at Gu Qingyan. If she hadn't shot just now, Gu Qingyan would have been in a difficult situation, so she had to shoot. At this time, Qin Shin patted Gu Qingyan's pale face again. I'll let you off this time, but if you're so slow next time, don't blame me for using force. Qin Shin said lightly. Ignoring the two bodies on the ground, Qin Shin brought 4 people to the 7th floor of the teaching building. The main teaching building and the administrative building are not far apart, only about 500 meters. Looking through the window, except for a small part of the administrative building blocked by mutated plants, most of it can be seen. These plants are still growing. Qin Shin looked at the banyan tree in front of the administrative building. His heart moved slightly. At that time, he was on the 3rd floor of the administrative building and picked the mutant fruit with a crossbow. Some of the arrows that were shot off target pierced the tree trunk directly. Now it seems that the arrows have reached the 4th floor. In other words, in just a few days, the banyan tree grew several meters taller. This is not good news for humanity. The stronger the mutated animals and plants become, the slimmer the hope of human survival becomes. And now the mutated animals and plants seem to be following some rules and cannot invade human territory. If this rule disappears one day, mankind will be on the verge of extinction. Putting this thought aside for the moment, Qin Shin took out a telescope and looked towards the administrative building. Where is Wang Daju usually? Qin Shin pulled Gu Qingyan over and asked directly. Gu Qingyan thought for a moment and pointed to a window opposite. The first room on the 7th floor from the left is the principal's lounge, and the second room is the principal's office. I saw him go there before I left. Qin Shin nodded, then took out the Barrett and walkie-talkie and handed them to Lu Qing and Su Weiwei. You two hold your guns here. If I can't kill Wang Daju, follow my orders and shoot again. Qin Shin ordered. Although the weapons and ammunition skill has a 5-fold increase in attack power against mutant creatures after upgrading, as the saying goes, it's better to be safe than sorry. In case of a miss, this sniper rifle can still provide a guarantee. Yes, master. Lu Qing and Su Weiwei quickly agreed. You want to kill Wang Daju? Gu Qingyan reacted and asked in shock. She saw it clearly when Wang Daju demonstrated his strength. The granite lions and the alloy gate were easily split open by his palm. Although Qin Shin has a gun, he may not be a match for that man. But as soon as she said this, she seemed to remember something and quickly covered her mouth. Lu Qing glared at her coldly. Do you want to be beaten again? Gu Qingyan quickly shook her head. Qin Shin put his arm around Gu Qingyan's waist and said, Don't believe me? In that case, then go with me and take a look. Just as she was about to leave, Yi Qingdai suddenly said weakly, Can you take me with you? Yi Qingdai didn't want to see how Qin Shin killed people. She just didn't dare to stay with Lu Qing and the others. Okay, let's see more blood now to save trouble later. Qin Shin smiled. He led the two of them directly to the administrative building through the tunnel. Speaking of which, although the skill, Mind Link, looks unremarkable, the golden ants it controls are also the worst among the mutant animals. But now it seems that choosing to control the golden ants was the right choice. With the entire world being overrun by mutant plants, the golden ants are able to carve out safe passages underground, which is very effective. If he were trapped in the community, he would probably still be worrying about how to upgrade his skills. And now, he has the power to kill people with special abilities. After finishing the work on campus, he prepared to return to the community. Liong Yian's matter cannot be delayed. Just as they were thinking about it, the 3 of them had already arrived at the 1st floor of the administrative building. As soon as they reached the ground, all 3 of them frowned. The lobby on the 1st floor was in a mess and the air was filled with a foul smell. Looking around, you can even see a few corpses. This is the male teacher of the school. Gu Qingyan recognized the identity of the corpse as a teacher in the school. They even met 2 days ago. I didn't expect to become a corpse so soon. He was hit on the back of the head and died. Qin Shin walked forward, took a look, and analyzed the cause of this person's death. The entire back of the head was smashed, leaving only half of the head. Then he looked at several other bodies and found that they were basically the same. Either someone smashed his head or broke his neck. The death was horrific, and the body was still fresh, just beginning to decompose. Vomit. Looking at the scene in front of them, Gu Qingyan and Yi Qingdai both showed disgusted expressions. Qin Shin said calmly, I advise you two to adapt to this situation as quickly as possible, otherwise you will suffer in the future. After saying that, he took out his shotgun and walked towards the stairs. Seeing this, Gu Qingyan and Yi Qingdai hurriedly followed. The two were obviously frightened and followed Qingshin closely. Arriving at the 7th floor, Qingshin took out a telescope and looked across. Lu Qing and the other two had already set up their sniper rifles, ready to go. I'm on the 7th floor. Get ready, Qingshin said on the intercom. Yes, master. Su Weiwei's voice came from the intercom. Just as he finished speaking, a woman's crying was suddenly heard from the conference room not far away. Cry. If you keep crying, I'll kill you. A man's voice sounded, followed by a woman's painful wail. Let's go and take a look, Qingshin said as he took the lead and walked towards the meeting room. There is a rectangular piece of glass on the door of the conference room, through which you can see what is going on inside. When they walked to the door, Gu Qingyan and Yi Qingdai were stunned by the scene inside. I saw a group of female teachers shivering and hiding in the corner, while a boy stood on the conference table, stepping on a naked female teacher. This boy Qingshin looked somewhat familiar. It was the short guy, Xiao Hong, whom I met when I was looking for Su Tu. You still dare to resist me even now? I really don't know who gave you the courage. As he spoke, Xiao Hong kicked the woman at his feet with a smug look on his face. Chapter 78, I would like to worship you as my godfather. The kick landed directly on the stomach of the female teacher, who wailed in pain. Get down on your knees and crawl like a dog, Xiao Hong shouted proudly. The female teacher shook her head in pain, looking as if she would never give in. Her appearance directly angered Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong grabbed the teacher's hair and dragged her to the window. When everyone saw this scene, they all screamed in surprise. You're not going to say I really don't dare to kill you, are you? My godfather has already said that you are all dogs of our father and me. Anyone who disobeys and dares to bite their master will be killed, Xiao Hong said proudly. Bah, even if I die, I won't let a beast like you succeed. The female teacher spat out a mouthful of blood foam, and blood flowed out of her mouth. Teacher Wu bit his tongue and committed suicide. The bloody appearance scared several female teachers around, and they screamed. Xiao Hong threw the female teacher aside with a look of disgust and spat at her. Damn it, it's so unlucky. My clothes are all dirty. As Xiao Hong said this, he kicked the female teacher again. The female teacher endured the severe pain and suddenly hugged Xiao Hong's thighs tightly. She opened her mouth and bit down hard. Xiao Hong cried out in pain and forcibly pulled the female teacher's hair to pull her away. The female teacher's face was covered in blood, with a piece of bloody meat bitten in her mouth and a crazy smile on her face. Even if I die, I will bite a piece of your flesh. The female teacher laughed loudly and actually swallowed the piece of meat. Damn it, you bitch. Xiao Hong tore open his clothes and tied them hard on his thigh to stop the bleeding. Then he used his fists and feet to beat the female teacher severely. Sisters, colleagues, don't be afraid, come together. He's just an ordinary person. There are so many of us, we can't be afraid of him. The female teacher lay on the ground and wailed. But everyone seemed to be frightened and no one dared to step forward. Haha, I'm an ordinary person, but my godfather is a person with special abilities. Not to mention you. Even the principal's wife was toyed with by my godfather, right? I'm warning you, if anyone dares to move, I'll have my godfather break her limbs and throw her outside to starve to death. Xiao Hong threatened proudly. Seeing this, everyone shrank back in fear, fearing that they would be targeted by Xiao Hong. Seeing this scene, the female teacher was completely desperate. Xiao Hong lifted her up and placed her in front of the window. Everyone watch out. This is what happens if you offend me. As he said that, Xiao Hong was about to throw the female teacher out of the window. Everyone was so scared that they quickly closed their eyes. At this critical moment, the door of the conference room was suddenly kicked open. There was a loud bang, which scared everyone. Damn it, whoever dares to disturb my good deeds is looking for death? Xiao Hong cursed angrily. Oh, I'm sorry for interrupting you. Do I need to apologize? Qingshin walked into the meeting room while smiling. In fact, he didn't want to get involved in this matter. But I can't help but get asked for it. Just now, Gu Qingyan asked him to save someone, and he agreed to several embarrassing conditions for this. Qingshin had seen action romance movies produced in countries with a good life, and the female teachers all wore uniforms. But the more he looked, the more out of place the outfit looked on Lu Qing, Su Weiwei, and the others. Only Gu Qingyan is the most suitable. The conditions just now required Gu Qingyan to teach him a lesson while wearing a teacher's uniform. Of course, after class, I still have to cooperate with him to act out a scene that needs to be censored. For example, I heard that Gu Qingyan also studied dance, and she was good at ballet, which is known for its elegance. Gu Qingyan also agreed to perform a ballet solo for Qinshen. Of course, it was not up to her to decide what to wear at that time, and she was not even sure whether to wear clothes at all. In addition to these two conditions, Qinshen also put forward several conditions. In order to save people, Gu Qingyan had no choice but to agree to them one by one. That's why Qinshen suddenly broke in. When he saw Qinshen, Xiao Hong was stunned. He hadn't forgotten Qinshen's appearance at all, and even dreamed of Qinshen when he had nightmares these 2 days. Isn't this the gunman? Why is he here? You. Xiao Hong looked at Qinshen in horror, his legs trembling. What are you standing there for? Go save them. Qinshen looked indifferently at Gu Qingyan and Yi Qingdai beside him. Gu Qingyan finally reacted and quickly rescued the person from Xiao Hong with Yi Qingdai. Teacher Wu, are you okay? Gu Qingyan asked worriedly. At this moment, Teacher Wu's face was covered in blood and he looked extremely weak. I'm fine. Qingyan, I'm relieved to see that you're okay too. Teacher Wu said with relief. At this time, Xiao Hong had put away his arrogant expression and said with a hint of flattery, Brother, what do you like? Women or supplies? I'll take you there right away. Don't worry, take your pick. As he spoke, he picked out a woman from the crowd and said, Look, this woman is also very beautiful and very obedient. She will do whatever you ask her to do. Seeing Qinshen's half-smile, he quickly threw the female teacher aside and pulled out another one. If you're not satisfied, take a look at this one. I haven't touched this one yet. It's original. If you like it, take it away. Oh, you're so generous? Qinshen was playful. Xiao Hong complimented him. Brother, you've got both Gu Qingyan and Yi Qingdai. I can see you like playing with them too. Isn't that a coincidence? I also like to study these things. I've recently researched several ways to play them. We can discuss them. Qinshen pulled out his shotgun and, while playing with it in his hands, said, You are worthy of communicating with me with such despicable tactics? Who do you think you are? When he saw the shotgun, Xiao Hong knelt down immediately. The last time I saw Qinshen, wasn't he holding a pistol? How did he change his musket to a cannon? I was wrong. I'm not qualified to communicate with you. You can make the most beautiful female teacher in the school, so well behaved. Your skills must be far superior to mine. Xiao Hong has been wandering for half his life, never finding a wise master. Meeting you today is truly a great honor. If you don't mind, I would like to take you as my adoptive father, Xiao Hong said respectfully. As soon as these words came out, Qinshen's eyes widened. Having been lingering in the apocalypse until now, ordinary things can no longer affect his spiritual heart. But Xiao Hong's actions still dealt him a heavy blow. I'm only in my early 20s, and you want me to have more sons out of thin air? Qinshen asked in disbelief. You call yourself lousy. It seems that you have recognized me as your adopted son. Godfather, please accept my son's greetings. As he said this, Xiao Hong was about to kowtow to Qinshen. Qinshen was speechless by this guy. Pull out the shotgun. Bang! With one shot, Xiao Hong was instantly covered in blood. Why? Xiao Hong asked in shock, spitting blood and foaming at the mouth. What the hell are you asking? Even if I cut this thing up, I wouldn't have a useless son like you. Qinshen said disdainfully. Chapter 79 Live Well. At this moment, Teacher Wu, who was supported by Gu Qingyan, suddenly rushed out. Teacher Wu, Gu Qingyan exclaimed, and saw Teacher Wu pounce on Xiao Hong. She opened her mouth and bit Xiao Hong's neck directly. Xiao Hong was shot in the chest and was only breathing his last breath. He had no strength to resist. Teacher Wu took a bite, as if using all his strength. The artery on Xiao Hong's neck was bitten and blood spurted out immediately. Teacher Wu's face was splashed with blood, but he seemed not to care and continued to bite. Xiao Hong had already died, with his eyes wide open until his death. Teacher Wu, don't bite him, he's already dead. Gu Qingyan hurriedly advised. After hearing this, Teacher Wu slowly opened his mouth and stood up. At this time, her upper body was covered in blood, and her clothes were soaked in blood. She looked like a ghost crawling out of hell. Teacher Wu, it's okay, don't be afraid. Gu Qingyan said cautiously. But at this moment, a smile suddenly appeared on Teacher Wu's face. Qingyan, live well. After saying that, she turned around and jumped out of the window. Don't want. Gu Qingyan screamed, but Teacher Wu had already jumped out of the window. 2 seconds later, there was a dull thud of something heavy falling downstairs. Teacher Wu. Gu Qingyan leaned against the window and looked downstairs. I saw Teacher Wu lying on the concrete floor, surrounded by blood. Teacher Wu, she can be said to have avenged herself before she died. She died without regrets. Yi Qingdai hurriedly advised. Can't you accept someone's death? Qinshen snorted coldly. This is the end of the world, not playing house. Death is the most normal thing. Gu Qingyan looked dejected. When I first came to school, It was Teacher Wu who helped me with the paperwork. She's like a sister to me. Qin Shin stepped forward and lifted Gu Qingyan's chin. So what? In the end times, it's just the law of the jungle. If you had your own strength, Wang Dazhu wouldn't have dared to attack you, and Teacher Wu wouldn't have died. But you're just an ordinary person. Apart from being good-looking, you don't have any abilities. If you want to survive and protect the people around you, you must improve your strength. Do you understand? I'll give you 1 minute. If you can't convince yourself, then jump with her. After saying that, Qin Shin turned and left the meeting room. Yi Qingdai gently hugged Gu Qingyan's shoulders and said, Teacher Gu, although Qin Shin is cruel, he is right. Now is the end of the world, order has collapsed, and human life is worthless. If we don't make ourselves stronger, sooner or later we will become the souls of the dead under the knife of others. When I was betrayed by Fan Jiehui and Sun Min, I had already thought it through. I can't trust anyone in this world except myself. After hearing Yi Qingdai's words, Gu Qingyan's expression slowly returned to calm. She stuck her head out and took another look at Teacher Wu's body. At this moment, an orange wild cat as big as a tiger slowly walked over, picked up Teacher Wu's body, and quickly ran away, leaving only a pool of blood. Teacher Wu, when you told me to live well, is that what you meant? Gu Qingyan murmured to herself, then wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Let's go. He's still waiting for us outside. Gu Qingyan sighed and was about to take Yi Qingdai out when the female teachers suddenly surrounded them. Teacher Gu, that guy is very powerful, isn't he? Since we were colleagues before, please take us away with you. Yeah, that security guard named Wang Dazhu is a complete lunatic. He beat the principal to a cripple these past 2 days and also toyed with many female teachers. This place is hell. Teacher Gu, we are all women. We should help each other. Please help us. Everyone pleaded. Gu Qingyan glanced at everyone and said calmly, helping each other? Just now, when Teacher Wu asked you to work together to deal with Qiu Hong, why did you all hide behind? Now that Qiu Hong is dead and Teacher Wu is also dead, you want to help each other again? It's too late. After she finished speaking, she stared straight at the female teachers who were blocking her way. If you don't get out of the way, I'll call Qin Shin in. He's not as easy to talk to as I am. If he sees you like this, he will definitely not let you go. Hearing Gu Qingyan's threat, many people showed surprise in their eyes. You know, Gu Qingyan used to be famous for her soft nature and easy talking. Everyone knew her character, so they took advantage of Qin Shin's absence to plead with her in a nice way. I didn't expect Gu Qingyan to not care about their life or death at all, and even say such words. Frightened by Qin Shin's brutal behavior, everyone made way. Gu Qingyan didn't look away and left the meeting room with Yi Qingdai. Behind him, several disdainful voices were heard. Tisk, why are you pretending? Isn't it because she slept with others that she's able to survive until now? Does she really think she's so noble? That's right. Maybe she's been played around with by someone a long time ago. Can't you see that they don't care about her at all? She's just as disgusting as that Teacher Wu. They're both sluts who have been slept with by men. Gu Qingyan trembled when she heard what everyone said. Yi Qingdai quickly grabbed her arm. Teacher Gu. I'm fine. Gu Qingyan gritted her teeth and walked out of the meeting room. Outside the door, Qin Shun was leaning against the wall, looking at a promotional photo on the wall with interest. Best Female Teacher of the Year, Gu Qingyan. I didn't expect you to win this kind of award? Qin Shin asked with a smile. In the promotional photo, Gu Qingyan is wearing a suit and looks serious, with a few lines of text next to her introducing her teaching achievements. Gu Qingyan said calmly, this award was voted on by all the students in the school. I'm pretty good looking, so I got a lot of votes. At the time, I was often scolded behind my back for this. After she finished speaking, she looked at Qin Shun with a sharp gaze. Can I borrow your shotgun? Qin Shun casually handed the gun to Gu Qingyan. There are still more than a dozen bullets. If they are not enough, I have more here. Gu Qingyan was somewhat puzzled by Qin Shin's decisive attitude. Aren't you afraid that I'll take your gun and kill you? Gu Qingyan asked. Qin Shun walked up to Gu Qingyan, hooked her chin with his fingers, and forced her to raise her head. You may not know this, but I've met so many people that I'm very good at judging people. You won't attack me, Qin Shin said. Under Qin Shin's gaze, Gu Qingyan quickly gave in and turned her head slightly to avoid Qin Shin's gaze. Then, she took the shotgun from Qin Shun and said, give me 2 minutes, I'll be back soon. After finishing speaking, Gu Qingyan picked up the gun and said to Yi Qingdai, come with me, I'll show you another side of my teacher. Qin Shin leaned against the wall and watched with interest as the teacher and student pair returned to the conference room. Chapter 80, Gu Qingyan's Killing Spree. In the conference room, the female teachers were discussing what to do next. Although Qiu Hong is dead, there is still Wang Dazhu. This person possesses special abilities, and they have no way to fight against him. Just then, Gu Qingyan pushed open the door of the conference room. Why did you come back? Were you abandoned by someone? Someone said sarcastically. But the next moment, everyone shut up after seeing the gun in her hand. Bang! With a gunshot, the two female teachers standing in front fell down. Gu Qingyan, what do you want to do? Everyone was stunned by this scene. Just now I suddenly realized that in this world, the only way to survive is to kill people. After saying that, Gu Qingyan pulled the trigger again. The two female teachers who had no time to escape fell down. Ah, run. Gu Qingyan has gone crazy and killed people. Everyone screamed and fled in all directions. But the back door of the conference room had been locked long ago, and Gu Qingyan was blocking the front door. After everyone ran out 2 steps, they found that there was no way to escape. Everyone turned around and found Gu Qingyan approaching step by step. Thump. Some people were so scared that they knelt down in front of Gu Qingyan. Don't kill me. Teacher Gu, I never said anything bad about you. Teacher Gu, we have no grudges against each other. Please forgive me. Everyone begged for mercy. Whoever just cursed me and Teacher Wu behind our backs, please stand up and I can spare the rest of you. Gu Qingyan said lightly. Hearing this, many people showed a glimmer of hope in their eyes. Whoever just cursed Teacher Gu, please get out of here right now, before you put everyone in harm's way. That's right. Do I have to drag everyone down with me for my own mistakes? Someone shouted anxiously. But no matter what, no one stood up. Haha, so this is human nature. After saying that, Gu Qingyan emptied the magazine. As the gunshots rang out, Yi Qingdai, who was standing next to them, was stunned. Gu Qingyan was like a madman killing people, not letting anyone go. Teacher Gu, are you okay? Yi Qingdai asked cautiously from the side. The current Gu Qingyan is so unfamiliar. I'm fine, I just figured out some things. After Gu Qingyan finished speaking, she turned and left. In the conference room, some people were still alive after being shot and were wailing in a pool of blood. However, Gu Qingyan seemed not to have heard it at all and left directly with Yi Qingdai. I've already dealt with the people inside. If you accidentally kill a woman you want to sleep with, you can use my body to pay off your debt. After returning the gun to Qin Shun, Gu Qingyan said lightly. Oh, are you finally getting the idea? Qin Shun teased and looked Gu Qingyan up and down. There was a lot of blood splattered on her skirt, and combined with her stern expression, she looked quite stunning at the moment. It's all just rouge and powder, I don't like it. But I definitely won't miss your taste. After stroking Gu Qingyan's hair, Qin Shun walked towards the principal's lounge with a smile. Gu Qingyan seemed relieved and hurried to catch up. Lu Qing and Su Weiwei saw the whole scene clearly through the telescope. Sister Qing, what's going on? Did Gu Qingyan kill everyone in the conference room? What exactly happened? Su Weiwei said in surprise. I don't know, but it seems that the master is very satisfied with Gu Qingyan's performance. This woman is not simple. Be careful in the future and don't offend her too badly. Lu Qing said lightly. Su Weiwei nodded, but immediately became worried again. Master told me to teach them some rules when I get back. What should I do? If I really teach them a lesson, they won't say bad things about me in front of Master, right? Sister Qing, you have to help me. Lu Qing chuckled. It was the master himself who taught them the rules, so you don't have to worry. Remember, the master's satisfaction is the most important thing. Su Weiwei said, oh, in a confused manner, and then she heard Lu Qing's words. Pay attention, the master and his men are about to enter the principal's office, and Wang Dazhu hasn't shown up yet. Hearing this, Su Weiwei immediately became nervous and pointed the telescope at the principal's office. On the other side, Qin Shin came to the door of the principal's office and fired 3 shots from a distance of about 10 meters. The door lock was smashed directly, and the whole door became shaky. Go open the door. Qin Shin said to Gu Qingyan beside him. Let me do it. Yi Qingdai replied first. But Qin Shin just glared at her coldly. You have the ability to heal. If something happens, won't my work be in vain? For him, appearance is just a threshold to enter. Ability is the most important. Qingdai, let me go. As he spoke, Gu Qingyan took a deep breath, walked forward, and pushed open the office door. After carefully looking around, he turned around and said, No one. Qin Shun waved his hand, and Gu Qingyan immediately returned to his side. Since he's not in the office, he must be in the lounge. Qin Shun looked towards a side door in the office. According to what Gu Qingyan had provided earlier, that room should be the principal's lounge. There was a lot of noise when he shot Xiu Hong just now, and then Gu Qingyan emptied another magazine. Even if Wang Dazhu was deaf, he should have sensed something was wrong. But he hasn't come out yet, which can only mean one thing. This person is hiding, looking for an opportunity. Wang Dazhu, if you don't come out, I'll set fire to it. Qin Shin shouted. He had seen the video of the other party's attack, so there was no need to risk going in and engaging in close combat with the other party. The principal's lounge is only about 10 square meters. If there are miscellaneous items piled up at the door and a fire is set on it, it will definitely suffocate the people inside. Seeing no response from inside, Qin Shun directly took out a blanket, soaked it slightly, lit it with fire, and threw it at the door of the principal's lounge. As the blanket burned, thick smoke billowed out. Qin Shun calmly took out a fan, pointed it in the direction of the principal's lounge, and pressed the maximum gear. Seeing this scene, Yi Qingdai and Gu Qingyan were speechless. This is pure torture. However, although the means are not very glorious, the effect is obvious. Wang Dazhu inside finally spoke. Boy, there are several students and teachers in my room. If you are not afraid of their death, go ahead and set it on fire. Wang Dazhu shouted from inside. Black smoke poured in from the crack in the door, and Wang Dazhu panicked. He thought Qin Shun was really going to set fire, so he quickly threatened him. Qin Shun chuckled. I've already killed everyone outside, so why would I care about these few? I'll just find a few to bury with you. You'll have to thank me after you get down. Hearing this, Wang Dazhu was speechless. After a few seconds, the door finally opened. Chapter 81: The Power of Sniper Rifles. Qin Shun put out the flames on the blanket with a basin of water. The first person to walk out of the smoke and dust was not Wang Dazhu, but a slim figure, who was Su Tu's dream goddess, Ran Jing. Speaking of which, Qin Shun is no stranger to this woman. He saw it when he went to rescue Su Tu. He was naked and tied to the door with an iron chain by Qiu Hong. But she didn't expect that when Qiu Hong escaped to the administrative building, he brought her with him. Kid, I advise you to be careful. It would be terrible if you shoot and injure innocent students and teachers. Wang Dazhu shouted loudly. But as soon as he finished speaking, the shotgun in Qin Shun's hand rang out. There was a loud bang. Ran Jing, who had just walked out of the door, was pushed back into the door by a huge impact force. Her body was riddled with bullet holes, her eyes were wide open, and she had no idea why she died until the moment she died. Yu. In the lounge, Wang Dazhu was stunned when he saw the corpse at his feet. It's already this late. Moral blackmail won't work on me. Come out here, I'm going to ask you 2 questions. If you satisfy me, maybe I can let you go. Qin Shun said lightly. Inside the door, Wang Dazhu looked conflicted. He really couldn't understand. Since he awakened, he had been hiding in the administrative building and had never offended this gunman. Why did he have to cause trouble for him? Ran Jing had been beaten to death, and the only 2 hostages left in his hands were the principal Ding Qiwen and his wife Gu Xilian. If it were under normal circumstances, with hostages in his hands, no one would dare to act rashly against him. But it happens that it is the end of the world now, and we have encountered Qin Shun, a psychopath, so the hostages are of no use at all. That's right. In Wang Dazhu's eyes, Qin Shun is a psychopath. If he was a normal person, how could he have shot the harmless Ran Jing? Just as he was thinking about it, the sound of Qin Shun's countdown was heard outside the door. I'll only count to 3. If you don't come out, I'll have to set it on fire. Your ability can't withstand the flames, right? 3, 2. Qin Shun started counting down directly. The threat of arson just now was just a test. If Wang Dazhu was not afraid of smoke and fire, he would never open the door. It's a very simple truth. Since he opened the door for negotiations, it means he is afraid of fire. Since it is afraid of fire, it is likely that its defense is not very good. This gave Qin Shun confidence immediately. Inside the room, Wang Dazhu spat angrily, his face full of murderous intent. But Qin Shun had the turtle in the jar, and he had no way to escape. You just said that you wouldn't kill me as long as I go out and answer 2 questions for you. I hope you won't break your promise. As he spoke, Wang Dazhu lifted Gu Xilian and stood in front of him, then walked out slowly. As for Ding Qiwen, who was tortured half to death by him, he was thrown into the lounge. Wang Dazhu carefully took Gu Xilian out of the lounge and looked at her cautiously. After seeing that only Qin Shun had a weapon in his hand, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. When Gu Qingyan saw the appearance of the 2, she couldn't help but exclaimed. Wang Dazhu was fine. He was wearing a worn security uniform. I don't know if this guy is really dedicated to his job or has some special hobby, but he still hasn't changed into clean clothes. But Gu Xilian was in a miserable state. Like Ran Jing, she was naked. What's even more tragic is that she never gave in, so she was tortured by Wang Dazhu and her body was covered with scars. Many of the scars are still bleeding slowly, which is really shocking. Director Gu Qingyan gritted her teeth and shouted. Gu Xilian slowly raised her head and gave Gu Qingyan a smile that was even more miserable than crying. Wang Dazhu moved towards the window, trying to keep a distance from Qin Shun. He stared intently at the shotgun in Qin Shun's hand and said, "We have no grudges in the past or in the present. You've killed so many people, so there's no need to kill me too, right? If you have any questions, you can ask them now, and I promise to answer them truthfully. Qinshan estimated Wang Daju's position. It is quite close to the window, and should be within Lu Qing's shooting range. First question, did you gain your superpowers after eating the fruit of the mutant plant? Qinshan asked. At present, he knows of only one way to obtain superpowers, which is to eat the fruits of mutant plants, but it does not rule out other ways to obtain superpowers, so this issue must be determined first. Certainly, Wang Daju said affirmatively. The second question is, show your strength. Qinshan said lightly. Show your strength? What do you mean? Wang Daju was slightly stunned. Have you never been to elementary school? You can't understand such simple words? Of course it means literally. Qinshan taunted. Wang Daju's face turned dark, and he almost burst into cursing. But looking at the shotgun in Qinshan's hand, he swallowed his words. He didn't know if he could withstand the gun in Qinshan's hand, so he could only endure it. Hurry up, don't force me to do it. You won't survive even if someone stands in front of you at such a close distance. Qinshan urged. Hearing this, Wang Daju slowly threw Gu Zhaoyan aside. Seeing that Qinshan really had no intention of shooting, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, I'll show you. Wang Daju walked to the window, then made a Bagwazang stance and punched the wall. With a loud bang, the wall was punched through by his punch, and a piece of it collapsed. Qinshan couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this scene. This power is so powerful that it is not an exaggeration to call it the power that can split gold and shatter rocks. If it hits a person, it might penetrate the person directly. This is just my first ability. Actually, I have awakened 2 abilities. I will show them to you now. Wang Daju said this, and took 2 steps forward seemingly casually. At this moment, Qinshan curled his lips into a cold smile, took out his walkie-talkie, and said coldly, shoot. Wang Daju was stunned. The next moment, he seemed to suddenly understand something and turned his head to look out the window. At the same time, a bullet shattered the glass and went straight through Wang Daju's chest with a whistling sound. The spinning bullet, with great force, created a huge hole in Wang Daju's chest, almost splitting him in half. Qinshan was very satisfied with this result. As expected of Barrett, whose damage has increased 5-fold, even those with superpowers are so vulnerable. You, how did you know I was going to launch a sneak attack? Wang Daju stared at Qinshan blankly, trying hard to squeeze out a word from his throat. He was indeed an awakened superpower, as he was still breathing even after suffering such serious injuries. Qinshan took 2 steps forward, squatted in front of Wang Daju, and laughed. One fruit can only awaken one superpower. Do you think I'm stupid? Besides, if you have special abilities, why don't you hide them? Why do you have to show them to me? Are you showing off? After saying that, Qinshan stood up and pointed the muzzle of the shotgun at Wang Daju's head. Study more in your next life, and at least complete the 9 years of compulsory education. Got it. At this moment, Wang Daju seemed to remember something and said quickly, don't kill me. I have a secret. Before he could finish his words, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Chapter 82 News about the mutated fruit. This scene made Qinshan a little dumbfounded. He fainted in the middle of the sentence. Isn't this just keeping people in suspense? Fortunately, he has corresponding means. Come here and heal him. Qinshan waved to Yi Qingdai. At this moment, Wang Daju just fainted due to excessive blood loss and was not dead yet. With Yi Qingdai's special ability, she should be able to cure Wang Daju. It is also a good opportunity to test the therapeutic effect of Yi Qingdai's healing ability on people with special abilities. Yi Qingdai walked obediently in front of Wang Daju and stretched out her hands towards him. The next moment, a light green energy slowly flowed out of Yi Qingdai's body and entered Wang Daju's body. After a moment, Yi Qingdai's eyes went dark, she couldn't even stand, and fainted. Fortunately, Qinshan was quick to support Yi Qingdai. He handed Yi Qingdai to Gu Qingyan, then looked at Wang Daju, who was lying on the ground. What's somewhat miraculous is that although Wang Daju's chest has recovered a little, there is still a fist-sized hole. I don't know whether Yi Qingdai's ability is not strong enough or the sniper rifle's damage is too high. But Qinshan didn't care about this. He raised his foot and stepped hard on Wang Daju's chest. Wang Daju groaned, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and slowly opened his eyes. Hey, I'm not dead, Wang Daju said in surprise. I saved you, so you won't die for now. Go on, what's your secret? Qinshan asked. Wang Daju hesitated. If I tell you, you have to let me go. Qinshan nodded. No problem, I am a trustworthy person. After receiving Qinshan's assurance, Wang Daju finally breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, the cafeteria manager Meng Hao also got a fruit from a mutant plant. Hearing this, Qinshan's eyes lit up. Real? Qinshan asked. It's absolutely true. He even took a photo and showed it to me, Wang Dezhu said with a solemn vow. But then, Qin Shin frowned. He has already eaten the fruit. So what's the use of this information? If the other person is a good-looking woman, after eating the fruit, he might reluctantly accept her into his team. But the cafeteria manager Meng Hao is a man, and he doesn't have that kind of hobby. Hearing Qin Shin's words, Wang Dezhu shook his head repeatedly. He hasn't eaten the fruit yet. I lied to him and told him that he had to process it in a special way before he could eat it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to gain supernatural powers. After hearing this, Qin Shin understood. Meng Hao obtained the fruit of a mutant plant, but was unsure how to gain superpowers, so he came to ask Wang Dezhu. Wang Dezhu lied to him that the fruit had to be processed using special methods before it could be eaten, and then he waited for an opportunity to seize the mutant fruit from the other party. However, Wang Dezhu didn't expect that he would appear out of nowhere, so he had to tell the secret to save his life. Little brother, with your strength, it will be no problem to snatch the mutant fruit from Meng Hao. This message of mine is equivalent to giving you a mutant fruit directly. Please spare my life. Wang Dezhu begged for mercy. Qin Shin nodded. This information is indeed very valuable. Hearing this, Wang Dezhu's face lit up with joy. But the next moment, the black muzzle of a gun was pressed against his forehead. What does this mean? Didn't you say that if I tell you the secret, you'll let me go? Wang Dezhu was shocked and angry, and asked loudly. It's the end of the world. Why are you still so naive? Do I have to do what I promised? Qin Shin said disdainfully. Wang Dezhu opened his eyes wide, his eyes full of disbelief. I'm really fast at solving inequality problems. I finish them in seconds. Qin Shin said with satisfaction. With a bang, Wang Dezhu's head split like a watermelon. Fortunately, Qin Shin dodged quickly, otherwise his shoes would have been stained with disgusting things. After confirming that Wang Dezhu was dead, Qin Shin called Lu Qing and Su Weiwei over via the intercom. Seeing how Wang Dezhu died, the two women couldn't help but feel shocked. Originally, I came here to kill Wang Dezhu just to test the power of the weapon, and then I was going back to the community. But Wang Dezhu told me a secret before he died. There is a mutant fruit in the cafeteria. I have to go there. After saying that, Qin Shin looked at Su Weiwei. Yi Qingdai just used her supernatural power. You and Gu Qingyan take her to the temporary underground shelter first. Lu Qing and I will go with you. The women nodded. Just as he was about to leave, Gu Qingyan suddenly said, Master Qin, can I use your gun? Seeing Qin Shin frowning slightly, she quickly explained, Director Gu is so seriously injured, I'm afraid she won't live long. I want to give her a ride. Hearing Gu Qingyan's words, everyone turned their heads to look at Gu Xiaoyan, who was lying on the ground. Gu Xiaoyan was seen covered in wounds and looked very weak. If you ask me to take her back and wait until tomorrow to let Yi Qingdai treat her, I will definitely not agree. But you want to give her a ride, which is a reasonable request. As he spoke, Qin Shin handed the gun to Gu Qingyan. Gu Qingyan walked up to Gu Xiaoyan with a shotgun and sighed. Director Gu, you've always taken good care of me. This is the only way I can repay you now. I'm sorry. Gu Xiaoyan seemed to have a last glimmer of life. She raised her head slightly and said two words with all her strength. Thank you. Hearing this, Gu Qingyan closed his eyes and pulled the trigger. Gu Xiaoyan's head was smashed and she died without any pain. Gu Qingyan originally wanted to go to the lounge to see Ding Qiwen off, but when she arrived at the lounge, she found that Ding Qiwen had already passed away. Hey, Principal Ding, Director Gu, goodbye. Gu Qingyan shook her head and returned to Qin Shin. She was about to return the gun to Qin Shin, but Qin Shin took out a shotgun. You guys keep this gun for self-defense, I have another one. Infinite ammo, skill, each gun can be copied 3 times. If Qin Shin wanted, he could even cosplay as an old lady with 2 guns. After the tasks were assigned, the few of them just reached the first floor, but were blocked by a group of male teachers. Hey, you guys are still here? Qin Shin said in surprise. When he came to the administrative building just now, he saw several bodies of male teachers in the lobby on the first floor. He thought that the male teachers had an internal conflict and all ran away. Unexpectedly, the survivor not only did not run away, but also blocked his way. Brother, please leave us some food. Wang Dezhu wants to kill us all and only gave us a little food. If we don't eat anymore, we won't survive. The middle-aged man in the lead begged bitterly. He looked to be in his 40s or 50s, and he didn't feel awkward at all when calling Qin Shin big brother. In the end times, whoever has the strength will be the boss. It's not me who withheld your food, nor did I ask you to kill each other. Why are you looking for me for this? Qin Shin waved his hand and said, Get lost while I'm still in a good mood. Chapter 83 Administration Building, Total Destruction. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's faces changed. They didn't expect Qin Shen to be so difficult to talk to and told them to get out right away. At this time, someone looked at Gu Qinyan. Teacher Gu, please speak up for us. If we don't eat, we'll starve to death. Yes, Mr. Gu, you can't just stand by and watch someone die. Everyone knew that Gu Qinyan was easy to talk to, so they pointed the finger at her. Qin Shen turned around and looked at Gu Qinyan, wanting to know how she would answer. If I'm not mistaken, you were the ones who killed those male teachers, right? You just killed someone, and now you're showing off in front of me. Do you think I'll sympathize with you? Gu Qinyan said lightly. Everyone looked quite unhappy. Someone angrily said, we wanted to go out and steal food, but they said we couldn't rob people. If we steal other people's food, they won't be able to survive. This behavior is tantamount to murder. Shouldn't they be killed? That's right. This kind of saint doesn't deserve to live. They are seeking death themselves. We have already given them a chance. The crowd shouted indignantly. Gu Qinyan shook her head. In the end times, with their ideas, they really can't survive. But if I don't help you, I'm also practicing the same philosophy as you, right? Hearing this, everyone was stunned, because they found that Gu Qinyan's approach was indeed in line with their logic. That is selfishness, living at all costs. Bang bang bang. Applause suddenly broke out in the hall. Teacher Gu is worthy of being a teacher. He learns things quickly. He has mastered the rules of the apocalypse so quickly. Amazing, Qin Shen said with satisfaction. At this moment, Gu Qinyan pointed at Qin Shen again and added to the crowd. See, this is my master. Every word he says is a rule that I must abide by. Even if I wanted to give you supplies, I couldn't do it without his permission. Hearing this, everyone was stunned again. Is Gu Qinyan crazy? She actually pointed at a young boy and said that this was her master? How is this played? However, since Gu Qinyan had already spoken, everyone's attention shifted to Qin Shen. Boy, since talking to you nicely doesn't work, then we can only use force against you. We know you have a gun, but we are not vegetarians either. As they spoke, everyone took out a few plastic buckets and held them to their chests. See, it's gasoline. If you dare to shoot, the worst that can happen is that everyone will die together. The male teachers standing in the front looked like crazy, laughing triumphantly. Qin Shen spread his hands helplessly. I don't even want to talk to you, a bunch of teachers. You didn't just come up with the idea of using gasoline, did you? The gatekeepers are smarter than you. Qin Shen complained. He's not bragging. When in the community, the property manager Chao Long immediately thought of using gasoline. He was more hands-on than the teachers and made an incendiary bomb with gasoline. The fire burned down the entire supermarket and directly changed the power structure in the community. In Qin Shen's eyes, these are all child's play. Humph, you're still being stubborn. There are so many of us, and you don't dare to use a gun. I don't believe you can. Swish. Before the man could finish his words, a crossbow arrow pierced his head. His eyes widened, and he fell straight down. He probably didn't know how he died until he died. You, how come you still have a crossbow? Everyone was stunned. After all the calculations, I didn't expect Qin Shen to have cold weapons in his hands. Swish, swish. 2 cold lights swept with the sound of the wind, taking away 2 more lives. Everyone looked closely and saw that the 2 beauties behind Qin Shen had taken out a crossbow at some point. To be honest, I'm not good with guns. Crossbows are the most accurate. As he spoke, Qin Shen shot another arrow, taking away a life. He really didn't lie when he said this. When the end of the world first came, he hid at home and practiced with his crossbow for a long time. He could almost hit whatever he pointed at within 20 meters. It was only after guns became available that people gave up using crossbows. Meeting these people today gave him a chance to perform. Don't be afraid, brothers. They only have 3 crossbows. If we attack them together, they will definitely not be their match. Someone shouted through gritted teeth. But just as he finished speaking, a crossbow arrow pierced his forehead. You're so nagging. If you want to do something, hurry up. If you want to run, it will be too late if you don't run now. Qin Shen reminded with a smile. Seeing the corpses lying at their feet, how could anyone have the courage to attack Qin Shen? A dozen people ran without hesitation. But without the gasoline barrel for protection, Qin Shen directly took out the shotgun. Bang, bang, bang. 1 shot can take at least 1 life. In just a few seconds, almost everyone fell in a pool of blood. At this time, looking at the last figure, Qin Shen handed the shotgun in his hand to Gu Qinyan. Gu Qinyan took aim and fired in one go without any hesitation. The man who had just run out of the first-floor door didn't have time to be happy before he felt a sharp pain in his chest. At the moment of falling, a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. This is the existence that killed the superpower. Why did they come to provoke Qin Shen? But now, it's too late to say anything. Of the 20 or so people, none survived. Qin Shun put away the shotgun that Gu Qingyan handed back to him and touched Gu Qingyan's face with satisfaction. You did well today. I guess I'll have to give you a reward when I get back. Qin Shun said. This woman, ever since she saw teacher Wu commit suicide and the deaths of Gu Zhaoyan and others, seemed to have figured something out, and her words and actions became much more pleasant than before. Thank you, master. Gu Qingyan said expressionlessly. Okay, perfect job. Qin Shun clapped his hands and led the women into the underground tunnel. Before leaving, Gu Qingyan looked back again. The blood underground has gathered together, and the scarlet color is glaring. If the calculation was correct, she was the only one who survived in the entire administrative building. Lu Qing patted her shoulder and said, Let's go. The end of the world is so cruel. Gu Qingyan sighed and followed the others into the tunnel. Back in the temporary underground shelter, Gu Qingyan and Su Weiwei were left behind to take care of the unconscious Yi Qingdai. Qin Shun took Lu Qing and headed to the cafeteria without stopping. At the same time, Meng Hao and Li Qingfeng were also on a video call. Mr. Li, I just received news that the administrative building has been destroyed by that gunman. There were dozens of gunshots. I don't think there are many survivors left. Meng Hao said in a deep voice. What? Li Qingfeng jumped up from his stool. Didn't Wang Dazhu already have superpowers? Even he's no match for that gunman. Chapter 84 Cold Storage Robbery. If Wang Dazhu were still alive, how could he tolerate that gunman going on a killing spree in the administration building? But what I want to know now is the gunman's purpose. There are no supplies in the administration building. Why would he go there and kill people? Meng Hao muttered to himself with a frown on his face. Do you think it's possible that he just kills people for fun? Li Qingfeng speculated. Meng Hao sighed. How did Li Qingfeng become the boss? I always feel like he is a little bit stupid. If the gunman really wanted to kill people for fun, would he have risked his life to go to the administration building? There are many mutant plants around the administrative building, and you can die if you are not careful. Moreover, there is a Wang Dazhu who has acquired superpowers in the administrative building. Isn't he afraid of being killed by Wang Dazhu? So, Qin Shun must have his purpose for going to the administrative building, but they just don't know it yet. Just then, Meng Hao's office was suddenly pushed open. Manager Meng, something bad has happened. Someone is causing trouble. One of the men shouted anxiously. Young Master Li, I have something to deal with. I'll talk to you later. After Meng Hao hung up the video, he frowned and looked at his men. What's the rush? Didn't I tell you long ago that when encountering problems, you can't rush? You need to be calm. The subordinate took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Manager Meng, our food has been stolen. Upon hearing this, Meng Hao jumped up from his seat and made a move comparable to that of a professional hurdler, leaping over the desk. What did you say? Meng Hao grabbed his subordinate by the collar and questioned in disbelief. Manager Meng, please don't be anxious. Didn't you say that you should stay calm when encountering problems? With a loud slap, Meng Hao slapped his subordinate directly. I'm calm. Your mother. After saying that, he kicked open the office door and rushed towards the cold storage. Upon seeing this, his men immediately covered their faces and chased after him with a look of grievance. When Meng Hao arrived at the cold storage, quite a few people had already gathered at the door. Get out of here. Meng Hao pushed the person blocking his way away. When he saw the situation inside the cold storage, he was stunned. There was still a small amount of supplies left in the cold storage, enough to sustain them for more than a month. But now, the cold storage is bare, as if someone had done a thorough cleaning, leaving not even a single vegetable leaf. Can anyone tell me what is going on? Meng Hao was furious and roared loudly. Everyone looked at each other, and no one answered his question. At this moment, Meng Hao looked around and shouted in a deep voice, Where's Li Zhao? Tell him to come over here. Li Zhao was his favorite subordinate. After the end of the world, Meng Hao could not trust anyone else, so he sent Li Zhao to personally guard the door of the cold storage. It takes time to empty the cold storage. No matter what, we must first find Li Zhao and ask him. But at this time, one of his men whispered, Manager Meng, Li Zhao seems to have run away. We didn't see him. Someone in the crowd shouted again. Yes, it seems his 2 followers are missing too. Hearing this, Meng Hao was shocked. He quickly gathered everyone together and began to call the roll. In the end, including Li Zhao, a total of 7 people were missing from the cafeteria. Li Zhao, I'll fuck your ancestors. Meng Hao roared to the sky. If he still doesn't know how the supplies disappeared, he might as well just kill himself. It is definitely Li Zhao who is a traitor and stole the supplies. Check the surveillance. Check immediately. I want to know where he ran off to. Meng Hao ordered. At this moment, 2 figures walked into the cafeteria door. Qin Shun was slightly stunned when he saw dozens of people standing neatly in the cafeteria hall. What's this for? A welcoming parade? Qin Shun asked doubtfully. Hearing Qin Shun's words, everyone looked over. Who the hell are you? How dare you come to my place without saying hello in advance? I think you are tired of living. Meng Hao said angrily. He was very angry at the moment, and when he saw someone trespassing into his territory, he immediately picked up the golf club at hand. To be honest, he doesn't know how to play golf at all. He bought this set of clubs just to show off, but he didn't expect it to be so useful as a weapon. However, just as Meng Hao took 2 steps, a deafening gunshot rang out. Qin Shin suddenly had a shotgun in his hand and fired a shot at the ceiling. Ah, he has a gun. Run. Someone's killing me. Seeing the shotgun in Qin Shin's hand, everyone immediately fled in all directions. But the next moment, Lu Qing fired 2 shots at the people running in front. Several people fell to the ground in an instant. Some hugged their thighs and wailed. Some had blood foaming at the mouth, and it was obvious that they were no longer able to survive. Whoever moves again will die, Lu Qing said coldly, like an emotionless killing machine. Everyone was frightened and stopped, staring blankly at Qin Shun and the others. That's right, cooperate with me. I'm a kind person and don't like killing people, Qin Shun said with a smile. Although there was no reaction on everyone's faces, they were already cursing in their hearts. He killed more than 10 people as soon as he showed up. Is that how you say he doesn't like killing people? You are the gunman who massacred the administrative building? Meng Hao slowly put down the golf club in his hand and asked cautiously. TSK, how can you talk like that? What do you mean I massacred the administration building? That's because they refused to cooperate and thought I was unreasonable, so I sent them to see God and let God help them judge the situation, Qin Shin said casually. Hearing this, Meng Hao's expression changed slightly. Since this person did not deny it, it means that everyone in the administrative building was killed. There were dozens of people in the administrative building, including a person with special abilities. This person was so cruel that he didn't let anyone go. Stop talking nonsense. Hand over the mutant fruit, and I'll let you go, Qin Shin said to Meng Hao. He came here with only one purpose, which was to get the fruit of the mutant plant. As for Meng Hao's life, it doesn't matter at all. Meng Hao's expression suddenly turned ugly. Qin Shin frowned. You haven't eaten it yet? Hearing this, Meng Hao waved his hands repeatedly. No, I didn't eat it. After saying this, he revealed a constipated look. I was just afraid the fruit would go bad, so I sealed it with plastic wrap and hid it in the cold storage, but the cold storage was robbed today. Stolen? Qin Shin's face showed a look of surprise. How could something so important be stolen? How come the powerful leaders in the campus are more useless than each other? Seeing that Qin Shin seemed about to get angry, Meng Hao quickly explained, Brother, don't worry. I'm the only one who knows about this. The person who stole the supplies probably hasn't discovered it yet. As long as we find him, we can definitely get the things back. Qin Shin pointed his gun at Meng Hao. What are you waiting for? Find him. Meng Hao was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Brother, I don't know where he went. Give me some time. I'll check it out right away. As he was speaking, his cell phone suddenly rang. Catch, Qin Shin said lightly. Meng Hao carefully took out his cell phone and was stunned when he saw the caller. It's Li Zhao. Big brother, he's the one who stole my supplies. Having said that, Meng Hao quickly answered the phone. Chapter 85 Lu Qing fights alone. Li Zhao, what the hell are you doing? Do you think you can survive after stealing my supplies? Meng Hao started cursing. Manager Meng, now that things have come to this, I'll be honest with you. Li Qingfeng has already promised me that as long as I bring the supplies over, he will let me be his deputy. I'm almost at the boys' dormitory. For the sake of our previous friendship, I'm kindly reminding you to run away quickly. Otherwise, if the group of people down there find out that the supplies are gone, they'll tear you to pieces. Huh, Li Zhao said proudly. Meng Hao's hands were shaking with anger. Li Zhao, how have I treated you unfairly? You're the second in command in the cafeteria. What good will it do you to go there? Li Zhao snorted coldly. Meng Hao, since you can't figure it out, I'll make it clear today. Yes, ostensibly I'm the second in command here in the cafeteria, but when have you ever listened to my advice? I asked you to make some weapons to increase your combat power, but you said a kitchen knife would be enough. I told you to trade food for some female college students, but you said you didn't want to offend the forces in the men's dormitory. Fuck, have you ever seen the second in command of any faction only sleep with the lady in the cafeteria every day? And this lady's hands are shaking. Li Zhao's long-suppressed dissatisfaction finally erupted at this moment, and he scolded Meng Hao harshly. Qin Shin glanced at Meng Hao with amusement. This man was the most aggrieved of all the leaders he had ever met. It is estimated that Meng Hao wants to bide his time and wait until the other forces have almost exhausted their supplies before coming out to reap the benefits. This is the same plan he had at the beginning in the community, but he had a powerful weapon in his hand at that time, and he didn't need to support a group of subordinates. How could Meng Hao compare with him? The result was that before other forces could even start a bloody battle, his subordinates rebelled first. Li Zhao, these things can be discussed. Just bring the supplies back first. I promise that everything you say will come true. At worst, you can become the leader of this faction. Meng Hao said humbly. He is now being held at gunpoint by Qin Shan, and if he is not careful, he will be finished. Only by tricking Li Zhao back can he have a chance of survival. Meng Hao, don't say anything. I'm not a fool. It's useless even if you kneel down in front of me now. I've already betrayed you once. Will you forgive me when I go back? Even if you don't kill me now, you'll definitely find a reason to get rid of me later. Okay, I'm already downstairs in the men's dormitory. Young Master Li has prepared several innocent girls for me. I'm going to enjoy them. You can just worry about it. After saying that, Li Zhao didn't even give Meng Hao a chance to speak and hung up the phone. Meng Hao looked panicked and immediately called Li Zhao back. But the call came back with a prompt that the call could not be connected temporarily. Brother, don't worry, I still have a way, Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Meng Hao's voice stopped abruptly. The headless corpse fell to the ground with a thud, and it was extremely bloody. How can I not be anxious? Dilly-dallying is a waste of time. Qin Shan complained and turned away. Go to the boys' dormitory. Qin Shan said to Lu Qing indifferently. After leaving the cafeteria, Lu Qing saw Qin Shan's gloomy face and cautiously advised. Master, according to Meng Hao, others don't know about the mutant fruit yet. You don't have to worry. Qin Shan said coldly. I am upset because these people are too stupid. From the administration building to the cafeteria, and then from the cafeteria to the dormitory building. What's wrong with these people? They can't even save a piece of fruit. Lu Qing quickly said, Master, don't worry. You can rest for a while. I will help you find the fruit. She had to persuade Qin Shan. After all, every time Qin Shan got angry, they were the ones who suffered in the end. At the same time, she couldn't help but hate Li Zhao in her heart. Why steal the mutant fruit when there are so many things to steal? Damn it. Soon, the two arrived at the bottom of the boys' dormitory. Qin Shan was too lazy to go up, so Lu Qing kicked the door open alone with a shotgun. Today she was wearing a short black dress that only covered half of her thighs. The intricate dark patterned skirt, paired with a dark red lace-style leg ring on the thigh, is a perfect match. She was not wearing stockings today, and her long, smooth legs formed a sharp contrast with the black dress, making her extremely eye-catching. The pair of black stiletto heels on her feet stretched the proportions of her calves to an incredible degree. The slender heels made every step she took feel like she was walking on the tip of a knife. There was a hint of danger hidden in her elegance. I have to say, in the past, Lu Qing would never try this style of dressing. After following Qin Shan, perhaps it was a change in her mentality, or perhaps it was Qin Shan's request. No matter what, she began to transform into a clean and neat killer style. When Lu Qing entered the dormitory building, Li Zhao and Li Qingfeng had just met on the top floor. Brotherly, you are older than me, and we are from the same family, so I will call you Brotherly from now on. Don't worry, I'll keep all the promises I made to you. From now on, you will be our second in command. As for women. As he spoke, Li Qingfeng clapped his hands. The next moment, 3 female college students pushed the door open and walked in. The 3 of them looked a little haggard, but it couldn't hide their outstanding looks at all. Li Zhao had been in the cafeteria for a long time and was used to seeing the auntie serving food. When he suddenly saw 3 female college students, his eyes widened. Mr. Li, to be honest, I haven't touched a woman in many days, and now I really can't hold it back any longer. Li Zhao stood up directly, stared at the 3 girls, and couldn't help swallowing. They are indeed female college students. Any one of them is better than those cafeteria aunties. And with his current status and position, he will have more than just these 3 women in the future. Choosing to betray Meng Hao was indeed the right choice. Haha, I understand. I totally understand. Brotherly, all the dormitories on this floor are empty. You can pick anyone you want. Don't worry, I guarantee with my head that no one will disturb you today. Li Qingfeng said with a smile. A nominal position, plus 3 women who were almost ruined by him, was exchanged for half of the cold storage's supplies. This deal is definitely a huge profit for him. Okay, then I won't be polite. Li Zhao rubbed his hands and walked towards the 3 female college students. What are you all standing there for? From now on, you 3 belong to Brotherly. Serve me well. If anyone doesn't pay attention, I'll kill her. Li Qingfeng snorted coldly. The 3 women trembled together, as if they recalled the memory of being tortured by Li Qingfeng. Li Zhao proudly hugged the 3 women in his arms and was about to open the door to go out when a gunshot was heard downstairs. What the hell? What's going on? Li Qingfeng jumped up subconsciously. Chapter 86. Talk too much, die quickly. Could it be that the gunman is coming? Li Zhao said in horror. He also knew there was a gunman on campus who had just massacred the administration building. I just didn't expect that he would arrive at the boys' dormitory at the same time as me. But I don't have anything valuable here. Could it be that he's interested in the supplies you just brought? Li Qingfeng frowned. Including the previous time, the gunman has come twice. Do you really think this is a bus and anyone can get on it? Mr. Li, what should we do? Should we fight our way out? Li Zhao asked. Hearing this, Li Qingfeng glared at Li Zhao as if he were a fool. The thing in his hand is called a gun, not a fire stick. Wouldn't it be courting death to charge out? It's okay, just hide here and let him take whatever he wants. Li Qingfeng said based on his last experience. The last time the other party broke in, they only took Su Tu away. I guess nothing serious will happen this time. Li Zhao had no choice but to follow Li Qingfeng's instructions and sit down. Although he couldn't do anything else, his hands were not idle. 2 girls sat on his left and right, and one sat directly on his lap. After a while, Li Zhao, feeling unsatisfied, chuckled at Li Qingfeng again. Mr. Li, can I trouble you for a favor? Do you have earplugs? I can put them on first. I can't help myself. Hearing Li Zhao's words, Li Qingfeng's eyes widened immediately. Gunshots could be heard from downstairs from time to time. How could Li Zhao still have the mind to think about that kind of thing? Was he crazy? Brother Li, please be patient and wait until the gunman leaves. Li Qingfeng said while suppressing his anger. Just then, Li Qingfeng's cell phone rang. Mr. Li, a woman rushed in with a gun. We can't stop her. What should we do? Li Qingfeng angrily said. If you can't stop her, then don't stop her. Don't resist, okay? Let her do whatever she wants. Everyone who has nothing to do with her, get out. After saying that, he hung up the phone. These idiots actually wanted to stop the gunman. They really don't know how to live or die. Li Qingfeng couldn't help but complain. But within 2 minutes, the dormitory door was kicked open. The first thing that catches your eye is the pair of red-soled high heels. Secondly, there is Lu Qing's proud yet charming face. But looking at the shotgun in her hand, Li Qingfeng and Li Zhaoyi didn't dare to move. The expression on Li Qingfeng's face at this moment was very interesting. He had planned everything, but he never expected that the gunman was coming for him. Lu Qing looked at the 2 people in the room. Seeing Li Zhao hugging 3 women in a disgusting manner, she couldn't help but frown and then shot him directly. Li Zhao and the woman in his arms were shot through the body. Before he could say anything, he died with a puzzled look on his face. The 2 girls sitting next to him had blood splashed all over their faces and were so scared that they fainted. Li Qingfeng looked at the bloody scene in front of him and couldn't help but swallow his saliva nervously. Don't shoot, we can talk it over. Li Qingfeng said quickly. Where's the thing Li Zhao brought? Take me there. Lu Qing said lightly. Sure enough, they came here for supplies. Li Qingfeng felt a little relieved. As long as you know the other party's purpose, it will be fine. At worst, I can just hand over all the supplies. All the supplies are in the warehouse on this floor. I'll take you there now. As he spoke, Li Qingfeng stood up carefully and brought Lu Qing to the door of a dormitory not far away. There are usually 2 students guarding the warehouse door, but after the gunshots, the people who were guarding the door today had already run away. This is it. Li Qingfeng opened the door and said cautiously. The beds in the dormitory had long been thrown out and the windows were sealed, turning it into a small warehouse. Not only were there the supplies that Li Zhao had just brought with him, but also the things he had accumulated before. I'll give you 3 minutes to find a plant fruit sealed in plastic wrap among the things Li Zhao brought. If you can't find it, you'll die. Lu Qing said lightly. Hearing this, Li Qingfeng was stunned at first and then rushed into the warehouse like a hound. I'll find it right away, right away. Li Qingfeng shouted. He never expected that after going around in such a long circle, the other party was just looking for a piece of fruit. Fortunately, the characteristics of this thing are quite obvious. He looked around and easily found a fruit wrapped in plastic wrap. It is about the size of an orange, and you can vaguely see that it is purple, but I don't know what it is exactly. Look, is this it? Li Qingfeng handed the fruit to Lu Qing in a flattering manner. Lu Qing opened the plastic wrap and instantly confirmed the target. The aroma emitted by the fruit of this plant is absolutely incomparable to that of ordinary fruits. Yes, that's it. Thank you for your hard work. Lu Qing said. You're welcome, you're welcome. It's my honor to serve you. Do you need anything else? Here. Bang. A gunshot interrupted Li Qingfeng's words. Li Qingfeng flew out as if he was hit by a truck out of nowhere and fell heavily to the ground. Why? I've already found something for you. Li Qingfeng asked in disbelief. Because you talk too much. Lu Qing said this and walked away disdainfully in her high heels. Coming downstairs, Lu Qing obediently handed the mutant fruit to Qin Chen. Yes, that's it. Qin Chen said in surprise. After so much effort, I finally got this mutant fruit. Didn't you think about eating this fruit just now? What if you gain a powerful superpower? Wouldn't you no longer be my pet? Qinshan looked at Lu Qing and asked with a smile. Lu Qing shook her head slightly. With my intelligence and strength, I'm afraid I won't be able to survive for long in the apocalypse. Only by following the master can you survive. The more powerful the master is, the safer my sisters and I will be. Qinshan was very satisfied with this answer. He put his arm around Lu Qing's waist and said, I'll reward you well tonight. Lu Qing blushed. Master, I have to say that there is a certain contrast between Lu Qing's outfit as a cool and beautiful female killer and her shy face. Qinshan wished he could return to the temporary underground shelter right now and let Lu Qing feel the real bull charge. Just as he was about to take Lu Qing away, Qinshan suddenly remembered something. Is Li Qingfeng dead? Qinshan asked. I have killed him. Could it be that the master has something to do with him? Lu Qing asked nervously. Forget it, I'll just die. After saying that, Qinshan took Lu Qing into the dormitory building. Is there anyone still able to breathe? Come out, and I will give you an opportunity. Qinshan shouted. After a long time, no one showed up. At this moment, a boy with a shifty look walked out cautiously. He looked at Qinshan cautiously. Can I do it? Chapter 87 New Skill, Tree of Origin. Qinshan looked the student up and down. He was pale and skinny, dressed in rags, and looked like he had been bullied a lot. What's your name? Zhang Jichao. Do you dare to kill someone? Dare. Qinshan chuckled and threw out a machete. I'll give you 10 minutes. Stab someone who has a grudge against you to death, and I'll give you an opportunity. Zhang Jichao hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth, picked up a machete from the ground, hid it in his sleeve, and rushed towards a dormitory. A few seconds later, a shocked and angry roar was heard from the dormitory, which then turned into a painful wail. Then, Zhang Jichao, covered in blood, walked out of the dormitory dragging a corpse. This guy always bullies me. I'm going to kill him now. Zhang Jichao threw the machete in front of Qinshan, his voice trembling slightly. Not bad. Qinshan was extremely satisfied. From today on, you are the boss of this campus. I will have people send you daily necessities regularly. Zhang Jichao's eyes lit up, but he suppressed his excitement and asked in a deep voice, What do you want me to do for you? Qinshan smiled and said, I like to do business with smart people, and you happen to be very smart. Your only mission is to gather the survivors on campus and find the fruit of the mutant plant. If you find the fruit of the mutant plant, I will give you a reward. It won't be a problem for you to manage more people in the future, but if you dare to hide it, I have the means to find it, and you will die a miserable death. These days, the effects of the mutant fruit have spread. Almost everyone knows that eating the fruits of mutant plants can gain superpowers. Qinshan asked him to collect the fruits of mutant plants, and his purpose was self-evident. I promise, Zhang Jichao said in a deep voice. For him, he had been barely surviving under oppression before. After the end of the world came, he was almost killed because of his weak body. Now that Qinshan has given him the opportunity to become the boss, he certainly won't let it go easily. Don't worry, I just want to live a good life. I don't need any superpowers. Zhang Jichao added. Qinshan nodded, then patted Lu Qing on the waist. Go and help him establish his prestige, and make a quick decision. Lu Qing nodded obediently and walked in front of Zhang Jichao. Lu Qing has a slender figure, and with high heels, she is more than a head taller than Zhang Jichao. She said to Zhang Jichao calmly, Take me to find Li Qingfeng's favorite subordinate. Hurry up and don't keep the master waiting anxiously. Zhang Jichao looked at the cold and beautiful woman in front of him, his mind in a trance. From childhood to adulthood, he had never spoken to a beauty of this level at such a close distance. But when he saw Lu Qing's cold eyes, he was shocked and reacted. Okay, I'll take you there right away. As he spoke, Zhang Jichao secretly pinched his thigh and turned away with Lu Qing. 10 minutes later, more than a dozen bodies were found in the dormitory building, with their eyes open. Most of them were Li Qingfeng's trusted subordinates, who had a certain prestige in the dormitory building, so they were targeted and eliminated by Zhang Jichao. The remaining few people were his personal vendettas, and he used Lu Qing's gun to kill his enemies. This little thought could not be hidden from Lu Qing, but she didn't care. Only with courage can you intimidate the survivors. From today on, you are the boss of the campus. I'll give you a few days to consolidate your power. If there are any problems that cannot be solved, you can contact me. Similarly, if you cannot control the situation, the master will abandon you without hesitation. After becoming the boss, whether you want to kill people or play with women, it's up to you. The master will not impose too many restrictions on you. But if you can't find the mutant fruit, watch out for your head. After solving the last target, Lu Qing said to Zhang Jichao lightly, Zhang Jichao nodded nervously. Don't worry, I will definitely treat this as a top priority. Leaving Zhang Jichao behind, Lu Qing went downstairs and returned to Qin Shen. Master, it's been resolved. Lu Qing said respectfully. Okay, let him do it himself from now on. Qin Shen said. After killing many people, he finally realized that several forces on campus had been destroyed by him. So before leaving, he suddenly had the idea of supporting a force. Although these people have little combat power, adhering to the principle of waste utilization, it is not a bad idea to let them find mutant fruits. The campus is quite large, so if he really finds a mutant fruit one day, it would be a great deal for him. And he only needs to pay a little bit of supplies. Returning to the temporary underground shelter, Qin Shen couldn't wait to pick up the mutant fruit and study it. The shape, color, and smell of this fruit are all different from the ones I got before. In other words, by eating this mutant fruit, you are likely to gain a brand new skill. Next, I need a quiet environment. No one is allowed to disturb me. After Qin Shen finished speaking, he found a secluded place and swallowed the fruit impatiently. Ding, get 30 experience points. Congratulations, you have reached the 4th stage. Do you want to select the upgrade reward now? The long-lost system prompt sound rang in Qin Shen's ears. One fruit is 1 stage? What's going on with these experience points? Qin Shen thought to himself as he silently said, choose a reward. Receive. Reward 1. Fruit ability, Tree of Origin. Reward 2. Weapon and ammunition skill upgrade. Reward 3. Mind link skill upgrade. As expected, this time when you upgrade to a new stage, you can choose between new fruit abilities and skill upgrades. But Qin Shen was a little curious about what this Tree of Origin was. Its function could not be guessed from the literal meaning. System, please introduce the function of the Tree of Origin. Qin Shen muttered to himself. Origin tree. Choose an area in an open area and plant an origin tree. The origin tree can absorb the polluting power between heaven and earth and condense it into origin fruit. Under normal conditions, 1 origin fruit will be produced every 7 days. If the host actively applies fertilizer, the fruit production rate will be accelerated. After upgrading, the fruit production cycle can be shortened and the fertilizer utilization rate can be increased. Qin Shen's eyes lit up when he heard the introduction of the skills. System, are the origin fruit and the fruit of the mutated plant the same thing? Qin Shen asked hurriedly. If planting a tree could stably produce the fruits of mutant plants, wouldn't that be prosperity? Yes. The system replied without any emotion. What is fertility then? Qin Shen asked. The power of pollution within the bodies of mutated animals. The system replied. Mutated animals. Then wouldn't that count as humans too? Qin Shen muttered to himself, and then made a decision without hesitation. I want to choose the Tree of Origin. As the saying goes, it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. As long as we have this tree, will we still be worried about the lack of fruits from mutant plants in the future? As soon as he finished speaking, a seed the size of a sunflower seed appeared in his hand. Wait, damn it. System, come out. You're not asking me to plant trees from seeds, are you? How long will it take for them to bear fruit? Qin Shen asked with his eyes wide open. Chapter 88. What? It turns out I'm the little black guy? Considering that the origin tree is inconvenient to transport, the system has replaced it with seeds. As long as they are placed in an area suitable for growth, the seeds will mature in a very short time. If the host wishes to switch to the origin tree, please confirm the change within 1 minute. The system replied. You're quite humane, but I still want to confirm how long you mean by an extremely short period of time. Are you sure we have the same concept of time? Qin Shen asked cautiously. When Sun Wukong was suppressed under the 5-Finger Mountain by Buddha for 500 years, the Jade Emperor didn't care at all. That's because the Jade Emperor cultivated for 1,750 kalpas, and each kalpa lasted 129,600 years, which means he cultivated for more than 200 million years. At that time, the Earth was between the Permian and Jurassic periods, and dinosaurs were not even there. To the Jade Emperor, the 500 years that Sun Wukong was suppressed was about the same time as it took him to take a nap. If the system is also such a heaven-defying existence, the extremely short time it mentions might actually be hundreds or even thousands of years. This system is an intelligent system. Based on the host's time, the origin seed matures in a little over 2 minutes. Hearing this time, Qin Shen frowned. He always felt that there was something else behind the system's words. Tell me clearly, kid, how much is a little over 2 minutes? Qin Shen asked. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. The system replied without any emotion. Zhao? I knew you were hiding so deeply, but now you're finally showing your true colors. Ugh, you're a chicken foot, right? You hit it really well. How come I didn't realize you were still a little black guy before? Qin Shun was so familiar with this time that he could see the hidden meaning at a glance. This system usually looks quite serious, but I didn't expect it to be a little black behind the scenes. At first it tried to conceal it, but when I questioned it, it immediately confessed. Humph, no little black man can escape my sharp eyes. Qin Shun said proudly. I repeat, this system's concept of time is consistent with the hosts. All time standards are based on the hosts. Please understand. Qin Shun was stunned when he heard the system's words. What do you mean, consistent with my concept of time? You mean, in my opinion, a very short time is 2.5 minutes? Then let me ask you again, how long can I last at once? Qin Shun asked with a frown. 2.5 hours. The system replied. Hearing this, Qin Shun nodded in satisfaction. Yes, this is my true strength. Now let me ask you again, singing and dancing. Before he could finish, the system directly replied. 2.5 years. Qin Shun was pleasantly surprised. You kid, you can actually answer quickly. Since you said so, then I believe you. Your concept of time is indeed the same as mine. Speaking of this, Qin Shun's expression suddenly froze. He seemed to have thought of something important. So, Qin Shun said in disbelief. So, I am the real Heisey? This time, the system was silent. Zhao, you're not talking at this time, right? Qin Shun said angrily. But this time, the system seemed to be dormant and no longer paid any attention to Qin Shun. Qin Shun could only carefully collect the seeds and return to the temporary underground shelter. Seeing Qin Shun coming back, the other 3 women all stood up except Yi Qingdai, who was still in a coma. Owner. The 3 of them looked at Qin Shun respectfully, with a hint of curiosity in their eyes. Qin Shun just left with the mutant fruit. Logically, he should have gained a superpower now, but they don't know what it is yet. Tomorrow, after Yi Qingdai wakes up, we will return to the community. I will announce an important decision then. Qin Shun said. He has thought it through in the past 2 days. If you want to survive and develop in the end times, you must not fight alone, you must develop your power. He could still deal with 1 or 2 people with special abilities like Wang Dezhu, but what if there were more of them, or if several types of special abilities work together to deal with him? According to Su Weiwei's boyfriend Du Xia, there were several people with special abilities at the nightclub a few days ago, and the number is probably even greater now. The group is expanding outward, looking for more mutant fruits. One day they will face off, so they must prepare for it. Okay, everyone go about their own business. I'll take a break. Qin Shun said as he took out another bed and put it aside. On the previous bed, he, Lu Qing, and Su Weiwei could sit together without being crowded. Now that there are 2 more people, we have to add 1 more bed. At this time, Lu Qing pulled Su Weiwei to Qin Shun. What's wrong? Qin Shun asked doubtfully. Su Weiwei lowered her head and secretly pulled Lu Qing's skirt. Lu Qing sighed helplessly, took out Su Weiwei's cell phone and handed it to Qin Shun. Master, Du Xia said he brought a team and they will be in our community in 2 to 3 days at most. What do you think? Lu Qing said cautiously. Qin Shun took a look at the chat history, then looked at Su Weiwei with a playful look. Su Weiwei lowered her head even more. These days, she has been keeping in touch with Du Xia according to Qin Shun's instructions, and has also obtained a lot of information from the nightclub. But unexpectedly, Du Xia suddenly sent her a message today, saying that he would come to the community to pick her up in 2 days, and she immediately panicked. If I remember correctly, when the apocalypse first arrived, you were almost starving to death and were still looking forward to your boyfriend coming to pick you up. Now that he's finally here, why aren't you happy? Qin Shun asked with a smile. Seeing that Su Weiwei didn't dare to speak, Lu Qing immediately put one hand on Su Weiwei's back and gently pushed her forward. Weiwei, can't you see that the master is very angry now? Apologize quickly, Lu Qing reminded. Master, I'm sorry, Su Weiwei said in a low voice. Seeing this, Lu Qing couldn't help but sigh. This girl is usually so smart. Why does she fail at the critical moment? She could only step forward helplessly, grab the zipper on the side of Su Weiwei's skirt with her fingers, and slowly pull it open while saying, "That's not how you apologize." After Su Weiwei apologized, Qin Shun's anger disappeared. He held the phone, thought for a moment, and said calmly, "Since they are here, let them come. It's a good opportunity to test their strength." According to Du Xia, there are currently 6 people with special abilities in the nightclub, divided into 3 teams. Each team sent out a psychic to lead a team to search for mutant fruits, and the remaining 3 psychics guarded the nightclub. The team that came to Tang Xinyuan community was just one of the 3 teams going out, and there was only 1 person with special abilities among them. With Qin Shun's current strength, it is not difficult to deal with a person with special abilities. If your boyfriend comes over and wants to kill me, what will you do? Qin Shun looked at Su Weiwei beside him and asked. Su Weiwei blushed. I will always be the master's little kitten. I stand on the master's side. Qin Shin touched the spot where Su Weiwei's conscience was and said, "You must remember what you said and don't change your mind when the time comes." Chapter 89. My own home is still comfortable. The next day, Qin Shin woke up in the big bed, feeling refreshed. Yesterday, he asked Gu Qingyan to time him and strictly completed the 2.5 hours plan. However, because Gu Qingyan had a red light, all the firepower had to be shared by Lu Qing and Su Weiwei, which made the two women very dissatisfied with Gu Qingyan. Not long after, Yi Qingdai also slowly woke up. After a day of rest, her physical condition was almost fully recovered. Of course, Qin Shin also took action personally and carefully examined Yi Qingdai from top to bottom to confirm that Yi Qingdai had no sequelae, which made Yi Qingdai blush. After the little entertainment, Qin Shin told the other girls to pack up, while Su Weiwei went to the girls' dormitory and brought Su Tu over. Su Tu has been hiding in the bathroom of the girls' dormitory these days and is almost going crazy from boredom. I can't take a shower or wash up. When I'm hungry, I eat compressed biscuits. When I'm thirsty, I drink mineral water. If an ordinary person surviving in the apocalypse received such treatment, he would probably be so happy that his nose would be bubbling. But Su Tu is different. He has truly experienced the life of a superior person. At that time, under Li Qingfeng, he was second only to one person and above 100 people. You can take whatever delicious food and drinks you want, and play with the innocent girl as you like. But the good times didn't last long. Su Weiwei appeared with Qin Shin. Without saying a word, she took him away from her sweet embrace and threw him into the bathroom of the girls' dormitory, leaving him to wait there without any hope. When he thought he had been forgotten, Su Weiwei finally reappeared and took him to the underground tunnel. "Follow us for a while. Don't look around. Don't ask questions, okay?" Su Weiwei pointed at the electric car beside her and reminded in a low voice. Su Tu nodded, but his eyes kept falling on Gu Qingyan and Yi Qingdai. The scene before him shocked him immensely. He had seen the woman standing next to Su Weiwei a long time ago. It was said that she was a neighbor of Su Weiwei in the same residential complex and was extremely beautiful. But why are Gu Qingyan and Yi Qingdai here too? One of these two people has been voted the school beauty by students for 3 consecutive years. The other is Gu Qingyan, who has held the title of the most beautiful female teacher for several years. If I could get one of these two women, I would have no regrets in my life. Why did that boy take both of them? Including his sister, this guy actually has 4 women with stunning looks. Why? Because he had a gun? Just as Su Tu was roaring in his heart, Qin Shin's gaze drifted over him. "Let's go now, are you all ready?" Qin Shin asked. Su Tu immediately put on a flattering expression. "Brother Qin, I'm ready. I promise not to fall behind." As he spoke, he nodded at Qin Shin, looking fawning. He has already thought about it. In ancient times, there was a man named Gojian who slept on firewood and tasted gall. Today, Su Tu endures humiliation and bears heavy burdens. Isn't it just pretending to be a grandson? It's not like he can't lower his head. First, show a humble attitude to make Qin Shin numb and careless. Then find another opportunity to kill Qin Shin with one strike. By then, all of Qin Shin's supplies and women will be in his hands. That's it. It's a perfect plan. Su Tu was very proud. After a while, the 6 people arrived at the underground garage of the community. However, Qin Shin did not plan to take Su Tu back with him, so he asked Su Weiwei to place Su Tu in Building 4. He took the other 3 women back to Building 3. There's no particular reason, just out of sight, out of mind. It is inevitable to exercise regularly in the future. He has no habit of letting others eavesdrop on him. "Sister, what does he mean? Didn't you say last time that there was an injured mutant in this neighborhood? What if he targets me? Why don't you go and beg Qin Shin again to let me stay near his room?" Building number 4, looking at the abandoned house in front of him, Su Tu said reluctantly. "Let's talk about it later when there's a chance. It's really not convenient to bring this up now." Su Weiwei sighed. In order to bring Su Tu back, she had tried her best to beg Qin Shin for several days. After spending so many days with Qin Shin, she has a rough idea of his temper. Be soft and don't be hard. If I make another request right after arriving at the community, I'm afraid it will cause Qin Shin's dissatisfaction. You don't have to worry about your safety. One of our goals in coming back this time is to kill Liong Yian. Once he's dead, we'll be absolutely safe in this community. Su Weiwei comforted. At this time, Lu Qing's voice came from the intercom. "Weiwei, aren't you back yet? The master has a meeting." Lu Qing urged. "Got it, Sister Qing. I'll be back right away." Su Weiwei put down the daily necessities in her hand, gave a few more instructions, and then left. The moment the door closed, Su Tu's expression changed immediately. "Damn it. You just know how to give me a hard time. You brought me here from school. only to leave me here to eat and wait for death. Sutu kicked the supplies away and growled angrily. After calming down a little, he finally had time to look around the house. The house looked like it had been vacant for a long time, and all the useful supplies had long been moved out, but basic furniture such as beds, tables, chairs, and sofas were still quite complete. Only after closing the door did he feel a little safer. Qin Shun, just wait for me. One day I will take your place. Sutu opened a bag of bread and said fiercely while biting it. On the other side, after Su Weiwei returned to Qin Shun's house, she stood in front of Qin Shun with the other 3 women. Qin Shun rested his arms on the back of the sofa, looking very contented. After changing so many places, my own home is still the most comfortable. After saying that, he looked at Gu Qingyan and Yi Qingdai. There are exactly 2 empty bedrooms left. You 2 can choose one later. If you need anything, come to me. I have to say, a big house has its advantages. There were 4 women, each of whom could have a separate bedroom. Come, let's do the routine report. Qin Shun looked at Lu Qing on the far right. Lu Qing nodded and took out a small notebook. Master, according to the records of the community chat group these days, Liong Yian has not appeared since the day he was injured. Some people suspect that he has died from his injuries, while others suspect that he is hiding somewhere to recover. Qin Shun shook his head. He is a superpower. He shouldn't die so easily. When he attacked Liong Yian, he didn't know enough about superpowers. Now it seems that Liong Yian was able to withstand the big sword, and his supernatural power was definitely of the defensive type. At that time, his skills had not been upgraded yet, and ordinary bullets could not kill Liong Yian. Keep searching. I'll give you one day to list all the possible hiding places he might be in. We'll search for them one by one. Qin Shun said. The other party does not have such a miraculous skill as Mind Link, so he will definitely not be able to escape from the community. It is only a matter of time to find the other party. Lu Qing nodded, put away the notebook, and went back. The next one was Su Weiwei, who came forward to report. Master, I'm afraid the order in the community can't be maintained for much longer. Many people have died in the past few days due to the supply issues. During the days when Qin Shun was away, people in the community began to search the rooms one by one like plowing the land for survival supplies. Even building number 8, which had been previously massacred by Liong Yian, was not spared. Someone opened the passage to building number 8 and went in to search for supplies, stepping over the stinking corpses and coagulated blood. In addition, many robberies and murders occurred in order to snatch survival supplies from others. It's just that everyone has gotten used to it. Don't worry about it. Their life or death has nothing to do with me. Qin Shun said lightly. Chapter 90. The situation is serious. Su Weiwei nodded and continued. There are 3 important pieces of news from the outside world. First, the news that eating mutant fruits can gain superpowers has spread. It may be more difficult to obtain mutant fruits in the future. If it were before, Qin Shun would probably be worried when he heard this news. But now, with the Tree of Origin, the mutant fruits have a stable output, and there is no need to worry about not being able to find the mutant fruits. Continue. Qin Shun said. Yes. Secondly, organizations around the world are advertising the recruitment of people with special abilities. Some forces have even claimed to have hundreds of people with special abilities. I'm afraid that in the future, people with special abilities will be respected. Su Weiwei said. Qin Shun nodded and said, logically, this situation should have occurred a long time ago. Everyone is only now starting to recruit people on a large scale. I'm afraid they were all researching how to obtain superpowers before. Qin Shun had anticipated this matter. The order before the end of the world had already collapsed. A new order will be rebuilt from the ruins. And the new order will inevitably be born around those with special abilities. The third piece of news is probably bad news for all of us. According to professional estimates, the power systems of several nearby cities may cease to function in the next few days. Su Weiwei said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the other 3 women looked at her in surprise. We use nuclear power here. Did something unexpected happen? Lu Qing asked. The electricity generated by the nuclear power plant cannot be used directly. It needs to be transformed. However, the automation equipment and the transformer equipment all use separate power supplies. Now that the backup power has run out, the plant is about to be paralyzed. But fortunately, the nuclear power plant has an emergency plan, so there is no risk of nuclear leakage. Su Weiwei explained. Once the power goes out, I'm afraid the internet will go down too. Then, getting news from the outside world will be difficult. Qin Shun frowned and thought. In fact, after the end of the world, except for these cities powered by nuclear power plants, most areas will be directly cut off from the internet and power. The situation in those cities is probably more serious than here. At this point, almost all areas were disconnected from each other. But this is actually good news for Qinshan. After all, he has no shortage of supplies, and he can find a generator to meet the electricity needs of several people. For those who are preparing to form a large force, it would be very uncomfortable to have no electricity and no internet. This can be regarded as reducing the danger for Qinshan invisibly. Master, these are the things I want to report. After Su Weiwei finished speaking, she also retreated. Qinshan looked at Gu Qingyan and Yi Qingdai. From now on, if there are no unexpected situations, we will report once a week. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, the two women nodded repeatedly. At this time, Qinshan pointed at Lu Qing again. From today on, you are the captain of the four of you. You will be the one to assign the tasks to these three of them. If you do well, there will be rewards. If you do not do well, there will be punishments. Qinshan said lightly. The four girls were quite surprised to hear the news. Why? Is there a problem? Qinshan asked. The four girls shuddered and said quickly, Master, we are fine. Qinshan nodded and instructed Lu Qing. First, find Liong Yian and kill him. Then, you arrange for the three of them to train in marksmanship. Pistols, shotguns, and sniper rifles. You have to practice with each one. I want killers with actual combat capabilities, not just vases that can only serve in bed. Do you understand? Lu Qing said in a deep voice. Yes, master. After explaining the matter, Qinshan left the four people and went out alone. Although his trust in the four women was growing, he still didn't want to reveal too much of his cards. It was exactly noon, and the strange beast should be resting at this time. And as an insurance, Qinshan held a shotgun in each hand, giving him a full sense of security. After walking around the building for a while, I finally found a small open space at the back of the building. Looking at the surrounding space, it shouldn't affect the growth of the tree of origin. He carefully took out the seed of origin and buried it in the soil. The moment the seed touched the soil, Qinshan suddenly felt the air around him begin to flow, and a slight suction force was generated out of thin air. The seeds also take root, sprout, and grow rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, she was as tall as him. After waiting for 2.5 minutes, the seed turned into a giant tree more than 10 meters tall. The tree does not resemble a known species. The trunk is thick, and the bark gleams with a metallic luster in the sunlight. The leaves are the size of a fist, semicircular in shape, and as green as jade. Fortunately, the other green trees around have also mutated into strange shapes, so that the tree of origin is not so conspicuous. On the front of the trunk, there is a translucent panel that only Qinshan can see. Above is an electronic countdown, showing 6 hours 23 minutes and 59 seconds. Sure enough, it takes 7 days to bear fruit. Come on, grow up. From now on, everything depends on you. Qinshan touched the rough bark and said with relief. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something. According to the system, the fruit-bearing cycle of the origin tree is 7 days. Fertilization can shorten this period. And fertilizers are mutant animals. Thinking of this, Qinshan went to Yangqing University again and brought back Wang Deju's body in a sack. Zhao, if I had known I would have to transport the bodies again, I wouldn't have shot myself in the head. Qinshan complained. In order to show off, he shot Wang Deju in the head. As a result, when moving the corpse, blood would come out with the slightest movement, which made Qinshan very angry. After the corpse was transported back to the tree of origin, Qinshan was in trouble again. What is the process of fertilization? System, come out. How do you apply fertilizer? Qinshan muttered to himself, but the system did not respond. In the end, Qinshan had no choice but to dig a hole and bury Wang Deju's body under a tree. As the saying goes, the highest-end fertilizers often use the simplest fertilization methods. After patting the soil down with a shovel, Qinshan stood up with satisfaction. At the same time, the countdown in front of the tree of origin suddenly began to run rapidly. It didn't stop until 2 hours 23 minutes and 10 seconds. Qinshan calculated that, excluding the time he spent moving the corpse, Wang Deju directly reduced the cycle of the tree of origin by 3 days. Rounding it off, this is half a mutant fruit. If there were more of these. Thinking of this, Qinshan couldn't help but his eyes lit up. As expected of the tree of origin, its efficiency in waste utilization is extremely high. After seeing the effect of the fertilizer, Qinshan was not idle either. He picked up the shovel and dug another hole with great enthusiasm. It's about the same size, so it's suitable for Liong Yian. Qinshan looked at it and said with satisfaction, Liong Yian is the only person with superpowers he knows. Find it tomorrow, kill it, and bury it in a pit. The fruit will be almost ripe by then. What a perfect plan. When Qinshan finished packing and was about to go back, he suddenly received a text message on his phone. When I turned on the screen, I saw a somewhat surprising name at first glance. Chapter 91 Ex-Girlfriend. Zheng Qianxue. Damn, you're not dead yet? Life must be very hard for you, right? The text message also included a multimedia message with photos of a self-heating hot pot and pre-prepared dishes. Zheng Qianxue is Qin Chen's ex-girlfriend. A few days ago, when I was chatting with Lu Qing and others, I accidentally mentioned my ex-girlfriend, so I sent her a text message to curse her. I originally just wanted to vent my anger, but I didn't expect that Zheng Qianxue would send me a reply after so many days. At this moment, Qin Shun and the other party were in exactly the same mood. I didn't expect that the other party is still alive after so long since the end of the world. It was a bit dangerous outside, so Qin Shun suppressed his anger temporarily, returned home, and then called Zheng Qianxue. Hey, you idiot, you dare to call me? What's the matter? Are you really hungry and want to ask me for something to eat? I'm at the Sino-Ocean Pioneer Park right now. If you can crawl over here, maybe I'll be kind enough to give you something to eat. By the way, Qin Shun, are you delivering food now? Even the text messages you sent me were identified as spam by the system. I was right back then. People like you won't make it in school, and when you enter society, you'll be like a rat in the sewer, destined to be scum for the rest of your life. Before Qin Shun opened his mouth, Zheng Qianxue gave a high-quality speech. I have to say, if Zheng Qianxue became a rapper, this offensive power would probably be enough to make a name for herself. Qin Shun finally understood why Zheng Qianxue took so long to reply to his message. It turned out that the text message was put into the trash by the mobile phone's advertising filtering system. Qin Shun originally wanted to mock Zheng Qianxue, but after hearing her words, he suddenly felt relieved. You said it. I'm really going to find you. Qin Shun said lightly. Zheng Qianxue sneered disdainfully, and then sent a video request to Qin Shun. Qin Shun clicked on the camera and saw Zheng Qianxue's beautiful face. The end of the world has been here for so many days, but Zheng Qianxue still has a rosy complexion and even has the mind to put on makeup. She held her cell phone and then fell into a man's arms. Qin Shun, stop bragging. Given the current situation, how did you get here? Did you fly here? As for me, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll be merciful and give you some benefits. Well, you've never seen me dressed like this before, have you? Zheng Qianxue raised her phone and took a full-body photo. She was wearing a black lace suspender dress, showing off her proud figure. At this time, the man next to him hugged Zheng Qianxue into his arms. Baby, who are you talking to? Zheng Qianxue immediately put on a smile. Honey, do you remember my boyfriend from college? He's still alive. The man smiled smugly. Of course I remember. Wasn't it me who asked you to find an honest man to play with? You dated him seriously during the day, and then came to my place to be a puppy at night. I really miss it. Zheng Qianxue shyly hugged the man's arm. Honey, you're so mean. But I didn't let him take advantage of me. At most, I let him hold my hand. My body belongs to you alone. After saying that, Zheng Qianxue glanced at Qin Shun with pride again. Diaosi, now you understand, right? From the beginning to the end, you were just a part of the play between me and Boss Xiong. Back then, you even gave me roses to confess your love. Thinking of how you looked back then, I almost vomited. After saying that, Zheng Qianxue and Mr. Xiong laughed out loud. Very strange. Qin Shun, who should have been furious, just looked at Zheng Qianxue showing off in front of him quietly, his expression unchanged. Compared to before, he is now a different person. After leaving school, he experienced the beatings of society and the impact of the end of the world. His way of thinking and his attitude towards things have undergone tremendous changes. In the past, if he saw his girlfriend lying in another man's arms, he might have collapsed or even burst into tears. But now, seeing Zheng Qianxue trying hard to humiliate him, he just wanted to laugh. Seeing that Qin Shun did not respond, Zheng Qianxue seemed a little dissatisfied. She said playfully, Qin Shun, you haven't touched a woman before, so you can't help yourself now that you see the clothes I'm wearing? Take your hands away and don't do anything you shouldn't do secretly. She knows very well where men's pain points are, so she directly mocks them with this kind of thing. But Qin Shun smiled slightly. Zheng Qianxue, I was a little stupid at the time, so I treated you as a serious woman. But the way you are right now, even if you kneel down in front of me and beg me to sleep with you, I won't bother to lift a finger. As he spoke, he waved to Gu Qingyan, who was not far away. Gu Qingyan hesitated for a moment, then sat in Qin Shun's arms. Now, any woman I find is much better than your cosmetic face. Qin Shun hooked his hand on Gu Qingyan's cheek and asked, Am I right? Gu Qingyan lowered her head shyly. Master is right. Seeing this scene, the two people on the other end of the phone were dumbfounded. Qin Shun, you? How could you possibly? Seeing Gu Qingyan's beauty, Zheng Qianxue couldn't speak clearly. As if knowing what Qin Shun was thinking, Lu Qing also came over with a skewer of barbecue. She snuggled up to Qin Shun and handed the skewers to his mouth. Master, this is the meat we just grilled. Do you like the taste? Lu Qing said in a soft voice. Qin Shun took a bite and found it crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, leaving a lingering fragrance on his lips and teeth. As expected of a housewife, her cooking skills are first class. Seeing another beautiful woman appear, Zhang Qianxue was so shocked that she couldn't speak. What's even more outrageous is that Qin Shin actually has barbecue here. You know, although she is not short of supplies, she can only eat fast food, and even a self-heating hot pot is a bit of a luxury. Even through the screen, she could smell the sweet aroma of barbecue. Wei, Qingdai, how can you be so tactless? The master has been out busy for so long. Come over and give him a leg massage. Lu Qing gave instructions to the remaining 2 women. Now she has been appointed by Qin Shun as the captain of a 4-person team, and she is more confident in ordering the other women to do their work. The 2 women immediately put down what they were doing and ran over to squat in front of Qin Shin. Su Weiwei had long legs. She squatted down and propped up her knees to use as a small stool. She placed Qin Shin's legs on them, and then she and Yi Qingdai immediately started to seriously massage his legs. Master, is this force appropriate? Su Weiwei asked in a soft voice. Good, keep going. Qin Shun said with a relieved look on his face. As he spoke, Qin Shun flipped the camera and took a look at the opposite side. Zhang Qianxue, do you think I can still be interested in a low-class person like you? Also, Mr. Xiong, are you not feeling well? When we were in college, Zhang Qianxue took the initiative to take me to hotels several times, and every time she looked unsatisfied. You don't know about this, do you? You really have never had a good meal. You have been playing with this kind of garbage for several years. But don't get excited. It will be bad if the little green hat on your head falls off. Qin Shin sneered and then hung up the phone. Get ready. After we finish cleaning up Liong Yian, let's go to the Ocean Entrepreneurship Park. Qin Shin said lightly. Chapter 92, the next target, Sino-Ocean Entrepreneurship Park. While Lu Qing continued to feed Qin Shin the barbecue, she asked curiously, Master, was that your ex-girlfriend just now? They only heard part of the conversation between Qin Shun and Zhang Qianxue. As women who had the 8 trigrams engraved into their genes, the other 3 women also looked at Qin Shun curiously, as if they were very interested in this question. You're really rebelling against me. You dare to ask about my privacy? Qin Shun pretended to be angry. Master, please tell me. We are all very curious about who that woman is. Lu Qing said coquettishly. If it were just an ordinary love story, it would be fine. But judging from the few words just now, Qin Shin's experience was very bloody. This is something we have to ask carefully. Moreover, as Qin Shin's women now, they are naturally curious about the women Qin Shun liked before. Okay, since you guys just cooperated so well, I'll tell you a little bit. Qin Shun had nothing to be embarrassed about talking about this matter. When I was in college, just like that bitch said, I was a poor loser. I'm introverted, I don't have money or looks, and I'm not good at studying. And Zhang Qianxue is the most beautiful girl in our class. Soon after school started, many people confessed their love to her. But she rejected them all, and in the end she even confessed her love to me. It was big news in our class at the time, and even I couldn't believe it. Later, we started dating, but now it seems that was just my wishful thinking. Dating me was just Mr. Xiong's mission. I worked part-time and used all my earnings to buy her gifts. She never rejected those cheap gifts. I thought I had found true love. It's ridiculous. When graduation was approaching, she asked me to buy her some adult products. As soon as she got them, she dumped me. That's what happened. Qin Shin narrated calmly. After hearing Qin Shin's experience, the 4 girls were all dumbfounded. No wonder Zhang Qianxue said that Qin Shun was just a part of the play between her and President Xiong. She was right. They could never have imagined that Qin Shun, who was now a murderer, was actually played around by a cheating woman. This woman is so despicable. How dare she play tricks on her master like this? That's right. When we find her, we must torture her severely and vent our anger on our master's behalf. Several women said indignantly. Qin Shin chuckled. Although I have let it go now, it doesn't mean that I intend to forgive them. At first, I foolishly wanted to win back Zhang Qianxue, so I ran to the nearby area to deliver food according to her location. Yuanyang Entrepreneurship Park is not far from here. We'll go get them in a couple of days. Lu Qing patted her chest gently. I was so scared. You said you'd let it go. I thought you were going to repay evil with kindness and let that woman go. Qin Shin hooked Lu Qing's chin and sneered. Repay evil with kindness? There are a few more words behind this sentence. Gu Qingyan continued. That's right. Most people only remember the first sentence. There are 3 more to come. Repay evil with good. How can you repay good? Repay evil with justice. And repay good with virtue. Qin Shin said calmly. Forgiving her is God's business, and my mission is to send her to see God. At the same time, Sino-Ocean Entrepreneurship Park. Office Building Number 2, 7th floor, Xiongduan Security Company, Chairman's Office. Xiong Zixing grabbed the crystal ashtray worth thousands of dollars on the table and smashed it to the ground. The flying crystal fragments frightened Zheng Qianxue terrified. Bang! Xiong Zixing slapped Zheng Qianxue hard on the face. Bitch, did you really go and check into a room with that loser behind my back? Xiong Zixing was furious and asked loudly. Dear, don't get excited. I didn't do that. I can swear that I have never had sex with Qin Shin. He just made up that story to sow discord between us. Zheng Qianxue covered her face and said with a look of grievance. But Xiong Zixing refused to give in. He grabbed Zheng Qianxue's hair and asked loudly. Then why did he know that I was not in good health? Did you tell him? Zheng Qianxue was in so much pain that tears came out. She shook her head repeatedly. No. Dear, I didn't say anything. You have to believe me. She didn't know how Qin Shin knew about this, and she felt extremely aggrieved. In fact, Qin Shin did not expect that his casual words could cause such a big dispute between the two. In his early years, Xiong Zixing was injured in a private part while on a mission. Since then, although he has not completely lost his functions, he has been greatly affected. Each time the erection lasts for a very short time. It wasn't until he discovered how to play this game that he regained his confidence. It turns out there are even worse honest men in this world than him. So under Xiong Zixing's order, Zheng Qianxue took the initiative to confess her love to Qin Shin and became a couple, just to make little Xiong Zixing stand up. But his physical problems also made him suspicious in this regard. Could it be that he was not good enough and could not satisfy Zheng Qianxue? So Zheng Qianxue kept it a secret from him and checked into a hotel with Qin Shin? Bitch, I'm going to get to the bottom of this. If you dare to tell anyone about my secret, I'll make you wish you were dead. Get out. Xiong Zixing kicked Zheng Qianxue and snorted with disdain. Zheng Qianxue didn't dare to resist, so she could only get up from the ground with grievance and walk towards the office door. At this moment, a beautiful figure pushed the door open and walked in. Boss Xiong, the office building next door wants to exchange supplies with us. This is the list. They slipped through the crack in the corridor. The female secretary in black stockings walked past Zheng Qianxue in high heels and placed the list on Xiong Zixing's desk. Sino-Ocean Entrepreneurship Park has a total of 7 office buildings, each with 24 floors. Although each office building has an underground garage, they are not connected. However, there is a corridor connecting office building number 2 where Xiong Zixing is located and office building number 3 next door on the 14th floor. Xiong Zixing had experience serving in the Foreign Legion, and after returning, he opened the Xiongduan Security Company. As soon as the end of the world came, he led his men to take control of the entire office building. Upon seeing this, someone in the neighboring office building number 3 immediately closed the corridor. Humph, exchanging supplies? What a pipe dream. Tell them to surrender within 3 days. Otherwise, once the power goes out and the passage is opened, there will be no one left in office building 3. Xiong Zixing said disdainfully. The female secretary nodded, then looked at Zheng Qianxue hesitantly. Ms. Zheng, I have something important to report to President Xiong. Could you please step aside for a moment? Zheng Qianxue glanced coldly at the female secretary, cursed in her heart, bitch, and then left the office tactfully. At this time, the female secretary spoke up. Boss Xiong, our people found a mutant plant fruit downstairs. We've sent someone to get it, and they should be able to bring it back soon. Hearing this, Xiong Zixing stood up excitedly. Really? Chapter 93 Liong Yian appears. At this time, Zheng Qianxue and Xiong Zixing did not know that the phone call they had just made had brought death to them. A golden ant is leading a dozen mutant ants to dig a tunnel leading to the Ocean Entrepreneurship Park. Qin Shan was standing in a small strategic analysis room converted from a small living room, sorting out the intelligence he had recently collected. There are 2 maps on the wall. One is the floor plan of Tang Xinyuan community, and the other is a satellite view of the area near the community. Qin Shan picked up the marker, circled Yangqing University, and then crossed it out. Then he drew an arrow pointing from the community to the nearby Sino-Ocean Entrepreneurship Park. Judging from the map, the distance between the community and Yangqing University is about the same as the distance between the campus and Sino-Ocean Entrepreneurship Park. Based on previous experience, the tunnel can be dug in about 3 days. Zheng Qianxue, I'll let you enjoy yourself for 3 more days. After 3 days, I will personally take your life, and that bears life. Qin Shan muttered to himself, and then wrote down several other pieces of information on the whiteboard beside him. As the saying goes, only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. We must persist in collecting intelligence, But the internet and electricity will be cut off in a few days, and then we will have to find new ways to collect information from the outside world. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. When I took it out and took a look, I found that someone had sent a message in the shared rental group that had been silent for a long time. Li Zhishuan, brothers, how is the situation over there? Qin Shun was too lazy to pay attention to this person. The last time he sent a message to purchase the fruits of mutant plants, Li Zhishuan came to him to ask questions. He also said that he was trapped in a nightclub after the end of the world, so it is very likely that he has joined the forces of Kowloon nightclub. But after a while, someone in the group replied to his message. Sure, Jiming. Zhishuan, are you still alive? I see so many of my brother's profile pictures are gray. Sigh, this fucking apocalypse. Li Zhishuan, I'm at the Kowloon nightclub. There are several people with special abilities here. Safety is guaranteed, and there's no shortage of food. If you have the chance, come and join me. Sure, Jiming. There are mutant plants and animals out there. You'll die if you go outside. I'm in the Ocean Venture Park, too far from you. However, we have several psychics here, so self-preservation isn't a problem. It's just that we're running low on food. I estimate a war will break out in 2 days. Li Zhishuan, distance isn't a problem. We have a way to get out. Brother, if you have any news about mutant plant fruits, please let me know. After I report it, the higher-ups will definitely agree to send someone over to rescue you. Sure, Jimmy. Okay, I'll keep an eye on it. I'll stop talking now. It's my turn to go on patrol. The conversation between the two ended here, but Qin Shun analyzed a lot of valuable information from it. First of all, Du Xiao's previous statement should not be a lie. There is indeed a way to get out of the Kowloon nightclub, and the distance is at least about 5 kilometers, which is enough to threaten his safety. Secondly, there are also people with special abilities in Sino-Ocean Entrepreneurship Park, and there are quite a few of them. However, according to Qin Shin's understanding of the Entrepreneurship Park, except for the corridor connecting office buildings 2 and 3, each other office building is independent. Even if there are a few people with special abilities, they cannot form a nightclub on the scale of Kowloon nightclub. Besides, having someone with special abilities is a good thing for him. In the eyes of ordinary people, those with superpowers are like gods. But in Qin Shen's eyes, those people are all excellent fertilizers. Go to the Ocean Entrepreneurship Park, kill Zheng Qianxue and that Mr. Xiong, and bring back some fertilizer. That would be perfect. At this moment, Lu Qing knocked on the door. Master, there is an important situation. After walking out of the strategic analysis room, Lu Qing immediately handed over the phone. Master, Liong Yian seems to have appeared. Lu Qing pointed to a blurry video on her phone and said, Look, there seems to be someone inside the property management center. The video should have been shot by an owner with his mobile phone facing the property center. The picture was enlarged and the hand was shaking, so the video is a bit blurry. Despite this, it was still obvious to see several figures flashing behind the windows of the property center. Some people initially thought Liong Yian had hidden the food in the property management center, so they bravely went looking for it, but found nothing. No one would stay in a place like a property center. The probability that these figures are Liong Yian is very high. Lu Qing analyzed. Who cares if he's Liong Yian or not? Just raking grass and hunting rabbits is like digesting food after dinner. Qin Shin said. Then he called all the women over, left their weapons for himself, and fully armed the rest of the women. Su Weiwei and Gu Qingyan each had a shotgun, and Yi Qingdai had a pistol. The three of them followed Qin Shun to the property center. As for Lu Qing, she got a pistol and a Barrett for self-defense. From the location where the video was filmed, the angle is very good, and you can almost see the entire property center at a glance. So Lu Qing's task was to provide support at the commanding heights with a sniper rifle. But unfortunately, Qin Shin has never come into contact with bulletproof vests, otherwise he would have to wear one himself. Okay, let's get ready and go. Qin Shin said. He has given enough respect to Liong Yian. With so many hot weapons and a buff that increases damage 5-fold, he didn't believe Liong Yian could withstand it. I wanted to kill him tomorrow, but he doesn't seem to have that fate. Qin Shin shook his head and sighed. After making preparations, Qin Shin took the women out. After Lu Qing sent a message through the intercom that she was in place, Qin Shin took the other 3 women to the property center. The last time I came to the property center, Chao Long was still the boss here. I didn't expect that after just a few days, everything has changed. After entering the property center from the entrance of the underground parking lot, several people immediately entered combat status. Master, there are indeed signs of human life here. Su Weiwei said cautiously. Why are you speaking so quietly? We are not here to steal. Qin Shin put his arm around Su Weiwei's waist and said. Su Weiwei curled her lips. They really weren't here to steal, they were here to kill. At this moment, Qin Shin opened his voice and shouted directly. Liong Yian, get out here and die, Otherwise, I will set fire. It's still the familiar taste, the familiar recipe. When Wang Dazhu was besieged in the administrative building of Yanqing University, the tactic used was arson. In the end, they successfully forced Wang Dazhu out. So this time Qin Shun used the same trick again. Even if Liong Yian has a defensive ability that can withstand the heat and smoke, it would be much easier to find people if the property center was set on fire. Okay, you won't come out, right? Then I'll set it on fire. As he spoke, Qin Shun used infinite supplies to take out a Molotov cocktail and threw it out. With a loud bang, the reception desk in the property center lobby was suddenly engulfed in flames. I have to say that the Molotov cocktail Zhou Feng made was quite effective and powerful. Thick smoke from the burning gasoline slowly rose, and Qin Shun and the other three retreated towards the window. On the one hand, it is to stay away from the poisonous gas, and on the other hand, it is convenient for Lu Qin to aim and provide support. Master, Liong Yian hasn't left yet, has he? Su Weiwei asked. Never mind him. Let's alert the enemy first. If he's really not here, burning down the property management center won't be a big loss for us. Qin Shun said indifferently. Just as he finished speaking, Liong Yian's voice was heard from the conference room not far away. Brother Qin, don't rush to set the fire, let's talk. Chapter 94 Shocking News. Hearing Liong Yian's voice, Qin Shun smiled slightly. Liong Yian was indeed hiding here. Sure, if you want to talk, come out, and we can talk slowly. Qin Shun shouted. Brother Qin, I know you have a pistol, and more than one. Let's be frank. Liong Yian didn't know that Qin Shun had secretly gone out these days, and he had already upgraded his muskets to cannons. Brother Qin, I did hit you before, but aren't you okay now? We don't have any deep hatred. If you let me go today, I promise to stay in the property management center and stay here. You are the boss of this community. Liong Yian continued to shout. Even if I kill you, I'm still the boss here. Qin Shun said lightly. Qin Shun, you may not know this yet, but He Jian has already escaped, and he ate 2 fruits from mutant plants. The person you should deal with most is not me, but He Jian. And if you can promise to let me go, I can give you another piece of information. It's absolutely worth it. As soon as Liong Yian opened his mouth, he dropped a bombshell. He Jian ran away, and he ate 2 fruits from mutant plants. Qin Shun was stunned. This was something he had never expected. Yes, not many people know about this, and they have all died at the hands of He Jian, but I can assure you that this is absolutely true. Otherwise, why do you think I would hide? Liong Yian shouted loudly, with a hint of anger in his tone. As if to make Qin Shun believe it, he recounted the entire incident in detail. It turned out that after he was injured, he fled to the property center with his cousin Peng Yu's wife Lu Tong. He had already sent He Jian and a few others to guard this place. The property center was his base. After resting here for several days, his injuries were fully recovered. But one night 2 days ago, a younger brother ran into his rest room while spitting blood, saying that He Jian had found 2 fruits of mutant plants and then betrayed him. While no one was reacting, He Jian picked 2 mutant fruits and stuffed them into his mouth. Then he took out a bloody knife out of thin air, killed all his brothers, and then left. The only younger brother pretended to be dead and escaped the disaster, but after telling the news to Liong Yian, he also died from excessive blood loss. Brother Qin, if I'm not mistaken, you should have eaten the mutant fruit too, right? Your ability to pull out a gun out of thin air is very similar to He Jian's. His knife is said to be very strange. Not only can it cut through iron like mud, but it also has a bloody smell. It is also a big threat to you. Besides, he has eaten 2 fruits and has an unknown supernatural power. Why don't we make peace and deal with him together? Liong Yian took the initiative to suggest. Qin Shun didn't rush to agree. He thought for a moment, then suddenly asked with a smile. Liong Yian, I'm curious. Since He Jian is so strong, why didn't he choose to come back and kill you by surprise? Instead, he ate the fruit and ran away? Does this mean that even if He Jian ate 2 fruits, he wouldn't have the confidence to defeat you? After hearing this, Liong Yian fell silent. After a long while, he said in a deep voice, this involves a very valuable secret, even more important than the mutant plant fruit. I can only tell you this information if you agree to form an alliance with me and deal with He Jian together. Liong Yian's words immediately aroused Qin Shun's interest. This information is more important than the mutant fruit. If it is true, it would be incredible. If He Jian is really as strong as you say, it's not impossible for him to form an alliance with you. If you are sincere, then come out and talk. Qin Shun said lightly. But after hearing Qin Shun's words, Liong Yian suddenly laughed. Qin Shun, let's be frank. Your pistol is too powerful, and I'm worried about it. Before we form an alliance, I have 2 conditions. First, I haven't touched a woman in many days. Give me one of your women so I can vent my feelings. Second, you have at least 2 guns in your hand. Give me one. Liong Yian said loudly. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Weiwei and the other 2 girls suddenly became nervous. The 3 of them quickly looked at Qin Shan with pleading looks in their eyes. Judging from the days of contact with Qin Shan's style of doing things has always been cold-blooded and ruthless. If Liong Yian really has information more important than the mutant fruit, maybe Qin Shan would really send one of them away. As if he could see what was in the minds of the 3 of them, Qin Shan hugged Gu Qingyan, who was closest to him, and slapped her hard on the buttocks. What are you 3 thinking? Am I the kind of person who likes to cuckold myself? Qin Shan frowned and scolded. Gu Qingyan quickly begged for mercy. Master, we were wrong. After following Qin Shan, Gu Qingyan and Yi Qingdai were still not used to calling Qin Shan master. But now seeing Qin Shan angry, Gu Qingyan shouted it out. Yes, master, please don't be angry, we were wrong. As Su Weiwei spoke, she winked at Yi Qingdai. A fleeting hint of hesitation flashed across Yi Qingdai's face. But then, seeing Su Weiwei's threatening look, he immediately stepped forward and took Qin Shan's arm. Master, please forgive us. The aloof school beauty who is usually sought after by thousands of people has now learned to act coquettishly. I'll deal with you slowly when we get back. Qin Shan snorted coldly. The anger just now has subsided a little with the comfort of Yi Qingdai Didi. At this time, seeing that Qin Shan had not responded, Liong Yian suddenly became anxious. Brother Qin, you keep saying you want to cooperate with me, but you can't even show this little sincerity, right? Women are like clothes. Strength is what matters most. Don't forget, you stole He Jian's wife. He must hate you to death. You will definitely be the first one he wants to kill. Liong Yian said loudly. But Qin Shan laughed. Liong Yian, didn't you kidnap Peng Yu's wife when you ran away? Why did you say you haven't touched a woman in several days? Could it be that? This sentence seemed to have touched Liong Yan's soft spot. Liong Yan instantly flew into a rage and yelled, Damn it. Yes, I admit that bastard He Jian snatched Lu Tong away when he ran away, but so what? As long as I see him, I will definitely kill him. Qin Shan sneered. So what if he's killed? Maybe Lu Tong has become He Jian's shape now. No matter how much you like clothes, after a dog puts them on you once, you'll lose interest in them. Liong Yan sensed a hidden meaning in Qin Shan's words and immediately asked, You mean you'd rather bear He Jian's wrath than hand over a woman? Qin Shan said calmly, If he is smart enough, then he should stay as far away from me as possible. If he dares to come and cause trouble for me, I don't mind giving him a bullet. Okay, stop saying these meaningless words and tell me your intelligence. If it satisfies me, I might even let you go. Chapter 95 He escapes, he chases. While speaking, Qin Shan was not idle either. He observed the location of the conference room and prepared to take action. At this time, Liong Yian was still thinking about negotiating terms. Qin Shan, the value of this information I have is definitely beyond your imagination. Don't even think about asking me to hand it over unless you can guarantee my safety. Well, I'll give you 5 minutes to think it over carefully. Liong Yian shouted. But after listening to Liong Yan's words, Qin Shan felt a little strange. Liong Yan's tough attitude doesn't seem like they surrounded Liong Yan, but rather Liong Yan surrounded them? Give yourself 5 minutes to think about it. Shouldn't Liong Yan be the one who is anxious? Thinking of this, Qin Shan immediately shouted, Liong Yan, I've thought it over. But Liong Yan acted as if he didn't hear anything and said nothing. Zhao, go open the door. Qin Shan seemed to have guessed something and shouted loudly. Seeing Qin Shan's gloomy expression, Su Weiwei and the other girls did not dare to delay and rushed forward. Su Weiwei shot the door lock without hesitation. But the strange thing is that it seemed like there was something blocking it from inside, and it couldn't be pushed open at all. Take your effort together. Su Weiwei and the other 2 pushed against the door at the same time, and only then was they able to push it open a little. Su Weiwei squeezed in without hesitation, then stuck her head out with an anxious look on her face. Master, Liong Yian ran away. Qin Shan, with a gloomy expression, also squeezed into the meeting room. Sure enough, Liong Yian blocked the door of the conference room with cabinets, tables, and chairs, and the conference room was empty. Liong Yian had already run away. There's only one door to the conference room. Where else could he go? Yi Qingdai looked confused. At this time, Gu Qingyan pointed to the open window and said, Is it possible that he escaped from here? After all, we have guns in our hands, and he doesn't dare to fight head-on. Although there are many mutated plants outside, he has supernatural powers, so maybe he can fight for a chance of survival. After hearing Gu Qingyan's analysis, the other 2 women nodded in agreement. But Qin Shan frowned and said, No, Liong Yian values his life like gold and won't take such a big risk. From the property management center, it takes at least a few hundred meters to get to the building. It's no exaggeration to say that it's a life or death situation. It's better for him to fight with us. After saying that, he took out a trekking pole and started knocking on the ground. The three women were confused when they saw Qin Chen's actions, not knowing what he was doing. After a moment, Qin Chen's expression suddenly lit up with joy. Got it. Upon hearing this, the women immediately gathered around. All that could be heard was the sound of the trekking pole in Qin Chen's hand hitting the floor, making a thudding sound. Open it. While Qin Chen was instructing the women to work, he called Lu Qing over. When Lu Qing arrived, she just saw Su Weiwei and the other two girls struggling to lift up the floor, revealing the tunnel underneath. As expected, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Liong Yian won't just sit there and wait for death so easily, Qin Chen said. The girls looked at Qin Chen with admiration on their faces, and their eyes were almost full of stars. Master, how did you know Liong Yian had other ways to escape? Su Weiwei asked curiously. He Jian knew Liong Yan's hiding place was in the property center. If it were any other person, they would definitely have to move to another place to prevent He Jian from making a surprise attack. But Liong Yian never moved and stayed here the whole time. This shows that he was confident enough to escape from He Jian. Besides, last time Lu Qing and I attacked him and nearly killed him. How could he not have learned his lesson and left himself a way out? Qin Chen waved his hand and said, No more talking. Let's catch up and kill him first. Otherwise I won't be able to sleep well. In the end, Lu Qing and Gu Qingyan were left behind to guard the entrance to prevent anyone from attacking from the rear. It would be very troublesome if they were attacked by the 1,000-year killer. Qin Chen took Yi Qingdai and Su Weiwei down the tunnel. The tunnel was dark and gloomy, and its size was far smaller than the tunnel dug by the Golden Ants. The tunnel dug by Liong Yian was only about 1 meter wide and 1.5 meters high. I couldn't stand straight in the tunnel and could only move forward slowly with my back bent. Qin Chen took out a flashlight and took a look. The tunnel was winding and the walls were covered with handprints. It seemed that Liong Yian had dug them out directly with his hands. This person's abilities are truly extraordinary. He can dig a tunnel with just his bare hands. And since he can dig tunnels, we must kill him this time, otherwise it will be difficult to catch him next time. You two should keep up and don't fall behind. After Qin Chen finished speaking, he quickly walked forward. Liong Yian was at least 5 minutes faster than them, so it was not easy to catch up. After walking along the tunnel for nearly a few hundred meters, Qin Chen couldn't help but feel secretly shocked. I don't know how long it took Liong Yian to dig such a long tunnel. If he had been given more time, he would have run to another area long ago. He stayed in the property center, probably because he was still unwilling to accept He Jian's betrayal. He wanted to lure He Jian out and find an opportunity to kill him. After walking a few hundred meters, the tunnel ahead suddenly made a 90-degree turn. Qin Chen walked forward cautiously, but as soon as he turned around, the scene in front of him shocked him. A cement wall suddenly appeared in front of him. There was a big hole in the wall, which seemed to have been forcibly broken open. It was pitch black inside the hole and nothing could be seen. When coming down from the property center, Qin Chen estimated that the tunnel should be about 8 meters underground. There is no subway within 3 kilometers of the community, and the depth is not right. This is definitely not a subway tunnel. At this moment, Qin Chen suddenly thought of something. Sewage tunnel. After sewage is produced, it will flow into the sewage pipe along the drain pipe. In small cities, sewage is generally collected into larger sewage pipes and then sent to sewage treatment plants for treatment. But in a city as big as Guangzhou, sewage treatment plants are generally located on the outskirts of the city. In order to reduce transportation pressure, sewage needs to be collected in large sewage tunnels and then flow to the sewage treatment plants. The specifications of sewage pipes and tunnels in different cities are different, but they basically follow the same principle. That is, the larger and denser the population, the larger the size of the sewage pipes and tunnels. South Korea once made a very famous movie called The Host, in which the mutated monster lived in a sewage tunnel. The large sewage tunnel is so narrow that not only one person can pass through it, but even 2 or 3 cars can drive side by side without any problem. This is probably the sewage tunnel. Thinking of this, Qin Chen no longer hesitated and followed in. Sure enough, after passing through the hole, the view in front of me suddenly opened up. I was finally able to straighten up after being bent over in the tunnel. The sewage tunnel looked to be about 7 or 8 meters in diameter and was surrounded by cement rings. On one side of the pipe wall where Qin Chen was, there was an artificial inspection passage nearly 1 meter wide, and the 3 of them were now standing on the inspection passage. Smelling the unpleasant smell in the tunnel, Qin Chen suddenly felt a little disgusted. Liong Yian was really good at running, and he actually led them to the sewage tunnel. But this gave Qin Chen an opportunity. Qin Shin took out 3 electric cars. Come, let Liong Yian feel the power of technology. Qin Shin sat on the electric scooter worth 3,400 yuan, looking very proud. He just didn't believe that Liong Yan's 2 legs could outrun a battery and wheels. But at this moment, Yi Qingdai raised a very constructive question. Master, this tunnel is accessible from both ends. Which way should we chase? Chapter 96, Superpower Evolution? Qin Shin patted Yi Qingdai's little head, then shone the flashlight on the mud in the tunnel. There was only a little rain in those days, and the city was without water, so there was no sewage in the tunnel at all. The silt in the tunnel has long dried up, and you can just see the ripples left on the surface. Qin Shin then pointed in the direction of the ripples on the water. This direction is the direction of the sewage treatment plant. If you go this way, you can find a way out. Going back will only lead to a dead end. Besides, we have an electric car, so what are we afraid of? If we can't catch up in 10 minutes, we'll turn around immediately. I don't believe Liong Yian can still get away. After saying that, he got on his electric bike and left without wasting any time. I have to say that the country's infrastructure level is truly world-leading. It is quite stable to ride an electric bike on the narrow manual inspection channel. After riding for only 5 or 6 minutes, Qin Shin saw a swaying figure through the headlights of the electric bike. Drop, drop. Qin Shin shamelessly honked the horn twice. Liong Yian, run faster, or I'll catch up with you. Qin Shin shouted from dozens of meters away. In the tunnel, Qin Shin's voice continued to echo. Liong Yian, who was panting heavily in front, looked back and felt as if the sky had fallen. In order to escape, he ran so hard that his lungs were almost out of breath. As a result, Qin Shin got out an electric car from somewhere and caught up with him easily. Could it be that Qin Shin's ability is to transform into an electric car? But how could there be such a bizarre ability? Qin Shin, do you really have to force me into a dead end? Even if I die, I will take you with me. Liong Yian roared. I can give you a chance to try. Qin Shin smiled. Yi Qingdai's fighting ability is far inferior to Lu Qing's, but he still insisted on bringing Yi Qingdai down because of her healing ability. Even if Liong Yian has a trump card in his hand, as long as he can't kill himself instantly, Yi Qingdai can save him. 2 lives against 1 life. What can Liong Yian use to compare with himself? Qin Shin, you are really looking for death. Liong Yian shouted angrily, stopped, turned around, and stared at Qin Shin with burning eyes. Qin Shin also stopped about 20 or 30 meters away from Liong Yian, just in case Liong Yian had any other cards up his sleeve. This distance is an advantage for him. After all, he had a gun in his hand, so no matter what Liong Yian wanted to do, he had enough time to react. After throwing the electric bike into the tunnel, Qin Shin handed a shotgun to Su Weiwei and a pistol to Yi Qingdai. Together with the shotgun in his own hand, 3 black muzzles were pointed at Liong Yian. Liong Yian was stunned when he saw the new thing in Qin Shin's hand. Wasn't it a pistol last time? It's only been a short time. How come there's a shotgun again? Plans can't keep up with changes. Don't you want to fight to the death? Come on, or you won't even have the chance to fight back. Qin Shin was playful. It wasn't that he wanted to play this cat and mouse game. Mainly, he wanted to know what the important information Liong Yian had mentioned before was. It is more important than the mutant fruit. This statement is really attractive. If it was a loser like Wang Dazhu, he would have been shot to death long ago. Qin Shin, don't force me. Liong Yian clenched his fists and stared at the gun in Qin Shin's hand. I'm forcing you, what can you do? With a bang, Qin Shin fired a shot at Liong Yian's head. The shotgun was powerful to begin with, and since everyone was in the tunnel, the sound of the gunshot was like thunder, which frightened Liong Yian so much that he shuddered. Don't be afraid. My hand was shaking and I accidentally fired a shot. Qin Shin said with a smile. Liong Yian cursed Qin Shin's ancestors in his heart. Is your hand still shaking when shooting? Go fool the devil. This is a naked threat. Glancing back at the dark tunnel behind him, Liong Yian suddenly laughed at himself. Well, now that things have come to this, it seems I have no choice but to trust that you are a man of your word. But this matter is of great importance. I can only tell you and ask you 2 women to step back. Liong Yian said in a deep voice. Qin Shin waved his hand, and the 2 women immediately retreated slowly. Seeing this, Liong Yian raised his foot and walked forward. Just stand there and talk. I can't hear you. Qin Shin pointed his gun at Liong Yian's head again. Okay, I was just worried you couldn't hear clearly. Although he agreed verbally, Liong Yian did not stop at all. And at this moment, he suddenly started and rushed towards Qin Shin rapidly. He also shouted loudly, disturbing Qin Shin's attention. Qin Shin, do you know that superpowers can be upgraded and evolved? As long as you eat the meat of mutant beasts, your superpowers can be upgraded. As soon as he finished speaking, the distance between Liong Yian and Qin Shin was less than 10 meters. It has to be said that Liong Yian's strategy has been more than half successful so far. Move the two women at least 5 meters away from Qin Shun, and the words just now did attract Qin Shun's attention. Next, as long as he gets close to Qin Shun, he can kill him with one strike. And he has the most powerful trump card in his hand. Huh. A low growl like a wild beast came from Liong Yian's throat. The next moment, his body became larger and his clothes burst instantly. At the same time, his skin turned dark gray with a rocky texture. Liong Yian raised his arms to block in front of him, and the muscles on his arms also extended vertically, forming 2 stone shields to block in front of him. Qin Shun, you didn't expect that my ability has evolved. As he spoke, he was already less than 5 meters away from Qin Shun. It only takes 1 second for him to smash Qin Shun's head with one punch. But at this moment, the gunshot rang out. Bang! When he heard the gunshot, Liong Yian showed a ferocious smile. He had tried it and found that his transformed arm could completely withstand the impact of the impact drill. Even if the bullet was much more powerful than the impact drill, it would at most only injure him, but would never kill him. And he would not give Qin Shun time to fire a second shot. With just one punch, he could smash his opponent into a pulp. As for those 2 women, he would of course keep them and enjoy them. Just as I was thinking about it, a piercing pain suddenly came from my arm. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It's just some minor injuries. But the next moment, his body flew up and he felt a sharp pain in his chest. How is that possible? In the air, Liong Yian's eyes widened with anger, and he tried to look at his chest. As his eyes moved downward, a fist-sized blood hole suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Thump! Liong Yian was blown several meters away by the huge impact force and fell heavily to the ground. However, Liong Yian is a person with special abilities after all, and his vitality far exceeds that of ordinary people. There was a big hole in his chest, but he was still able to crawl up. Qin Shun, wait, don't kill me. I can surrender to you. Liong Yian shouted in horror. He never expected that even after his ability was upgraded and evolved, it still couldn't stop the gun in Qin Shun's hand. This is unreasonable. Bang! He was answered by a gunshot. Qin Shun blew away the gunpowder smoke and said calmly, someone has already concluded that a gun is fast at 7 steps away, and it is both fast and accurate within 7 steps. Why don't you believe it? After saying that, Qin Shun stepped forward again and shot Liong Yian in the head again. 2 bullets in the chest and 1 in the head. Even a god can't save him. When dealing with people with special abilities, you have to be careful. Chapter 97, The First Origin Fruit. After Liong Yian died, his body returned to its normal state. Yi Qingdai and Su Weiwei looked at the bloody scene and couldn't help but turn their heads. What are you standing there for? You too, drag his body back. Qin Shun instructed calmly. Master, do you want to take the body back? Master, the people are dead. Are you going to grind them to dust? The 2 women asked in confusion. Is Qin Shun such a vengeful person? Liong Yian was dead, and his body had to be taken back and crushed to ashes. The 2 women looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. The master is so scary. I must never make him angry again. Just delay it as soon as I told you to. Why are you asking so many questions? Qin Shun scolded with a stern face. The 2 women had no choice but to ask Qin Shun to get a camper, and after struggling to drag Liong Yian's body into the camper, they towed it away with an electric car. The 2 women were busy, but Qin Shun frowned, thinking about another thing. When Liong Yian suddenly attacked him, he shouted something in order to distract his attention. It is said that superpowers can evolve, and the condition for evolution is to eat the flesh of mutant creatures. The first half is easy to understand. After all, his weapons and ammunition skill has already evolved once. At the beginning, there were only crossbows and pistols, but now sniper rifles and shotguns have been unlocked. As long as you continue to eat mutant fruits, you can unlock more powerful weapons. But what does the second half of the sentence mean? Could it be that there are more ways to upgrade than just eating mutant fruits? Thinking of this, Qin Shun suddenly recalled something. That is the tree of origin. According to the skill introduction, the origin tree absorbs the surrounding polluted power and can bear the origin fruit. Using mutant organisms for fertilizer can speed up this process. This statement coincides with what Liong Yian said. In other words, there is likely to be so-called polluting power in the mutated organisms. Devouring the polluting power can accelerate the evolution of superpowers. Qin Shun was walking and thinking when his attention was suddenly attracted by a dark red bloodstain under his feet. What is this? Blood? But it's dried. Did someone fight here? Su Weiwei asked doubtfully. But Qin Shun suddenly took out a flashlight and shone it towards the tunnel beside him. The next moment, the scene in front of them scared the 2 women so much that they screamed. In the tunnel beside Qin Shun and the other 2, There were exaggerated blood splatters everywhere, and even the mud at the bottom of the tunnel had been dyed dark red by the blood. Someone has fought mutated beasts here, Qinshin said. There were still large footprints in the mud. Judging from the shapes, one is a human footprint and the other is an animal footprint. The animal's footprints have both 4 and 5 fingers, so this mutated beast is a rat. Judging from the size of the footprints, it's not very big, probably about the size of a wolf dog. There are no traces of sharp weapons on the wall, which means the person fighting him is most likely Liong Yian. Stop first and look for other traces nearby, Qinshin ordered. Liong Yian had fought against the mutated beast and survived, which added some credibility to what he said before his death. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Su Weiwei to make a discovery. Master, come here quickly. Su Weiwei found the traces a few dozen meters away and shouted to Qinshin and the others. Qinshin rushed over immediately, and following the light of Su Weiwei's flashlight, he saw a pile of bones at the bottom of the tunnel, with a pile of unburned wood scattered next to it. Qinshin thought for a moment and tried to reconstruct what had happened. When He Jian rebelled, he was able to abduct Liong Yan's woman, and I'm afraid he even took his supplies. Liong Yan had no choice but to leave through the tunnel he had dug earlier. I just didn't expect to encounter a mutated rat on the way. After a fierce battle, I killed the rat. I was so hungry, I roasted it and ate it. But after eating the rat, his powers actually evolved, which is the transformed form we saw. So he returned to the property management center, ready to wait and kill He Jian. Qinshin said. Even if his guess differs from the facts, it probably won't be too big. But Liong Yan certainly didn't expect that he didn't wait for He Jian to come back, but ran into the master instead. Su Weiwei smiled. When Liong Yan transformed, she was startled. It looked like a monster from a movie. If this trick is used against He Jian may not be Liong Yan's opponent. Unfortunately, he met his master. Okay, let's go back quickly. There might be mutated rats nearby. Be careful, Qinshin urged. At the same time, he also figured out the tricks of the Kowloon nightclub. They were able to search for supplies outside, using either sewage tunnels or subway tunnels. Now that we know their methods, we have an idea of how to deal with them. A full hour later, after going through many hardships, the three finally returned to the ground with Liong Yan's body. The two women were exhausted and panting. Their clothes were already soaked with sweat. Master, this is... Lu Qing and Gu Qingyan, who stayed on the ground on guard, were extremely surprised when they saw the scene in front of them. Why did you bring the body back? The two of them couldn't help but look at Qin Shun in confusion, and their thoughts were exactly the same as Yi Qingdai and Su Weiwei's. Could it be that killing Liong Yan wasn't enough to satiate Qin Shun, and he wanted to grind him to ashes? What are you looking at? Is there something on my face? Qin Shun asked with a frown. Lu Qing and Gu Qingyan quickly shook their heads. No. Qin Shun waved his hand and said, everyone go back. I have something to do. Qin Shun pointed at Yi Qingdai and Su Weiwei and said, especially you two, just throw away your clothes and go back to take a good shower. Don't stink up the house. The smell in the sewage tunnel was very bad. After returning to the ground, Qin Shun realized how refreshing the fresh air was. If these two women came home wearing smelly clothes, he would definitely give them a good beating. Dragging Liong Yan's body, Qin Shun returned to the tree of origin. Sure enough, his eyes are the ruler. The pit prepared for Liong Yan before was just the right size for him. After finishing, bury some soil, then dance on Liong Yan's grave, flatten the soil, and you're done. At this time, the countdown in front of the tree of origin began to decrease rapidly. 6:06:50. What the hell? This thing is buggy, right? It was 6 days and 16 hours before the fertilizer application, but only 10 hours were lost after the fertilizer application? Are you kidding me? Is Liong Yan such a jerk? System, how do you explain this? Qin Shun shouted in his heart. But the system didn't respond at all. There's not even any after-sales service, bad review. Qin Shun was complaining in his heart when, with a thud, something hit him directly on the head. Looking down, I saw a purple fruit the size of an apple rolling slowly on the ground. What the hell? Qin Shun became excited instantly. Chapter 98 New Discoveries about the system. After picking up the purple fruit, Qin Shun immediately figured it out. It wasn't that there was a bug in the timing system, but Liong Yan's fertility was too strong, which directly reset the remaining time to 0 and even reduced the countdown for the new cycle. As expected of an evolved superpower, the fertility is really strong. Liong Yan, just rest in peace. I have forgiven you now. Qin Shun stomped on the ground twice again and then went home. Mutated fruit? Master, where did you get this? The girls saw the purple fruit in Qin Shun's hand at a glance and were surprised. It's just a mutant fruit. As long as you behave well, You will all have a share in the future, Qinshin said. At this time, Su Weiwei and Yi Qingdai came over. The two women must have just finished taking a shower. They were still damp, their hair was wet, and they were only wrapped in a white bath towel. What are you two doing? I'm warning you, I don't have time for that kind of thing right now. Qinshin refused. He still needs to eat the fruit to awaken new superpowers. Aren't these two women dressed like this to deliberately disrupt his spiritual mind? Su Weiwei and Yi Qingdai blushed. Master, no, we have no new clothes to wear. The clothes they had just worn in the tunnel had been thrown away by them long ago, and only Qinshin had new clothes in his hands. Why didn't you say so earlier? Qinshin snorted coldly and took out 2 sets of clothes exactly the same as before and threw them to the two of them. Su Weiwei said a little aggrievedly. Master, why are you wearing the same outfit again? I'm a little tired of it. Can you let me wear 2 new sets of clothes? That way, Master won't get tired of it. As she spoke, she blinked her big eyes, looking pitiful. Don't act pitiful to me. It's useless, Qinshin said. Speaking of this matter, he also felt a little regretful. The name of this skill, infinite supplies, is too misleading. In fact, it just means unlimited quantity. There is a prerequisite for being able to take out something. It must have been touched by Qinshin himself. If he hadn't come across a few women's clothes when he was shopping with his ex-girlfriend Zheng Qianxue, he probably wouldn't be able to buy any clothes now. It is not easy to collect all the clothes that 4 women are wearing. Next time if you see clothes you like, remember to remind me to touch them. Otherwise you will have to wear these clothes every day, Qinshin instructed. At this time, Yi Qingdai said cautiously, Master, there is a shopping mall near the school. There are many beautiful clothes there. I have been there several times before, but there are many international brand clothes there. They are too expensive. I really can't afford them at that time. Why don't you take us to the mall if you have time? Speaking of this, the eyes of all the girls lit up. The shopping gene is almost engraved in their DNA. Besides, it's the end of the world now. Those high-end goods that you couldn't afford before are now not even worth as much as a loaf of bread. Shopping for free in a shopping mall is the dream of many women. Okay, you're even bringing up conditions now. Have you really forgotten your identities? Qinshin pretended to be angry. Yi Qingdai and Gu Qingyan were frightened before they knew Qinshin's temper. But Lu Qin and Su Weiwei had been with Qinshin for a long time, so they could naturally tell when Qinshin was really angry. Master, if I remember correctly, there is a Victoria's Secret there. Don't you want to see us wearing it? Lu Qin tempted. Su Weiwei also came over. Yes, Master. If you like, the 4 of us can even put on a fashion show, just for you. After hearing what the 2 women said, Qinshin couldn't help but feel moved. All 4 women have great figures and are definitely suitable for catwalk shows. Seeing that Qinshin was somewhat moved, Su Weiwei immediately hugged Qinshin's arm and shook it like a spoiled child. Master, didn't you say I'm your kitten? I want new clothes, so please fulfill my wish. The yukata was already loose, and with the shake, it immediately fell to the ground. However, Su Weiwei seemed not to feel it at all, and looked at Qinshin with pitiful eyes. Just like a coquettish kitten. Qinshin hugged Su Weiwei's waist tightly. We can discuss going to the mall later. I have to deal with something else first. It was almost an hour before Qinshin came out of the bathroom. He picked up the mutant fruit and ate it all in one breath. Ding, get 40 experience points. New skill detected. Do you want to acquire it now? The long-lost system voice finally rang out. However, Qinshin was a little confused because after eating the fruit this time, the system prompt changed. If I remember correctly, every time he ate a fruit, the system would prompt him to upgrade his stage, and he is now in the 4th stage. But this time, the system did not prompt the stage upgrade, nor did it prompt the rewards for the upgrade. System, please explain to me what the stage means. System, explain to me what means. What does mean in the stage? Qinshin asked loudly. This system is like a riddle man. It can even figure out the tree of origin, but it doesn't even explain what the stages are. Please be polite. After holding it in for a long time, the system finally replied, but Qinshin was so angry that he laughed. This rubbish system is supposed to promote civility and new trends, right? Respected system, please tell me what the upgrade stages are each time I upgrade. Thank you. Qinshin asked, suppressing his anger. The stage is a symbol of the host's strength. You can think of it as a level in the game. As the stage increases, the host will gain skill upgrade points, and this system will also add more functions. Upgrading the stage requires the host to absorb the power of pollution to gain experience. The host is currently in the 4th stage and needs 60 experience points to reach the next stage. The system explained. Hearing this, Qinshin was stunned. Being polite to this rubbish system really works. Only by absorbing the power of pollution can one gain experience, and only by upgrading stages can one obtain upgrade points and upgrade skills. It seems that Liong Yian has stumbled upon the method of upgrading superpowers. Qin Shun analyzed while muttering to himself. But without the mutant fruit, everything is useless. It would be better to first see what skills you gain by eating this fruit. Get skills. Qin Shun shouted to the system in his heart. Congratulations on acquiring the skill, skin petrification. Would you like to learn it? After hearing the name of the new skill, Qin Shun didn't have time to be happy before the system prompt sounded in his mind again. Please note that the host already has 3 skills: weapons and ammunition, unlimited supplies, and mind link. After acquiring new skills, the number of skills will reach the upper limit. Qin Shun was stunned. Fuck, there's a limit to the number of skills. Chapter 99 Qin Family Rules. System reminder. The upper limit of the number of skills the host can obtain is related to the stage you are in. The host is currently in the 4th stage, and the maximum number of skills is 4. After hearing the system's explanation, Qin Shun immediately became angry. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Isn't this a waste of my feelings? Qin Shun complained. The default upper limit for human skills is 3. The host has already surpassed most humans. The system continued. After hearing this, Qin Shun's expression eased a little. I have what others don't, and I have more than others. This is in line with the system's style. His advantages have not been shown yet, but when his stage level is raised, he will have 7 or 8 skills at his disposal, so he can deal with anyone he wants, right? Moreover, mutant fruits are so rare now, and most psychics only have 1 superpower. He has 4 superpowers, which is already a dimensionality reduction attack on ordinary superpower users. At this time, he finally had time to study the skills he had just acquired. System, explain skin petrification. Qin Shun said. Skin petrification transforms any part of the skin on your body into a petrified state. After the skin is petrified, defense increases to 10 times that of marble. The entire skin is petrified for 30 minutes, and the duration of the petrification is related to the area of the petrified skin. Subsequent skill upgrades will increase both defense and duration, and further enhance the petrification effect. The system explained the skills again. Qin Shun studied it for a long time and finally understood the meaning of this skill. Then, he chose to learn skills without hesitation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining skin petrification. The system's voice was still cold and emotionless. It's coming. It's finally coming. Qin Shun wanted a life-saving skill from the very beginning. Otherwise, with his small body, he would die if something unexpected happened in the apocalypse. Now that I have the skill to petrify my skin, I don't have to be as cautious when going out as before. But the skill introduction just now said that you can control the parts of your skin that turn to stone. Thinking of this, Qin Shun's mind moved, and then he pulled down his pants. Fuck, this is even possible. Qin Shun quickly canceled the skill. This kind of powerful weapon can only be looked at, but cannot be used. No matter how strong those women are, they cannot withstand the jade rabbit pounding medicine. At this time, Qin Shun petrified his arm again, took out a machete, and chopped it down. Sure enough, the machete hit his arm with a sound of metal clashing and directly rolled the blade, but his arm was completely unharmed, without even a trace left. Sure. Qin Shun was extremely satisfied. The ability of this original fruit seems to be related to fertilizer and directly inherited Liong Yian's skills. He remembered clearly that Liong Yian had used his neck to withstand a blow from the green dragon crescent blade. Level 1, skin petrification, is no longer afraid of cold weapons. Later, Liong Yian ate a mutant rat, and his superpowers were upgraded. Qin Shun still remembered that Liong Yian blocked his front with his arms, which seemed to have turned into a small shield. It seems that after this skill is upgraded, not only the defense is enhanced, but the shape can also change. Although the second level, skin petrification, was unable to withstand the spray gun, don't forget that his weapon has a 5-fold power bonus against mutated creatures. The 5 times power only made a hole in his arm. If it were an ordinary person, his arm would probably be broken. From this, it seems that the second level of skin petrification may be able to block ordinary thermal weapons. If the shotgun's power wasn't increased 5-fold, it might not even be able to break through the opponent's defense. So, we still have to find a way to upgrade this skill as soon as possible. Qin Shun pondered. After studying the skills, Qin Shun returned to the living room. In the living room, Lu Qing was using a laptop to save useful information. After all, after the internet was disconnected in 2 days, a lot of information would not be available for retrieval. Next to them, Su Weiwei was explaining to Gu Qingyan and Yi Qingdai what had happened in the community before, so that the 2 women could have a basic understanding of the situation in the community. Seeing Qin Shun coming out, Yi Qingdai and Gu Qingyan quickly stood up and called out shyly, "Master!" Qin Shin looked at the two of them in surprise, then turned his gaze to Su Weiwei, who was standing next to him with a smug look on her face. What's going on? Tell me, Qin Shin asked. Although these two women had followed him for a long time, they had not received much training. Normally, I always feel a little reluctant and awkward when calling him master. And now, the two women stood up and greeted him the first time they saw him. This was definitely done by Su Weiwei. Master, didn't you tell me to teach them the rules after I came back? I just taught them the rules of the Qin family. Su Weiwei took Qin Shin's arm and acted coquettishly. Oh, Qin family rules. How come I don't know about this? Qin Shin asked doubtfully. He had indeed set some rules for Lu Qing and Su Weiwei in the past, but those were all made up on a whim. Some of them were simply meant to humiliate the two women and were not serious rules at all. Given your strength, the Qin family will definitely have more than just the four of us little pets in the future, so we must set some rules. Sister Qing and I discussed it and worked out the rules. I was just about to report to you. Su Weiwei explained in a soft voice. Then, she looked at Gu Qingyan and Yi Qingdai. Recite the Qin family rules to the master. The two women looked even more shy, especially Gu Qingyan. She used to be a teacher, but now she has to recite those embarrassing and strange rules. She really wants to find a hole to crawl into. However, the two seemed a little afraid of Su Weiwei. Under the threat of Su Weiwei's eyes, they both recited in unison. First, the master's words are the rules. No matter what you do, you must not violate the master's words. Second, greet the host immediately upon seeing him/her. Learn to bow, kneel, and other gestures according to the host's preferences. Third, when eating, you cannot pick up your chopsticks before the host gives the order, and you cannot eat at the same table with the host without the host's consent. 4. 15. The final right of interpretation of the above rules belongs to the master, and the master can change it at any time. The two of them had good memories and memorized 15 items in a row. This includes not only food, clothing, housing, and transportation, but also rules such as not competing for favor. Master, are you satisfied? If you have any other suggestions, you can always add them. Su Weiwei said proudly. It's okay, but who made this thing? Qin Shin asked curiously. After hearing Qin Shin's words, the women all looked at Lu Qing. Master, I also summarized it based on your words. Lu Qing said shyly. Well done. It seems you were appointed team leader for a good reason. Print out this rule and post it in every bedroom. Qin Shin waved his hand and gave the order. After saying that, he remembered something else. By the way, have you found He Jian's whereabouts? Chapter 100, He Jian's whereabouts. When Lu Qing heard He Jian's name, her expression changed slightly. She just learned what happened from Su Weiwei. Unexpectedly, He Jian not only betrayed Liong Yian, but also took away 2 mutant fruits. In this way, He Jian is now also a person with superpowers. Why? Speaking of He Jian, are you feeling uncomfortable? Qin Shin glanced at Lu Qing and asked lightly. No, Master, He Jian and I have no relationship for a long time. I was just a little surprised that he has become a superpower. Lu Qing said quickly. As if noticing something strange about Lu Qing, Gu Qingyan stepped forward and grabbed her hand. Sister Qing, you're lucky to be away from this kind of person. If the master hadn't snatched you away, you would have died long ago. Think about it. He's defected to so many people, and every time he ended up being betrayed. If you had followed him, you would have become a pawn in his hands long ago. People like him deserve to die 10,000 times over. Lu Qing nodded. Of course, she knew what happened to the helpless women in the community. When He Jian was still in the property management power, in order to climb up, he forced her to come to Qin Shin and sacrifice herself. If Qin Shin had not asked her to come over later, she would probably have become a victim of He Jian's advancement. Just like what Qin Shin said at the beginning, if she stayed here, she would only need to please Qin Shin, but if she went back to find He Jian, she would probably become a plaything for countless men. I understand. At this time, Lu Qing suddenly raised her head and looked at Qin Shin. Master, if I meet He Jian, I will personally prove it to you. When the time comes, I will use the gun in my hand to personally end his life. Lu Qing looked determined, as if she had already made some kind of decision. They say abandoned women are the hardest-hearted. It seems Sister Qing is the same. Don't worry, Sister Qing. If we meet that bastard again, I'll give you another shot. Su Weiwei said with a smile. You guys are really brave. You just read out the rules, and now you're talking about other men in front of me. Qin Shin pointed at the women and said, Stop playing around. The monitoring room account has been recovered. Everyone, work together to find He Jian's whereabouts. When he returned from the property management center, Qin Shin directly took back the account of the property management center's monitoring room and copied the surveillance footage. Although many surveillance cameras have been destroyed, there are so many cameras in the community, and one of them might have captured He Jian. Yes, master. Several women responded quickly. Qinshan sighed, feeling depressed. After finally getting rid of Liong Yian, He Jian showed up. Moreover, this person is my nemesis for stealing my wife, and he also possesses 2 superpowers. I will not be able to sleep or eat unless I kill him. Just as Lu Qing and the other 3 girls were busy checking the surveillance, in Building 4, Su Tu turned on the Instant Hot Pot and picked up his phone to watch the video he had recorded at school. At that time, he was surrounded by women, feeling very comfortable. Now, he can only watch the films he made at that time to reminisce. Just as I took a bite of shrimp, footsteps suddenly sounded at the door. Su Tu was stunned and quickly paused the video to listen attentively. The chopsticks placed next to his mouth stopped moving. But then, he didn't hear any sound. Phew, I was so scared. I thought there was someone there. I really scared myself. Su Tu breathed a sigh of relief and was about to continue eating the hot pot when he saw a bloody knife suddenly inserted through the crack in the door. When there was a sound of metal collision, and the door lock was cut off instantly. The next moment, a man with a stern expression broke in, and the tip of a bloody knife was pressed against Su Tu's throat. Su Tu hadn't even realized what was happening. A piece of shrimp fell out of his mouth. Brother, don't kill me. He looked at the bloody long sword in front of him, and his body trembled. Then he felt a damp heat in his pants. The person in front of him was He Jian, whom Qinshan had been looking for. He Jian frowned slightly as he looked at Su Tu, who was so scared that he peed his pants. He turned around and shouted to the door, "Come in." The next moment, Lu Tong, who had a pretty face but looked a little tired, walked in and closed the door. "Where does your food come from?" He Jian pressed the question. In addition to the self-heating hot pot on the table, there was a lot of food piled next to it, enough for at least half a month. The apocalypse has been here for so long. How is it possible that some people still have so much food? Even if he looted Liong Yian's stock, he would only have enough dry food for a few days. I say, big brother, can you put down the knife first? Su Tu didn't dare to hide anything and told the whole story like pouring beans out of a bamboo tube, including what Qinshan did on campus, and how he was brought from campus by Qinshan and locked up here. After hearing Su Tu's words, He Jian was dumbfounded. It took him a long time to digest all of this. You mean, there's a tunnel under the complex that leads to the campus, and he has a shotgun? He Jian asked in a deep voice. Although Qinshan had not unlocked the shotgun when he went to find Su Tu had seen shotguns on several women when they were moving in the tunnel. I swear, everything I said is true. Su Tu shouted hurriedly. Go on, tell me everything you know about Qinshan. He Jian continued to ask. He had just brought Lu Tong out to find a safe place to live, but unexpectedly he smelled the smell of hot pot in the corridor. I originally wanted to steal some supplies, but unexpectedly I captured a key figure. Brother, I've told you everything I know. After Qinshan caught me, I was locked up in the bathroom of the girls' dormitory. I suffered a lot. I don't know what happened next. Su Tu replied with a bitter face. It's not that he didn't want to say it, but he really didn't know what Qinshan did on campus. All right. Su Tu suddenly seemed to remember something. He kidnapped 2 women on campus. They both have top-notch figures and looks. One is our school's most beautiful girl, and the other is our school's most beautiful teacher. He Jian couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. It's already this late, and you're still thinking about women. Su Tu shrank his neck in fear. Brother, do you have a grudge against Qinshan? Speaking of which, he and I are also enemies. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. We are in the same group, right? He Jian sneered and said, your sister is Qinshan's woman. Logically, you are Qinshan's brother-in-law. Do you think I will believe you when you say you have a grudge against Qinshan? Su Tu shook his head repeatedly. Brother, my sister didn't choose to be Qinshan's woman. I heard that her roommate betrayed her. Qinshan spent 5 boxes of instant noodles to buy her at auction, and then raped her. And Qinshan wasn't nice to my sister either. He said my sister was his kitten. Isn't that an insult? Besides, he has several other women besides my sister, and he's not nice to my sister at all. Hearing this, He Jian's eyes lit up. His wife Lu Qing was also taken away by Qinshan. Maybe Su Weiwei was also forced to become Qinshan's woman. So, your sister also harbors resentment towards Qinshan? He Jian asked. In order to save his life, Su Tu nodded with a determined look in his eyes. My sister hates Qinshan to the core. He Jian smiled wickedly. If that's the case, then trick your sister over here. I need to talk to her about something. Chapter 101 Brother. You will be my brother-in-law from now on. Hearing He Jian's words, Su Tu took out his cell phone without hesitation and called Su Weiwei. Sister, I just found that there was something wrong with the door lock when I closed it. How about you come over and help me change rooms? Su Tu made up an excuse and said, I'm not very convenient today. I'm busy, Su Weiwei said. The four girls were dividing the work to check the surveillance. If she left halfway because of Su Tu's matter, even if Qin Shin didn't mind, the other girls would definitely be dissatisfied. Find something to hold the door shut first. I'll come over tomorrow if I have time, Su Weiwei instructed. Sister, Before Su Tu could finish his words, Su Weiwei hung up the phone. Su Tu held the phone and looked at He Jian blankly. She hung up. He Jian smiled coldly. It seems that you are not important at all in your sister's heart. She would rather compete with the other three women for her favor than care about your safety. Su Tu's face turned ugly as he defended himself. She had no choice. But He Jian was somewhat disdainful and said in a bewitching tone, Do you believe this? Never trust women. They don't tell the truth. At this point, there's no need for me to hide some things from you. There's a woman named Lu Qing beside Qin Shen. She's my wife. Hearing this, Su Tu's eyes widened. He had seen Lu Qing before, and he had wondered where Qin Shen found such a beauty, but he didn't expect that she was He Jian's wife. He Jian's expression remained calm, as if he was talking about someone else's business. That woman kept saying she'd love me forever, but in the end, didn't she end up being the worthless woman of Qin Shen? So, from that moment on, I made up my mind to never trust a woman again in my life. The only thing I pursue is ultimate power. Once you have power, what can you want? No matter how beautiful a woman is, she will crawl to you and beg for mercy. There was a crazy light flashing in He Jian's eyes, which scared Su Tu so much that he swallowed nervously. Seeing Su Tu's reaction, He Jian sneered. Why? You don't believe it? As he spoke, he grabbed Lu Tong's hair and lifted her head up fiercely. Bitch, do you think what I just said is right? He Jian asked loudly in a fierce tone. Lu Tong was in so much pain that tears were about to come out. She nodded quickly. Yes, you are right. He Jian laughed heartily and turned to stare at Su Tuesday. See? This woman was someone else's wife before, but now she's still being played with by me. After saying that, he pushed Lu Tong away again and slashed down with the bloody knife in his hand. Su Tu screamed in fright and subconsciously closed his eyes. It took him 2 seconds to realize that he was not injured, and then he carefully opened his eyes. I saw that a corner of the stone coffee table in front of him had been chopped off. The cross-section is extremely smooth, as if it was cut by a laser. This, brother, your knife is too powerful, Su Tu exclaimed in amazement. He Jian flipped his hand, and the blood knife disappeared in an instant. This sword is a special ability of mine. It can cut iron like mud. Not to mention stone, even alloy can be cut through easily. Not only that, I also have other special abilities. As long as I find the opportunity, killing Qin Shin will not be a problem, He Jian said with confidence. Brother, can I hang out with you in the future? Su Tu said sincerely. I've admired the strong since I was a child. Your strength is definitely stronger than that loser Qin Shin. He just got the gun's ability by chance and will never achieve anything great. He Jian looked amused. Are you serious? Su Tu immediately raised 3 fingers. I, Su Tu, swear here that as long as Big Brother takes me with him, I will be absolutely loyal. I will fight wherever Big Brother points, and I will stand by you in your arms. He Jian patted Su Tu's shoulder with satisfaction and said, Good boy, you have a bright future. Su Tu chuckled. Brother, how about you be my brother-in-law in the future? I'll trick my sister into coming over and give her to you. It would be great if we could become even closer relatives. He Jian laughed evilly. I will have more than one woman by my side in the future. Are you willing to give your sister to me? Su Tu quickly complimented him. Brother, you are a man of great importance. Throughout history, which great figure has only one woman by his side? Aren't they always surrounded by a group of confidants? Emperors even boasted of having 3,000 beauties in their harem. Besides, what future does my sister have following that loser Qin Shen? Sooner or later, she will be killed for offending a big shot like you. So, instead of giving it to others, why not let her hang out with Big Brother? I'm doing this for her own good. Su Tu used to be the second in command under Li Qingfeng, so of course he knew how to make such a person happy. Sure enough, after hearing Su Tu's words, He Jian showed a smug look. However, Su Tu was obviously not aware of He Jian's experience. Before the end of the world, he was the boss of a company with dozens of employees. He was flattered every day and had long been immune to it. Moreover, after the end of the world came, he joined several forces in succession and finally made it to the present day and obtained 2 superpowers. Next, as long as he kills Liong Yian and Qin Shen, no one in the community will be his match. By then, it will only be a matter of time before he can find more mutant fruits, build up his own power, and become the overlord. Thinking of this, He Jian became excited. After enduring so much hardship for so long, we are finally going to succeed. Brother Su, It's not that I don't trust you. Before your sister comes, I have to tie you up first to prevent you from tipping off. Do you understand? He Jian took out the rope and asked. Su Tu cursed inwardly. What if he didn't understand? The other party had a knife in his hand. Would reasoning be of any use? Haha, brother, I understand. Su Tu looked clear-minded and stretched out his hands. Brother, to prove my innocence, tie me up. I will never resist. He Jian patted Su Tu's shoulder and said, Brother, you are really sensible. Don't worry, I will bear with you for a while now. After I kill Qin Shun, you will be my most capable subordinate. By then, you will have everything you want to eat and every woman you want. I will definitely not treat you unfairly. Hearing He Jian's promise, Su Tu was so excited that he wanted to kneel down and kowtow to He Jian 3 times and become his adoptive father. Looking at Su Tu's excitement, He Jian couldn't help but sneer in his heart. As expected of a college student who hasn't entered the society yet, he was fooled by the simplest trick of making empty promises. After tying up Su Tu, He Jian took away Su Tu's cell phone. Next, just wait until Su Weiwei contacts me tomorrow. Then he pushed Su Tu to the bathroom. I'll have to bear with you and let you sleep here for one night. He Jian said in a deep voice. Brother, can we change places? I have a psychological trauma when it comes to bathrooms. Su Tu said aggrievedly. Qin Shun had thrown him in the girls' bathroom for several days, but he didn't expect that as soon as he came back, he was locked in the bathroom again. However, He Jian ignored him completely. After closing the door, he pulled Lu Tong into the bedroom. Listening to the sounds coming from the bedroom, Su Tu felt like crying but had no tears. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? Chapter 102, Jiang Hu Rules. You can't kill without seeing his face. On Qin Shun's side, the 4 women did not sleep all night and could not find He Jian on the surveillance camera. Hey look, isn't this? Suddenly, Su Weiwei pointed at a woman in the surveillance video and shouted in surprise. Hearing the sound, the other 3 women quickly gathered around. This woman looks like Lu Tong, right? But her hairstyle and clothes have changed, so I can't tell if it's her. Besides, wasn't Lu Tong kidnapped by He Jian? How could she appear in Building 4? She should be with He Jian now. The women said uncertainly. The surveillance camera was far away and the woman's face could not be seen clearly. Moreover, the woman just flashed through the corridor of building number 4 without leaving any further information. At this time, Qin Shun, who had just gotten up, also came to the living room. Seeing the 4 women looking tired, Qin Shun asked, Has He Jian's whereabouts not been found yet? It took less than half a day to find Liong Yian's place to stay. Now that he has the surveillance records of the residential complex, it wouldn't be so difficult to find He Jian. Master, I don't know what means He Jian used, but we really can't find his whereabouts. Also, many surveillance cameras in the community have been destroyed, so the information is very limited. Lu Qing said with a dejected look on her face. At this time, Su Weiwei pointed at the screen on the laptop and said, Master, come and see. This woman seems to be LV Tong. I've seen Lu Tong before, and I'm impressed by her figure. Although I can't see the person's face in the surveillance video, I used to be a model, so it's a bit of an occupational hazard that I can remember people's figures. I am very confident that this woman is LV Tong. Qin Shun nodded and asked, Can you find any other surveillance footage from Building 4? The women all shook their heads. The cameras in the residential buildings were severely damaged. We can't find any more surveillance footage in Building 4. At this time, Lu Qing suddenly said, I remember there was a camera at Li Guifang's house facing the direction of Building 4. Maybe there are records at her home. Qin Shun was stunned. Are you talking about the old woman who came to steal things last time? Is there something wrong with her? The camera is facing the building opposite? Hearing Qin Shun's words, Su Weiwei and Lu Qing immediately covered their mouths and laughed. Yi Qingdai and Gu Qingyan were both confused and had no idea what Su Weiwei and Lu Qing were laughing at. Su Weiwei explained to the two. Last time, Li Guifang came to steal food for some reason and accidentally let slip information about Liong Yian. She was so arrogant at the time. When the master asked her a question, she insisted on getting 2 boxes of luncheon meat. After she revealed the information, the master immediately ordered Sister Qing and me to take the luncheon meat back. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingdai and Gu Qingyan were both at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Why blackmail Qin Shun when there are so many other people to blackmail? Isn't this courting death? The old woman was lucky that Qin Shun didn't shoot her at that time. In fact, the camera in Li Guifang's home is not facing the building opposite. She has a lot of vegetables in the green area downstairs, and they are often stolen, so she bought a camera for surveillance. Many people from the building opposite came to Li Guifang to talk about this, but she scolded them all and they ran away. Lu Qing explained, What are you waiting for? Let's go to Li Guifang's house. Bring your equipment and weapons with you. Be careful, Qinshin said. In the past, Qinshin would never go out so easily. But now, with the addition of 4 women, he has at least 5 hot weapons in his hands. He Jian was alone, and he was not afraid at all. Besides, he had just learned skin petrification, and he had Yiqing Dai, who had healing abilities, by his side, so he felt more at ease. It would be fine if he Jian hid himself, but if he dared to come out, he would be seeking his own death. When they reached the 2nd floor, Lu Qing wanted to knock on the door, but Qin Shun waved his hand, took out a sledgehammer, and hammered it down. Boom. There was a loud bang, shaking the whole building. The handle of the 80-pound hammer in his hand couldn't bear the weight and broke in the middle. The security door fell to the ground with a bang, as if it were made of paper. Seeing this scene, the 4 girls were dumbfounded. Is this power something a normal person can possess? Feeling the surprised looks of the 4 women, Qin Shun was quite proud. Why, my strength is not bad, right? Qin Shun raised his arm and showed what he looked like after being petrified. I saw that his entire right arm had turned into a light gray color like rock. If you look closely, you can see rock-like patterns on it. Master, what are you doing? Lu Qing had seen Liong Yian use his first-level skin petrification ability before and immediately thought of this ability. Have you learned Liong Yan's ability? Qin Shun nodded. This ability is called skin petrification. It can temporarily give the skin 10 times the defense and power of rock. After hearing Qin Shun's explanation, the 4 girls also became excited. The stronger Qin Shun is, the safer they will be. So they wished Qin Shun had as many special abilities as possible. Just then, there was a noise in the house. Qin Shun waved his hand. Go and see if anyone is still alive and look for surveillance video. The 4 girls hurried into the house and began to search. Qin Shun also walked to the window and looked out. Sure enough, there was a surveillance camera in front of the window. It looked like it was 360 degrees and of good quality, not like a cheap product. This old woman, just to take advantage of the green zone, actually spent a lot of money to install a surveillance camera. It's hard to judge, Qin Shun said helplessly. At this time, Lu Qing came out of the bedroom, feeling a little embarrassed and bewildered, and waved to Qin Shun. Master, you should come and take a look yourself. Qin Shun followed Lu Qing into the bedroom in confusion and saw the other 3 women gathered together, looking like they were trying not to laugh. He stepped forward, and the 3 women quickly made way. Qin Shun almost couldn't help laughing when he saw the scene in front of him. I saw Li Guifeng crawling under the bed, but not completely. Her feet were still exposed and shivering. Old woman, get out here now. Qin Shun patted the bed. Li Guifeng, who was hiding under the bed, shuddered. My dear, I didn't see your face. According to the rules of the underworld, you can't kill me. There's half a bag of cookies under the coffee table in the living room. If you want to take it, just take it. I'll pretend I know nothing. Li Guifeng's words made the girls burst out laughing. Qin Shun shook his head, pointed at Li Guifeng, and ordered the women, drag her out. After Qin Shun spoke, several women hurried forward and dragged Li Guifeng out from under the bed by her legs. But Li Guifeng still had her eyes closed, looking panicked. I am blind, old woman. I can't see anything. What do you want from me? Li Guifeng asked with a trembling voice. Qin Shun took out the shotgun and pointed it at Li Guifeng's forehead. Old woman, do you recognize this thing? Qin Shun was playful. Chapter 103, He Jian's second ability. Li Guifeng felt the coolness of metal on her forehead and opened her eyes in fright. When he opened his eyes, he saw the black muzzle of a gun and Qin Shun with a sneer on his face. Li Guifeng shuddered. You? How are you still alive? Qin Shun sneered. Why? You're so eager for my death. Are you secretly stabbing me with a figurine? Hearing Qin Shun's words, Li Guifeng was so scared that she waved her hands repeatedly. I didn't. I absolutely didn't. Qin Shun was too lazy to argue with Li Guifeng and asked directly, where are the surveillance videos from your home cameras stored? Find them and let us take a look. Li Guifeng quickly took out her phone and said, it's all on my phone. If you want to take it, just take it. Lu Qing walked over, took the phone, opened the monitoring software, and looked for yesterday's surveillance footage. With the time when Lu Tong appeared, the monitoring time range is also easy to determine. Soon, Lu Qing found Lu Tong in the surveillance video. Like the previous video, Lu Tong was in a hurry and looked flustered, as if he was avoiding something. However, compared with the video from the property management, the video from Li Guifeng's home is much clearer. Just when everyone thought there was nothing new to discover, Gu Qingyan suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the phone screen and shouting, look, are there 2 figures here? Hearing Gu Qingyan's words, everyone immediately crowded together and looked in the direction of her finger. Lu Qing curled her lips, took out her notebook, and transferred the video. The phone screen can't see clearly, so let's use the notebook. The video progress moved to the position that Liong Yian had just pointed out, and everyone gathered around again. This time, the few of them finally saw clearly what the two figures Liong Yian was talking about were. When Lu Tong turned around to go upstairs, just as she was about to enter the stairwell, another figure suddenly appeared beside her and entered the stairwell with her. Although it was only 2 or 3 seconds, the women were very sure that it was a person. Based on the earrings on that woman's ears, we have confirmed that she is Lu Tong. After watching the video, Qin Shen muttered to himself. The surveillance camera at Li Guifeng's home was clearer than that of the property management, and they easily saw that the style of the earrings on the woman's ears was exactly the same as Lu Tong's. But what made him even more curious was whether the figure that suddenly appeared was He Jian. If it was really He Jian, how did he manage to show up? Could it be that the video is missing some footage? Yi Qingdai asked in confusion. Absolutely not. Li Guifeng spoke up before anyone else could say anything. I spent thousands on my home surveillance system. If it had a problem, could I really tolerate it? This reason was so impeccable that even Qin Shen nodded in agreement. In his impression, Li Guifeng was the only one who took advantage of others, and she had never suffered any loss. That's strange. This person can't have appeared out of thin air, right? Su Weiwei said with a puzzled look on her face. At this time, Gu Qingyan took the notebook from Lu Qing, picked up the mouse, and watched the video second by second. A few minutes later, Gu Qingyan suddenly spoke up. Perhaps, this person really did appear out of thin air. Hearing this, Qin Shun and others gathered around. How do you say that? Qin Shun asked. Gu Qingyan dragged the video's progress bar and pointed at the door to the escape passage. LV Tong will come in from here soon, but the focus is not on her. Pay attention to what happens to the door after she comes in. After she finished speaking, she released the progress bar, and the next moment, Lu Tong pushed open the door of the escape passage and came to the corridor. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the door, motionless. At this moment, as if there was a gust of wind, the door of the escape passage slowly opened a little. Seeing this scene, everyone felt a chill on their backs and got goosebumps all over their bodies. What's going on? Is there a ghost? Lu Qing asked in disbelief. Women are naturally timid, and several of them were so frightened that their faces turned pale. But Gu Qingyan hadn't finished yet. She dragged the progress bar again and pointed at Lu Tong and said, "Look, does she look like she's talking to someone now?" Everyone came closer to take a look, and sure enough, Lu Tong tilted her head slightly, and they could clearly see her lips moving. The women's scalps suddenly felt numb, and they were speechless. Qin Shen also frowned, obviously not understanding what was going on. Gu Qingyan continued. Looking at Lu Tong's appearance, she originally wanted to walk to the end of the corridor, but after she finished speaking, she suddenly stopped and turned back to the emergency passage. What do you think? Is it possible that there was always someone beside her, but for some reason we didn't see it? Su Weiwei's voice trembled a little. Teacher Gu, please stop talking for now. I suddenly feel a chill on my back. Yi Qingdai also agreed. Yes, Teacher Gu, the video is so clear, how could we not see it if there really was someone there? I think the figure in the last 2 seconds was a problem with the equipment, and the video was doubled. Gu Qingyan shook her head. I definitely wouldn't be wrong. Don't forget, I used to be a teacher. I could see every little movement of the students during class clearly. I trust my eyes. At this moment, Qin Shen suddenly seemed to remember something and clapped his hands excitedly. You're right, there really might be someone next to Lu Tong, Qin Shen said in surprise. When the women heard Qin Shen's words, they were stunned. Master, please don't scare us. There's clearly nothing in the surveillance video, Su Weiwei said cautiously. Qin Shen slapped her on the buttocks and scolded her. Have you watched too many horror movies? Why are you always so suspicious? I said there was someone close to Lu Tong, and I have evidence. Think about it. Who kidnapped Lu Tong? It was He Jian. According to Liong Yian, He Jian is a person with superpowers. How could Lu Tong possibly escape from him? Yi Qingdai asked doubtfully. Perhaps something unexpected happened along the way, and Lu Tong escaped from He Jian's clutches? Qin Shen looked at Yi Qingdai with disdain. He Jian isn't as useless as you think. He managed to take 2 mutant fruits from right under Liong Yan's nose and tricked him. If even the powerless Lu Tong could escape from him, he might as well just run into a wall and die. Don't forget, Liong Yan took away 2 mutant fruits. The first ability seems to be able to summon a blood knife, which is quite powerful. We don't know the second ability yet. If his second ability is something like a chameleon or invisibility, then perhaps that would explain the surveillance footage. After hearing Qin Shen's words, the 4 girls suddenly understood. Yes, He Jian has an unknown superpower. How could they forget such an important thing? Chapter 104. Driving the Wolf and Devouring the Tiger. If what the master said is true, then it will be difficult to catch He Jian. Su Weiwei sighed. If He Jian not only has a powerful blood knife, but also has the ability to hide his tracks, there is only one way to deal with such a person, and that is to kill him with one blow. Otherwise, as long as the other party has a little time to react, they will seize the opportunity to escape. It will be difficult to catch the opponent's weakness after alerting him. Let's discuss it again when we get back. Qin Shen waved his hand and said to the women. Lu Qing looked at Li Guifeng, who was still trembling. Master, what should we do with this person? Li Guifeng quickly begged for mercy. Please forgive me. I swear, I will never tell anyone about what happened today. Qin Shen threw the crossbow to Lu Qing and left the room without saying a word. Lu Qing did not hesitate, picked up the crossbow, aimed it directly at Li Guifeng, and pulled the trigger. Before Li Guifeng could even react, a crossbow arrow pierced her neck. Li Guifeng grabbed her neck with both hands, her eyes revealing helplessness and despair. She seemed to want to speak, but her neck was pierced by a crossbow arrow, and she could only spit out a stream of blood foam. The next moment, Li Guifeng fell to the ground with a thud, ending her sinful life. Su Weiwei stepped forward to take a look and confirmed that Li Guifeng had passed away. Sister Qing, she's dead. Seeing that Gu Qingyan and Yi Qingdai still seemed a little uncomfortable, Lu Qing said calmly, From now on, you must learn to root out the problems completely and not let your heart get the better of you. Otherwise, any mistake could lead everyone to a hopeless situation. Next time you encounter something like this, you too will do it. Got it. As the team leader appointed by Qin Shen, Lu Qing already had the ability to handle the other three women. Gu Qingyan and Yi Qingdai nodded quickly to show that they understood. Lu Qing then waved with satisfaction and chased after Qin Shen with the three women. As soon as he got home, Qin Shen said something shocking. Judging from the current situation, those two people are Lu Tong and He Jian. The video was recorded around dinner time yesterday, which means the two people are most likely still in building 4. If we set fire to the first and second floors, we might be able to trap them both inside the building. Hearing Qin Shen's opportunity, the 4 girls couldn't help but widen their eyes. There should still be many survivors in building number 4. If we set fire to the first and second floors, it might be too late by the time people upstairs react. This move is really cruel, but I have to say, it does work. Even if He Jian has special abilities, he can't be not afraid of fire. Little did they know that Qin Shen had no explosives in his hand. Otherwise, he would definitely choose to blow up the building while setting the fire. But Su Weiwei looked embarrassed. Master, but my brother is still in building 4. At this point, Su Weiwei slumped to her knees. Master, this is my only relative left. Before you set the fire, can you give my brother some time to escape? Qin Shen shook his head. I don't want anything to go wrong. If I let He Jian go this time, he'll definitely be wary, and it'll be hard to find him again. Su Weiwei never imagined that her brother would become a victim. Lu Qing patted Su Weiwei's shoulder and said, Everyone has their own destiny. Master, you saved his life by bringing him back to the community. Otherwise, he would have probably died in the struggle for supremacy on campus. Su Weiwei looked dejected and didn't know how to save Su Tu's life. And just then, her cell phone rang. Looking at Su Tu's name on the phone screen, she felt dazed. Go ahead and pick it up and see what he wants. Qin Shen said lightly. Su Weiwei calmed herself down before pressing the answer button. But since Qin Shen was by her side, she could only speak out loud. Sister, why did you answer the phone just now? Didn't you say you would come to see me yesterday? Why haven't you come yet? Su Tu urged anxiously. I have some unexpected circumstances. I may not be able to visit you today. Su Weiwei said, suppressing the grief in her heart. Hearing Su Weiwei's words, Su Tu suddenly panicked. At this moment he was sitting on the sofa, and standing opposite him was He Jian holding a bloody knife. Su Tu raised his head and gave He Jian a look that said, Don't worry, and then he cried out, Sister, my stomach suddenly hurts. I'm so cold. Do I have a fever? I feel so uncomfortable. Can you come over and see me? Su Weiwei was about to speak when Qin Shen suddenly reached out and turned off the microphone. Something's wrong. I don't remember your brother being so attached to you before. If you continue to fight with him, just say you have to go out and do something with me and you can't get through. After saying that, Qin Shen turned on the receiver again. Although Su Weiwei was confused, she still honestly repeated Qin Shen's words. Going out? What are you going out for? Su Tu asked under He Jian's instructions. The conversation between the Su siblings has become a way for Qin Shen and He Jian to fight each other. Nothing. It seems I'm going to look for someone. Su Weiwei answered vaguely. All right. Su Tu suddenly seemed to remember something. Sister, are you looking for Liong Yian? I saw someone at the property management center yesterday. You can go over there and take a look. Hearing this, the four girls were all stunned and looked up at each other. Qin Shin sneered, as if he had known Su Tu would say that. Really? You can't just talk about this? Su Weiwei asked. I'm not too sure. After all, I haven't seen Liong Yian. But now everyone is hiding in the building, and it's unusual for there to be someone there. I suggest you send Qin Shin over to take a look. Su Tu's answer was flawless. Okay, I'll find a chance to go to your place later, so don't run around. After saying that, Su Weiwei hung up the phone. Wonderful, wonderful. Qin Shin laughed and clapped his hands. The four girls were confused and didn't know what Qin Shin meant. Master, what's so exciting? Lu Qing asked cautiously. I think He Jian's move of driving away the wolf and swallowing the tiger is really brilliant. Qin Shin said lightly. Hearing this, the four girls were stunned. He Jian's driving away wolves and swallowing tigers? Master, are you saying that what Su Tu said just now was all told by He Jian? The four girls were not stupid and immediately understood what Qin Shin meant. Of course. Otherwise, how could that loser Su Tu pay attention to the situation outside and just happen to see Liong Yian? Qin Shin sneered. If we hadn't killed Liong Yian yesterday and knew He Jian had escaped, and if we hadn't accidentally seen the surveillance video of He Jian in Building 4, I'm afraid we would have fallen into his trap. He wanted to lure me to the property management center and have Liong Yian and I fight to the death. In the end, no matter who survived, he would reap the benefits. But he probably didn't expect that Liong Yian had already been killed by me, and before he died, he also exposed He Jian's trump card. Qin Shin stared at Su Weiwei. Your brother is quite impressive. He's hanging out with He Jian again. This is the kind of person who can accomplish great things. Chapter 105. Fire burns the building. No way. Although Su Tu is a bit unreliable, he shouldn't collude with outsiders to deal with me. Su Weiwei said with a pale face. Lu Qing stepped forward and pulled Su Weiwei up from her kneeling position. It's been so long since the end of the world, and you've already been betrayed by your most trusted roommate. Haven't you seen through human nature yet? How could your brother, who is able to become the second-in-command in the school, be an honest man in your eyes? Gu Qingyan sighed. It's not that Weiwei can't see through human nature, but when it comes to her family, her heart is already in turmoil. At this moment, Qin Shin's mouth curled up into a smile. I don't mind giving you a chance to verify Su Tu's thoughts. But I still say the same thing. If you are sure that he has betrayed you, you must kill him yourself. Otherwise, you will be buried with him. Hearing Qin Shin's words, Su Weiwei showed a hint of hesitation on her face. But then, she nodded fiercely. Master, if Su Tu has really surrendered to He Jian, I will never let him go. Qin Shin pointed at the phone in Su Weiwei's hand and said, Call him later and tell him that I've been mean to you and that you want to get away from me. Ask him what he thinks. The girls immediately understood what Qin Shin meant. If Su Tu was really controlled by He Jian, Su Weiwei's words would likely reveal the truth. Half an hour later, at Qin Shin's suggestion, Su Weiwei called Su Tu. Sister, are you done with your work? I've been waiting for a long time. When will you come over? We are blood relatives. I'm almost dying of illness, and you won't even come to see me? Su Tu urged anxiously. Su Weiwei never comes, and if she angers He Jian, he's finished. Alas, it's hard to put it into words. Su Weiwei squeezed out a sob. Qin Shin is moody. He just beat me up for a trivial matter. I'll find a chance to see you later. Hearing this, He Jian, who was standing next to the phone, was suddenly delighted. He whispered a few words to Su Tu, teaching him how to respond. Sister, what happened? Did that bastard hit you? Su Tu asked with concern. Didn't he bring 2 more women back from school? Men are always fickle. Ever since the newcomers came, he's been ignoring me. He even beat me up just now because of Liong Yian. Humph, doesn't he just have 2 guns? Before the apocalypse, he was just a lousy delivery guy. He luckily got a superpower, and he ended up acting like a tyrant. Brother, I don't dare tell anyone else this. I can only tell you that if I didn't have other backers, I would have left him long ago. Su Weiwei pretended to complain. After hearing this answer, not only He Jian, but even Su Tu showed joy. It seems that the guy named Qin Shin doesn't have much ability. Sister, I have a solution. Su Tu suddenly said. Su Weiwei's heart tightened instantly. Xiao Tu, what do you want to say? Because of nervousness, Su Weiwei's voice became a little trembling. She was afraid that Su Tu would give the most unacceptable answer. But the next moment, Su Tu said directly, Sister, I have a way to contact other psychics. As long as you cooperate, maybe we can kill Qin Shin. Su Weiwei revealed a look of pain. Who? Who is this superpower you're talking about? Su Tu didn't say He Jian's name directly, but said vaguely, Sister, don't worry about this. Anyway, find a chance to come over and we'll talk about it when we meet. Okay. Su Weiwei hung up the phone with a dejected look on her face. It would be fine if no one knew about He Jian's incident. But in the surveillance video, He Jian went to building number 4 yesterday. Now Su Tu suddenly said that he knew a person with superpowers, and it was most likely He Jian. Are you giving up now? Qin Chen said lightly. After saying that, he waved his hand and said, everyone check your equipment and get ready to work. This time, our mission is to demolish building number 4 and kill He Jian. I don't want to waste any time. Lu Qing sighed and patted Su Weiwei on the shoulder. Don't think too much, just follow the master's instructions. Su Weiwei looked desperate and followed everyone out of the room. The 5 men quietly came to building number 4 and poured gasoline on the first and second floors. Then, Qin Shun handed the lighter to Su Weiwei. Come, it's your turn. Su Weiwei slowly took the lighter, and the other 3 women gave her a supportive look. Weiwei, I know Su Tu is your only relative in this world, but what he did is a capital crime, and he cannot be allowed to live. Lu Qing advised. Yes, Weiwei, he had many opportunities to give you hints, but he kept trying to trick you. If we hadn't known some intelligence in advance, I'm afraid he would have succeeded. Gu Qingyan also echoed. Yi Qingdai sighed. Sister Weiwei, we will be your family from now on. Let's get started. The longer the night, the more trouble we have. After hearing what they said, Su Weiwei started to shed tears. Although she knew that what they said was right, she still couldn't help feeling sad. The reason why Su Tu was brought back to the community was to ensure his safety. But unexpectedly, this action hurt him. Xiao Tu, goodbye forever. As she spoke, Su Weiwei threw the lighter into the gasoline in front of her. The next moment, the fire suddenly spread, and Qin Shun and others retreated to building number 3. With the help of gasoline, the fire spread extremely quickly and reached the 3rd floor in just a few minutes. Thick smoke billowed out of the windows, and the situation was extremely tragic. What's going on? Why is there such a strong smell of smoke? In the property management group, someone from building number 4 asked. I smell it too. Is there something burning? Someone asked immediately afterwards. At this moment, someone suddenly posted a photo. Judging from the angle, it should have been taken in building number 5. Fuck, guys, stop chatting. Don't you feel but is a little hot? Run. Your building is on fire. As soon as this photo was released, the survivors of building number 4 were instantly shocked. What's going on? Why is the fire so big? Help. There's no water in the fire hose. We can't put out the fire. The fire has reached the 4th floor. What should we do? Help. Looking at the messages for help from everyone, Lu Qing and others could only sigh. In order to ensure that everything goes smoothly, the only option is to burn the building down. Qin Shin seemed to see the reason for the few people's lost expressions and said calmly, how many of those who have survived until now don't have blood on their hands? This is how the end of the world is. Either you kill me or I kill you. If He Jian's plan had succeeded, we would be the ones wailing and begging for mercy now. At this point, he suddenly laughed at himself. No, I'm afraid I'll be the only one killed. Considering your looks, I'm afraid He Jian won't be so ruthless as to destroy you all. As he spoke, Qin Shun hugged Lu Qing into his arms, especially you. He Jian is your legally married husband, and he wouldn't be willing to kill you. Chapter 106 Jumping off the building. Lu Qing twisted her waist slightly and looked at Qin Shun with a charming look. Master, you are making fun of me again. I have nothing to do with that person anymore. Now I just hope he dies. As he was speaking, the fire in building number 3 spread further upwards. At the same time, some people have chosen to jump off the building to survive. After all, there is no rescue team now. Although escaping to the roof can prolong your life, you will die sooner or later. It would be better to jump out of the building before the fire gets up. Maybe there is still a chance of survival. However, very few people have the courage to jump off the building, and the vast majority of people subconsciously choose to escape upwards. At the same time, at Su Tu's home, Su Tu was squatting in the corner eating instant noodles, looking at He Jian and Lu Tong with a resentful look on his face as they devoured the small hot pot that Su Weiwei had left for him. Brother Su, don't worry. After we trick your sister here, we'll work together to find a way to kill Qin Shin. By then, supplies won't be a problem. You can even eat hot pot every day if you want. He Jian is still painting big pictures. Su Tu nodded sadly, but at this moment, he suddenly smelled a burnt smell. Brother He, do you smell anything? Su Tu asked. He Jian looked puzzled. After sniffing, he suddenly gave Lu Tong a wicked smile. Are you wearing perfume? If you want to seduce me, just say it directly. No need to beat around the bush. Anyway, your husband is dead, and Liong Yian won't live long either. You should just follow me obediently from now on. If you can please me, I will definitely provide you with food and drink. As he spoke, his hands began to become naughty. Su Tu looked at this scene and curled his lips in disdain. Damn it, he is such a stingy guy. This woman is almost as fat as a bus, and she won't even let me have some fun. No wonder his wife got robbed. If it weren't for your superpowers, I would have slid in and killed you before I could play with your woman. Su-tu thought to himself. He was no match for He Jian in terms of strength, so he chose a spiritual victory. On the sofa, Lu Tong endured He Jian's teasing, her face flushed. He Jian was right. She found a bottle of perfume in the bedroom last night, and secretly sprayed it today just to seduce He Jian. When she was following Liong Yian before, Liong Yian was a psychopath. He kept saying that he loved her, but in the end he was the most cruel. There was hardly a single healthy spot on her body, all covered with purple bruises left by the beast. After being kidnapped by He Jian, she actually felt a lot more relieved. So she has made up her mind to follow He Jian wholeheartedly from now on. But at this moment, she accidentally glanced out the window and was immediately shocked. Outside, He Jian, look outside. Lu Tong pointed out the window and shouted in shock. What's going on outside? Is there someone peeping? He Jian said disdainfully. There were dense mutant plants outside the window, and no one could see what was happening inside the house. But when he and Su-tu looked out the window, they both stood up in shock. Clouds of black smoke drifted past the window, almost blocking all vision. What's going on? He Jian rushed to the balcony and looked down, but he could see nothing but bursts of black smoke. He took out his cell phone and looked at it. His eyes widened immediately. What the hell, a fire? Putting away his phone, He Jian pulled Lu Tong and rushed out the door. Su-tu was stunned, but after a few seconds, he reacted and rushed out after He Jian. As soon as he went out, He Jian saw the black smoke floating in the corridor, and his eyes widened with anger. Without the rescue team, the fire could not be controlled at all. When I arrived at the escape passage, I happened to meet a man running upwards in a panic. He Jian stopped him and asked, "How high is the fire now?" The man didn't even look at He Jian. "Get out of the way. The fucking fire is burning. If you want to die, don't stop me." Swish. As soon as he finished speaking, the man felt a flash of blood before his eyes, and his arm fell to the ground with a snap. Ah! The man let out a wail, instantly lost his strength, and rolled on the ground. He Jian stepped on the man's chest and demanded sternly, "Tell me, how many floors has the fire reached?" "Fourth floor, almost to fifth floor," the man wailed in pain. After getting the answer, He Jian did not hesitate and slashed the man's neck with the tip of the knife, ending his life. Su-tu, who was following closely, happened to see this scene and his neck shrank in fright. However, He Jian didn't want to pay attention to him and pulled Lu Tong downstairs. "Brother He, the fire is coming up. Why are you running down?" Su-tu said anxiously. Seeing that He Jian ignored him, he could only stamp his feet anxiously and continue to chase after him. The chances of surviving are always higher if you follow someone with special abilities than if you run around like a headless fly. Fortunately, the escape route was still functioning, keeping most of the smoke and dust out. Fifth floor. He Jian chopped open the door of the escape passage with a knife and rushed into the corridor. The corridor was filled with thick black smoke, which made people cry and unable to open their eyes. "Hold your breath." He Jian yelled at Lu Tong beside him, then stepped forward and split the explosion-proof glass with a knife. He stuck his head out to take a look and couldn't help but feel a little desperate. It's a 5-story building, more than 10 meters away. If you jump down directly, you will be crippled if not dead. He wanted to go down 2 more floors before jumping, but the corridor downstairs was already full of dancing flames, and he couldn't go any further. At this time, Su-tu also rushed out. Seeing the scene in front of him, he was stunned for a moment. "Brother He, are you going to jump off the building?" Su-tu asked in disbelief. He originally thought that He Jian had some way to escape, but now he found that He Jian did have a way, but this method was too direct, right? "Brother He, come on, I'm going to hide on the roof first." Su-tu backed down instantly. "If I run to the roof, I can hide for a while longer. Maybe after contacting Su Weiwei, she can find a way to save me." Jumping off a building is no different from committing suicide. But just as he was about to turn around and leave, He Jian grabbed him by the collar. "Hey, Brother He, what are you doing?" Su-tu struggled desperately. However, he was no match for He Jian and was pushed directly onto the windowsill by He Jian. "Brother He, don't let go. I don't want to jump." Su-tu was so scared that he peed again and begged for mercy repeatedly. "Brother Su, please explore the way for me first. Don't worry, I won't forget your contribution." He Jian said in a deep voice. "Brother He, don't get excited. At least let me adjust my posture. What if it's not right?" Before he could finish his words, He Jian let go of his hand. "Ah!" In the air, Su-tu let out a shrill scream. And the next moment, he fell to the concrete floor with a bang like a puddle of mud. "Ouch! Ouch!" Su Tu was not dead, but he could not get up. He lay on the ground and let out weak wails. After He Jian finished the experiment, he looked at Lu Tong beside him. Lu Tong was already terrified and pale. She shook her head repeatedly. I'm afraid of heights. Chapter 108 Lu Qing kills her husband. Lu Qing shook her head. No, I'm just worried that if no one is armed here, He Jian might have a trump card. It would be dangerous. Qin Shun hugged Lu Qing's slender waist and said, it's a good thing to be safety conscious, but there's no need to worry about what other cards He Jian has. His blood knife can only be used in close combat, and his invisibility ability will probably be unusable in the near future. Otherwise, he would have already escaped invisibly after the orange cat died. Let's put it another way. Even if he can still turn invisible, the three of us can spray him into a sieve. After saying that, he gave each of them a gun, waved his hand, and walked towards He Jian with the four women. He just did an experiment. Even a strong orange cat can't withstand a Barrett. Then he has nothing to fear. As the old saying goes, a gun in hand keeps you calm. Even if there are any mutant beasts nearby, they will be killed if they come. Seeing Qin Shun and the other four coming over, He Jian slowly took 2 steps back. Finally stopped being a coward and dared to come out. He Jian taunted. It's better to be a coward than a cuckold. Qin Shun laughed and hugged Lu Qing tightly in his arms. Don't you agree? Lu Qing said in a flattering manner. Master is right. Seeing this scene, He Jian immediately failed. Bitch, I knew you were a bitch. He Jian cursed angrily. Hey, what right do you have to say that about Sister Qing? Su Weiwei stood up, a look of disdain on her face. If I remember correctly, it was you who coaxed and tricked Sister Qing into giving her to the master, right? The receipt you wrote is still in Sister Qing's bedroom. Why are you blaming Sister Qing now? Gu Qingyan and Yi Qingdai had also heard about Lu Qing's experience and were very disdainful of the man in front of them. That's right, it was you who abandoned Sister Qing, and now it's you who is humiliating her. I think you really won't repent until your death. Luckily, Sister Qing followed the master. If she had followed you, she would probably have ended up like that woman. As she spoke, Yi Qingdai pointed at Lu Tong who was standing beside her. Lu Tong had just been held in the orange cat's mouth, and her body had been bitten through by 2 canine teeth. At this moment, she had already died and was lying in a pool of blood, her face full of horror. When Lu Qing saw how Lu Tong died, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Yi Qingdai was right. If she had followed He Jian at the beginning, she would either be sent out by He Jian to accompany other men, or be used as a shield by him and die without knowing how. Humph, it's obvious that she betrayed me. Otherwise, even if she slept with Qin Shun, her heart would still be with me. He Jian snorted coldly. Lu Qing's expression was calm. To be honest, before the end of the world, my heart was indeed with you. So I'm willing to be a housewife at home, taking care of everything at home for you, and even pretending not to see you looking for women outside. It's just that the moment you gave me to my master, I no longer had any feelings for you. Hearing Lu Qing's words, everyone showed a look of surprise. He Jian was especially surprised. You know. He Jian's voice began to stutter. I found many records of your visits to Kowloon nightclub on your phone. I asked someone, and they said the prices could only be for meat. It's just that I chose to deceive myself for the sake of my family. Lu Qing said coldly. He Jian's face turned ugly when he heard Lu Qing's words. At this moment, he suddenly looked at Qin Shun. Qin Shun, I can make a deal with you. Qin Shun spread his hands and motioned He Jian to continue. You should also know that I have 2 superpowers. One is Crimson Blade, and the other is invisibility. Looking across the entire city of Yangcheng, there are probably only a handful of people with 2 special abilities. As long as you promise to let me go, I can work for you in the future. You can impose any restrictions on me, like a bomb collar or something, and I won't resist. He Jian said in a deep voice. He felt that with his strength, he had a certain appeal in front of Qin Shun. But what was unexpected was that Qin Shun seemed to have no interest in this at all. That's all. I don't even want a traitor like you to be my dog. Qin Shun scratched his ears and said. He Jian showed an unwilling look and suddenly fell to his knees with a thud. I know you want to humiliate me, then I will do as you wish. As long as you let me go, every time you see me in the future, you can think of playing with my wife as you like. Is this unpleasant for you? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. What the hell? There are people who are eager to put a hat on themselves. Qin Shun laughed in surprise, then patted Lu Qing's hip. As the heroine of this matter, what are your opinions? Lu Qing looked calm and composed, but the muscles on her cheeks were tightly tensed, and it was obvious that she was secretly gritting her teeth. What the master likes is what I like. I have no objection to how you deal with him. Lu Qing said. Real. Qin Shun was playful. Lu Qing was silent for a moment. then nodded seriously. I will listen to my master. Hearing this, He Jian was immediately delighted. What he feared most was that Lu Qing would bear a grudge against him and ask Qin Shin to kill her. Now it seems that his life can be saved. Okay, since you listen to me, then kill him, Qin Shin said lightly. After hearing this, He Jian was dumbfounded. Qin Shin, what do you mean? He Jian asked in panic. What do you mean? Literally, of course. Qin Shin sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Qing raised his pistol. Don't. He Jian showed a panic expression. The next moment, gunshots rang out. The bullet instantly pierced He Jian's head. Until his death, He Jian never figured out why Qin Shin wanted to kill him. Thump. He Jian's body fell to the ground, his eyes open. Not bad, quite accurate. Qin Shin went forward to check and confirm that He Jian was dead. Lu Qing looked at the corpse in front of her with a slightly complicated expression. Sister Qing, are you okay? Yi Qingdai stepped forward to comfort her. It's nothing. His death has put my mind at ease. Lu Qing smiled and said. After killing He Jian, she suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. Perhaps He Jian's death represented her final farewell to the past. At this moment, a faint cry for help came from behind everyone. Sister, save me. Everyone looked back and saw Su Tu lying on the ground, struggling to raise his head. Not dead yet. He's quite tenacious, Qin Shin said curiously. Unexpectedly, Lu Tong and He Jian both died, and Su Tu survived to the end. Brother Qin, I was wrong. Save me. Please save me. Su Tu begged for mercy with a painful look on his face. Qin Shin waved to Su Weiwei. What did you say before the action? Come on, it's your turn. Chapter 109. What is the meaning of human beings? Su Weiwei walked up to Su Tu with a complicated expression. Sister, what are you doing? Please save me. Su Tu looked at the gun in Su Weiwei's hand and was shocked. Su Tu, tell me honestly, why did you call me and trick me into coming over? Su Weiwei asked painfully. Sister, I don't understand what you are saying. Su Tu tried to play dumb. He also saw what happened to He Jian. If he admitted that he had any relationship with He Jian, he would definitely lose his life. Click. Su Weiwei took off the safety of the pistol and pointed it at Su Tu. Su Tu, it's not too late for you to confess now. Su Weiwei had a look of pity on her face. Sister, I really don't know anything, Su Tu shouted. At this time, Lu Qing stepped forward and took the gun from Su Weiwei. With a bang, a bullet pierced Su Tu's thigh. Ah! Su Tu roared in pain instantly. You don't want to shoot, I'll help you. You can't be too gentle when talking to people like this, Lu Qing said lightly. After saying that, Lu Qing stepped on Su Tu's back and asked, Are you willing to tell me now? Su Tu gritted his teeth and stared at Su Weiwei with hatred. Su Weiwei, what the hell are you doing? I'm your biological brother. Are you just going to watch someone else kill me? Su Weiwei moved her lips, but ultimately did not speak. Lu Qing snorted coldly and fired another shot, piercing Su Tu's other leg. So much nonsense, Lu Qing said lightly. You stinky bitch, you just killed your husband, and now you want to kill me, right? Come on, shoot. Su Tu suddenly went crazy and shouted loudly. Being shot twice is almost like being sentenced to death in the apocalypse with a lack of medical care. Su Weiwei, you're also a bitch, rushing to be a dog for this loser. You're so proud of yourself for seeing through my plan. You helped an outsider to kill your own brother. You're really amazing. I'm telling you, you're just pretty. But once people get tired of you, your fate will be even worse than mine. Bitch. Bang. A gunshot interrupted Su Tu's words. The bullet penetrated Su Tu's forehead. Su Tu lowered his head heavily with a hint of unwillingness. Lu Qing turned around and looked at Su Weiwei in surprise. No one knew when she took the pistol from Yi Qingdai's hand, and then she shot and ended Su Tu's life. Master is right. He deserves to die, Su Weiwei said expressionlessly. Weiwei, have you figured it out? Lu Qing asked with a smile. Sister Qing, my brother has been dead since he plotted against me, Su Weiwei said. Qin Shun waved his hand. All right, now that everything is resolved, let's withdraw. I'm covered in dust. Go back and take a shower. The fire upstairs was still spreading, and a foul smell filled the air. The four women turned and left, while Qin Shun dragged He Jian's body towards the tree of origin. After digging a hole and burying He Jian, Qin Shun danced on He Jian's grave as usual. He Jian, I will take care of your wife from now on, so you can go with peace of mind. Look at how loving I am. I couldn't bear to see you lying dead in the wilderness, so I found you a place with such good feng shui to settle down. If there is an afterlife, remember to keep coming and give me your heads. Qin Shun was muttering to himself, and at the same time, the countdown panel in front of the tree of origin began to spin frantically. Boom. A fruit fell to the ground. What the hell? Seeing this scene, Qin Shin wanted to dig He Jian out of the ground and bow to him 3 times. After Liong Yian was buried last time, there were still more than 6 days left in the countdown, and He Jian actually reset the countdown to 0. It seems that the waste utilization rate of the origin tree is about 50%. Having 2 fertilizers of superpowers is just enough to refresh a cycle. When we got home, the 4 girls had just finished taking a shower. I have to say, the beauty coming out of the bath is really pleasing to the eye. Who told you to wash so quickly? Can't you see I haven't washed yet? As Qin Shin spoke, he pulled the women into the bathroom again. An hour later, Qin Shin lay on the big bed and began to think about life. Where do I come from? Where am I going? Why do humans exist? What is the meaning of existence? What is the secret of the universe? At this time, Lu Qing pushed open the door and walked in. Master, what are you doing? Lu Qing couldn't help laughing when she saw the old monk Qin Shin in meditation. What do you know? I'm worried about the future of mankind. Qin Shin pretended to be profound. Lu Qing flirted with Qin Shin and lay down beside him. I don't understand. I just know that I didn't eat enough. With a gulp, Qin Shin swallowed his saliva. Fairy, what a fucking fairy. Lunch is over. Let's talk about it after dinner. Qin Shin said with a stern face. As they were talking, the other 3 women also entered the bedroom. Sister Qing, what are you doing? Do you want to eat alone without telling us? Su Weiwei teased. Lu Qing knelt up, her willow leaf eyebrows raised slightly. I am making a reasonable request to my master. If any of you want it too, I don't mind sharing it with you. Hearing this, Qin Shin slapped Lu Qing's, but hard. You still don't mind sharing. Have you asked for my opinion? Lu Qing looked aggrieved. Master, you are not capable, are you? Qin Shin said in disbelief. No? If you say my appearance is average, I will pinch my nose and accept it. After all, I can't compare with the Yinzu. But you say I'm not good enough? Who was the one crying and begging for mercy just now? Lu Qing's pretty face flushed slightly. I didn't perform well just now. Wait until tonight. Hearing this, the girls couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. Lu Qing looked at the women again. You still have the nerve to laugh at me, acting as if you weren't among those who just begged for mercy. After these words were spoken, all the girls blushed and were too embarrassed to speak. At this moment, Qin Shin suddenly pointed at Yi Qingdai and Gu Qinyan in surprise. He felt something was wrong as soon as the girls walked in. After looking for a long time, he finally figured it out. What's going on? Why is Yi Qingdai wearing Gu Qinyan's clothes? Qin Shin asked. Gu Qinyan was originally wearing the dress she brought from school, but now it was put on Yi Qingdai. At this moment, Gu Qinyan was wearing a student-style belly-bearing outfit, and not only that, she also had her hair tied in a high ponytail. Judging from age, although Gu Qinyan is only a few months younger than Lu Qing and has also entered the threshold of 30 years old, there is no sense of incongruity when she wears this outfit at the moment. If you just say she is a 20-year-old college student, I'm afraid no one would doubt it. Otherwise, Qin Shin wouldn't have taken so long to realize something was wrong. Chapter 110 Lu Qing's Superpowers. Upon hearing Qin Shin's question, Yi Qingdai and Gu Qinyan blushed. Su Weiwei smiled and said, They don't have many clothes, so I suggested that they change clothes and try them on. I didn't expect the effect to be quite good. Qin Shin nodded. With a good figure, everything looks good in it. This saying is indeed true. The clothes worn by the 2 women were of relatively common styles, but when worn by them, they were not much different from those custom-made clothes from luxury brands. Master, I just remembered something. I actually have quite a few clothes at home. I want to go back and get some. Su Weiwei said. Lu Qing also agreed. That's right, I have a lot of clothes at home. If I bring them over, can the master copy a lot? Qin Shin agreed without thinking. Now Liong Yian and He Jian are both dead, and there is no news of other people with superpowers in the community. The community is absolutely safe now. Besides, if the girls put on new clothes, wouldn't he be the one who enjoys them in the end? For this kind of thing, you need both hands and feet, plus that thing, 5 hands up in agreement. Your rooms are both in this building, so there's no danger. But you guys can open your minds a little. While there's still internet, send a message in the group and exchange supplies for clothes. Even if it's worn-out clothes, I can give you brand new ones just by touching them. You just need to be careful and change into clothes that fit your figure. Qin Shin said. Infinite supplies, this is the correct way to use it. System, please pay attention. I will only teach you once. Weiwei will be in charge of this matter later. Also, if you have other useful things, you can exchange them. The more the better. There are no enemies in the community anymore, and Qin Shin is no longer timid in doing things. Okay, master, I'll go right away. Su Weiwei said excitedly. The eyes of the other girls were also full of excitement. After all, who wouldn't be happy to wear new styles of clothes? In the apocalypse, This community is definitely the only one where people can study their outfits after eating and drinking. Don't be anxious. Before that, let me tell you something. Qin Shun took out the mutant fruit and placed it in front of the women. Mutated fruit? Master, when did you find it? Lu Qing said in surprise. Qin Shun has been with them almost all the time these days. He went out twice occasionally, but not for long. Could it be that he was so lucky that he found the mutant fruit after going out twice? I've told you long ago that if you just follow me obediently, you'll not only have enough food and clothing, but you'll also become a superpower. This fruit is for Lu Qing, Qin Shun said lightly. When these words were spoken, all the women were stunned. I used to think that Qin Shun was just talking. After all, the mutant fruit is so precious. But unexpectedly, Qin Shun fulfilled his promise so quickly. Master, is it true? Lu Qing was very excited. Eat quickly, I also want to see what superpowers you can gain. Qin Shun handed the fruit to Lu Qing and urged her. Lu Qing took the fruit, her eyes filled with emotion. Under the envious gazes of the other women, Lu Qing carefully bit off the fruit and swallowed it in a few mouthfuls. Sister Qing, how is it? Su Weiwei said cautiously. Lu Qing closed her eyes and felt it for a while. Then her figure slowly disappeared on the bed. Invisible, Qin Shun said in surprise. Unexpectedly, Lu Qing actually learned He Jian's special ability. Thinking of the skin petrification he had obtained before, Qin Shun had a vague guess in his mind. I'm afraid the supernatural powers contained in the fruits of the tree of origin are related to fertilizer. This is easy to understand. After all, the tree of origin absorbs the energy from the fertilizer, and the fruits it bears are not much different. In this way, we have to pay more attention to the superpowers of those people with superpowers in the future. If the supernatural power is strong, it is very suitable to be used as fertilizer. A few seconds later, Lu Qing's figure slowly emerged again. Is this the ability to become invisible? Qin Shun asked. Lu Qing nodded excitedly. Master, the ability I've awakened is called invisibility. It lasts for a maximum of 10 seconds. Anything that comes into contact with me will also become invisible, but the cumulative volume cannot exceed 1 cubic meter. After coming into contact with other people, the invisibility will be cancelled, or I can cancel it on my own initiative. This ability can only be used once a day. The effect of this skill is similar to what the previous few people guessed. The invisibility time is short, and the number of times it can be used per day is limited. Looking at it now, this skill is a bit useless. After all, 10 seconds is too short to do anything. But Qin Shun didn't think so. After all, he still has a very important piece of information in his hands. That is, superpowers can be upgraded. As the level goes up, the stealth time is likely to increase. By then, there will be a lot to do. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered something. Go see if the orange cat downstairs is still there, and drag it back. According to Liong Yian, as long as you eat the meat of mutant creatures, your superpowers can evolve. I can try it with that orange cat. After receiving the instructions, the women hurried downstairs. Qin Shun took advantage of this time to activate Mind Link and switch to the perspective of the golden ant. In the underground tunnel, the golden ant and a dozen worker ants are digging. Judging from the distance, the tunnel has entered under the Ocean Entrepreneurship Park. Next, you just need to find an underground garage to determine the specific location. At this moment, the golden ant suddenly sent a weak signal to Qin Shun. Qin Shun studied it for a long time before realizing that he had been asking the golden ants to dig tunnels recently, and they didn't even have time to replenish their strength. He finally became the person he hated the most. After becoming the boss, he exploited his employees desperately. This is not 996, this is 007. Even those cannibalistic capitalists would give Qin Shun a thumbs up when they saw him. Qin Shun originally wanted to let the golden ant rest for a while, but suddenly he thought of the mutant beast eating people before. He sent a signal to the golden ant, asking it if it wanted to eat some meat. Unexpectedly, the golden ant, which was extremely weak just now, suddenly raised its head, and its two antennae began to spin excitedly like electric fans, almost asking Qin Shun directly where to eat. Qin Shun gave the golden ant the coordinates. However, for the sake of efficiency, he still ordered the golden ants to finish digging the tunnel before going to eat. After receiving the message, the golden ant turned around and rushed towards the worker ants. It kicked away several worker ants and then started digging tunnels itself. This efficiency is like an excavator turned into a spirit. Fuck, so you were slacking off here before? Qin Shun was shocked. Is this golden ant so stupid? Was it just pretending before? It is true that cattle and horses are one family. Although they have never met humans, they have already learned the most important skill of slacking off without any instruction. Soon, the underground tunnel finally hit cement. Continuing to dig, the tunnel connected to an underground garage. The golden ant then conveyed the message that there seemed to be something terrifying ahead, and it did not dare to continue. Chin didn't care, let the golden ants retreat, and then cut off the connection. If it goes on for too long, he won't be able to bear it mentally. At this time, several women just brought the orange cat back with a cart.